Chapter 241, On the Matrix Data. Hidden in the darkness. Han Feng drew out his saber. He controlled the saber with his mind, like an arrow shot from a bow, making a sound of breaking wind, and pierced the 7 opponents. Shooting in such an almost closed environment, the huge gunshot will definitely cause a great impact on the ears. In contrast, the silence of the saber is more suitable for such an environment. It didn't take long, more than 10 seconds, when the radar showed that only the highest commander in their room was left in the mountain. Han Feng set off. Dong dong dong, walking to the door. Han Feng knocked on the door. Gee. No one opened the door for Han Feng. But with a slight effort, the door opened, picking up the fluorescent stick on the ground that was still emitting cold light. Han Feng walked into the room. With the help of this little light source, Han Feng scanned the environment here. This is a space of only more than 10 square meters in size. There are 5 or 6 computers around the mountain wall, plus tables, chairs and benches, and the space seems very crowded. In the center of this room, a man in training uniform sits on a stool with a cigarette in his mouth. After scanning the surroundings, Han Feng stands in front of him, staring into his eyes. Did you find out? Luna. Real-time translation. Report to the Han team. He said, did you find it again? Listening to the translated words, Han Feng's eyes turned and he came up with a plan. I'll give you a chance. Tell me your purpose. We are all soldiers. I can consider giving you a quick death. Han Feng communicated with him, using the English that Luna taught him temporarily. Haha, thank you for your kindness. But I can't say it. I believe that God is with me. As he spoke, the man stood up and slowly opened his hands, indicating that Han Feng could do whatever he wanted to show his determination. Han Feng glanced at him, and in a flash, a saber slowly emerged. The sharp blade slowly approached the man's eyes. When the saber stopped only 1 centimeter in front of him, Han Feng asked again, tell me your purpose. I promise that you won't be too painful. This time, the man's eyes changed. He looked at Han Feng with some fear, but he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and refused to say anything. Then shall I start? Han Feng's teasing tone and charming expression were reflected by the cold light stick, like a devil breaking through the barrier. Devil. You are a devil. Perhaps feeling the threat of bone erosion, the man pointed at Han Feng and cursed, you damn devil. God will not let you go. I will enter heaven, and you can only roll back to your dirty hell. You. Just as the man was speaking passionately, Han Feng activated his telekinesis confinement superpower. In an instant, the dim space fell into silence. The man was frozen aside, leaving him only the right to breathe and blink. Noisy. Han Feng muttered to the man. His eyes returned to the computers, and Han Feng silently asked Luna in his mind, Luna, can you read all the information in these computers? Captain Han. I can. Hearing Luna's affirmative answer, Han Feng smiled at first, but the next second he looked embarrassed and said, should I move these computers out? There seems to be no electricity here. Captain Han. No. The system will directly read the information on the hard disks of these computers. Well, that's good, let's start now. After saying that, Han Feng added, oh, by the way, how long will it take to read all the information on these computers? Report to Captain Han. About 2 minutes. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng nodded and said nothing. He picked up a stool and sat on it. Then he took out a cigarette and lit it, smoking while waiting for Luna's news. Time passed by minute until Han Feng finished his first cigarette, throwing the cigarette butt on the ground and stamping it out. Han Feng felt a little confused. It took about 5 minutes to smoke a cigarette. Why is there no movement from Luna? Although he had questions in his mind, Han Feng did not ask. He thought that if the system read entered the final moment, he would not let anything go wrong if he opened his mouth. Just like that, another 3 minutes passed. Report to Captain Han. The system read is complete. Why did it take so long? Hearing Luna finally speak, Han Feng asked the doubts in his heart. Report to Captain Han. These computers have a lot of encryption, and it took some time to crack the password. Also, the files in these computers have been deliberately damaged, decomposed, and deleted. It will take some time to restore these files, but some files are completely destroyed and the system cannot restore them. Thank you for your hard work. After comforting Luna, Han Feng said, tell me what's in these computers. Okay, Captain Han. According to the recovered files, the special forces you are facing now are only a small part of the other side. They have set a total of 800 special forces of Triangle Porridge in the territory of Huaxia. And the rest of the special forces accompanying them are also more than 1,000 people. Listening to Luna's slow talk, Han Feng's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. How can I let others sleep soundly beside my bed? Han Feng can't rest easy until this gang of robbers is eliminated. In order to understand the movements of the rest of them, Han Feng asked, "Where are they?" "Report to Captain Han. The exact location is unknown. From the file, we can only know that most of them are in the Innim province. The purpose is the same as these people now, all of which are more than 200 people, all for the purpose of finding researchers. The mother body? They are all here," Han Feng muttered while holding his forehead. Although there are more than 1,800 Special Forces members, the number is huge. But the Innim province is vast. If you really want to find them, you will definitely not find them for a while. After thinking for a while, Han Feng temporarily put this question aside and asked, "What else? What other information is in the computer?" The computer also contains their plan to attack Huaxia. But according to the current situation, it is basically impossible, because there is also an outbreak of zombies in their country. They are too busy to take care of themselves and are temporarily unable to implement the offensive plan. Are they going to start a war? When responding to this sentence, Han Feng's words were so cold that they could almost condense water. Report to Captain Han. According to the document, the time of the proposal was about 20 years ago. This means that this proposed offensive plan is not a recent thing. These fools have been coveting China for a long time. Since it was a plan from more than 20 years ago, it doesn't seem to be news now. Anything else? After thinking about it, Han Feng decided in his heart that when he was free, he would definitely cross the ocean. Send some warmth to these countries. Yes, Captain Han. There are several audiovisual materials about the mother body and a lot of file reports, experimental data, etc. Matrix? Han Feng became interested when he heard these two words, and continued, "Let me see what exactly is the Matrix." "Okay, Captain Han. The first video is ready to play. Please wait." After that, Luna began to play the video materials about the Matrix in Han Feng's mind. "Uncle, what is this place? Wow, so much candy. Wow, I want to find my mother. I want to go home. I want to go home." In this video, Han Feng saw a group of foreign children with golden hair, both boys and girls. They were in a corridor similar to a scientific laboratory, speaking English. Of course, Luna had processed the sound and replaced the incomprehensible English with Chinese. Seeing this, Han Feng was a little confused, laughing and thinking, "This is the Matrix. How come the Matrix has become a group of little brats?" But a few minutes later, Han Feng couldn't laugh anymore. These poor children were forcibly tied to the research bed, or perhaps the operating bed. A bunch of incomprehensible machines, connected to countless wires, were attached to the children's bodies. Then, a researcher wearing a tight protective suit took out an injection and shook it in front of the camera and said, "Energy I potion. Ready for injection." Looking at the injection, Han Feng felt a little familiar. It turned out that this was the first generation of energy potion, Energy I. However, unlike Han Feng's intracardiac injection method, the researchers injected the needle into the child's arm. Looking at the screen, Han Feng held his breath. "Ah! F asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ah!" Suddenly, the child struggled violently on the operating table, but his hands, feet and body were tied up. So the struggle was in vain. Gulp. Looking at the child's painful struggle, Han Feng swallowed his saliva with empathy. After dozens of seconds, the child in the picture suddenly opened his eyes. The last picture was the child's eyes fixed on the ceiling. Energy I. The 17th experiment failed. Each group should do data analysis and prepare for dissection. Hearing this, the screen gradually dimmed and the video ended. "Captain Han, do you want to watch the next video?" Luna asked in a low voice after the video was finished. "Watch." "Okay, Captain Han. The second video is ready to play. Please wait." "What are you going to do? You can't do this to me." "You will. This time." A foreign man appeared on the screen, but he was a little disabled, missing an arm and a leg. The 11th experiment of the Energy 3 potion. The experimental subject, a disabled veteran. The experiment is ready to begin. Suddenly, a head flashed in the picture, also wearing a tight protective suit. But this time, his words were obviously more serious. Like the child in the previous video, this man died. The 11th experiment of the Energy 3 potion failed, and the life was maintained for 31 seconds longer than the previous experiment. According to previous data, the stronger the body, the more receptive it is to the transformation of the energy potion. Compared to men, women seem to be able to last longer. After saying this, the man in the video changed the report sheet and continued, according to the gene, Asian women are more suitable for the energy potion experiment. The next experimental subject, Asian women. May God be with us. Chapter 242, Matrix Data. The second video gradually faded and ended. At this time, Han Feng had already clenched his fists, and he didn't know how many times he greeted these scientific researchers in his heart. Captain Han. The second video has ended, and there are only 3 left. Please, play. Okay. Captain Han. The third video is ready to play. Please wait. Han Feng took a deep breath, because he had a hunch. Maybe the protagonist of this video will be his compatriots. The third experiment of Energy 6 potion is about to begin. This time, the researcher in the picture spoke very briefly. Only this sentence. When the big head moved out of the camera, Han Feng saw the scene behind him. This was a young girl with an Asian face. Plain appearance. I beg you. Please let me go. Okay? Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Please. Tears of pain and despair flowed down the corners of his eyes. Han Feng was also desperate, because in this video, the girl's voice was not processed at all. She spoke Chinese and Huaxia. Well, saying, Ju, Ha, come, Pate. It will be fine soon. It won't hurt. In the video, the researcher holding the injection spoke poor Chinese, trying to comfort the girl. The long needle aimed at the girl's heart, stabbed. Ah! I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Even if I become a ghost. Ah! After a few seconds, the girl tied to the bed burst into an angry curse. But she couldn't stand the sudden pain after all, and the curse turned into a series of sad and angry wails. The camera of this video has been recording the girl's violent struggle, and the time is much longer than the previous 2 videos. Is she the mother? At this time, Han Feng's eyes were wet, and tears were rolling in his eyes. With a slight tremor, Han Feng muttered to himself. Luna didn't speak, but the video quickly gave the answer. A few minutes later, the girl remained in a struggling position, frozen on the operating table. The young and beautiful life dissipated in this evil laboratory. Dissipated on this cold operating table. Oh my God, this is the longest lasting human I have ever seen. Great. Our energy potion will be ready soon. Ha ha ha. The scene changed, and the camera was occupied by a big head again. The 27th experiment of the Energy 6 potion failed. The research team unanimously agreed that Chinese women play an important role in the research and development of the potion. The next laboratory will be built in China's Henan province. I hope that the energy potion can be launched in one fell swoop next time. The screen went dark again. At this time, Han Feng's knuckles turned white due to long-term clenching. Luna. Next video. Han Feng ordered directly, without waiting for Luna to speak. Okay. Captain Han. The third video is ready to play. Please wait. A few seconds later, the third video started. Energy 6 potion seems to be subject to some kind of restriction. Some scientific research subjects survived the drug's transformation and turned into demons from hell. They retained the results of the drug's transformation, but they had no reason at all. I feel that we have succeeded halfway. As long as they regain their sanity, this damn experiment will be over. In the screen, the usual big head was explaining. The 36th experiment of Energy 6 potion is about to begin. The screen changed, and a thin body of a teenage girl was tied to the familiar operating table, with a black hood on her head. What made Han Feng furious was, the girl had very few clothes on her body. With the tattered clothes, Han Feng couldn't imagine what kind of inhuman treatment this girl had suffered before. Energy 6 potion is ready to be injected. Beside the operating table, the researcher said, and then pierced the girl's heart with a long needle. On the operating table, the girl who was originally silent began to twist her body. It hurts. Uncle, save me. I don't want candy. I don't want candy. The girl cried and begged for something. From the girl's words, Han Feng heard that the girl's accent seemed to be a child from the mountains, and the dialect she spoke exposed the girl's knowledge and cognition. Yes, whose little princess can get on such a pirate ship for a few candies? Ah, I was wrong. I will do it. I agree to whatever you ask me to do. I will never resist again. Please. The crying mixed with tears and saliva wet a corner of the operating table. The girl shook her head frantically, enduring. Then, Luna adjusted the video, and it started to fast forward. When 30 minutes had passed, the girl was not dead, she was just twitching on the operating table. A few seconds later, a researcher appeared and said, I don't know if this is considered a success of the Energy 6 potion, but she did survive, and did not lose her mind. Next time, Energy 7 will appear for the first time. I hope this girl can survive. The screen dimmed, and the third video ended. In the cave, the cold fluorescent stick had long lost its light. But Han Feng seemed to be unaware that he was still holding it in his hand. The fourth video is ready to play. Please wait. This time, Luna did not ask Han Feng for his opinion. The fourth scene appeared. Still the familiar operating table. Compared with the previous video, the girl was thinner, lying motionless on the operating table. But this time, the girl was naked, without a single piece of clothing, and even the black hood on her head disappeared. The bruises all over her body showed what the girl had experienced in recent days. Han Feng could not see the girl's appearance, because the girl's face was facing away from the camera at this time. In the camera, the researcher appeared, straightened the protection on his head, and said, 40 days have passed since the last Energy 6. We seem to have encountered a big problem in the research and production of Energy 7. Forget it. Let's see the reaction of the injected body first. After saying that, the researcher carefully took out the Energy 7 injection and injected it into the heart in the same way as before. The girl seemed to be awakened by the energy contained in Energy 7, and her body shook violently. Then, as Han Feng expected, the girl began to increase her struggle. Due to the pain, the girl lay on the operating table and shook her head. For a moment, Han Feng saw the girl's appearance. What a pure and innocent appearance. Why did the heaven tease her like this? Her life has not yet begun. The delicate and thin face gradually twisted. But even though she was in great pain, the girl never said a word, and only hummed a few times before stopping. The girl stared at the researcher's eyes, and Han Feng saw the hatred that was as real as substance. The anger seemed to overflow the screen. The indiscriminate anger seemed to burn Han Feng together. Han Feng, who was watching the video, remained silent, quietly feeling the emotions on the surface. Like the girl in the video, Han Feng never loosened his clenched fists, but instead had a momentum of tightening them. Ah! You bastards! You will all die! I promise you with my life. You will be judged by God. And I am willing to be your God. I will personally send you back to the warm hell. Han Feng. I will do what I say. When the girl screamed for the first time, Han Feng also swore in his heart. Oh! God! What did I see? Suddenly, the picture in the camera began to shake, and the lights in the laboratory began to flicker. Quick! Guards! Where are the guards? Damn it! Kill her! Obviously, everyone in the picture was panicking. Then, the camera was hit in the panic, and the picture began to turn into snowflakes. The camera was broken. The video ended for dozens of seconds. Seeing that Han Feng did not speak, Luna said on her own, report to Captain Han. All 4 videos have been played. These 4 videos are all that can be restored in these computers. There are more than 300 videos that cannot be restored. Sorry, Captain Han. Luna, I want to build a navy. After exiting the system, Han Feng looked at the dark environment and responded in his mind. Report to Captain Han. Please build all the main buildings. After listening to Luna's answer, Han Feng stood up from the stool. At this time, he was no longer in the mood to continue listening to other reports in the computer. He just wanted revenge. He controlled the man beside him with his mind and walked out of the mountain step by step. On the way, he also found the 13 Red Alert soldiers who were imprisoned. 2 American soldiers and engineers were killed at that time, and the rest of the personnel were still there. What made Han Feng relieved was that the other party treated the prisoners in a more international way and gave some bandages to the seriously injured. There was no danger to life, and the rest only needed to rest and recover. According to the explanation of the Captain Sniper, they just wanted to pretend to surrender and start the action after finding the enemy's base camp. But they didn't expect to encounter a very sharp unit. Triangle porridge. Han Feng didn't blame anything. After all, as long as the Red Alert soldiers didn't die, that would be the best result. On the way out of the mountain, Han Feng finally knew the origin and manufacturing process of the Matrix. A few minutes later, when Han Feng appeared in the sunlight outside, he asked the mysterious girl in his mind, "I want to keep him, because there is still a lot of information that I haven't got. After he explains everything, I will go find the other 100 scumbags. Is it okay?" "Well, your mission is complete. See you later." Han Feng got the girl's answer in his mind. "Thank you." After thanking her, Han Feng did not receive a reply from the mysterious girl. "Captain Han, who are you looking for?" Han Feng called out a few times tentatively, but it aroused Luna's doubts. "Nothing, looking for Tanya." Haha. Han Feng laughed and knew that the girl had really left. "Tanya is in a multi-purpose infantry vehicle about 10 kilometers away from you." "Okay. I got it." Turn on navigation destination, Tanya's place. After responding, Han Feng led the enemy's highest level commander forward in the woods. Chapter 243, Attack. Han Feng kept his telekinesis running all the way, and this man also followed Han Feng, floating behind him. Half an hour later, with the help of his super speed ability, Han Feng crossed 10 kilometers and returned to the parking place of the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. As for the 13 Red Alert soldiers, Han Feng asked them to wait on the road that the convoy must pass. Seeing Han Feng and the man behind him, Tanya opened the car door doubtfully, looking at Han Feng as surprised as if she had seen a ghost. "Oh my god, you're still alive? It's okay to be alive. But you even brought back their superior? Oh my god." Tanya teased Han Feng with an exaggerated expression. Looking at Tanya's self-performance, Han Feng responded leisurely, "Don't thank me." "Thank you for what?" "Thank me for not having you go deep into the enemy camp to collect my bodies. It saved me so much effort, huh?" "Haha, that's right, Hey!" Halfway through laughing, Tanya began to look puzzled. After a pause, Tanya slowly said, "You have become stronger." "Nonsense. If I don't become stronger, do I kneel in front of them and beg them to commit suicide?" Rolling his eyes and looking at Tanya, Han Feng suddenly had an idea. He said seriously, "Come on, let's have a fight." "Ah?" Hearing this request, Tanya was stunned. Something she could never have imagined happened. Han Feng actually wanted to challenge herself? Looking at Han Feng with a serious face, Tanya didn't know what to say for a while. "Come on, get ready. I'm going to attack." After saying that, Han Feng put the man behind him down, leaving only his superpowers. "Oh, okay. I'll try not to hurt you then." Seeing that Han Feng was so persistent and didn't seem to be joking, Tanya accepted Han Feng's challenge. 3, 2, 1. Han Feng shouted the countdown, and when the countdown reached 0, Tanya and Han Feng disappeared together. Swoosh, swoosh. The two shadows chased each other, and from time to time, they approached each other very briefly. "When did you get the superpower of speed?" Han Feng looked back at Tanya chasing after him, but he couldn't get rid of her. "I won't tell you. Can you go faster? At this speed, I'm going to overtake." Hearing Tanya's relaxed voice, Han Feng became interested. The mental power was absorbed more, and the speed superpower was raised to another level. The speed of more than 300 meters per second was close to Han Feng's limit. You know, the normal speed of a bullet after it leaves the gun is only more than 300 meters per second. In other words, Han Feng now has the speed of a bullet that has just left the gun. After speeding up, Han Feng looked back. "Oh my god, how can you catch up?" While saying these few words, Han Feng had already run 6 or 7 kilometers around the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, and only more than 20 seconds had passed. "Hurry up! Faster!" Tanya shouted while hanging behind Han Feng. Hearing Tanya shout, Han Feng smiled. This little girl can't hold on any longer. If he works harder, he will definitely make her despair. Thinking of this, Han Feng gritted his teeth and his speed superpower increased again. Swoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Han Feng fought for his life. The speed was as high as 400 meters per second. This speed, ordinary people can't imagine. After the two ran past, the dust on the ground had been raised several meters high, and the whistling wind blew out the feeling of a typhoon. Ah hee hee. Ah hee hee. Han Feng smiled foolishly with a nosebleed. When he looked back again, he was dumbfounded. Tanya, with red eyes, still hanging a few meters behind him. Watch out. I'm going to overtake. Han Feng hadn't come back to his senses when he heard Tanya shout behind him. Whisper. A sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded. Tanya flashed. That's right. Flashed. Tanya's figure disappeared behind him. And the next moment, Tanya appeared beside him. The distance was only a dozen centimeters. At this distance, Han Feng saw Tanya raise her hand. Pa! Tanya attacked the back of his head mercilessly. Gudong! Due to this gentle slap, Han Feng's body was balanced at the extreme speed and rolled out. Fortunately, there was nothing but grass in front of Han Feng, and no trees, or he would have been knocked unconscious. After rolling over 20 meters, or plowing a 20-meter ditch, Han Feng finally stopped. Shaking his body, Han Feng grew out of the soil with a dusty face. Before he could pat the dirt off his body, he saw Tanya flying towards him, and her hand was clenched into a fist. Damn! Seeing this, Han Feng yelled hurriedly, but he didn't dare to slack off. The telekinesis confinement superpower was released instantly. The target was Tanya, who was rushing over. What Han Feng didn't expect was that Tanya seemed to have known it for a long time, and stopped her body instantly, making Han Feng's thoughts empty. Taking advantage of Han Feng's moment of daze, Tanya took out a hidden weapon stone and threw it at Han Feng. Ah! Han Feng screamed after being shot. He didn't care about the pain. Instead of retreating, Han Feng rushed forward with his fists and rushed towards Tanya. Looking at Han Feng, Tanya frowned. She couldn't think of it. He couldn't even surpass her speed. Why did he dare to come up and fight? However, what Tanya didn't expect was that the fight was a feint Han Feng came up with. His real idea was to release the telekinesis at close range. Tanya, who wanted to raise her fist to deal with it, was hit by Han Feng. And in an instant, she couldn't move her whole body. Hey! Hey! When he ran to Tanya, Han Feng's nostrils were bleeding continuously, and the blood he shed was almost enough to fill a pot of wine. Looking at Tanya, who was still, Han Feng raised his right hand and made an 8th sign, pretending that it was a gun pointing at Tanya. Bang! Okay. You're dead. I win. Giving his handgun a sound of shooting, Han Feng weakly announced that he had won. Devil. 2 devils. You are all devils. You are going to hell. The weakness of the body made Han Feng unable to continue to maintain the confinement from a distance. And for a while, the enemy commander broke free. However, he did not run, but stood still, pointing at Han Feng and Tanya and cursing devils. In theory, as the highest commander of the special forces, he should have extremely strong psychological qualities. But the performance of Han Feng and the others was obviously not in the world of the living. In addition, Han Feng wiped out his own Triangle Porridge special forces alone, which left him with a shadow. The breakthrough of the double defense line almost made the commander wet his pants. Well, you won. You won. Tanya was not in a good state at this time. Her face was flushed, and the red eyes had not subsided until now. Yeah. Ha ha. Han Feng laughed when he heard Tanya say that she won. Cough. Han Feng coughed violently while laughing. This cough made his chest hurt. Patting his chest, Han Feng was stunned. I feel pain. Devil. You are devils. The other party was still cursing, like hysteria. Hey, why didn't you kill him and bring him back? Tanya frowned, looking at the man in the distance, and said with disgust, I can't pry open his mouth. So, I brought him back, so you can ask questions. Han Feng explained while panting. Is this your character? And you are still stubborn? At this time, the man needed to stand against the wall. Tanya really couldn't imagine what kind of hard bone this person was. I'm afraid I can't ask enough questions. What if there is something missing? It would be a pity to kill him. After a while, Han Feng could speak coherently. I can even pry open the mouth of a spy when it comes to interrogation. Let alone him, Tanya said disdainfully. After listening to Tanya, Han Feng immediately stood up and shouted, Oh my God! In Tanya's frightened eyes, Han Feng slapped his forehead and continued, Oh my God! James! I forgot about him. Next, Han Feng handed the man over to Tanya for interrogation, and began to contact James. Hello. Hello? Hello? James? Where are you? Can you hear me? Captain Han. I'm here. I'll be there soon. Wait a moment. After replying, Han Feng looked in the direction of James and waited. A few minutes later, Han Feng saw James rubbing his neck and slowly walking towards him. Looking at James' strange movements, Han Feng asked in confusion, what's wrong with your neck? Ah, Captain Han. Don't touch me. Seeing Han Feng trying to help him, James was so scared that he took several steps back and then explained, my neck was sprained. After James finished speaking, Han Feng realized. At that time, he took James to dodge the missile. He didn't pay attention to protecting his cervical vertebrae. In the case of rapid movement, James' cervical vertebrae were heroically dislocated. It's not right to say that I will pay attention to it next time. And it's not right to say that I will be slower next time. After a long pause, Han Feng didn't know how to express his apology. I can just rub it myself. It won't be a problem. After comforting Han Feng, James changed the subject and asked, by the way, Captain Han, how did you deal with it? Did you really go to cause trouble for them alone? Han Feng laughed up to the sky. His expression of smugness was clearly visible. And then said, Luna, tell James how I went alone in the midst of thousands of troops to take the enemy's head. Okay, Captain Han. Helping James sit down, Han Feng took out a cigarette and was about to light it. Report to Captain Han. Our convoy is under attack. The next second, Luna continued, report to Captain Han. 3 of our armored troop carriers are damaged. Hearing this news, Han Feng's eyes widened instantly. Before he could react, he heard Luna continue to report to Captain Han. 12 of our armored troop carriers are damaged. Chapter 244, Blessings and Disasters. Report to Captain Han. All our armored personnel carriers are destroyed. Grizzly tanks are under attack. And Red Alert soldiers are under attack. The alarm mixed with Luna's report sounded in his mind one after another. And a lot of confusing information came, leaving Han Feng standing there, not knowing what to say. What should I do? Tanya shouted in the distance. Obviously, Tanya also learned about the attack on the convoy at this time. Luna, who is it? Who are the attackers? At this time, Han Feng, who had reacted, had a vague premonition. Could these attackers be the 100 special forces who left here 2 hours ago? Following Han Feng's question, Luna said, report to Captain Han. The attackers are unknown. Since the distance is far beyond the radar detection range, the information cannot be transmitted. Frowning, Han Feng forced himself to calm down again and again. Luna, how long will it take to get back now? Report to Captain Han. The fastest time is 1 hour and 20 minutes. 1 hour and 20 minutes. Even if we go at full speed, we can't get back. After a pause, Han Feng continued, it's too late. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Han Feng closed his eyes. Now, the only hope he can place is the more than 200 Red Alert soldiers in the convoy. These are all the old capital that Han Feng has accumulated over time. Report to Captain Han. The Grizzly tank has lost its combat capability and is in a paralyzed state. 30 Red Alert soldiers have been killed, accounting for 15% of the total number of Red Alert soldiers. It's only been a minute since the battle started. Why are the casualties so heavy? Listening to Luna's breathless report, Han Feng grabbed his hair and asked frantically, it's them. It must be them. Staring with eyes wide open, Han Feng walked towards the enemy's highest commander. Seeing Han Feng approaching step by step, the man shook his body, made a protective gesture with both hands, and repeatedly shouted, don't come, get out of here. Standing in front of the man, Han Feng lifted his collar with both hands, raised it in the air and questioned, did your people attack me? Where are your 100 soldiers? Where did they go? Kill you. I'm going to kill you. The man answered irrelevantly, slapping Han Feng's arms frantically with both hands. Obviously, this man's mind was a little abnormal at this time. Tell me, did you instruct me? Han Feng didn't want to waste time. With a thought in his mind, a saber appeared beside him, with a sharp tip pointing at the man in the air, ready to stab at any time. Ha ha. Kill you all. Ah ha ha. Kill all you devils. Han Feng listened to the man's mumbling, and couldn't help shaking with his fists. Puff. The saber on the side suddenly stabbed out, stabbed the man's calf, and then slowly cut open, leaving a piece of bloody meat. Ah! Along with the man's shrill screams, Han Feng silently sentenced him to death in his heart. Ling Qi. Only 21 armored personnel carriers have killed at least 4,200 survivors. Staring at the man, Han Feng whispered, I will cut you into 4,200 pieces alive. I will use your blood to commemorate them. To commemorate my compatriots. Hands were released. But the man did not fall, but was still fixed in the air by Han Feng's telekinesis. Then, the saber flew up and down, slowly speeding up, in order to prevent the man from losing too much blood and being released early. Han Feng also deliberately took care of him, to prevent his blood from flowing out. Of course, Han Feng also spent some more mental energy to maintain it. Ah! Kill me! Kill me! Yellow monkey. Dare you be a man? Give me a quick death. In midair, the man's eyes were red, and he kept provoking Han Feng, hoping to make his death comfortable. Want a quick death? Haha. Asked the people who were once used as test subjects. Do they agree? Want a quick death? Asked the displaced people. Do they agree? Want a quick death? Even if the King of Heaven agrees. I won't agree. Han Feng's voice became more and more sharp at the end. The saber continued to slice quickly. In just a few words, the man's calves and feet had turned into a red skeleton, clean and without a trace of mincemeat. Enjoy the last moments of your life. After saying this, Han Feng turned and walked away. After walking a few steps, Han Feng stopped, turned around and added, Oh, I forgot to tell you. My name is Han Feng. When you go to hell, the King of Hell asks you. Don't say you don't know. Turning around, Han Feng no longer paid attention to the howling behind him. Luna, how is the battle situation in the convoy now? Although Han Feng didn't want to ask, he couldn't help it. Report to Captain Han. Judging from the current casualties, the battle should be coming to an end. So far, more than 50 of our Red Alert soldiers have been killed. It accounts for more than 25% of the total number of Red Alert soldiers. Hearing the report, Han Feng pursed his lips and said nothing. Standing in place, Han Feng's attention entered the system. As soon as he entered the system, Han Feng's eyes were attracted by the numbers in the gold coin column. 430,000, 430,000. Han Feng repeated the numbers in the gold coin column. Han Feng wanted to rub his eyes, wondering if he had seen it wrong. But at this time, it was his conscious body that entered the system space. And there was no such thing as seeing it wrong. Could it be the system is messed up? How could so many gold coins suddenly appear? With a shocked mood, Han Feng read the amount of gold coins again. 430,000, 612 gold coins. Han Feng read the numbers with both zeros and integers, and confirmed them again and again. At this time, Han Feng also heard the thumping sound from his heart again. What does 430,000 gold coins mean? If you use this gold coin to summon mobilized soldiers, there will be a corps of more than 4,300 mobilized soldiers. If you summon American soldiers, there will also be a corps of 860 American soldiers. Summoning any corps, Han Feng has the capital to truly destroy everything. With a trembling mouth, Han Feng asked Luna tremblingly, Luna, is this true? Is there something wrong with the system? Report to Captain Han. The number of gold coins is accurate. The system is not out of order. Please rest assured. Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng continued to ask, 430,000 gold coins? Even if I go to scam people, I can't earn so many gold coins even if I die. Report to Captain Han. These gold coins are from the damage of the armored personnel carrier and the death of the personnel inside. Hearing Luna's report, Han Feng's heart tightened, and the corners of his mouth froze immediately. After a few seconds, Han Feng reacted and said puzzledly, Hey? That's not right. I'm hundreds of kilometers away from the convoy? Didn't you say that as long as I exceed the radar detection range, I won't get any gold coins? How could it be? Reporting to Captain Han. This is the case. Due to the special nature of the armored personnel carrier, the death of the trapped personnel inside it will cross the radar monitoring range and be directly converted into gold coins. Is this okay? Hearing this strange rule, Han Feng muttered softly. Knowing the reason, Han Feng exited the system. James, the multi-purpose infantry vehicle can only carry 2 people. So you go find the 13 Red Alert soldiers here first. When we pass by tomorrow, you can get on the car. Opening his eyes and returning to the real world, Han Feng first instructed James, then turned to look at Tanya and said, "Let's go back first." After saying this, Han Feng looked at the enemy commander, who was still roaring not far away. Squinting his eyes, Han Feng found 2 more sabers. 3 sabers were used together, and the speed of slicing increased exponentially. After a while, the man was covered in blood, and most of his body had turned into red bones. Slowly walking towards the man, Han Feng said to him coldly, "Since you want me to spare your life, then I promise you." After saying that, Han Feng withdrew all his mental power. The 3 sabers and the man's body fell to the ground together. "You can go." Throwing this sentence, Han Feng walked towards the multi-purpose infantry vehicle without looking back. He want to live. Without the support of Han Feng's telekinesis, the remaining blood on the man's body gushed out crazily. In this forest, there is no one except the Red Alert soldiers within 5 kilometers. He will die of excessive blood loss in 3 minutes at most. And Han Feng doesn't need to finish him off. Sitting on the infantry vehicle on the return journey, Han Feng took out bottled water and paper towels to wipe the blood off his face. Report to Captain Han. The battle over the convoy is over. Han Feng's face was just wiped halfway when Luna's report came to his mind. With his hands fixed in the air for a moment, Han Feng slowly asked, "What about the casualties?" Report to Captain Han. A total of 57 Red Alert soldiers were killed in this encounter. Among them, 46 conscripts were killed, 6 American soldiers, 1 engineer, 2 police dogs, 1 sniper, and 1 heavily armed soldier. In addition, the number of injured Red Alert soldiers was 89, and 11 were seriously injured. And what else? Listening to the casualty report of the Red Alert soldiers, Han Feng knew that there were far more. Report to the Han team. 21 armored personnel carriers were completely destroyed. The Grizzly tanks lost their combat and mobility capabilities. No more. Seeing that Luna stopped talking after reporting these, Han Feng asked, "No more Han team. The rest of the personnel, vehicles, etc. are not under the supervision of the Red Alert system. So the real loss situation cannot be displayed for the time being." "Okay. I got it." Responding to Luna, Han Feng turned to Tanya and said, "Go full speed ahead. Let's hurry back." "Okay." Commander, hold on tight. As soon as Tanya finished speaking, she stepped on the accelerator, and the multi-purpose infantry vehicle sped along the highway like crazy. In less than an hour, Han Feng and Tanya returned to the convoy. Ugh! Ugh! As soon as he arrived in front of the convoy, Han Feng couldn't wait to open the door, and he vomited suddenly with a dizzy head. Chapter 245, Understanding the War Damage. Ugh! This time, Han Feng vomited for more than a few minutes due to motion sickness. After vomiting, Han Feng, who felt better, rinsed his mouth with the last few sips of water in the bottle. With his tearful eyes, Han Feng looked at the convoy. The smoke was everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. The burning ground exuded an unpleasant plastic smell. He got out of the car and walked towards the convoy with a shaky step. Crying and cursing mixed with intermittent sounds came into his ears, and the smell of blood mixed with smoke was inhaled into his lungs. This is hell on earth, compared with the disaster caused by zombies. The scene at this time is more shocking. You have to know that this battle ended an hour ago. I can't imagine how fierce this battle was an hour ago. The huge Grizzly tank was paralyzed at the front of the convoy, blocking the road. Looking back along the endless convoy, Han Feng saw that the highway in the middle of the convoy was blown up. Roughly estimated, this disappeared highway is at least more than 1 kilometer long. Hu-hu! Xiaoping. Suddenly, Han Feng looked at the ground and thought of Hu-hu and the others. Walking beside the burning objects, Han Feng continued to shout, "Wei Yun! Fatty Lu! Gui Yongqing! Where are you? Report to Captain Han. They are 300 meters in front of you." Responding to Han Feng, Luna reported the exact location of the group. "Are they okay?" Han Feng slapped his forehead, thinking that he had a red alert system. How could he forget it? Report to Captain Han. Their vital signs are stable, and they are not in danger of life. Huh. That's good. That's good. Repeated several times. Han Feng asked again, "Where are the injured red alert soldiers? How are they?" Report to Captain Han. Fortunately, there are residual medicines in the convoy. They have cleaned their wounds and rested. As for whether they can recover, it depends on them individually. Okay. Han Feng's heart was a little relieved after seeing this. On the way to Hu and the others, Simon ran towards them with a sniper rifle. Captain Han. Report to Captain Han. Simon was halfway through his speech when Han Feng raised his hand to signal him not to speak, and then said, "Wait for me for a moment. I'll go see Xiaoping and the others first, and we'll talk later." "Okay, Captain Han." Simon followed Han Feng. When Han Feng found Xiaoping and the others, Simon stood guard on the side. Beside the convoy, outside the highway, a medium-sized tent was set up here. According to the radar, Wei Yun, Lu Rui and others were inside. Lifting the curtain of the tent, Han Feng walked in. Wow! The first person to see Han Feng was Hu. As soon as she saw Han Feng, Hu ran over and grabbed the corner of Han Feng's clothes and cried loudly, "Brother Han! It's Brother Han! Great! Brother Han is back!" Seeing Han Feng, Wei Peng stood up from the stool excitedly. Han Feng glanced at everyone, looking at Wei Peng and Lu Rui with excited faces, and also at Wei Yun with tears in his eyes. Wei Peng kicked the stool away and walked towards Han Feng, asking, "Brother Han, where have you been? Who is the best and the bravest?" "I'm back now, aren't I?" Without bothering to respond to other people's questions, Han Feng squatted down and coaxed the little princess first. Hu burst into tears in Han Feng's arms. It was obvious that Hu was frightened by the sudden attack. After a few minutes, Hu's crying gradually subsided. After relaxing from the highly tense mood and consuming a lot of physical energy by crying, Hu fell asleep soon. After putting Hu on the makeshift camp bed in the tent, Han Feng began to communicate with everyone. After asking, Wei Peng and his team didn't know how the battle started. During the convoy's journey, Wei Peng and his team slept peacefully in the front row of the vehicle until several huge serial explosions woke them up. Wei Peng and Gui Yongxing were the first to react when they woke up. They jumped out of the car in a hurry without waiting for the car to stop. Ready to fight, Wei Peng relied on his super speed and rushed into the enemy crowd with only a pistol and 2 or 3 sabers during the battle. Fortunately, the goddess of luck favored him. Until the end of the battle, Wei Peng only suffered a little scratch. Although he was injured, he was not seriously injured. In contrast, Gui Yongxing's battle was simpler, direct and rough. He didn't need weapons at all. He picked up a stick, a big stone, or a large piece of debris from the explosion on the ground, using the illusory superpowers to stuff these things directly into the enemy's body. Fortunately, these important people are now intact in the tent. After comforting everyone, Han Feng walked out of the tent. Looking at Simon, who was still standing guard a few meters away, Han Feng took out a cigarette from his trouser pocket, lit it and called Simon, "Tell me about the occurrence and process of this battle." "Okay, Captain Han." With deep apologies, Simon began to talk about what happened. At that time, the convoy was moving at a constant speed. As an observer, I was always on guard against possible crisis. But what I didn't expect was, in the middle part of the convoy, the cars scattered on the highway suddenly exploded in a chain without any warning. What kind of explosion was it? So powerful? The armored troop carrier has armor that cannot be underestimated. Can it withstand it? Han Feng expressed his doubts while smoking. Report to Captain Han. According to my post-war search, these explosives are C4. The middle of the entire convoy was blown up. After listening to Simon, Han Feng asked in confusion, "Why? Why did they target my armored troop carriers?" 21. No one survived. There are more than 4,000 lives in them. Report to Captain Han. Under normal circumstances, the middle of the convoy should be the most worthy of protection in the entire convoy. Considering the other party's situation, the trucks were loaded with nothing but firewood, rice, oil, salt, weapons and ammunition. But the armored personnel carrier in the middle of the convoy could easily be understood as a person, like a senior leader sitting inside without knowing it. So, after a pause, Simon continued to report, in addition to killing our senior and middle-level leaders, the enemy's purpose of this series of explosions is to cut off our front and back connections, so that we can focus on the beginning and not the end, and fall into further chaos. So, their death has something to do with me. But fortunately, you are here to prevent them from succeeding. At this point, Han Feng felt a little uneasy. Indeed, in order to save more people and protect the survivors, Han Feng specially placed them in the middle. But he didn't expect. Captain Han. Look! This is what I tore off the enemy's combat uniform. As he spoke, Simon took out a piece of rag from his pocket. Taking the rag, Han Feng saw a totem-like decoration. Report to Captain Han. This is the pattern of the Japanese Special Attack Team. Before Han Feng asked, Luna in his mind took the lead in explaining. Humph! Han Feng snorted coldly and said to himself, as expected, It's these bastards. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, Simon continued, The explosion was not over yet. And we got off the car and started fighting. What I didn't expect was, they had heavy firepower. Countless rockets and ground-to-ground missiles were coming. I could see that they wanted to fight a blitzkrieg. In order to protect our important supplies, I and 3 other captains quickly rushed to the high ground to prepare for long-range precision sniping. As expected, the 4 of us eliminated most of the personnel with heavy firepower. But we were also bombed by the enemy. The captain of the 3rd Battalion died heroically. Simon, a tall and handsome man, choked up when he said this. Han Feng listened quietly, nodded and said nothing. Then, we started to fight back. 4 heavily armed soldiers set up Stinger missiles and bombarded them. More than half of the 40 squads attacked, and finally wiped out the enemy after fierce fighting. But we also suffered heavy losses. When I settle down here, I must settle this account with them. Han Feng vowed with a fist. In addition to the loss of our soldiers and vehicles, 4 of our semi-trailers were blown up. 1 of which was loaded with weapons and ammunition. And the remaining 3 were all semi-trailer trucks loaded with daily necessities and food. Fortunately, none of our tankers were damaged. And important strategic resources were fine. If something is gone, it's gone. At worst, we can find it somewhere else. Han Feng didn't care too much about his possessions. After all, the incident had already happened, and there was no point in regretting it. In addition to the goods, the survivors also suffered casualties. But it is still in the statistical stage, and accurate casualty data cannot be issued for the time being. There is no rush for this. Let Brother Wang and the others deal with it. Hearing this, Han Feng threw down his cigarette butt and stomped it out, turning his head to look at the lingering smoke. The tail of the convoy in the distance seemed a little illusory. However, within the field of vision, a large amount of goods were scattered on the ground, and no one was dealing with them. First collect the valuable things on the ground. In the spirit of waste being shameful, Han Feng instructed. Okay, Captain Han. I'll organize people to collect it in a while. After Simon finished speaking, Han Feng pointed to the highway in the distance and said, By the way, is the highway seriously damaged? Seriously? How seriously? Will it affect the vehicle's progress? Hearing that the highway was seriously damaged, Han Feng became nervous. In the wilderness, the highway is not accessible, and there are still a large number of vehicles behind that cannot pass. If you are unlucky enough to encounter a zombie attack, you will really be in tears. Report to Captain Han. The highway is no longer accessible at this time, and it needs to be rebuilt. Looking at Han Feng, Simon said hesitantly, Chapter 246, Stay overnight. Rebuild the highway. Han Feng muttered this sentence, scratching the back of his head, feeling bitter. This section of the highway that was bombed is at least 1 kilometer long. Rebuild? I wonder how long it will take. Feeling Han Feng's depression, Luna said in time, Report to Captain Han. Can you call the engineer to ask about the situation? What if the highway is just damaged and only needs to be repaired instead of rebuilt? Yes, and engineers. Call the engineers over. Han Feng was so anxious that he forgot that he still had an all-purpose engineer. Okay, Captain Han. The engineers are on their way. Please wait. After receiving Han Feng's order, Luna summoned the engineers. In less than 2 minutes, 3 engineers came to Han Feng. Due to the explosion and the battle, the 3 engineers were all covered in dust and dirt. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. After a greeting, Han Feng got straight to the point. Have you checked the highway? Captain Han. We checked the highway, and the damage is quite serious. Most of the roadbed has been exposed. There are even more serious places, with large pits several meters deep. It is unlikely that the vehicles behind will pass through. Then, this damaged highway needs to be rebuilt. Right? Is it possible to repair it? As you know, time is of the essence now. I hope it can be done as soon as possible. After listening to the engineer, Han Feng expressed his inner demands. Sorry, Captain Han, this section of highway cannot be repaired and must be rebuilt. Seeing the three engineers looking embarrassed, Han Feng pondered for a moment and then asked, can we bypass the highway? I saw that the distance is not particularly long. Can we build a temporary passage next to the highway? It is enough to let the vehicles behind pass through. So it is not necessary to repair it. This, after hearing what Han Feng said. The three engineers looked at each other in bewilderment. Is it difficult? Is it a problem with the materials? No. There is no shortage of materials. But the semi-trailer behind weighs more than 100 tons. The roadbed next to the highway cannot bear a semi-trailer of this weight. If the semi-trailer sinks into the ground, it will be troublesome. TSK. Han Feng scratched his head after being politely rejected by the engineer. How long will it take to rebuild this section of highway? After dozens of seconds, Han Feng, who really couldn't think of any other way, compromised. Report to Team Han. It will take at least 9 days for the three of us to rebuild the damaged section of the highway. The engineer also knew that time was tight, and he was a little lacking in confidence when answering this sentence. 9 days? 9 days is definitely not enough. Shaking his head, Han Feng asked again, 1 day. 1 day? Captain Han, you are kidding. The three of us can do it in 1 day. How many engineers are needed? Han Feng interrupted the engineer halfway through. Now he is a rich man with 430,000 gold coins. As long as the road can be opened within 1 day, no matter how many engineers are summoned, they will be useful in the future. Just to build the Allied base vehicle, more than 50 engineers are needed. Thinking of this, Han Feng was relieved. Just think of summoning these engineers in advance. Hearing Han Feng's wealthy question, the three engineers were stunned at first, then took out paper and pen from the toolbox and started to calculate. Han Feng stood aside and waited, watching the engineers gesticulating on the drawings, wondering if they could communicate. 2 minutes later, the three engineers stood up and said to Han Feng, we have calculated that if we want to rebuild the damaged section of the highway within 1 day, at least 21 engineers will be needed to work non-stop. Hearing the engineers' calculation results, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, not too many engineers are needed. Without hesitation, Han Feng said directly, I will give you 50 engineers. Within 1 day, the faster the better. After hearing what Han Feng said, the engineer was stunned at first, then smiled and continued, okay. 50 engineers. Within half a day. It can definitely be completed. Okay. Then leave it to you after communicating with the engineer. Han Feng contacted Luna in his mind and said, Luna, summon 50 engineers. Report to Captain Han. Summoning 50 engineers requires 25,000 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. Summon. After Han Feng's confirmation and authorization, Luna continued, okay Captain Han. 50 engineers are being summoned. Please wait. As soon as Luna finished speaking, the 25,000 gold coins disappeared instantly. Focusing on the system, Han Feng smiled happily after seeing the number displayed in the gold coin column, which was still 405,612. Is this the feeling of spending money without looking at the price? Is this the feeling that money is just a number in some people's mouths? Haha, so cool. In the following time, the newly summoned engineers came from all directions one after another. Once one appeared, Han Feng guided them to their workstation and began to work on the reconstruction. More than 10 minutes later, all 50 engineers were summoned. At this time, the number of engineers Han Feng had reached 53. Seeing this group of engineers busy, Han Feng finally felt relieved. Taking out his cell phone, Han Feng glanced at the time. It was past 8 in the evening. Looking at the current sky, it would take several hours before the sun sets. Returning his gaze to the engineer, Han Feng started a remote command and asked, it will be dark in a few hours. Will the night operation affect you? Report to the Han team. The night will indeed affect the reconstruction work, but we will work overtime to rebuild and try to open the line of sight as soon as possible. After the engineer finished speaking, Han Feng thought for a while and continued, Luna, send some people to find generators and diesel wires and enough light bulbs. Start connecting now. Okay, Captain Han. In order to have light at night, Han Feng also specially assigned an engineer to complete the connection work. After dealing with these things, Han Feng saw that the people in the team began to cook spontaneously and prepared to eat. Smoke rose one after another. This was really a picnic for tens of thousands of people. Brother Han. Brother Han Wei Yun ran out from behind. He came to Han Feng and asked him what he wanted to eat tonight so that he could cook it himself. Han Feng casually mentioned a few home-cooked dishes, and Wei Yun turned back to the tent and lit a fire. All the things that could be arranged were arranged, and Han Feng was free at this time. A gust of evening breeze blew by, and Han Feng shivered, feeling a little chill. Han Feng realized that he was not wearing a shirt. That's right. Han Feng tore his shirt into strips and used it as a tourniquet. The subsequent battle and the heart-wrenching situation made him unaware of the fact that he was not wearing a shirt. Simon, find me a tent. Prepare some hot water and another set of clothes for me. Feeling a little embarrassed, Han Feng thought about the fact that he hadn't taken a shower for several days. Anyway, he had to change into new clothes, so he might as well take a shower first. Okay. Captain Han, the tent is ready for you, and the hot water will be here in a few minutes. According to the location given by Simon, Han Feng found a small tent that was temporarily empty. Due to limited conditions, Han Feng just wet the towel and wiped his body slightly, which was considered a shower. After putting on his clothes and tidying up a little, Han Feng walked out of the tent. As soon as he came out, he saw Wei Yun standing at the door. As soon as he saw Wei Yun, Han Feng was stunned. He thought it was over. I took a shower just now, and it seemed that I didn't tighten the curtain of the tent. She wouldn't see anything? The food is ready. I came to call you to eat. Wei Yun stared at the ground and looked back and forth, and never wanted to look at Han Feng. Hee. Come on, looking at Wei Yun's state. She might have really seen it. Ahaha, really, I'm hungry too, let's go have dinner. Han Feng walked quickly towards Wei Yun's tent with a childish and lame laugh. Han Feng had been eating bread and drinking bottled water during this time. It was also considered sleeping in the open air. Seeing a table of hot dishes, Han Feng, who was already hungry, sat down directly and started to eat without saying a word. After eating 2 bowls of rice, Han Feng's eating speed slowed down. After eating, it was almost 10 o'clock, and the highway was already full of tents. Looking at the temporary residences everywhere, Han Feng became more vigilant. He asked Luna to release all 4 police dogs to patrol, and also asked the various teams to take turns on night shifts, for fear that zombies would come to make trouble. Chapter 247, Departure. The next morning, Han Feng, who had been worried all night, walked out of the tent rubbing his sore eyes. That night, there were no zombie attacks and no emergencies. Walking to the damaged road, Han Feng saw that the engineers were still rebuilding. Luna, how long will it take before we can start again? Han Feng asked in his mind. Report to Team Han. It will take about 2 hours before the road is open. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng took out his mobile phone and checked the time. The current time is 6:30 in the morning. That is to say, the engineers have been working for nearly 9 hours in a row. Okay, I got it. After saying that, Han Feng thought for a while. Due to yesterday's battle, the Red Alert soldiers suffered heavy losses. Should they be supplemented? But soon, Han Feng gave up the idea. The reason is simple. There are not enough vehicles. If you want to make up the establishment, you need to summon 57 Red Alert soldiers again. Gold coins are easy to say, but there are no vehicles. Luna, how far are we from the zinc mine? Han Feng asked after hesitating for a long time. Report to Captain Han. We are still 137 kilometers away from the zinc mine. After listening to Luna, Han Feng decided to wait until we reach the zinc mine before summoning and replenishing. Anyway, the distance is not far. If we really encounter any situation, Brother One can also provide considerable firepower support. Next, Han Feng casually walked in the convoy and conducted a simple inspection. Half an hour later, Wei Yun found Han Feng in the tent. The first bowl of hot porridge in the morning was served on the simple dining table. While eating and chatting, everyone was full of expectations for the new residents. After eating, there was still an hour before the road was opened. Luna, call the engineer and the multi-purpose infantry vehicle over. Holding a cigarette, Han Feng thought for a while and gave the instructions. Okay, Captain Han. In less than a minute, Wayne arrived in a multi-purpose infantry vehicle. Beside Han Feng, an engineer was already on standby. Thanks, let Wayne get off the car. Han Feng got into the driver's seat. and the engineer got into the co-pilot. Buzz. Boom. As soon as the engineer got on the car, Han Feng felt the deformation plate on the top of the multi-purpose infantry vehicle vibrate. The deformation plate is in place, and the maintenance arm has been deformed. The maintenance arm does not consume ammunition when repairing damaged tanks. Report to the driver. No damaged vehicles were found within the reparable range of the maintenance arm. When the multi-purpose infantry vehicle completed its transformation, a series of prompt sounds came from the speakers in the cabin. That's right. Han Feng did this to restore the Grizzly tank. Due to the previous highway reconstruction, engineers were urgently needed, so the work of repairing the Grizzly tank was postponed for one night. Now that the highway is about to be open to traffic, it is just right to pull out an engineer and go to the Grizzly tank with him. He stepped on the accelerator and arrived in front of the convoy in less than a minute. Looking at the Grizzly tank paralyzed at the front of the convoy, Han Feng stopped the car and stared for a while. Bent and broken barrels, loose and disconnected tracks, sunken and twisted turrets. On the side of the Grizzly tank, Han Feng also saw a huge gap. When he just got off the car yesterday, Han Feng vomited and was concerned about the damage in the rear battlefield, so he didn't pay attention to the Grizzly tank for a while. Unexpectedly, the Grizzly tank was hit so badly. Report to the driver. We found a damaged tank in front. Please approach within 3 meters for repair. Report to the driver. We found a damaged tank in front. Please approach within 3 meters for repair. Report to the driver. While Han Feng was still observing the injury of the Grizzly tank, a prompt sound came from the cabin of the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. According to the prompt, Han Feng moved the multi-purpose infantry vehicle towards the Grizzly tank. Squeak, squeak. As the maintenance vehicle approached the Grizzly tank, the mechanical arm above it extended out. Seeing that the Grizzly tank was being repaired, Han Feng got off the car curiously. In the game, Han Feng knew that as long as the maintenance vehicle approached the lack of blood tank, the tank would quickly recover blood. But he never thought about how the multi-purpose maintenance vehicle heals tanks in the real world. Shush! Han Feng stood there in a daze as he heard the sound of the repair arm. Sprinkle, sprinkle gold powder? That's right. When Han Feng saw this scene, he was really dumbfounded. Only the contact point between the repair arm and the tank, to be precise. The two did not touch each other. Sparks flashed in the air. With each sound, the repair arm produced some sparks. On the Grizzly tank, these damaged areas were visibly restored. Under the control of the engineer, the multi-purpose infantry vehicle seemed to have entered an unmanned state. Even without a driver, it can move to the damaged position of the Grizzly tank for repair. Although Han Feng could not explain everything in front of him, the repair speed was indeed very fast. In less than 10 minutes, a brand new Grizzly tank appeared in front of him. Compared with the previous dilapidated appearance, it was just like it was just summoned. Report to Captain Han. Since the previous fuel tank of the Grizzly tank was punctured, it must be refueled if it wants to restart. As soon as the Grizzly tank was repaired, Luna's voice came to his mind. Oh, good. Come on. Muttering softly, Han Feng contacted the Red Alert soldier who was guarding the tanker and asked him to drive the matching tanker to its fuel. A few minutes later, the Grizzly tank started. With the roar of the engine, the Grizzly tank revived. He took out his phone to check the time. There were still 20 minutes left before the highway. Luna, let the Grizzly tank continue to lead the way. Although the Grizzly tank now has no tank shells, it is still no problem for the huge steel body to lead the way. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna responded, the Grizzly tank slowly started. After getting into the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, Han Feng suddenly had an idea and asked Luna, oh, by the way, can the multi-purpose maintenance vehicle provide repairs for other damaged vehicles? When asking this question, Han Feng thought of the many damaged vehicles in the convoy. Other vehicles can be left unrepaired. But what about the semi-trailer? If the semi-trailer can be repaired, then there is no need to wait to summon Red Alert soldiers to fill the quota. Sorry, Captain Han. The multifunctional repair vehicle can only repair the chariots summoned by the Red Alert system, and cannot repair other vehicles. Oh, okay, Luna said, and Han Feng put away his little thoughts. It seems that this loophole has been blocked by the system again. Luna, notify everyone now. Pack up your things, and set off when the road is open. Okay, Captain Han. 20 minutes later. Report to Team Han. The damaged section of the highway has been rebuilt, and has reached the standard for traffic. Please give instructions. As soon as the engineer finished his work, Luna's report sounded in Han Feng's mind. Okay, let's go! Han Feng, who had been looking forward to it for a long time, couldn't wait to give the order. The instructions were issued, and the convoy stretching for several kilometers slowly set sail under the management of the Red Alert soldiers. On the way, Han Feng, looking at the scenery outside the car window, asked, Luna, when can we reach the zinc mine? Report to Team Han. If there is no special situation, we can reach the zinc mine in 4 hours. Well, that is around 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Yes, Captain Han. Nodding, Han Feng's eyes returned to the scenery outside. Pa! Half an hour later, Han Feng, who was watching the scenery, suddenly stood up and slapped his forehead with his right hand. At the same time, he shouted, Fuck! Supply boxes. Yes. Han Feng scanned 2 supply boxes with radar in the enemy camp yesterday. But due to the fierce battle and the great impact of the mother video on himself, he forgot about these 2 important supply boxes for a while. Captain Han, don't worry. The supply boxes are here. I brought them out just as Han Feng was about to go to the ruins of the enemy camp alone again to retrieve the 2 supply boxes. James' voice came to his mind. The supply boxes are in your hands? Han Feng asked in disbelief after hearing what James said. Yes, Captain Han. I have both supply boxes. You left in a hurry yesterday, and I heard from Luna that there were still supply boxes that I hadn't retrieved. So I went back hee. After James finished speaking, Han Feng thought about it and asked Luna, why didn't you remind me yesterday? I almost forgot. Report to Captain Han. I didn't expect the convoy to be attacked yesterday, seeing that you were in a hurry to go back. I asked James to retrieve it for you. Huh? After hearing this, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief and asked, where are James and the 13 Red Alert soldiers? How long will it take to pick them up? At this time, Han Feng was concerned about the supply boxes. Report to Captain Han. James is about 10 kilometers away from you, and you can pick them up in a moment. Nodding, Han Feng took out a cigarette, ready to welcome 2 surprises. When he picked up James, Han Feng was not in a hurry to open the 2 supply boxes, because Han Feng had a feeling in his heart that according to the nature of the system, opening the 2 supply boxes in the zinc mine might be more helpful to him. The rest was to wait patiently until he arrived at the zinc mine. Fortunately, nothing happened along the way. At nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sun was shining, Han Feng was about to arrive at the zinc mine. Luna, turn on the radar scan calculating the distance. Han Feng turned on the radar scan 5 kilometers away from the zinc mine. Reporting to Captain Han. A radar scan of a 5-kilometer radius requires 100 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. Okay. Captain Han. The radar scan is on. Please wait. After a few seconds, Luna continued, the radar scan has been completed, and 13 survivors have been found in the zinc mine. Listening to Luna's report, Han Feng knew that he had made the right bet. There is no one in the area within 100 miles. But there are people in the zinc mine, which is most likely a miner. The presence of miners means that the zinc mine has not been fully mined, which is good news from any angle. Chapter 248, Zinc Mine. Simon, take 2 teams and follow me. In his mind, Han Feng contacted Simon. Now that the main force is about to arrive, he still thinks it is safer to take people to investigate first. Okay, Captain Han. Simon received the order and called 2 saber-tooth armored vehicles and followed Han Feng's multi-purpose infantry vehicle. In order to be foolproof, Han Feng also took Tanya with him. 20 minutes later, 3 vehicles arrived at the zinc mine. After parking the car, Han Feng did not rush to let everyone get off. Looking out through the glass, the gray and empty mine did not see a trace of life. Luna, how big is this mine? Han Feng asked after looking around. Reporting to Captain Han, this mine covers an area of about 0.5 square kilometers. 0.5 square kilometers. How big was our previous airport? Han Feng wanted to know if this 0.5 square kilometers could accommodate so many survivors. So he compared the size of this place with that of the airport. Reporting to Captain Han, the area of our previous airport was about 3 square kilometers. Oh my god! Such a big difference. After listening to Luna, Han Feng thought to himself that it was bad. The area of this zinc mine was less than 1/6 the size of the airport. Thinking back to the time when the living conditions at the airport were crowded enough. Now, wouldn't it be even more crowded? While Han Feng was feeling melancholy, Luna continued, "Report to Captain Han. According to the radar scan results, there is a huge flat slope next to the mine, which can be temporarily provided for the survivors to live." Huh? Han Feng got off the car with a sigh of relief. Following the direction shown by the radar, Han Feng walked towards a prefabricated steel house. And inside the house were the 13 survivors of the mine. People. It's people. As soon as the prefabricated steel house came into view, a burst of cheers came from the house. Bang! Immediately afterwards, the door of the prefabricated steel house was knocked open. 13 dark and skinny men swarmed out and ran straight towards Han Feng. Duh. Seeing this scene, Han Feng didn't say anything, and Wayne behind him opened fire. The bullets were fired at the ground between Han Feng and the 13 miners, splashing large chunks of dirt. Plop! Boom! This was a scene the 3 miners had never seen before. The weak-minded people rolled on the ground and rolled several times. Warning! Stop moving forward. Otherwise you will be shot on the spot. After the gunshots, Wayne ran to Han Feng and warned loudly. At the same time, Wayne was on alert, aiming the muzzle of the M60 light machine gun in his arms at these people. Han Feng reached out and held Wayne's shoulder, whispering, "Remove the alert and put the gun away." "Yes, Captain Han." After receiving the instructions, Wayne put away the machine gun and stood aside, waiting for the next order. Looking at the 13 bewildered and trembling miners, Han Feng thought for a moment and said to Wayne, "I remember there is food and water in the car. Bring them all over." "Okay, Captain Han." In response, Wayne turned around and ran towards the saber-tooth armored vehicle. "Who are you?" Han Feng asked softly as he walked slowly into the group of people. "Hello. Sir. Hello. We are miners in this mine. Are you a rescue team? Help. Save people quickly." Save people? Just as Han Feng thought. These people were miners in the zinc mine. But the word save people, what's the situation? "Oh, why are you here just now? Xiangzi came down the mountain to find you." "Where is Xiangzi?" As he asked, the miner looked behind Han Feng, but didn't see anyone else. "Tell me what's going on first," Han Feng asked, calling back the man's gaze. Oh, one of us has an infectious disease. His whole body is almost rotten, and he bites people. You guys go and have a look. It's been a long time. He's still alive without eating or sleeping. Right over there." The man was talking in a nervous manner, nagging, and pointed at another color steel house. "Buzz?" At this time, Wayne drove the saber-tooth armored vehicle to Han Feng's side. Looking at the Chinese flag printed on the armored vehicle, the group of people shouted excitedly. They shouted, "It's saved! It's saved!" Opening the door of the armored vehicle, Wayne carried a basket of bread and a bottle of drinking water down. Before he could speak, the group of people rushed forward and started to grab the food. It was obvious that they were really hungry. Han Feng retracted his gaze and looked in the direction of the man's finger, looking at the prefabricated steel house. Han Feng called Wayne. After taking off the high-explosive grenade on his chest, he walked straight over. "Hey, Commander. Danger, cough cough. Cough cough. Danger?" Seeing Han Feng walking towards the prefabricated steel house alone, the man just now shouted hurriedly, but was accidentally choked by water. Don't worry. You guys eat slowly. I'll go check the situation." "Oh, then be careful." After saying this hastily, the man turned his head and continued to stuff bread into his mouth frantically. Han Feng knew that the people in the prefabricated steel house were all zombies and could not be saved. Walking to the door, Han Feng found a big padlock locking the door. Roar! Roar! Hearing the noise outside the door, the zombies inside rushed towards the door frantically, stretching out their hands to pull Han Feng over. Through the crack in the door, Han Feng saw 4 or 5 zombies inside, all level 2 zombies. Pulling out the ring of the high-explosive grenade, Han Feng threw it into the room through the crack in the door without blinking. Then the speed superpower was activated, and he retreated more than 50 meters in an instant. Boom! Boom! A strong explosion sounded, accompanied by a burst of fire, and the prefabricated steel house and the zombies inside were torn into pieces and scattered around. Kill! Hill! Hill! Help! Duh. Quiet! Quiet! After the explosion, the miners shouted for help. To maintain order, Wayne fired a warning shot again. Walking in front of the frightened miners, Han Feng asked, "Who is the leader?" None of the miners spoke, but their eyes were all looking at one person at the same time. "You, bring some food and follow me," Han Feng said, pointing to the man who was assumed to be the leader. After that, Han Feng turned and walked towards the prefabricated steel house where they lived. The leader gritted his teeth, grabbed a piece of bread and a bottle of water, stood up tremblingly from the ground, and walked a few steps quickly to catch up with Han Feng. "Come, have a cigarette and then talk." As soon as he entered the room, Han Feng closed the door and took out 2 cigarettes, handed him a cigarette and said, thank you, sir." The man took the cigarette doubtfully and thanked him with a wry smile. After lighting it for him, Han Feng asked the first question, "What's your name?" "My name is Li Baofeng, and I'm the leader of this group of miners," Li Baofeng said, taking a cigarette and a bite of bread. "What happened here? Why do zombies appear here far away from the city?" Han Feng was very curious about this. This mine is hundreds of kilometers away from the nearest city. Why do zombies appear here? It doesn't make sense. I don't know why. I just know that one day after dinner, a fellow miner had a heart attack, and after being rescued, he started biting people randomly, and the people who were bitten also contracted the same disease. Right? Han Feng interrupted and added, Yes. After swallowing the bread in his mouth, Li Baofeng continued, "The rest of us had no choice but to use sticks to force them into the prefabricated steel house. Then I sent people down the mountain to find a doctor. A month passed, and a total of 18 of us went down the mountain. Fortunately, you are finally here." Li Baofeng is very smart. Even if he saw Han Feng killing people with his own eyes, he didn't say it clearly. How could Han Feng not know what Li Baofeng meant by heart disease? That worker was a mutant zombie, and the so-called rescue was actually waiting for the devil to come. After drinking the last sip of water in the bottle, Li Baofeng wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and asked with a pinched smile, "That, Commander, you see, we have eaten and drunk. We are in good health. Want to go down the mountain?" Looking at Li Baofeng, Han Feng said, Yes. I haven't gone down the mountain for several months, and I miss home. Then you see, don't think about it. There are all these monsters outside. Home? I guess it's gone. You have won the first prize for being alive until now," Han Feng said expressionlessly, stamping out the cigarette butt. Hearing Han Feng say this, Li Baofeng panicked and hurriedly explained, Commander, I have a wife and children at home. I have to go home. I must go home." Seeing that Han Feng was unmoved, Li Baofeng raised his leg and grabbed Han Feng's sleeve, pulling him and saying, "I beg you. I am a poor man. I don't know anything else. I only know how to dig and so on. So, I don't want wages. Can you let me go home? Please." As he spoke, Li Baofeng actually knelt down. Han Feng remained motionless, but a telekinesis swept over and lifted Li Baofeng up. "I didn't lie to you. There are really monsters outside. I can let you go down the mountain, and your life or death has nothing to do with me." Li Baofeng, who wanted to go home, hesitated for a moment when he heard Han Feng say this. In fact, Li Baofeng is also a timid person. In the past 2 months, he had countless opportunities to go down the mountain, but he always ordered others to explore the way for him. When he found that no one could come back, Li Baofeng dared not to go down the mountain. It was not until he saw Han Feng and the others that the defense line in his heart loosened. He thought that the 18 people who had gone down the mountain before had returned home. "Sir, are you telling the truth? They have all really turned into monsters?" Li Baofeng asked doubtfully. "I said believe it or not. I have requisitioned this mine. If you want to go home, go ahead." Han Feng doesn't care about Li Baofeng's affairs. If he really wants to go down the mountain, he won't stay. Just treat it as a damned ghost who can't be persuaded with good words. "I believe you, sir." Suddenly, Li Baofeng changed the subject and continued, "Then I will listen to you. Sir, I won't go down the mountain. Didn't you say you wanted to requisition this place just now? How about this? I will still be my team leader. I am familiar with this place. If you don't know anything, Just ask me, I know everything. Oh so. I am a general for nothing. Looking at Li Baofeng, Han Feng raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Chapter 249, Construction begins. After talking with Li Baofeng, Han Feng walked out of the prefabricated steel house. As soon as he walked out of the door, Han Feng saw dust rising not far from the sky. This was the dust raised by the 2 tracks of the Grizzly tank after it entered the mountain road. Seeing this, Han Feng knew that the convoy was about to arrive. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, the head of the convoy came to Han Feng, instructing these vehicles to be parked one by one. Han Feng temporarily became a traffic controller. This busy work lasted more than 2 hours. When the last vehicle was arranged, Han Feng wiped his sweat and turned to get on the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. Now that the new base has been found, let's start with the most important thing, building the allied base vehicle. Luna, find a suitable open space to build the base vehicle. As soon as he got in the car, Han Feng asked Luna to find it. Okay, Captain Han. There is a suitable open space 3.8 kilometers away at your 11 o'clock direction, where the conditions for building a base vehicle are met. Does it conflict with where the survivors live? Han Feng asked as soon as Luna finished speaking. Due to the construction conditions of the base vehicle, the base vehicle cannot be seen by unrelated personnel during construction. Report to Captain Han. These 2 places are completely in opposite directions. As long as the survivors take a little care, they can't see it. That's good. As soon as the voice fell, Han Feng stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the place that Luna had marked just now. After a while, Han Feng came to a relatively flat place. Looking around, there were densely packed tree stumps here. Obviously, this should have been a forest, and then people cut it down and left traces. But the requirement of 2,000 square meters was met. After stopping and watching for a while, Han Feng returned to the ship and said to Luna on the way, Luna, summon the Red Alert soldiers to fill the establishment. Report to the Han team. In order to fill the establishment, you need to summon 46 mobilized soldiers, 6 American soldiers, 2 police dogs, a sniper, and a heavy soldier. The summoning requires 12,600 gold coins. Please confirm. 12,600 gold coins. Summon it. After hearing the amount of gold coins, Han Feng gritted his teeth and confirmed. Okay, Captain Han. The Red Alert soldiers are being summoned. Please wait. After talking to Luna, Han Feng just returned to the mine. And after finding Brother Wang, he said to him, Brother Wang, I need you to transfer some people to help me dig tree stumps. Dig tree stumps? What for? Brother Wang didn't know why, and asked subconsciously, I need to use a piece of land, and I need to clear the tree stumps in the land. The number of people is about. Oh, anyway, the more the better. This way it can be faster. Oh, okay. Wait for me. Looking at Han Feng. Although Wang Gu was a little confused, he still picked up the walkie-talkie, as Han Feng said, and began to gather people. After a while, Wang Gu put down the walkie-talkie and said, Where is the place? We're less than 4 kilometers. Pointing in a direction. Han Feng said, Okay, you go first. They will be there soon. 4 kilometers is not far. Let them walk. Okay, thank you. Wang Gu. Haha. Why are you being polite to me? I will be angry if you do this again. After a few pleasantries, Han Feng got back into the multi-purpose infantry vehicle and drove to the construction site. 20 minutes later, Han Feng, who had been waiting for a long time, saw a large group of people rushing over with shovels and other tools. The leader was Kong Xiang. Well, where did you get so many tools? Han Feng asked with a smile, picking up the shovel in Kong Xiang's hand. Brother, this is a mine, how can there be a shortage of shovels? After responding to Han Feng with a smile, Kong Xiang continued to ask, Brother Han, where are you digging? Pointing to the densely packed stumps on the open space. Han Feng said, all these stumps and wood. Clear them all. Okay, I'll see. After saying that, Kong Xiang pulled the shovel and walked towards the open space. What Han Feng didn't expect was that he thought Brother Wang could call hundreds of people to help. But nearly 900 people came at this time. For a while, the entire open space was full of people helping to dig stumps. It didn't work for an hour, and there was no stump to be found in an open space of more than 2,000 square meters. After the cleanup operation, Kong Xiang said hello to Han Feng and led the team to take the survivors back to the mine. Luna, is this all right? Han Feng asked Luna. looking at the empty space. Report to Captain Han. You can build a wall around it, and it will be fine. As soon as Luna finished speaking, the long-lost mechanical voice in her mind rang. Report to the commander. Because the previous temporary base was affected by nuclear radiation, it no longer meets the conditions for stationing. May I ask if the commander will use the mine as a new temporary station? Yes. Set the mine as a new temporary station, according to the system prompt. Han Feng said. Okay, Commander. The new station has been confirmed. Zinc mine. After the system finished speaking mechanically, Han Feng smiled bitterly and continued. Build a wall. Report to Captain Han. Building a wall to protect the 2,000 square meter construction plant requires an 8,000 meter wall. The construction requires 8,000 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. Han Feng thought that he had already bowed his head, so it didn't matter if he bowed at the end. Okay, Captain Han. The wall is being built. Please wait. Dong. 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 The unique sound of the wall construction sounded one after another. Report to Captain Han. The wall has been built. Well, let all the engineers come over. Looking at the wall, Han Feng instructed. Okay, Captain Han. 5 minutes later, a bus came, full of engineers. Fortunately, the engineers were small. Otherwise a bus would not fit them all. The bus drove into the construction site, and the engineers got off one by one. Looking at the 53 engineers, Han Feng said, build the Allied base vehicle. Start now. After Han Feng finished speaking, the engineers were still standing there. No one moved. Han Feng thought that the engineers didn't hear the order, so he raised his voice and said again, build the Allied base vehicle. Start now. Still no one moves. Captain Han, that Allied base vehicle construction plan. Suddenly, Luna's whispered reminder came to Han Feng's mind. Oh. Right. As if waking up from a dream, Han Feng turned and ran back to the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, rummaging around and took out a file bag. After handing the file bag to an engineer, Han Feng continued, build the Allied base vehicle. Start now. What surprised Han Feng was that no one in the engineer moved, as if Han Feng's order didn't exist. Luna? Helplessly, Han Feng had to ask Luna for help. Captain Han, there are no building materials. Luna also responded with a bitter smile. Bang! Han Feng slapped his forehead and thought anxiously. Simon? You take the American soldiers and drive the smaller mine carts over. Han Feng gave the order. When he entered the mine, there were many mine carts in the mine. The main materials of these mine carts are all steel. Cut and melt them, and the steel will come. Okay, Captain Han. After receiving the instructions, Simon immediately led the team to get the mine carts. After waiting in the open space for a few minutes, Han Feng walked out of the fence to see when Simon would come. After waiting on the road for more than 10 minutes, Han Feng put out his cigarette butt and finally saw the figure of the mine car team. Seeing the convoy coming, Han Feng turned around and walked into the fence, instructing as he walked, Luna, notify everyone and let the engineers get ready. The mine car will soon, When Han Feng entered the wall and saw the scene in the open space, he was stunned. In the huge open space, many things appeared on the ground at some point. Oxygen tubes, gas-cutting knives. In the four corners of the open space, there are huge steelmaking furnaces. Oh my God! When did you come up with so many things? Looking at the crowded open space, Han Feng was completely stunned. These things all appeared out of thin air. Buzz, boom, accompanied by the roar of the mine car engine. The mine car team stopped outside the wall. Then, the first mine car slowly drove into the open space. Looking at the huge mine car, Han Feng subconsciously asked, Luna, this mine car, how much steel can be smelted? Report to Captain Han. Excluding non-steel materials and losses, such a mine car can extract about 16 tons of steel. And there are still 17 such mine cars parked outside the door. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng calculated in his mind. 18 mine cars, each with 16 tons of steel. That means only 288 tons of steel have been found now. Oh my, compared with 4,500 tons of steel. This is nothing. Thinking about it, Han Feng suddenly remembered that when he came here, there were still a large number of small cars. Without hesitation, Han Feng asked Luna directly, Luna, how many cars do we have? Report to Captain Han. Now we have a Grizzly tank, a multi-purpose infantry vehicle, 10 saber-tooth armored vehicles, 110 buses, 367 small cars, 187-seater commercial vehicles, and 32 semi-trailer trucks. Bring all the small cars here and melt them. After thinking for a while, Han Feng decided to start with the small vehicles. Anyway, this place will also serve as the base camp. So just hold on here. If we run away, I really don't know where we can go. By the way, Luna, how much steel can a small car provide? Suddenly, Han Feng thought of this question. Steel is smelted from iron, and loss is inevitable. Add non-steel materials such as vehicle seats and tires. The steel produced is definitely not comparable to the full weight of the car. Report to Captain Han. Each small car can melt about 0.8 tons of steel. After listening to Luna, Han Feng took out his phone and opened the calculator. 3670.8 equals 293.6. 293.6 plus 288 equals 581.6. After all the calculations, the minecarts and small cars only produce 581 tons of steel in total. Forget it. Let's do it this way for now. I'll find a way to get the other steel later. Putting the phone back, Han Feng saw a tanker truck also drove into the construction site. Luna? Before Han Feng finished asking his question, he saw the tanker truck sucking fuel from the minecart tank under Simon's control. Instantly, Han Feng understood. These minecarts will be rebuilt soon, so it's better to suck as much fuel as possible from the tank. Chapter 250, Terminator. All looking at the busy figures of engineers in the construction plant, Han Feng sighed. His eyes wandered. And Han Feng sighed, it will take at least 3 or 4 months to build the base vehicle. I really hope time can pass faster. Luna, summon a battalion of Red Alert soldiers. There are now 4 battalions of Red Alert soldiers stationed in the mine. But the construction plant in front of him doesn't even have a gatekeeper. For safety reasons, Han Feng decided to form another battalion. Report to the Han team. The formation of the 5th Battalion requires 40 mobilized soldiers, 10 American soldiers, a heavy armored soldier, a police dog, an engineer, and a sniper. The gold coins required for the summoning are 14,000. Please confirm. Forget the engineer. Summon others. After a moment of hesitation, Han Feng eliminated the engineer. Report to Captain Han. Minus the engineer. The gold coins required for the summoning are 13,500. Please confirm the summoning. Confirmed. Okay. Captain Han. The Red Alert soldiers of the 5th Battalion are being summoned. Please wait. In the following time, Han Feng took out a cigarette and waited while smoking. In less than a minute, Han Feng saw a sniper jogging towards him. Coming to Han Feng, the sniper stood at attention and saluted. Report to Captain Han. Sniper number 0007 reports to you. Nodding, Han Feng looked at sniper number 7 and said, You are now the captain of the 5th Battalion. Your team's mission is to guard this place. Make sure this place is foolproof. If you encounter a strong enemy or zombie attack, your responsibility is to hold them back. Wait for me to arrive. Yes, Captain Han. I will definitely complete the mission. After the sniper finished speaking, Han Feng added, at other times, no outsiders can get close. Yes, Captain Han. After explaining this, Han Feng patted the sniper on the shoulder and instructed, Okay, your team members are on the way. Luna will tell you about the organization issue. As for patrolling, guarding, resting and other issues, you can arrange them yourself. Yes, Captain Han, the sniper said, saluted again, then turned and left, waiting to greet his team members. After standing still for a while, Han Feng turned back to the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. Back at the zinc mine, Han Feng still faced a lot of problems. In the mine, there are many temporary colored steel houses for various mine personnel to live in. Some are double-story buildings. Looking around, Han Feng found Li Baofeng. Coming to Li Baofeng, Han Feng lowered the glass of the multi-purpose infantry vehicle and asked, Do you still have these colored steel plates for building colored steel houses? When asking this question, Han Feng was planning to build some colored steel houses by himself. It is still summer now, and the weather is not too cold. A small house that can be built with a few color steel plates is the most suitable. Yes. 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 Sir. Li Baofeng responded to Han Feng with a smile. raised his hand and pointed to a warehouse not far away and continued, "Sir, it is in that warehouse. There are a lot of color steel plates. You don't know that the mine consumes a lot of these materials. So a lot of color steel plates are prepared. Thank you." After leading this sentence, Han Feng stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the warehouse. Arriving in front of the warehouse door, Han Feng parked the multifunctional infantry vehicle and got off the car. Pulling open the rusty iron door, Han Feng looked inside. In the huge warehouse, the first thing that caught his eye was a coal mountain. While looking at the coal mountain in front of him, Han Feng subconsciously exclaimed, "So much coal. How long will it take to use it?" Huh? Li Baofeng, who was following Han Feng's ass, came over. Without taking a breath, Li Baofeng pointed at the coal mountain and explained, Sir, we don't have hot water here. We rely on these coals to boil water for bathing and cooking. And electricity is also dependent on these coals. In a few months, the weather will be cold, and coal will be burned in every room for heating. So more coal is prepared. Well, it seems that your boss is very aware of preparing for war. These precious things are actually prepared so much," Han Feng exclaimed, and walked inside. After arriving behind the coal mountain, the light in the warehouse seemed a little dim. But in the corner behind the warehouse, Han Feng saw many color steel plates. Looking at the things in front of him, Han Feng said to Luna, "Luna, find 3 engineers to come and build all these plates into color steel houses for me." "Okay, Captain Han. By the way, let Brother One find some people to move all these color steel plates out." After thinking about it, Han Feng continued, "Just move it to the open space next to the mine. Anyway, it is also going to be a place for survivors to live there." "Okay, Captain Han." After saying that, Han Feng turned around and walked out of the warehouse. Since all the small cars were driven to the construction plant, the crowd in the mine seemed a bit large at this time. Looking around, there were crowds of people. In fact, this residential area is not far from the mine, just over 1 kilometer away. Under the leadership of the Red Alert soldiers, the survivors rushed to the residential area in an orderly manner. Next, Han Feng began to distribute a series of daily necessities such as tents, pots and pans, towels, etc. As for water, according to Luna's instructions, there is a stream 3 kilometers away to the west of the mining area, and the problem of drinking water has been solved. After all this was done, it was getting dark. After dinner, the busy day came to an end. The next morning, after breakfast, Han Feng remembered the 2 supply boxes. He called James and finally saw the true appearance of the 2 supply boxes. 2 supply boxes, one large and one small. The large one was very large. The small one was very small. Out of curiosity, Han Feng first looked at the large supply box. The box was the size of 3 or 4 suitcases combined, with a silver metal shell full of technology. Han Feng looked around it several times, but didn't see any mark. Han Feng, who couldn't figure it out, simply put his hand on the supply box and whispered, "Open it." Ding! A crisp and pleasant sound rang out, and this oversized supply box opened in response. Pulling the supply box open like opening a refrigerator door, Han Feng was stunned by the scene inside. Terminator. Terminator. Recognizing the humanoid object inside, Han Feng pointed tremblingly. "Congratulations, Captain Han, for opening the Terminator humanoid weapon." Luna's prompt sounded, as if responding to Han Feng. "Oh my god, it's really a Terminator. I guessed it right." Han Feng took a few steps back, and he hadn't come out of his excitement. Inside the supply box was the NPC Terminator in Red Alert 2, Glory of the Republic. A square face, cool sunglasses, a dark leather jacket with a calm expression, and a black Gatling gun next to the Terminator. He looks exactly like Schwarzenegger in the Terminator. The excited blood rushed to his brain, and Han Feng felt that he was going to faint from happiness. "Luna, what type of Terminator is this? Is it T-800? Han Feng swallowed his saliva and asked Luna. "Report to Captain Han. The Terminator has no model." Hearing Luna's report, Han Feng realized that this Terminator was different from the Terminator in film and television works. Terminator. Terminator. Han Feng muttered these 3 words, frowned slightly, and said to himself, "Is it a bit silly to call him Terminator? Captain Han, you can rename the Terminator." After talking for a long time, Han Feng finally managed to say, "How about calling him Ghost?" Captain Han. It's okay. May I ask if we can rename the Terminator to Ghost? Please confirm. Confirmed. Just call him Ghost. Okay. Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng fell into memories. When Han Feng was very young, he had watched the Terminator series of movies. The metal skeleton inside was once a shadow of his childhood. For children, the word ghost is too fantasy, and the word skeleton is a bit unfamiliar. So since childhood, Han Feng defined this metal skeleton as a ghost. Unexpectedly, many years later, the ghost actually appeared in front of him. And in such a surprising way. Haha, ghost, ghost. Han Feng smiled and recited a few sentences. He just felt that it was catchy and more friendly the more he called it. Ghost, come take 2 steps forward. Han Feng looked at the Terminator in the supply box and called a few times. Luna, do I have to find 2 hydrogen batteries for him? Seeing that the Terminator was motionless, Han Feng asked in confusion. Captain Han, your password is wrong. The correct password should be Ghost. Start. Oh. Han Feng nodded, looked at the Terminator and said seriously, Ghost. Start. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, he saw 2 red dots flashing behind the Terminator's dark sunglasses. Soon, after a few seconds, the 2 red dots disappeared, and the Terminator raised his legs and walked out of the supply box. I'm back. Standing in front of Han Feng, the Terminator recited this classic line. Looking at the idol, Han Feng smiled foolishly and forgot to respond for a while. Excuse me, Captain Han, do you have any tasks for me? The cold tone from the ghost made Han Feng feel an indescribable sense of familiarity. There is no mission for the time being. You stay with me first. After thinking for a while, there is nothing else to do now. Okay, Captain Han. In response, Ghost turned around and took out the Gatling bullet chain from the supply box. He crossed the bullet chain over his upper body, then took out the Gatling gun and fixed it on his arm. Turning back again, the full sense of déjà vu of movies and TV series burst out. Following behind Han Feng actually felt a high-spirited feeling come get in the car, inviting Ghost to get on the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. Han Feng was ready to show off with Lu Rui and the others. Okay, Captain Han. After saying this coldly, Ghost sat down in the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. Squeak! Squeak! As soon as Ghost got on the car, Han Feng felt that the car body was obviously offset in the direction of Ghost. And even the car body made a squeak. Oh my god, this guy. Is the bone inside really metal? Staring at Ghost, Han Feng murmured. Chapter 251. Showing off his talents. Just as Han Feng was staring at the ghost and thinking about the metal skeleton, Luna explained, reporting to Captain Han. The skeleton inside the Terminator is made of titanium steel, and its weight is about 1.2 tons. 1.2 tons. Oh my! Han Feng was a little surprised to know the real weight of the Terminator. No wonder this guy is so powerful. The internal skeleton structure of the ghost is made of titanium steel, and the surface is covered with a layer of biological muscle and biological skin, which looks no different from a real person. The ghost has 2 action modes. One is the accompanying protection mode, and the other is the attack mode. The same alert posture and offensive posture as the red alert soldiers. After listening to Luna, Han Feng imitated and gave the order, Ghost, escort protection mode. Looking at the silent ghost sitting in the co-pilot, Han Feng thought to himself that he might have entered this mode. Next, Han Feng found Simon and asked him to bring a large number of team members to prepare for today's plan to find steel. According to the map, the nearest city to the zinc mine is 93 kilometers away. Not too far. For this operation, Han Feng called 7 saber-tooth armored vehicles and 2 semi-trailer trucks. As for the Grizzly tank, Han Feng hesitated and left it at the zinc mine. As a powerful mountain guardian, Tenya also stayed in the zinc mine. Anyway, now he has a ghost by his side, and his ability has increased dramatically. So he can fight even if he encounters a level 4 zombie. When all the personnel and vehicles arrived, Han Feng gave an order and rushed to the neighboring city. Because this section of the road is not a highway, and there are many abandoned vehicles blocking the road, Han Feng walked for 2.5 hours for a distance of less than 100 kilometers. Damn it! Tomorrow I will find a car to pull all these broken cars on the road back and melt them. Han Feng muttered to himself when he just arrived in the city. Luna, Start scanning and find stores, such as building materials stores and hardware stores. When the vehicle drove into the city for several kilometers, Han Feng found a place with relatively more shops and said, "Report to Captain Han. The radar scan of the 5-kilometer range requires 100 gold coins. Please confirm." "Confirm. Scan." "Okay. Captain Han. The radar is turning on. The radar is scanning. Please wait." After a few seconds, Luna continued, "Report to Captain Han. The radar scan is complete. In the 5-kilometer range, 31 building materials stores and 9 hardware stores were found." After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng sat up straight and asked in confusion, "Why so many?" "Report to Captain Han. At your 3 o'clock direction, 1 kilometer away, there is a building materials street." After getting the answer, Han Feng smiled. It was really a good thing to find it without any effort. He immediately shouted, "Let's go! Brothers, clean him up." "Yes, Captain Han." The red alert soldier took the order, and the convoy turned around and rushed towards the building materials street. After a while, the convoy drove into the building materials street. Looking at the shops open outside the window, Han Feng waved to the convoy behind to stop. After getting off the car, Han Feng lit a cigarette and observed the surroundings. After finding that there was no danger, Han Feng ordered in his mind, "Everyone turn off the engine and get off the car. Let the semi-trailer truck get closer, and prepare to load these steel building materials." For safety reasons, Han Feng arranged, "Simon, find a place to observe the surroundings by yourself, and warn immediately if you find danger. Chiefing, you go around more and be responsible for guarding the blind spots that Simon cannot observe. Wayne, you take the other 9 American soldiers and divide them into 2 teams, stationed on both sides of the street. The remaining 40 mobilized soldiers, you will work harder and help transport steel." "Yes, Team Han." "Yes, Team Han." "Yes, Team Han." Woof woof. The order was issued, and each unit organized to arrive at the mission point on its own. During this time, 2 large semi-trailers slowly drove in. They stopped in front of a building materials store. 40 mobilized soldiers turned their AK-47s behind their backs, freed their hands, and entered the building materials store one by one, looking at the mobilized soldiers busy carrying things. Han Feng was just waiting, and in his spare time, he began to stroll in the building materials street. After finding a few supermarkets, Han Feng did not hesitate to go in and clear out all the cigarettes, lighters and other things. Half an hour later, Han Feng came out with 2 large garbage bags full of cigarettes, followed by Ghost. Like Han Feng, Ghost also carried 2 large bags in his hands. Putting the cigarettes in the car, Han Feng said to himself, "These are good things, can't be wasted." When saying this, Han Feng thought that the supermarkets and kiosks here were not looted. That means there are few survivors here, or the survivors here have not discovered this place yet. No matter which situation, it is good for Han Feng. There is no dispute without survivors, which means that the huge resources of the entire city belong to him temporarily. Even if there are a small number of survivors, Han Feng can provide them with relatively necessary resources in exchange for peace. The fear is that the opponent is as large as Changji. It is not easy to fight, and it is not easy to talk. "Report to Captain Han. Report to Captain Han. I am Simon. I found this situation. Just thinking about it." Simon's voice suddenly came to Han Feng's mind. What's going on? Hearing Simon's serious voice, Han Feng knew that the situation was not good. "Report to Captain Han. It's a level 4 zombie." "Fuck." Cursing softly, Han Feng contacted Luna and asked, "Luna, where is the level 4 zombie?" "Report to Captain Han. The level 4 zombie is at 1 o'clock in your direction, 958 meters away from you." After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng glanced at the busy mobilized soldiers, hesitated for a moment. Han Feng continued to ask, "Simon, are there any zombies following the level 4 zombie?" "Report to Captain Han. No zombies have been found yet." "Okay. Luna, let the mobilized soldiers speed up the transportation. Ghost and I will go up to deal with it first." When Han Feng said this, he made plans. With the Terminator, I should be able to deal with the level 4 zombie. Even if I can't deal with it, I can still hold it back and buy more time for the mobilization of soldiers. "Okay. Captain Han. Be careful. I'll notify you when the semi-trailer truck is fully loaded." After listening to Luna, Han Feng hurriedly responded, "Let Simon provide remote support at any time. Do not shoot without my order." After that, Han Feng led the ghost to the direction of the level 4 zombie. In less than 2 minutes, Han Feng saw the huge body of the level 4 zombie, communicating with the ghost in his mind. The two found a hidden place to hide temporarily. Han Feng is not a fool. Now the level 4 zombie is obviously in a wandering state, and has not discovered himself and the convoy for the time being. If we go and beat it now, what if it calls other zombies over? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Hanging behind the level 4 zombie, Han Feng maintained a vigilant posture. According to Murphy's Law, the more you fear something, the more it will come. The direction of the level 4 zombie wandering is exactly the direction of the convoy. After more than 10 minutes, Han Feng asked Luna, "Luna, how far is the level 4 zombie from the convoy?" "Report to Captain Han. The level 4 zombie is still 531 meters away from the convoy." After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng pondered for a while and continued to ask, "When will the 2 semi-trailers be fully loaded?" "Report to Captain Han. It will take another 20 minutes for the 2 semi-trailers to be fully loaded. There are still 20 minutes left. According to the current movement speed of the 4th level zombie, it will turn and see the convoy in less than 10 minutes. We must kill it before it turns." After finalizing the idea in his mind, Han Feng quietly went into the building material store next to him and picked out a few steel bars of medium length and brought them out. "Ghost, enter combat mode. Listen to my command and be ready to attack at any time." As soon as he came out, Han Feng looked at the Terminator and gave the order. Ghost received the command to change the mode and instantly straightened up his crouching body. In Han Feng's sight, the Terminator skillfully inserted the bullet chain into the black Gatling gun on his right arm. And then his 2 feet were one in front of the other, and his body leaned forward. Judging from the posture, Ghost was ready to rush into the battlefield at any time. Whoosh whoosh. On the right arm of the Terminator, the Gatling gun began to rotate, making the sound of gears turning. It seemed the Ghost had unlocked the safety of the Gatling gun and was ready to fire at any time. "So cool," Han Feng murmured as he looked at Ghost. Then, Han Feng turned his head and stared at the level 4 zombie 20 meters away. Telekinesis. Get up. The telekinesis superpower was instantly activated with Han Feng's voice. The 4 steel bars under his feet were suspended beside Han Feng, ready to shoot like 4 arrows. Shoot! Everything was ready. 2 seconds later, Han Feng raised his hand, pointed directly at the level 4 zombie and shouted. 4 steel bars instantly shot out with the blessing of telekinesis, piercing the level 4 zombie. Han Feng controlled 3 of them to stab the torso of the level 4 zombie, and the other steel bar rushed towards the head of the level 4 zombie. Puff! Puff! 3 sounds of steel bars entering the flesh were heard, and all the steel bars that stabbed the level 4 zombie hit the target. But the only steel bar that stabbed the head of the level 4 zombie was blocked. The level 4 zombie reacted subconsciously, propped up its unique muscles on its shoulders, and actually blocked the impact of the steel bars. "Ghost! Fire!" Seeing that the sneak attack failed, Han Feng shouted immediately. Who? Buzz? After receiving the attack order, Ghost controlled the 6 muzzles of the Gatling gun to rotate rapidly, and bullets gushed out a second later. Buzz buzz buzz. The Terminator Ghost's terrifying weight completely ignored the recoil of the Gatling gun. The powerful arm strength supported the Gatling gun weighing more than 50 kilograms, and was as stable as a mountain. While continuing to fire, the Ghost walked towards the 4th level zombie. "Luna, how many bullets does the Ghost have? If he keeps firing like this, how many bullets will be enough for him?" Seeing the shells falling like a rainstorm, Han Feng asked Luna in amazement. "Report to Captain Han. The Ghost's main weapon, the Gatling gun, has a capacity of 1,000 rounds. Chapter 252, Hard Fight. Luna finished talking about the ammunition capacity of the Gatling gun, and Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and continued, "Hey, 1,000 bullets, so much." As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, Luna poured a bucket of cold water on him and said, "The normal firing rate of the Gatling gun is 1,000 bullets per minute, and it fires 5,000 bullets at full speed." Buzz. Whoosh. The Ghost seemed to cooperate with Luna. As soon as Luna finished speaking, the Gatling gun ran out of bullets. "It's only been more than 10 seconds. No bullets?" Han Feng stared at the smoking Gatling gun and said in a low voice. But what was even more unexpected to Han Feng was that the level 4 zombie, who was almost beaten to pieces by the Gatling gun, was still alive after being hit by 1,000 bullets from the Gatling gun. You know, it takes less than 3 seconds for a Gatling gun to tear a small car apart. Bang! Seeing that the main weapon was out of ammunition, the Terminator Ghost pressed the button, and the Gatling gun fell straight to the ground. After removing the Gatling gun, the Ghost changed from walking to running and rushed directly to the level 4 zombie 10 meters away. When it came to the level 4 zombie's feet, the Ghost jumped suddenly and used its terrifying weight to overwhelm it. Riding on the level 4 zombie, the Ghost punched the level 4 zombie's head with his fists. Because the level 4 zombie's shoulders were broken by the Gatling gun, they could no longer provide any protection. In addition, the level 4 zombie's body was severely damaged, and the battle situation at this time was a one-sided crushing state. Bang! 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 Each punch of the Terminator brought out a lot of mincemeat. That is to say, the head of the level 4 zombie is relatively large. If this punch was placed on the head of the level 3 zombie, it would probably explode with one hit. Right? Bang! Roar! Before the level 4 zombie died, it roared with a last-ditch roar. Feeling the gold coins increase by 1,000, Han Feng knew that the level 4 zombie in front of him was dead. His worry did not improve because its roar just now might have summoned the surrounding zombies. Simon, observe. Are there any zombies coming? Without hesitation, Han Feng directly contacted Simon, the sniper who was on a high ground. Report to Captain Han. The zombie closest to you is at your 10 o'clock direction, about 400 meters away, and no unusual movement has been found for the time being. Well, that's good. If you find any new situation, notify me immediately. When Han Feng replied to Simon, he saw the Terminator Ghost stand up and walk straight to a wall without asking for instructions. This made Han Feng, who was contacting Simon, subconsciously shut his mouth. What is he going to do? Why is he walking towards this wall? The wall is the building materials store he just entered. Why did he suddenly stroll away without any situation? A series of questions in Han Feng's mind were explained the next second when the Terminator walked to the wall. The Terminator Ghost punched the wall, smashing through the 20-centimeter thick concrete wall. Roar! The Ghost grabbed the roaring zombie in the wall and pulled it hard, and the whole wall collapsed. Level 4 zombie. Han Feng shouted subconsciously when he saw the zombie being pulled out. He had calculated everything, but he didn't expect that there was a level 4 zombie hidden deep in the building materials store he had just entered. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Han Feng's back. He didn't expect that there was such a big danger in the store he entered a few minutes ago. Simon! Without hesitation, Han Feng contacted Simon in his mind. Puff! In an instant, a flower of blood burst out from the shoulder of the level 4 zombie. Fortunately, the level 4 zombie had buried its head into the muscles of its shoulder in advance. Otherwise this bullet could have taken its life directly. Bang! A few tenths of a second later, the sound of a sniper rifle came. Roar! The right arm was tightly grabbed by the Terminator Ghost, and the left arm was hit by a sniper bullet. The level 4 zombie roared in anger. After the roar ended, the level 4 zombie turned around and looked at the Terminator Ghost. Swinging a huge fist, it rushed straight to the Ghost's head. Bang! Han Feng thought the Ghost would dodge, but he didn't expect the Ghost to have no intention of dodging at all, and endured the force of this punch. The cool black sunglasses shattered and fell to the side. Without wiping the blood on his face, Ghost punched back. Relying on his height of more than 2 meters and his terrifying weight, Ghost stood in place and fought against the level 4 zombie in a standing style. The attack was a fist-to-flesh attack, and each punch from both sides would take off some of the other's flesh. In Han Feng's sight, each punch of the Terminator penetrated several centimeters into the body of the level 4 zombie. Han Feng turned around and rushed into the building materials store next to him, and took out several steel bars, ready to attack during the gap between the two people's battle. Tens of seconds later, when Han Feng came out again with a bundle of steel bars, he found that Ghost and the level 4 zombie were both lying on the ground. But the attacks from both sides had not stopped. On the Ghost's head, the biological skin and muscles had been broken, revealing the titanium steel skeleton inside. Squeak! Squeak! Now listening to the movement of the Terminator Ghost, you can clearly hear the friction sound of mechanical movement. Luna, the Ghost will not be hammered by the 4th level zombies. Right? looking at the Terminator with no good meat on his body. Han Feng asked Luna with some reluctance. Report to Captain Han. As long as the core part of the ghost is not damaged, the engineers can repair it. According to the attack power of the 4th level zombies, it is difficult for them to shake the core part of the ghost. After all, the hardness and toughness of the titanium steel metal skeleton are not exaggerated. Hearing Luna's half-joking tone, Han Feng finally put down the stone in his heart. He also put down the bundle of steel bars in Han Feng's arms. He originally wanted to help Ghost sneak attack the 4th level zombie. But after hearing what Luna said, Han Feng gave up the idea of sneak attack. I want to see where Ghost's attack power and limit are. Bang! Bang! Ghost and the 4th level zombie kept rolling on the ground. That is, the huge body of the 4th level zombie can withstand the 1.2-ton weight of the Terminator. This battle lasted for 3 minutes. A full 3 minutes of hand-to-hand combat. According to Luna's calculation, during this period of time, Ghost threw more than 70 punches. Now look at the level 4 zombies. The entire upper body collapsed, and even the roar turned into a gasp. But the Terminator Ghost was not much better, except for the lower body, where the level 4 zombies could not hit it. The rest of the body was covered with mince meat. Luna, is the Ghost seriously damaged? Picking up a steel bar, Han Feng asked Luna again. Once Luna said that the Ghost was damaged, Simon, and he would immediately launch an attack. Report to Captain Han. The damage to the core components of the Ghost is 0%. The damage to the main metal structure is 4.1%. And the damage to the biomimetic muscle and skin tissue is 73.8%. After listening to Luna's report, Han Feng smacked his lips, thinking that this Ghost is really an iron lump. After fighting with the 4th level zombies for so long, the actual degree of damage is 0. When will the Ghost's muscles and skin grow back? Will the engineers also restore it? Looking at this skeleton, Han Feng couldn't help but feel terrified, thinking that the Ghost can't stay by his side like this in the future. Right? It's okay to see it during the day. If you suddenly see it at night, won't you be scared to death? Report to Captain Han. The Ghost's metal skeleton, bionic muscle skin, Gatling bullets, outer clothes, etc. are all Ghost's equipment. From the time you get it, it will be refreshed every 12 hours. Except for the core components. The rest of the components will be updated when they are refreshed. Oh, I see. After saying that, Han Feng reacted and continued to ask, hey? After the Ghost is promoted, won't the refresh be faster? Sorry, Captain Han. The Ghost is not a combatant summoned by the Red Alert, so the Ghost will not be promoted. Well, that's it. Bang! After communicating with Luna, the Ghost made the final blow. Han Feng sensed that the gold coins increased by 1,000. Level 4 zombies died. The battle between the Terminator and the level 4 zombies was unilaterally crushed. The Ghost rode on the body of the level 4 zombie, staring at the body of the level 4 zombie for a few seconds. After the skin result was dead, the Ghost stood up. Squeak ding. Squeak ding. Walking with mechanical friction, Ghost walked towards the Gatling gun more than 10 meters away, hanging the Gatling gun on his right arm again. Ghost stood still. His eyes kept scanning the surroundings, trying to find the traces of zombies again. Ghost, start the follow-up protection mode. After a few seconds, Han Feng saw that Ghost was no longer moving, and he knew that there were no other zombies around him. Since the enemy was cleared, Han Feng directly ordered to change the action mode of Ghost. When he walked back to Han Feng, the pieces of meat hanging on Ghost's body began to fall off in a large area. Perhaps for beauty or for convenience, Ghost bent down and tore open the remaining bionic tissue in his lower body. Report to Captain Han. The damage degree of Ghost's bionic tissue is 100%. Luna reported Ghost's situation in time. Well, I know. Looking at the naked Terminator Ghost, Han Feng responded casually. Don't mention it when Ghost really appeared in front of him in this form. It was quite good-looking. Report to Captain Han. The loading of 2 semi-trailers is complete. Each vehicle carries 80 tons of steel. A total of 160 tons. Okay. Prepare to return. Everything was just right. Han Feng's battle was just resolved, and the loading of the semi-trailer truck was just completed, before the low-level zombies called by the 4th level zombies arrived. The timing of returning was just right on the way back. Han Feng was still thinking. Since the Terminator is so powerful, who will have the last laugh if he and Tanya fight? Halfway through the thought, Han Feng suddenly recalled that Luna had told him that the Terminator was not a character summoned by Red Alert. So, Luna? Do you think there will be another Terminator next time you find a supply box? Captain Han. Yes. The Terminator has no other requirements for the commander. As long as you are lucky, you may have several Terminators. Haha. Hearing this news, Han Feng laughed. Being surrounded by a group of Terminators who can solo level 4 zombies, it's so cool. Chapter 253, Promotion Supply Box. On the way back, Han Feng and a large group of Red Alert soldiers solved the lunch problem in the car. A few hours later, Han Feng and his team finally returned to the zinc mine. When passing by the residential area next to the zinc mine, Han Feng saw 2 buildings built of color steel plates erected on this open space. I can't believe that 3 engineers completed such a large project in less than a day. Looking at the 2 6-story, 2-unit color steel houses, Han Feng couldn't help but worry. Thinking for a while, Han Feng asked Luna, Luna, the color steel plates are so thin, and if they are built into such a high building, will they be blown away by the strong wind? Report to Captain Han. Engineers have laid a solid foundation under these 2 prefabricated steel houses. During the construction process, some steel was added to ensure the overall integrity. The 4 slabs of each floor are cast steel plates, ensuring that the prefabricated steel houses will not collapse when people move around. The only flaw is that engineers cannot find sound insulation materials such as sound insulation cotton, and people living inside will be disturbed by noise. So, is part of the steel used to build the buildings? Turning back, Han Feng asked helplessly. At the same time, he thought to himself that in the end times, having a place to live is good, even if the noise is serious. It is much better than living in a tent. Besides, the noise won't be too serious if the people living inside are careful. Report to Captain Han. Yes, these 2 buildings consume a total of 50 tons of steel. Oh. Han Feng nodded and responded with a pursed mouth. By the way, Captain Han, the remaining color steel is not enough to build another 6-story double-unit building. Can you lower the construction standards? Let's lay the foundation first. I'll go to the city tomorrow and find some color steel plates and steel. I thought the steel needed to build the base vehicle would be solved quickly, but now it seems there is still a long way to go. After sending 160 tons of steel to the construction plant, Han Feng made a rough calculation. There are about 700 tons of steel here now, which is just enough for 1/6 of the total steel. It seems that we need to drive a few more semi-trailers tomorrow to quickly solve the main steel. When we returned to the mine, the sky was gradually getting dark. Thinking of Tanya in his mind, Han Feng said, Tanya, come here. A few minutes later, when Tanya came to Han Feng raised his eyebrows and said, this morning, I opened the box and got a Terminator. I renamed him Ghost. After a pause, Han Feng continued, who do you think would win if you 2 fought? Terminator? Ghost? Imitation of Han Feng's raised eyebrows. Tanya looked at Han Feng and said, give me 3 seconds. I will turn your ghost into a pile of scrap metal. The air suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, Han Feng stared with disbelief. Ghost can kill a level 4 zombie alone. Well, I can too. What's wrong? Ghost is a metal titanium steel skeleton. Bullets are ineffective against it. How can you kill it? In 3 seconds? Nonsense. Hearing Han Feng's questioning tone, Tanya took out a cigarette box from her pocket and said, what's so difficult about this? Do you see the C4 in my hand? Just stick it on his chest and wait for it to explode. Without waiting for Han Feng to speak, Tanya muttered to herself, the Terminator. Its weakness is the core component in the titanium steel skeleton at his chest. 2 hydrogen batteries provided with kinetic energy. Without energy replenishment, these 2 batteries can keep the Terminator running for 200 years. However, because of this, the Terminator is more afraid of electrical attacks. If the Terminator lets the magnetic infantry electrical therapy, it will take at least 5 minutes for the Terminator to restart. But if he is unfortunately hit by the magnetic tank, congratulations, he can be remade. Looking at Han Feng, Tanya smiled and whispered, this way you can have an extra ton of titanium steel. With a dark face, Han Feng argued, now I'm talking about the result of your battle. If neither of you is allowed to use guns or explosives, who will win? That's my win. Why? Because the Terminator moves too slowly and can't touch me. I can find hard stick-like objects, such as steel bars, to insert into his mechanical joints. As long as his limbs are stuck and can't move, I can slowly dismantle his core components, and he will be scrapped. looking at Han Feng's disappointed face. Tanya comforted him. Don't talk about me. You can also easily kill your ghost. Hearing Tanya say this, Han Feng suddenly raised his head and looked at Tanya with curious eyes. His eyes conveyed a strong question. Tanya didn't keep it a secret and explained directly. It's very simple. Your mind power is simply a natural enemy to the Terminator. Han Feng was a little anxious when Tanya finished speaking. And he said directly, then what? Please tell me more details. Although your imprisonment is ineffective against the Terminator, you can use telekinesis to disconnect it from the hydrogen battery. To put it bluntly, you use telekinesis to unplug its power. See if it dies. After listening to Tanya, Han Feng turned his head to look at the ghost in the co-pilot seat of the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. Forget it, let's not experiment blindly. Shaking his head, Han Feng was afraid that he would really damage the ghost by messing around, which would be a big loss. Luna, ask an engineer to come over. Looking at the bloodstained ghost, Han Feng decided to repair the Terminator first. After the engineer came over, Han Feng pointed at the ghost and gave the engineer an order to repair it. Following the order, the engineer took the ghost to the construction plant. Looking up at the dim sky, Han Feng felt that he was not very hungry, so he gave up the idea of finishing his meal. After contacting the Red Alert soldiers in his mind and asking them to notify Wei Yun and the others, Han Feng drove Tanya to James's location. In the morning, Han Feng got the Terminator, and on a whim, he actually forgot about the other small supply box until now. After finding James, Han Feng asked for the small supply box. Looking at the small wooden box in his arms, Tanya on the side spoke first. This is a good thing. But it's a pity. Ah? Do you know what's in it? Han Feng was skeptical when he heard Tanya say that. Yeah. Why do you feel bad about good things? What's the pity? You'll know when you open it. Oh. After talking to Tanya, Han Feng turned his head and looked at the supply box. After putting his hand on it, he whispered, open. Ding, a crisp and pleasant sound sounded, and the lid of the supply box popped open. Above the supply box, Han Feng saw a translucent promotion sign slowly rising into the air until it disappeared. Congratulations to Team Han for winning a promotion supply box. When Luna said this, Han Feng instantly clenched the supply box in his hand, and his heart was filled with ecstasy. It's a promotion supply box. It's a promotion supply box. Repeating this sentence in his mind, Han Feng only felt a happy dizziness. Then, Luna continued to explain, with you as the center point, radiate a range of 5 kilometers around. All combat personnel, vehicles, etc. summoned by the Red Alert system in this area will be uniformly promoted to 1 star. For combat units that have met the requirements of a 1-star soldier, they will be promoted to 3 stars. Listening to the explanation silently, Han Feng thought to himself, Finally, I have a 3-star soldier. But the real world loves to joke. When Han Feng was still ecstatic, Luna's next sentence poured a basin of cold water on him. Note, for combat units that have already met the 3-star level, this promotion is invalid. For combat units at the hero level, this promotion is invalid. After hearing Luna's last words, Han Feng turned to look at Tanya. Look, I told you the thing is a good thing. But it's a pity. Looking at Tanya with an indifferent expression, Han Feng knew in his heart, how could she not be interested in the promotion? After thinking for a while, Han Feng frowned and asked angrily, I forgot to ask you. How should you be promoted? The same as them? Can you be promoted by killing enough people worth 100 times your own value? No. Unlike them, my promotion is special. I will be promoted after you build all the main physical buildings. I will be promoted to a 3-star soldier after you upgrade all the main buildings to the maximum level. Ah? No way. The main buildings can also be upgraded? After hearing what Tanya said, Han Feng felt like he had seen a new world. You know, in Red Alert 2, Glory of the Republic, all buildings cannot be upgraded. This is really the first time for hardcore player Han Feng to hear this. Yeah, you don't understand this. What changes will there be when upgrading buildings? Looking at Tanya, Han Feng suddenly wanted to know what kind of use building upgrades would bring to him. You should learn to crawl before you walk before you run, and then fly. You haven't even built a base vehicle yet, so it's useless to tell you these things. Oh, aren't you curious? Come on, tell me. After being chastised by Tanya, Han Feng's curiosity became stronger. Sometimes, Knowing too much will make you more helpless. Listen to me, take your time. Eat one bite at a time. There's no rush. Looking at Tanya's expression, Han Feng knew that this matter was hopeless. After hesitating for a while, Han Feng thought of another curious point and asked, "Then can you tell me what changes have taken place after your promotion?" "I don't know, I'm not sure about the specific details." "I don't know?" Sitting up straight, Han Feng continued. "Wrong? No way. You are at hero level? You know more than anyone else. How could you not know?" "I don't know what changes will happen to the specific equipment. But I know. After I advance, according to the data, the two of me now may not be able to beat me after the promotion." After Tanya finished speaking, Han Feng was shocked and didn't know what to say. Looking at the powerful Tanya in front of him, Han Feng really couldn't imagine what kind of existence she would be after she advanced. Chapter 254, 3-Star Soldier. After bidding farewell to Tanya, Han Feng contacted Luna and said, "Luna, please count how many soldiers we have now." Reporting to Captain Han, "We now have 1 Grizzly tank, 1 multi-purpose infantry vehicle, 1 Nightingale helicopter, which has been contaminated by nuclear weapons, 209 mobilized soldiers, 53 American soldiers, 6 snipers, 5 heavy soldiers, 5 police dogs, 1 radiation engineer, and 1 Tanya. Non-combat personnel are 53 engineers and 1 spy. The total number of personnel is 334. And there are 2 tanks." After listening to the current force report, Han Feng continued, "Let each newly promoted soldier send a representative to see me." "Okay, Captain Han." After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng took out a cigarette, lit it, and began to wait quietly. After a few minutes, Han Feng threw down the cigarette butt and stomped it out, looking at the various soldiers in front of him, and said, "Tell me about the changes after the promotion one by one." Following Han Feng's question, Sniper Simon took the lead and said, "Report to Captain Han. After I was promoted to a 1-star sniper, the changes in weapons are, the effective range of the AWP high-precision sniper rifle increased from 800 meters to 1,000 meters, and a spare magazine was added, with 10 sniper bullets built in. The changes in itself are, the sniping time is shortened from 1.24 seconds to 1.1 seconds, and the changes in sniping accuracy are, the sniping target rate within 800 meters is 100%, and the sniping target rate within 1,000 meters outside 800 meters is 99.9%. The equipment update speed has been reduced from 24 hours to 18 hours. After speaking, the Sniper Simon took a step back and returned to his original position. After listening to Simon's introduction, Han Feng was secretly happy. 1 more magazine means 1 more sniper, with better shooting accuracy and distance than before. Such long-range support is simply too cool. Looking at Wayne standing next to Simon stepping forward, Han Feng said softly, "The following introduction is brief." "Okay, Captain Han." After standing still, American soldier Wayne began to introduce himself. "Report to Captain Han. I am now a 3-star American soldier. The number of rounds of ammunition for the M60 light machine gun has increased from 240 to 480. And the number of spare magazines for the M9 pistol has increased by 2. Together with the existing magazines in the gun, the total number of pistol magazines is 6. All attributes of the body have been enhanced, and the time for equipment and self-renewal has been reduced to once every 12 hours. After speaking, American soldier Wayne returned to his original position. Then, the mobilized soldier stepped forward and said, "Report to the Korean team. I am mobilized soldier number 0177. And now I am a 3-star soldier. The main weapon AK-47 has added a scope, and the number of bullets has increased from 90 to 120, and other equipment remains unchanged. Shooting accuracy and physical strength have been improved, and the time for equipment and self-renewal has been reduced to once every 12 hours. The introduction of the mobilized soldier was very brief, and he returned to his original position directly after speaking. The next one is the heavy armored soldier. Reporting to Captain Han, I am a 1-star heavy armored soldier. When advancing, the number of bullets in my main weapon M60 machine gun increased from 120 to 240. After deployment, the main weapon handheld portable Stinger surface-to-air missile increased from 2 Stinger missiles to 4, and the defense of the defense plate was improved. Nodding, Han Feng gestured to the next one. Reporting to Captain Han, I am a 1-star radiation engineer. After the promotion, The various elements in the main weapon red radiation launcher are purified. The original attack method and number of attacks remain unchanged, but the attack power is enhanced. Still nodding, Han Feng motioned for the next person. Seeing the police dog step forward and stare at him, Han Feng smiled bitterly and turned to ask Luna, "What changes will the police dog undergo after being promoted?" Reporting to Captain Han, after the police dog is promoted, its sense of smell is sharper, its hearing is more sensitive, its movements are faster, and its bite force is stronger. In addition, the size of the police dog will also change accordingly. It will be about 10% larger than before the promotion. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng looked carefully at the police dog Gale. "Oh, it seems to be a little bigger," Han Feng muttered in a low voice. Raised his head, looked at the row of soldiers in front of him and said, "After the promotion, you have become much stronger. When we encounter a battle, I will take a good look at your performance now. You can return to your respective posts." "Yes, Captain Han." Woof woof. After replying, the red alert soldiers turned around and walked to their respective posts. Looking at their departing backs, Han Feng asked Luna, since they have all been promoted, "What about the Grizzlies and the multi-purpose infantry vehicles?" Reporting to Captain Han, the Grizzlies and the multi-purpose infantry vehicles have also been promoted. "Yes," Han Feng continued. "Tell me about their changes after the promotion." "Okay, Captain Han. After the Grizzlies were promoted to 1 star, the armor was thickened, but the weight remained the same. This means that while the Grizzlies maintain their usual off-road mobility, they have increased their defensive capabilities. In terms of weapons, the Grizzly tank's Grizzly self-propelled tank gun has been increased from the basic 5 to 10, with a faster firing rate and stronger firepower. After talking about the Grizzly tank, Luna then introduced the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. After the promotion, the multi-purpose infantry vehicle has thicker armor, but the weight remains unchanged. In terms of weapons, the number of anti-aircraft missiles has been increased from the original 9 to 18, with a faster firing rate and stronger firepower. After speaking, Luna added, "Captain Han, the Nighthawk helicopter is not within the promotion range, so it has not been promoted." "Well, I know. The Nighthawk is now contaminated by nuclear radiation, so just remove it in the future." Just after speaking, Han Feng suddenly thought of something and quickly added, "By the way, can the Nighthawk helicopter be recovered now?" "Sorry, Captain Han. Except for defense systems and buildings, any summoned individual soldiers or tanks cannot be recovered." Hearing Luna's somewhat apologetic voice, Han Feng waved his hand and said indifferently, "Hey, what's there to be sorry about? It's okay." Little did he know, in Han Feng's heart, it hurt so much. It takes 2,000 gold coins to summon the Nighthawk helicopter. The price is not cheap. It would be a lie to say that I don't feel sorry. Although Han Feng now has 400,000 cash, he has also come from poor days. Don't say 2,000 gold coins. 220 gold coins are also painful. While chatting with Luna, Han Feng thought that when he went to the city tomorrow, he would find a suitable time to harvest a wave of gold coins. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. As soon as the next day dawned, Han Feng got up early and prepared to start today's plan. After breakfast, when summoning the Red Alert soldiers, Han Feng thought that he had encountered 2 level 4 zombies in the city, which meant that the evolution of the zombies had taken a step further. After thinking about it, Han Feng decided to bring 2 battalions of troops this time and call Tanya to go with him. The Terminator Ghost was also repaired in the middle of the night, although the bionic muscle skin tissue and Gatling ammunition were not refreshed. It was still a powerful combat force. The more than 100 Red Alert soldiers not only strengthened Han Feng's courage, but also increased the number of semi-trailers accompanying him to 5. However, to Han Feng's surprise, today's operation went surprisingly smoothly. There was no interference from zombies, nor any survivors snatching supplies. Since Han Feng was going to the building materials street this time, Han Feng specially set aside a semi-trailer to load color steel. Looking at the 5 fully loaded large semi-trailer trucks, Han Feng excitedly issued the return to the city order. After returning to the zinc mine, Han Feng first went to the temporary residence of the survivors, leaving the color steel semi-trailer to unload the goods. Then he went to the construction plant to unload the steel. He took out his mobile phone and calculated that the total tonnage of steel was just over 1,000 tons. To put it nicely, it was a quarter of the steel that had been completed. After putting the phone back, Han Feng drove back to the zinc mine again. After finding Li Baofeng, Han Feng asked directly, "Is there any zinc in this zinc mine?" "Oh, sir. Yes. Yes." Cooperating with Han Feng, Li Baofeng straightened his chest and said, "Before the suspension of production this time, we dug out a lot of zinc ore. More than 100 tons. While speaking, Li Baofeng led Han Feng to a small hill. On the way, Han Feng raised his mouth and thought that zinc came faster, just asked for 1/10 of the amount. But when Han Feng really stood in front of the zinc mine, he was dumbfounded. "This is zinc? It looks like a broken stone." Without hesitation, Han Feng contacted Luna and asked, "Luna, is this pile of dirt and rubble zinc?" Reporting to Captain Han, "Yes, but it is just raw zinc, and it still needs to be purified and other processes." After a pause, Luna continued, "According to the preliminary detection of the system, this kind of raw ore, about 250 tons, can produce 1 ton of pure metallic zinc." The air suddenly became awkward, and there was no sound except Li Baofeng's silly laughter. Seeing Han Feng's face gradually getting worse, Li Baofeng quickly closed his mouth, thinking in his mind whether he had said something wrong. More than 100 tons of raw ore. 250 tons can only produce 1 ton of dry goods? Swallowing his saliva, Han Feng continued in his mind, "In other words, if this mountain is eaten up, it can't even spit out half a ton of pure metallic zinc?" Listening to Han Feng's gloomy question, Luna whispered, "Yes and no." "What do you mean?" Report to Captain Han. In addition to metallic zinc, this pile of raw ore also contains iron, titanium steel, silicon and other elements needed to build the base vehicle. It's not just about extracting zinc. Huh? After temporarily breathing a sigh of relief, Han Feng's mood was slightly relieved. "I thought that if I occupied this zinc mine, zinc would be produced continuously. But I didn't expect the output to be so low." After looking at the small pile of raw ore for a while, Han Feng said to Luna, "Let the large mine truck come over. Load all these raw stones, and send them to the construction plant." "Okay, Captain Han." After finishing the communication with Luna, Han Feng turned his head and looked at Li Baofeng and said, "Forget about today. Starting tomorrow, you and your brothers will start working. I need zinc. A lot of zinc." After a pause, Han Feng added, "If you have any other mechanical needs, you can find me, and I will send you an engineer to start the work." Looking at Han Feng, Li Baofeng smiled bitterly and nodded. Chapter 255, Human Mining. Seeing Li Baofeng looking at him with a bitter face, he just nodded without moving. Han Feng asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Do you have anything else to do?" "Commander, I... Hurry up." After hesitating for a long time, Han Feng became a little impatient. "Commander, there is no electricity in the mine, and the brothers can't start working." No electricity?" This time, it was Han Feng's turn to be dumbfounded. "The mine has been without electricity for more than a month, and we all use oil lamps to get light at night." After speaking, Li Baofeng turned around and pointed to the large mountain mining equipment in the distance and continued, "These big guys consume an astonishing amount of electricity, and a few diesel generators can't drive it at all." Li Baofeng's words made Han Feng give up the idea of using a diesel generator. After thinking for a while, Han Feng probably guessed that it might be because the nearby power station strikes, which made this place unlucky. It's really a double whammy. The zinc mine production is low, and now even the mining equipment can't be used. It's really unlucky. Looking back at Li Baofeng, Han Feng saw that he still looked embarrassed. So he said, "Okay, I know. You go back first." "Okay," Li Baofeng responded and turned back. Just after walking a few steps, Li Baofeng turned around and asked, "Then, sir, will we start work tomorrow?" "Wait for my news." Okay, then I'll go back first." Nodding, Han Feng signaled that he could leave. Wandering alone around the zinc ore pile, Han Feng smoked and thought of countermeasures. Frowning, Han Feng felt bitter. Even if the building materials were complete, the base vehicle would take 3 months to build. But now even the most basic common materials cannot be guaranteed. Not to mention those unconventional materials that can't even be named. After smoking 2 cigarettes in a row, Han Feng struggled for a long time and finally thought of the most primitive and stupid way: human mining. Tanya has a piece of C4 plastic explosive in her hand. 5 heavily armed soldiers have a total of 20 Stinger missiles. The Grizzly tank has 10 tank guns. And the multi-purpose infantry vehicle has 18 anti-aircraft missiles. In addition, Han Feng has a large number of heavy firepower ammunition, such as rockets, armor-piercing shells, etc. Bombarding the mine with these powerful firepowers will surely bring down a lot of rubble. When the bombing is over, manpower will be used to move the rubble from the bottom of the mountain. In this way, it can be considered as mining zinc ore. Right? Although the progress is a bit slow, it is much better than doing nothing. Thinking of this, Han Feng also decided on the candidate for moving the rubble in his mind. That is the survivors in the entire mine. As the saying goes, raise an army for 1,000 days, and use it for a moment. I have provided them with strong protection. And now is the time for them to contribute. Thinking about it, Han Feng was stunned. Huh? That's not right. Feeling Han Feng's strong doubts, Luna said, "What's wrong? Captain Han? Is there any problem? The whole mine is out of power now." Right? Yes, Captain Han. Does the construction site need electricity to smelt steel and extract rare elements? Yes. Oh my. Where does the electricity for the construction site come from? Captain Han. The power station, the main building of the Red Alert system, provides electricity for the construction site. After listening to Luna's explanation, Han Feng slapped his forehead and wondered why he forgot about the power station. Then he asked, "Can I share some of the power from the power station with the mining equipment?" "Sorry, Captain Han. The power station you have now is a virtual building and can only provide electricity for buildings in the Red Alert system. If you want to connect the power of the power station to an external power station, please build a physical power station first." Pursing his lips, Han Feng nodded thoughtfully and didn't speak again. Scratching his hair, Han Feng remembered that he had asked Luna about the power station, but he forgot it in a hurry. Alas! Han Feng sighed lightly and thought to himself, "It seems that mining zinc ore requires manpower." As the sky gradually darkened, Han Feng took out his mobile phone and saw that it was close to 8 o'clock in the evening. Due to the rush of the day, Han Feng didn't eat well. Until now, when he was free, his stomach began to rumble. During dinner, Han Feng accidentally heard that Hu Hu and Tanya had become best friends. Han Feng didn't think it was strange that Wei Yun and Hu Hu had a good relationship. But Tanya, a battle maniac, could actually laugh and play with Hu Hu, which was really unexpected. According to Wei Ping's description, Tanya would come over to play poker with Hu Hu and Wei Yun whenever she had nothing to do, sometimes for hours. If Han Feng summoned Tanya to lead during this period, Hu Hu would be a little unhappy, and even threatened to cause trouble for Han Feng. Wei Ping's remarks made everyone laugh. Han Feng rubbed Hu Hu's red face and laughed the happiest. After dinner, Han Feng went for a walk as usual. He also found Li Baofeng and Brother Wang, and told them about the manpower mining plan for tomorrow. At 6 o'clock in the morning of the next day, Han Feng got up early because of the large number of tasks. After breakfast, Han Feng led the heavy firepower troops and Brother Wang and his group of people to the mine group 1 kilometer away from the zinc mine. After picking a hilltop that was more pleasing to the eye, Han Feng signaled Tanya to bomb it first. Following the direction of the mine rock, Tanya climbed up swiftly. 10 minutes later, Tanya stuck the C.4 plastic bomb in her hand in the crack of the mine rock and returned the same way. As soon as she returned to Han Feng, Tanya pressed the detonation button of the explosives. Boom! 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 The strong explosion caused a chain reaction, and large pieces of raw ore on the entire mountain fell off and shattered. After waiting for a while, when the dust settled, Han Feng opened his mouth and ordered, "Grizzly tank, fire!" Bang! As soon as the order was given, the Grizzly tank responded and fired. This was the first time Han Feng saw a tank fire at close range. The moment the tank gun fired, the strong recoil made Han Feng, who was standing by, feel his soul tremble. Then, a huge tank shell was ejected from the chamber and hit the ground with a muffled sound. Before he could take a step, the second tank gun fired. The speed was so fast that it was shocking. Han Feng took 2 steps at a time and quickly moved away from the Grizzly tank. After getting into the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, Han Feng aimed the rocket launcher at the mine and pressed the launch button. Swoosh! 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 9 anti-aircraft missiles whizzed out of the rocket launcher with a strong roar. It pierced the mountain wall. This was the first time Han Feng used the multi-purpose infantry vehicle to attack. And he didn't expect the firepower to be so strong. Boom! Boom! Groups of flames suddenly appeared on the mountain wall. With the attack of the tank gun, rubble flew everywhere. Inside the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, Han Feng pressed the launch button again. The remaining 9 anti-aircraft missiles in the rocket launcher all came out, whizzing towards the mountain again. After firing all the anti-aircraft missiles, Han Feng opened the door and got out of the car. At the same time, the Grizzly tank also fired the last tank gun. After more than 10 minutes of bombing, the large and small raw ores at the foot of the mountain had piled up several meters high. After hesitating for a while, Han Feng gave up the idea of letting the heavy soldiers bomb the mountain. The reason was that Han Feng felt that there were enough broken raw ores at this time, and keeping some anti-aircraft weapons would also help to deal with sudden threats. While waiting for the dust to clear, Han Feng said to Luna, "Luna, let the large mining truck come over." "Okay, Captain Han." After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng turned and walked towards Brother Wang behind him, shouting, "Brother Wang, let the brothers move. Carry the smaller stones into the mine cart. If you encounter a larger one, move it first." "Ouch! Shit!" Halfway through the shouting, Han Feng suddenly laughed, startling Han Feng to curse loudly. After Han Feng stood firm, he looked down at his feet. It turned out to be a shell of a tank gun. "Xiao Han, are you okay?" At this time, Wang Man trotted over and asked with concern. "It's okay. It's okay, let everyone start working. What I want to say is that if you can't move the big stones, let me do it." Han Feng waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. At the same time, he grabbed the shell of the tank gun with his right hand and wanted to pick it up and throw it aside. Unexpectedly, "Ouch!" Han Feng sneered again. What surprised Han Feng was that the shell of the tank gun was quite heavy. He almost sprained his waist when he lifted it up suddenly without any preparation. Standing firmly on his lower body, Han Feng grabbed the tank shell with both hands this time and lifted it up hard. "Luna, what is this thing made of? Why is it so heavy?" Weighing the weight in his hands, Han Feng was full of curiosity. "Report to Captain Han. The shell of the tank gun is made of copper, and the shell in your hand weighs about 10 kilograms. Copper?" Han Feng's eyes widened instantly when he heard the shell material. Looking back at the tank shell in his hand, Han Feng's brain quickly calculated. One shell weighs 10 kg. 10 shells are 100 kg. That is to say, there is 1/10 of a ton of copper under his feet. Coincidentally, 600 tons of copper are needed to build a base vehicle. "Luna, what material are the shells fired by the Red Alert soldiers?" Han Feng asked. "Report to Captain Han. The shells fired by the Red Alert soldiers are also made of copper." "What about the Gatling bullet shells fired by the Terminator Ghost?" "It's also made of copper." Without hesitation, Han Feng continued to ask, "Can these shells be melted into copper and used to build base vehicles?" "Captain Han, yes." In an instant, Han Feng felt that he had lost hundreds of millions. Take a deep breath. Han Feng continued to ask, "How much do the bullet shells of the Red Alert soldiers weigh?" "Captain Han, machine gun, Gatling bullets. Each shell weighs about 4.5 grams. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng closed his eyes and calculated. The Terminator Ghost fired a total of 1,000 bullets the day before yesterday, and the weight of the shell was 4.5 kg. Damn, I was careless. Han Feng gritted his teeth and regretted it. Copper is also a building material that he urgently needs. If he had known, he would have taken a bag. Pack all these shells home. Chapter 256, Death of a Police Dog. Raising his feet, Han Feng strolled around to see if there were any shells left after the multi-purpose infantry vehicle fired anti-aircraft missiles, and the heavy armored soldiers fired Stinger missiles. What was a little disappointing was that the two did not leave any shells or anything like that. "Luna, send some people to collect these tank shells and send them to the construction plant." After saying that, Han Feng thought for a while and continued, "In future battles, if there is time, collect all the shells and bring them back." "Okay, Captain Han. No problem." After the response, 5 heavy armored soldiers came and picked up the tank shells on the ground one by one. Looking around again, those who need to pick up stones are picking up stones, and those who need to load are loading. Everything is going according to plan. He took out his mobile phone to check the time and found that it was only 8:30 in the morning. It was just in time taking Tanya with him. Han Feng contacted Luna to assemble the troops while rushing back to the zinc mine. At noon, after several hours of running around, Han Feng and his team returned to the building materials street again. The problem of color steel plates has been solved. So this time the 5 large semi-trailers only load steel. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the 5 semi-trailers were fully loaded. After withdrawing the soldiers in charge of alert, Han Feng issued an order to return. On the way back, Han Feng was secretly happy. In the past 3 days, I have not encountered any zombies or other emergencies in the building materials street. Give me a few more days, Han Feng said to himself as he looked at the deserted city. In order to catch up with the progress, Han Feng decided to let all the semi-trailers catch up tomorrow. Although it is a bit risky, the red alert soldiers on his side are not vegetarians. However, what Han Feng did not notice was, on a taller building, a dusty man stared at Han Feng's departing convoy expressionlessly. Back to the zinc mine. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Following the semi-trailer into the construction plant, Han Feng relaxed. Report to Captain Han. Wei Yun called you to eat. Looking at the semi-trailer being unloaded, Luna's voice came to Han Feng's mind. Okay. Tell her I'll be there soon, Han Feng responded. Turned around and got into the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, and stepped on the accelerator to leave the construction plant. A few minutes later, Han Feng found everyone who was having dinner. Coincidentally, Brother Wang was there too. Xiao Han. Today everyone mined nearly 1,000 tons of ore, which is exhausting. Wait until tomorrow. I will replace another group of people to go to the mine, so that everyone can take a rest. While eating dinner, Brother Wang talked about the output of manual mining today. Well, 1,000 tons, not less. Not less. After drinking a sip of tea, Han Feng continued to ask, by the way, Brother Wang, have you asked Li Baofeng how many tons can be produced by machine mining? I asked him, and he said that if there is electricity, the machine can produce about 3,000 to 4,000 tons a day. Han Feng nodded, thinking that electricity is really a fatal problem. When Han Feng was struggling with how to solve the power problem, Huhu, who was eating, suddenly said, Big brother, I'm scared. After listening to Huhu, Han Feng turned around and looked at the dim surroundings. I don't know if it was a candle or an oil lamp. The light was a little bright and dim. Huhu, don't be afraid, your sister Wei Yun and these brothers are with you. After talking to Huhu with a smile, Han Feng quickly contacted Luna and said, Luna, let the mobilized soldiers move 2 diesel generators over now. Let another engineer come back to debug the generator and the line. I don't care about other places. Let's make this room bright first. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng looked at Huhu and continued, Wait a moment, this room will be bright soon. Big brother. Huhu is not afraid of the dark. Fiddling with the dishes, Huhu stammered, I'm afraid. Looking at Huhu, who was hesitant to speak, Han Feng put down the bowl in his hand, walked to Huhu, squatted down and asked, I'm here, what are you afraid of? I'm afraid of monsters. After saying that, Huhu plunged into Han Feng's arms and began to tremble. Seeing this, Han Feng comforted Huhu while contacting Luna. Luna, check Huhu. Is she having any problems again? Okay, Captain Han. Please wait. After a few seconds, Luna replied in confusion, reporting to Captain Han. Is Huhu okay? She is in good health now. Did she remember something again? Han Feng knew that Huhu was still in amnesia. What if she thought of something now? As soon as Han Feng had this thought, Luna interrupted him, reporting to Captain Han. The system detected that Huhu's brain waves were all normal. Not what you said. Oh, then Huhu. Halfway through the conversation, Fox in his arms suddenly hugged Han Feng tightly and shouted loudly, There is a monster. There is a monster. Help. In a hurry, Fox opened its mouth and bit Han Feng. Subconsciously, Han Feng wanted to use his super speed to avoid it. But seeing Fox like this, ugh! A dull cry of pain squeezed out of Han Feng's throat. In the middle of summer, Han Feng was wearing thin clothes. This bite really bit the flesh on his shoulder. Fox, don't be afraid, Fox. Don't be afraid. Han Feng continued to comfort Fox with tears in his eyes. In fact, Han Feng knew that the monsters Fox was talking about were zombies. After such a commotion, Han Feng's thoughts were pulled back to 2 months ago. In the elementary school campus, in a closed classroom, without food and fresh water. Hoo hid under the desk alone for more than 10 days. There is a monster. The monster is coming. The monster is coming. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps dozens of seconds, Hoo finally opened his mouth and whispered this sentence softly. Seeing Hoo open his mouth, Han Feng hurriedly looked at the wound. Bleeding, bleeding. Wei Yun said nervously on the side. Go get some Yunnan Biao and tissues. Glancing at the bite mark, Han Feng looked up and said. Han Feng lowered his head, thought for a moment, and said to Hoo, with me here? They dare not come over. If they come, I will drive them all away. Monsters. So many monsters. So many monsters. At this time, Hoo was like hysteria, repeating this sentence over and over again, no matter what Han Feng said. It seemed as if he didn't hear it. Seeing Hoo's state, Han Feng frowned, as if he realized something. Without hesitation, Han Feng said directly to Luna, Luna, is there any situation around the mine? Report to Team Han. Everything is normal around the mine. After thinking for a few seconds, Han Feng continued, the radar can only cover a distance of 5 kilometers around. Let's send all the members of the 2nd Brigade out to explore all directions. Okay, Captain Han. After talking to Luna, Han Feng stood up and handed Hoo in his arms to Wei Yun. He sat aside and cleaned the wound. At this time, the lights above everyone's heads also lit up. The electricity was connected. 10 minutes later, Han Feng finished treating the wound. At the same time, Luna's report came to his mind. Report to Captain Han. All members of the 2nd Battalion have investigated the area within 10 kilometers around the mining area and found nothing. After listening, Han Feng frowned and stood up. He looked back at the pale Hoo and did not reply. Turning outside, looking at the dark outside world, Han Feng took out a cigarette, lit one and replied, Luna, expand the search range to 20 kilometers. After a pause, Han Feng added, all police dogs also participate in the investigation. Okay, Captain Han. Looking up at the moon in the sky, Han Feng exhaled a puff of smoke. I thought it was just Fox's nonsense. But at this moment, Han Feng's heart suddenly panicked. It's not accurate to say panic. It should be called sense of danger. Tanya, do you feel anything? Han Feng's eyes were still fixed on the moon. But in his mind, he contacted Tanya. Feeling? What feeling? It's almost 10 o'clock. But I'm not sleepy yet. What's wrong? Tanya replied without knowing what was going on. Nothing. After casually replying to Tanya, Han Feng asked again, do you think zombies will suddenly attack us in the middle of the night? Hearing what you said, Tanya paused. As Tanya shut down, Han Feng's heartbeat tightened a bit. That's really impossible. Suddenly, Tanya laughed and continued, think about it. This place is 100 kilometers away from the city. It's impossible for you to walk over. Not to mention those slow-moving zombies besides. The zombies don't know we are here. Even if some really wander over, what threat can they pose? After Tanya finished speaking, Han Feng thought about it and agreed. Maybe. I really thought too much. A few minutes later, Han Feng threw down the cigarette, but in his hand, and stomped it out. When Han Feng turned around and walked back to the color steel house, a message came to his mind. Report to Captain Han. The investigation range of the 2nd Brigade has expanded to 20 kilometers away from the mining area, and no discovery has been made. After that, Luna asked, excuse me, Captain Han, do we need to expand the investigation range? No. Let the people from the 2nd Brigade come back. Okay, Captain Han. What about the police dogs? Should they be recalled as well? Okay, let them. Having said this, Han Feng felt something was wrong, and then said, let the police dogs continue to investigate, and expand the investigation range to 50 kilometers. If you don't find anything, come back immediately. Okay, Captain Han. After talking to Luna, Han Feng entered the prefabricated steel room and walked towards Hoo. After staying with Hoo for more than 10 minutes, Hoo's face finally improved. Just when Han Feng thought everything was safe, something happened. Report to Captain Han. The police dog is being attacked. Report to Captain Han. The police dog died. Luna's report did not stop, and she directly announced the death of the police dog. What? The smile in the last second froze on Han Feng's face. Han Feng stood up suddenly and asked back, what can kill a police dog so quickly? As a first-level police dog, both speed and sense of smell have been enhanced. In terms of speed, let alone mobilized soldiers. Even if American soldiers want to kill police dogs with guns, it is impossible to be so fast. Chapter 257, Massive Sniper Killings. Report to Captain Han. The location of the police dog is beyond the radar detection range, so it cannot transmit the image back. Luna explained Han Feng's question, clenching his fists. After a little thought, Han Feng asked, how far is the place where the police dog died from the mining area? Report to Captain Han. About 25 kilometers from the mining area. What is the location? Which direction? At your 4 o'clock direction. The specific location has been marked by radar. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng kept silent and turned to walk towards the door. His face gradually changed because the direction Luna just pointed to was the city he had been to in the past few days. Is it a conspiracy? Is it a coincidence? Or has it been planned for a long time? I have no idea. Seeing Han Feng's face turn pale, Wei Yun stepped forward and asked, Brother Han, why do you look so bad? Is something wrong? Yes, Brother Han. Why did you suddenly become like this? Wei Peng, who didn't know why, also asked. Although Lu Rui and Gui Yongxing didn't speak, it can be seen from their eyes that there is fear and confusion. Among this group of people, Wang Man is the calmest. Without saying a word, he took a few quick steps behind Han Feng, pretending to accompany him out. Arriving at the door, Han Feng stopped and said without looking back, no big deal. Just a few small bastards. By the way, if there is nothing else, it is best not to go out tonight. Ignoring everyone's subsequent questions, Han Feng walked straight out the door. Walking out of the color steel house, Wang Man stepped forward and said, Xiao Han, what's the matter? How many people do you need? Maybe the zombies are coming. Go back and prepare first and wait for my notice. After a pause, Han Feng continued, I will go and see later. Maybe it's really okay. Then be careful yourself. Wang Man was not a person who would waste time. He hurriedly left a sentence and turned around and ran away, ready to go back to gather people. Standing in the moonlight, Han Feng seemed to have guessed the murderer who attacked the police dog. A level 3 zombie. In terms of speed, a level 3 zombie completely beats a police dog. In terms of strength, a level 3 zombie can tear apart a mobilized soldier with his bare hands. Able to kill a police dog in just 1 second. Han Feng really couldn't think of any other possible alternatives except for a level 3 zombie. Of course, level 4 zombies can't do it either. After figuring this out, Han Feng silently ordered in his mind, all snipers, each prepare a vehicle and go with me to investigate. Yes, Captain Han. Yes, Captain Han. Yes. After the 6 snipers responded, Han Feng notified Tanya again and asked her to accompany him to see the situation. As for the Terminator Ghost, Han Feng decided to leave him in the zinc mine to guard the house. If there is a situation, Ghost can rely on his iron body to entangle for a while and wait for his help. A few minutes later, 6 saber-tooth armored vehicles and the multi-purpose infantry vehicle driven by Han Feng were ready to go. Following Han Feng's order, the convoy began to speed up and rush towards the scene of the incident. The journey of more than 10 minutes was neither long nor short. On the way, Han Feng felt more and more dangerous. Combined with what Hu said before, Han Feng even had an illusion that the place he would arrive at was the headquarters of the zombies. Arriving at the scene of the incident, Han Feng stopped the car and carefully observed the surroundings. All snipers, pay attention. After giving the order, Han Feng grabbed the assault rifle beside him and opened the car door. After getting off the car, Han Feng walked towards the body of the police dog a few meters away. Squatting down, Han Feng reached out to look at the police dog. Looking at the police dog that seemed to be torn into 2 halves, Han Feng was sure it was a level 3 zombie, regardless of the attack method or other traces. The spearhead was aimed at the level 3 zombie. Wiping the blood off his hands, Han Feng prepared to get up. Bang! At this moment, the sniper gun fired. Han Feng just got up halfway and was frightened by the gunshot and squatted back on the ground. Luna, what's wrong? Did you see the level 3 zombie? Bang! Bang! Before Luna could speak, 2 sniper bullets were fired from different muzzles. Because the 2 shots were fired too close to each other. If you didn't listen carefully, you would think that only 1 shot was fired. Report to Captain Han. It's a level 3 zombie. Bang! Another gunshot. In just 5 seconds, 4 sniper bullets took away the lives of 4 level 3 zombies around, bringing Han Feng 1,200 gold coins. Without time to feel the increase in gold coins, Han Feng hurriedly ordered, all snipers cover each other. Don't leave blind spots. Bang! Bang! As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, a series of gunshots rang out. At this time, through the corner of his eye, Han Feng saw Tanya jump off the multi-purpose infantry vehicle and jump towards the bushes beside him. It was night now, and there was no light in the sparse woods, except for the little light provided by the headlights of the convoy. It was pitch black all around. Sniper, prepare the incendiary bottles. In order to get more light, Han Feng directly ordered, drop them all around. Whoosh! 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 Several dark dots flew quickly around, making a whirring sound. Han Feng knew that when the incendiary bottles exploded, there would be a flash of dazzling white light. In order not to affect the sniper's vision, Han Feng quickly shouted, pay attention to protect your eyes. A few seconds later, 6 incendiary bottles exploded one after another. When the dazzling white light dissipated, Han Feng looked up and looked around. The burning substance gave off light and heat, and the heat waves rushed towards his face. In the surroundings full of light sources, Han Feng even saw a running fire. It seemed that the sniper hit the mark by accident, and the sticky burning substance just fell on an unlucky level 3 zombie. Because of the burning pain, the level 3 zombie ran desperately. However, after a few seconds, the flame stopped. The defense of the level 3 zombie is not comparable to that of the level 4 zombie, and the level 3 zombie was burned to death in just a few seconds. Back then, the level 4 zombie was holding the burning bottle tightly. Luna, start the timer. Remind me when 10 minutes are up, Han Feng said to Luna, looking at the blazing flames around him. Because the burning of the incendiary bottle can only last for 1 to 15 minutes, including the time to leave a way out. 10 minutes is just right. Okay, Captain Han. Bang! Bang! With the help of the surrounding light sources, the sniper shooting speed has obviously increased. Standing up, Han Feng glanced around and was immediately frightened. Unexpectedly, in such a quick glance, 4 level 3 zombies appeared in Han Feng's sight. This is still in front of me, and there is no telling how many there are in the distance. Why? Why? What went wrong? Holding up the assault rifle, Han Feng muttered to himself while jumping up and rushing towards the level 3 zombie closest to him. Bang! Before Han Feng approached the 3rd level zombie, the sniper behind him fired. Looking at the 3rd level zombie with half of its body missing, Han Feng turned and rushed to another 3rd level zombie. The fierce battle lasted for a minute. Report to Captain Han. I have no bullets. The first sniper to say this was Simon. Then, report to Captain Han. I have no bullets either. Fuck. It's only been a minute. How? Report to Captain Han. I have no bullets either. Damn it. At this time, 6 snipers reported that they had no bullets. 6 snipers, 12 full magazines, 120 sniper bullets, all used up in just 1 minute. What a concept. Even if we don't count the ones killed by ourselves, Tanya, or the ones burned by Molotov cocktails, the snipers alone killed 120 level 3 zombies? Seeing this, Han Feng didn't hesitate and gave the order directly. Get in the car. Everyone go home. Full speed ahead. In order to provide fire cover for the snipers who had no ammunition, Tanya increased the speed of killing the enemies. Han Feng, on the other hand, approached the convoy alone, and used his telekinesis to restrain any level 3 zombies that approached. More than 10 seconds later, 6 saber-tooth armored vehicles disappeared. Tanya, come back. Seeing the snipers evacuated safely, Han Feng hurriedly asked Tanya to get in the car. Finally, relying on the effective confinement, Han Feng and Tanya also escaped from the tiger's mouth. At full speed, the more than 20 kilometers of road were rushed back in less than 10 minutes. Once back to the zinc mine, Han Feng directly ordered all Red Alert soldiers to cancel their rest and be on alert. Luna, how many level 3 zombies did we kill just now? Han Feng asked Luna, taking out a cigarette. Report to Captain Han. All snipers killed 120 level 3 zombies. Tanya killed 17 level 3 zombies. You killed 2 level 3 zombies. and the burning bottle killed one level 3 zombie. A total of 143 level 3 zombies. How come there are so many level 3 zombies? It doesn't make sense. Han Feng muttered, and then asked, how many gold coins did I get this time? Captain Han, your gold coin income is 47,400. After listening to Luna, the amount of gold coins obtained this time is probably the highest ever. But Han Feng couldn't be happy. The reason is that the number of level 3 zombies is abnormally high. Holding a cigarette, thinking about this battle carefully, Han Feng was puzzled. Why did only level 3 zombies appear in this battle? There was no level 1, 2, or 4 zombies. Suddenly, Han Feng stared with his eyes and straightened his body. The look of shock was beyond words. Level 3 zombies are their vanguard. Han Feng shouted this sentence the next second. That's right, their real big army is still behind. A distance of 100 kilometers is indeed very far for them. But the level 3 zombies relied on their quick actions and came here first. Thinking of this, Han Feng's back was covered with cold sweat. Having quickly taken out his mobile phone, Han Feng saw that the current time was 11:30. It would take at least 5.5 hours before dawn. Looking at the pitch-black environment around him, Han Feng almost bit his teeth. Chapter 258, Zombies Gathering. Luna, there must be searchlights in the mine. I remember when we came here. Yes, there were searchlights in the supplies. Let the mobilized soldiers move all the diesel generators around the mine. Let the engineers come back. Fix the circuit. And connect the searchlights. Make the surroundings bright, so that the battle will be easier. At this time, Han Feng was flustered and a little incoherent. But at least Luna understood what he meant. Okay, Captain Han. Leave it to me. After responding, Luna began to arrange these things. By the way, Luna, summon 5 more snipers. After a pause, Han Feng changed his words. No. Summon 10, 20 snipers. Report to Captain Han. It will cost 50,000 gold coins to summon 20 snipers. Please confirm. Confirm. Just consider the battle just now wasted. Okay. Captain Han. 20 snipers are being summoned. Please wait. The huge sum of 50,000 gold coins was instantly transferred. But Han Feng didn't feel heartbroken at all. Facing the extremely possible danger, Han Feng no longer cared about this small profit. Staring at the dark night in the distance, Han Feng was worried. Since the radar can only display the range within 5 kilometers and cannot detect the existence of zombies, there must be someone standing guard in the distance. This position must be held by a red alert soldier. Because if someone else were to go up and really sacrificed, Han Feng would not know. After thinking about it, Han Feng made up his mind and said to Luna, Luna, summon 10 mobilized soldiers. That's right. Han Feng wanted to use mobilized soldiers as the cannon fodder. The reason is simple. Because mobilized soldiers are the cheapest type of soldiers in all red alert summons. Even if the police dog really goes forward to investigate, it is very likely to splash water and then be finished. And the same price is replaced by mobilized soldiers, which can at least splash 5 water. Report to Captain Han. Summoning 10 mobilized soldiers requires 1,000 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. Summon. Okay. Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng suddenly thought of something and continued, Luna, build 10 more sentry guns. Report to Captain Han. It will cost 50,000 gold coins to build 10 sentry guns. Please confirm. Confirm. In order to defend this place, Han Feng spent a lot of money to build defensive weapons. Time passed by, and during this time, Han Feng was like an ant crawling on a hot pot. Because he had no eyes, Han Feng didn't know whether the zombies came or not. If they came, where did they go? How many were there? Facing the fear of the unknown, Han Feng could only rely on guesses, feelings and other mysterious things to estimate the location of the zombies. Report to Captain Han. The summoning of 10 mobilized soldiers has been completed. Just when Han Feng was overwhelmed, the summoning of 10 mobilized soldiers was completed. Without hesitation, Han Feng gave the order, let these 10 mobilized soldiers go to investigate. Leave 1 mobilized soldier every 2 kilometers. Be quick. Okay. Captain Han. Hearing Luna's reply, Han Feng felt a little guilty. His previous order was undoubtedly sending these 10 mobilized soldiers to die. But he had no better way at this time. Luna, let the mobilized soldiers on guard prepare Molotov cocktails and grenades. Han Feng knew that the mobilized soldiers were a little slow in action. Facing the sensitive third-level zombies, the mobilized soldiers had no chance to shoot at all. Even if they did shoot, the probability of hitting the third-level zombies was basically zero. Rather than relying on illusory luck, it is better to use incendiary bottles and grenades. In this way, once a threat occurs, the mobilized soldiers can directly pull out the killing weapons in their hands. Okay, Captain Han. After responding, Luna continued, report to Captain Han. The first sentry gun has been built. Okay. Build. Without hesitation, Han Feng directly built this sentry gun 5 kilometers away from the zinc mine, the farthest construction distance for defensive weapons. With this sentry gun blocking the zinc mine and the zombies, Han Feng's heartstrings loosened a little. But Han Feng knew that the attack range of the sentry gun was only about 300 meters. This attack range can only play a role in slightly alleviating and delaying. It is unrealistic to rely on sentry guns to resolve the battle. While waiting in agony, Han Feng checked the soldier details interface. Each of the mobilized soldiers standing guard in front represents a virtual defense line. After waiting for an unknown period of time, Han Feng observed that the vital signs of a mobilized soldier disappeared and were replaced by gray. Report to Captain Han. A mobilized soldier was killed. I know. How far is it from here? Han Feng pursed his lips without revealing much emotion. Report to Captain Han. The mobilized soldier who was killed was 20 kilometers away from here, and it happened to be the last mobilized soldier. Hearing this, Han Feng narrowed his eyes. I thought it was wrong. A few hours ago, the police dog died at a location of 25 kilometers. Now, the mobilized soldier died at a location of 20 kilometers. After such a long time, the level 3 zombies only approach 5 kilometers? It doesn't make sense. But after a careful look, Han Feng sniffed out the conspiracy. These level 3 zombies are probably waiting for the large force behind them to launch a general attack in one fell swoop. What a cruel scheme, Han Feng muttered, and then shook his head. I thought it was unlikely. Right? Level 3 zombies don't have this wisdom. And the evolution direction of level 4 zombies is obviously not the brain. Excluding all possibilities, there is only one result left. Level 5 zombies. Luna, have level 5 zombies appeared? Captain Han. I don't know, but according to the last system budget, level 5 zombies are likely to have appeared. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng also remembered that she had predicted to herself more than a month ago that level 5 zombies would evolve in about half a month. Now, on the other hand, level 5 zombies appeared half a month later. Taking out another cigarette and lighting it, Han Feng silently paid attention to the physical condition of the mobilized soldiers. The mobilized soldiers, who were 18 kilometers away from here, were in good physical condition, which meant that the level 3 zombie should have stopped at a position of 20 kilometers. With a cigarette in his mouth, Han Feng wanted to order the tanks and heavily armed soldiers to bomb. But as soon as the thought came to his mind, he felt deep regret. Damn it! He had used up all the ammunition of the Grizzly tanks and multi-purpose infantry vehicles at around 6 in the morning. Now there are only 20 Stinger missiles left for 5 heavily armed soldiers. But this firepower is obviously not enough to deal with the unknown number of level 3 zombies. How about taking the rocket launcher? Soon, Han Feng thought of the second plan. After a little contemplation, Han Feng still gritted his teeth and rejected it. The reason was that he didn't know how huge the zombie army he was about to face was. Besides, the actions of level 3 zombies are extremely fast, and intensive bombing will not work at all. Another disadvantage is that rockets are not unlimited. If you wait until the zombies are approaching before launching rockets, the benefits or pressure will be greater than the waste now. Thinking of this, Han Feng suddenly grinned a few times. Since you are willing to wait, I am not afraid of delaying. After saying this, Han Feng found a clean place to do it. Like a general who is not panicking in battle. An hour and a half later, 10 sentry guns were connected end to end, forming a 6-kilometer defense line. The sentry guns have an attack radius of 300 meters, and the firepower coverage area is 600 meters in diameter. 10 sentry guns connected end to end are exactly 6 kilometers. 6 kilometers is neither long nor short, but it can really work wonders when used in interception. And each sentry gun has 5,000 micromissiles, which adds up to 50,000 micromissiles. When the last sentry gun was built, Han Feng ordered again, Luna, Build 10 machine gun bunkers. Report to Captain Han. It takes 25,000 gold coins to build 10 machine gun bunkers. Please confirm. Confirm. Build. Okay. Captain Han. 10 machine gun bunkers are being built. Please wait. Take a deep breath. Han Feng has a faint smile on his face. Thinking, yes, you guys just drag it, wait for the ammunition of the multi-purpose infantry vehicle and the grizzly tank to refresh. And then wait for me to build more defense systems. By then, no matter how many zombies you come, they will be delivering food to me. 50 minutes later, 10 machine gun bunkers were distributed around the mining area by Han Feng. This line of defense is Han Feng's last bottom line. If this line of defense cannot be defended, it means that the zombies have stepped on his face. During this period of time, the mobilized soldier at the farthest point did not die, which means that the third-level zombies are still waiting for the zombie army and have not launched an attack. Observe the number of gold coins. There are still 280,000 or 290,000 left. Han Feng made up his mind and ordered again, Luna, build me 10 more sentry guns. Ah? Captain Han. Still building? What Han Feng didn't expect was that Luna actually started to ask himself. Confirmed. Build it. Just as a pre-departure line of defense. Okay. Captain Han. 10 sentry guns will cost a total of 50,000 gold coins. The sentry guns are being built. Please wait. 10 minutes later, when the new sentry gun was built, Han Feng built it next to the construction plant. Although the construction plant and the survivor settlement were behind the zinc mine, Han Feng was still worried that zombies would attack him from behind. Yet he built all the defense systems in front. Once the opponent made a tactical change, he really couldn't withstand such a blow. Another hour and a half later, new sentry guns were distributed around the construction plant and the settlement, with 5 guards in each place. Even if the zombies really attack by surprise, these defensive weapons were enough to intercept them. If they don't have the wisdom to attack by surprise, that's even better. Just consider it an investment in safety. Taking out his cell phone, Han Feng saw that the current time was around 3:30 in the morning. Standing up and stretching his muscles, Han Feng walked towards the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, intending to go to the front line to take a look. Anyway, he didn't approach the cordon 20 kilometers away, and stopped at 15 kilometers. He could still see the situation with the eyes of the mobilized soldiers. Halfway through the journey, Luna in his mind suddenly reported, "Report to the Han team. A mobilized soldier was killed." Hearing this, Han Feng stepped on the accelerator, speeding up and asked, "Is it the position at 18 kilometers? Yes. Han team." After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng held the steering wheel tightly with both hands, and asked in his heart, "Has the general attack started?" Chapter 259, Zombie Frenzy. Continuously stepping on the accelerator. A few minutes later, Han Feng arrived 11 kilometers away from the zinc mine. At this position, Han Feng can connect to the mobilized soldiers standing guard at 16 kilometers. Luna, connect the vision. Sitting in the car, Han Feng gave the order. Okay. Captain Han. When Han Feng opened his eyes again, his vision was pitch black. After adapting to the environment, Han Feng controlled the mobilized soldiers in his mind to take out the incendiary bottle, pulling the pull ring on the top of the incendiary bottle. The mobilized soldier threw it far away with all his strength. As the flash ended, a pool of fire ignited in the jungle more than 40 meters away. Holding his breath, Han Feng stared at the distance. Squeak! About 7 or 8 minutes later, the sound heard by the mobilized soldiers came to Han Feng's mind along with the radar connection. Seeing this, Han Feng widened his eyes and stared at the place where the sound came from. Suddenly, a black shadow attacked the mobilized soldiers, and Han Feng, who was 5 kilometers away, trembled with fear. The next second, Luna reported that the connection was disconnected. Opening his eyes, Han Feng stared at the steering wheel, because at the moment the connection was disconnected. Han Feng saw densely packed heads. You can tell with your toes that these crowded people are all zombies. And there are also some tall level 4 zombies. Pinching his fingers, Han Feng woke up a lot from the shock. With a turn of his eyes, Han Feng realized that the zombie army was still 16 kilometers away from the zinc mine. Theoretically, they still need at least 3 hours to reach the zinc mine. Taking out his mobile phone, Han Feng saw that the current time was a little after 4 o'clock. It's still in time. While muttering, Han Feng said to Luna, "Luna, Build 10 machine gun bunkers. Quick! Report to the Han team. Building 10 machine gun bunkers requires. Confirm. Confirm. Build. After interrupting Luna's normal inquiry, Han Feng added, let the newly summoned 20 snipers come over. Stay at a position of 10 kilometers. Quick! Okay. Captain Han. After telling them to take these, Han Feng turned the multi-purpose infantry vehicle around and drove back. Arriving at the 10-kilometer position, Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it. Before the cigarette was burned out, he heard the roar of a number of saber-tooth armored vehicles. Snipers. Here we are. Watching the snipers get off the car and be on guard, Han Feng contacted Luna. Luna. Here. Let's set up an ambush first. Okay. Captain Han. After Luna responded, 20 snipers began to occupy the surrounding high ground. Hiding in the trees. Lying on the car. Hiding in the cover. Etc. Attention. Snipers. Your target is the 3rd level zombie. Ignore the rest of the zombies. When attacking, be as fast as possible. Strive for a quick victory. Yes. Captain Han. Yes. Captain Han. After the arrangement was completed, the responses of the snipers came back to his mind. At this time, it was pitch black and silent. Looking up, Han Feng looked at the stars in the sky and said, Luna, when will the ammunition of the Grizzly tank and the multi-purpose infantry vehicle be reset? Report to Captain Han. The ammunition of the Grizzly tank and the multi-purpose infantry vehicle was refreshed as early as the early morning of today. Huh? A puzzled voice came from Han Feng's mouth. And then Han Feng asked again, it was refreshed in the early morning? How come it's so fast? Report to the Han team. The summoning time of the Grizzly tank and the multi-purpose infantry vehicle is around 5 a.m. Since both are 1-star units, the refresh time is reduced to 18 hours. Oh. After listening to Luna, Han Feng felt a little relieved. The ammunition of the heavy firepower unit has been refreshed, which will play a significant role in the upcoming anti-Japanese war. A few minutes later, Luna reported, report to the Han team. The mobilized soldiers at the 14th kilometer have died. After Luna's report, Han Feng took out his mobile phone and checked the time. Then he said with a neutral expression, in half an hour. They advanced 2 kilometers. The longer he waited, the faster Han Feng's heartbeat became. Report to Captain Han. The mobilized soldier at the 12th kilometer was killed. Hearing the report, Han Feng immediately took out his mobile phone. When the mobile phone was put back in his pocket, Han Feng said to himself, 25 minutes, they have accelerated the process. Han Feng knew very well that the zombies would arrive next. Report to Captain Han. The construction of 10 machine gun bunkers has been completed. Please give instructions. When the 50-minute construction time was up, Luna asked for instructions. Don't build it yet. Let's talk about it later. Okay. Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng closed his eyes and listened carefully to the movements around him. 15 minutes later, a strange noise came from the surrounding bushes. All snipers, get your incendiary bottles ready. Han Feng ordered in his mind. Throw. Whoosh. Whoosh. 20 incendiary bottles were thrown far away, making a whirring sound as they flew. A few seconds later, a sea of fire suddenly ignited in the woods. It was already past 5 o'clock, and the sky was beginning to brighten. The reason why Han Feng asked the snipers to throw incendiary bottles was not for the light source, but for another purpose, the flame belt. With the flame belt as a buffer, Han Feng could at least hold on for a few more minutes. If these flames could kill more zombies, it would be a miraculous effect. As soon as the incendiary bottle was lit, a level 3 zombie suddenly jumped over the flames and ran towards Han Feng. As Han Feng expected, the level 3 zombies were the vanguard of the zombie army. Bang! The sniper fired. Bang! Bang! The first bullet seemed to have ignited the flames of war, and the following gunshots became more intense in an instant. Sitting in the car, Han Feng narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the surroundings. In Han Feng's sight, he actually didn't see so many level 3 zombies. Even some level 3 zombies were killed before Han Feng noticed the bodies. TSK, TSK, TSK. Han Feng smacked his lips, and his admiration for the sniper arose spontaneously. In less than a minute, the snipers began to report that they were out of ammunition. 20 snipers, 200 sniper bullets. They were all used up so quickly. Retreat. With the order, Han Feng no longer wanted to fight. Anyway, it was just an ambush. The real battlefield was not here, leaving the flame belt as a buffer. All the members of Han Feng's side retreated unscathed. On the way back, Han Feng asked Luna, how many level 3 zombies did the snipers kill just now? Report to Captain Han. The snipers killed a total of 184 level 3 zombies, bringing in 55,200 gold coins. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng did not speak. So far, a total of 327 level 3 zombies have died. Even with this great achievement, Han Feng still feels uneasy. The reason is simple. How many level 3 zombies are there? Han Feng has no idea. How many zombies of other levels are there? Han Feng has even less idea. Arriving 5 kilometers away from the zinc mine, Han Feng looked at the sentry gun and ordered in his mind, Luna, put 10 machine gun bunkers 2.5 kilometers behind the sentry guns to build a second line of defense. Okay, Captain Han. After that, the second line of defense formed by machine gun bunkers was instantly built. Luna, summon 9 radiation engineers. Without a pause, Han Feng directly gave the next command. That's right. Han Feng has set his sights on the special range attack of radiation engineers. As long as they are deployed on the land, within an hour, the land within a range of 500 meters will be contaminated by nuclear radiation. Most of the zombies that enter will turn into blood water within a minute. And this is Han Feng's most powerful and last resort. Report to Captain Han. Summoning 9 radiation engineers requires 18,000 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. Summon. Okay. Captain Han. 9 radiation engineers are being summoned. Please wait. As soon as this sentence fell, Luna immediately reported, Captain Han. The mobilized soldier at 8 kilometers died. Without replying, Han Feng took out his phone and muttered, 20 minutes. It seems that they are approaching faster and faster. Luna, notify Brother Wang. Everyone is a soldier. Distribute all weapons. As long as you are capable of fighting, no matter old or young, all receive weapons. Okay. Captain Han. The sky is getting brighter and brighter, but there is no smoke rising. Now everyone knows what they are about to face. A few minutes later, Luna reported, Captain Han. 9 radiation engineers have been summoned. Please give instructions. Okay. Including the previous radiation engineer. A total of 10 will be sent to the front line. After a pause, Han Feng continued, put them in the center of the first line of defense sentry guns and the second line of defense machine gun bunkers, connected end to end, and deployed on the spot. Okay. Captain Han. Luna finished speaking. Han Feng thought to himself, wait until the sentry guns complete the first wave of attacks. The zombies will enter the ambush circle of the radiation engineers after walking a distance. When they come out, there will be few Miao people left. And the nuclear contamination range of the radiation engineers is 500 meters, which is 5 kilometers when connected together. It can just echo the front and back lines of defense. There are 3 or 4 lines of defense in front, and hundreds of red alert soldiers behind. The left and right arms are Terminators. Tanya. In terms of heavy firepower, there are grizzly tanks, heavy soldiers, and multifunctional infantry vehicles. Of course, there are also militia composed of 10,000 people including Brother Wang. With such a formation, even if there are 100,000 zombies, it will be a piece of cake. But in Han Feng's heart, even with such strict measures, the sense of danger is still like a maggot attached to the bone, refusing to retreat. Take out the cigarette for the nth time today. Han Feng quietly lights it. Looking at the ethereal smoke, Han Feng clenched his cold hands. Report to Captain Han. The mobilized soldiers at 6 kilometers were killed. I know. Speed up and distribute the weapons to everyone. Quick! Han Feng tightened his shirt and frowned. Okay. Captain Han. A few minutes later, the sentry gun fired the first bullet. Chapter 260. In the Zombie Frenzy. Report to Captain Han. The zombies have entered the first line of defense. The sentry guns? And the cordon. The sentry guns are now identifying the enemy and attacking on their own. Yes. I know. In fact, without Luna telling him, Han Feng also sensed the speed at which the gold coins were rising. Looking at the direction of the zombies, Han Feng asked, Luna, how long can the first line of defense stop the zombies? Report to Captain Han. Now all 10 sentry guns are attacking. According to the current attack speed and frequency, the last sentry gun will run out of bullets in about 10 minutes. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's heart tightened. According to Luna, all 10 sentry guns were firing, which means that the zombies' battle line was at least 6 kilometers long, or even longer. After thinking for a while, Han Feng said, "Luna, connect the vision." "Okay, Captain Han." The vision connection is connecting. According to Han Feng's idea, Luna connected his sight to the mobilized soldier closest to the front line. Opening his eyes again, Han Feng saw the battle on the front line through the mobilized soldier's eyes. Countless dense zombies came. Even if he climbed on a tall tree, Han Feng could not see the tail of the zombie army. The sentry guns in front of him spit out flames and killed zombies one after another. But the attack frequency of the sentry guns is limited, and the placement of the sentry guns is not compact. So some zombies will pass through the edge of the attack of the 2 sentry guns. Watching the battle, Han Feng was surprised that the attack of the sentry guns on the 4th level zombies was extremely limited. To kill a 4th level zombie, the sentry guns need to spend at least 100 times the ammunition. You know, the micro-missiles of the sentry guns are much stronger than the bullets of the red alert soldiers. Even if it is a level 1 or 2 zombie, as long as they stand in a row, a micro-missile can penetrate 3 or 4 of them like a piece of cake. Seeing this, Han Feng immediately issued a new order: the sentry guns of the first line of defense. The attack targets are concentrated on the 1st, 2nd and 3rd level zombies. Leave the 4th level zombies empty. Let them go and deal with them later. The new order was issued, and the sentry gun changed its attack order automatically, even if a level 4 zombie passed by the edge of the attack range. The sentry gun was too lazy to look at it. In fact, Han Feng was also sweating in his heart. What if a level 4 zombie approached the sentry gun and suddenly attacked? The huge fist and fierce attack force hit the sentry gun. In a few hits, the sentry gun would definitely become scrap metal. For this reason, Han Feng was nervous and ready to issue new attack orders at any time. If you see a level 4 zombie showing the intention to attack, change the attack order immediately. But the situation doesn't seem to be as bad as Han Feng thought. The level 4 zombie didn't care about the sentry gun next to it, and just walked towards the zinc mine. The mobilized soldiers in charge of watching retreated while observing. Soon, the 10 minutes were up. The sentry guns turned off one by one and stopped firing bullets. The 50,000 rounds of ammunition for the sentry guns were used up in an instant. On the other hand, the zombie army was still endless. If it weren't for the corpses all over the ground, Han Feng would even have the illusion that there was no obstruction just now. "Luna, send 10 mobilized soldiers to the front line and enter the machine gun bunker," Han Feng ordered at the right time. Now the zombies are about to enter the radiation circle of the radiation engineer. The radiation range of 500 meters can delay for a while. "Yes, Captain Han." After responding, Luna sent out 10 mobilized soldiers to the second line of defense 2.5 kilometers ahead. After giving all these instructions, Han Feng continued to watch the zombies coming from the front line. A few minutes later, the mobilized soldier on the front line had nowhere to retreat. In front of him was an unknown number of zombies, and a few meters behind him was the radiation circle of the radiation engineer. In desperation, Han Feng whispered, "Prepare the incendiary bottles. Prepare the grenades." After preparing all this, Han Feng continued to order, "Throw." Boom. Whoosh. The grenade was thrown at the level 4 zombie not far in front of him. And the next moment, the incendiary bottle also exploded above the head of the level 4 zombie. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. After throwing all the grenades and incendiary bottles, the mobilized soldier picked up the AK-47 and started shooting. However, such resistance is ultimately ineffective. After more than 10 seconds, the AK-47 ran out of ammunition. The conscript dropped his gun and started to sprint with his fists clenched. "Report to Captain Han. The connection has been disconnected." A few seconds later, Luna said this, which also symbolized the sacrifice of the conscript. With his eyes closed, Han Feng said indifferently, "How is the preparation for the second line of defense? There will be sacrifices in war. Up to now, there is only one conscript left out of the 10 conscripts on guard. And this? The real battle has not yet begun. Report to Captain Han. The second line of defense. 10 machine gun bunkers have been activated. 10 mobilized soldiers have been stationed there." "Okay, After responding, Han Feng asked again, "How is the radiation engineer going?" "Report to Captain Han. The zombies have begun to enter the radiation circle of the radiation engineer." "Okay. Connect the vision." Upon hearing the news that the zombies entered the radiation circle, Han Feng immediately issued a new vision connection command. "Okay. Captain Han. The vision connection is connecting." Following Han Feng's thoughts. This time, Luna connected Han Feng's vision with the radiation engineer. Opening his eyes again, Han Feng saw the burning level 4 zombie in front of the huge gas mask walking towards him. Behind the level 4 zombie, a large number of zombies stepped into the radiation circle one after another. According to Luna and the radiation engineer, all creatures that enter the radiation circle will turn into blood within 1 minute. Looking at the level 4 zombie that was still walking steadily, Han Feng began to hold his breath and concentrate. After dozens of seconds, the level 4 zombie knelt on the ground. With the flames burning on its body, the level 4 zombie began to crawl. Seeing this scene, Han Feng couldn't help but feel a little scared, thinking, "This is too similar to the devil crawling out of hell?" After waiting for dozens of seconds, the level 4 zombie lay on the ground motionless. But the flames on its body had not yet extinguished. Dead. Feeling the increase of 1,000 gold coins, Han Feng determined that the 4th level zombie was dead. At the same time, Han Feng raised his head and looked back. Large groups of zombies fell down, and the scene of zombies covered in blood made Han Feng's stomach swell with stomach acid. It turns out that the pictures in the game are all deceptive. Ugh! Seeing this hell-like scene, Han Feng muttered subconsciously, and at the same time heaved. In the game, humans killed by nuclear radiation will turn into green liquid and die. But the picture in front of him is a blood sack. Although the picture is cruel, the radiation circle of the radiation engineer is really useful. Whether it is a 1st level zombie or a 4th level zombie, it will die in a short time. It's just that the 4th level zombie can hold on for a little longer. In the radiation circle of 500 meters, zombies will not approach the radiation engineer from the time they enter until they die. This defense line is amazing. But Han Feng was not happy for a while, when a strange noise came. Woo! 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 Han Feng thought it was a charge order issued by a high-level zombie, but he didn't know it was a stop order issued by a high-level zombie. Han Feng, who was still looking up, was a little unprepared when he saw that the subsequent zombies were not moving forward. When the last zombie in the radiation circle died, Han Feng was a little dumbfounded. Could it be that they found out? It shouldn't be. Nuclear radiation kills people silently. How could these brainless people notice it? Swoosh! Just as Han Feng was thinking about this, he suddenly found that the front was dark. The next moment, Luna said, "Report to Captain Han. The vision connection is disconnected." "What? Who killed the radiation engineer? I haven't seen it clearly." "Report to Captain Han. The other 9 radiation engineers were killed. An unexpected situation occurred. 10 radiation engineers were killed, and the most useful line of defense was destroyed. Report to Captain Han. It's a level 3 zombie. They approached the radiation engineers at a very fast speed and killed them instantly." After reporting the death, Luna said the cause of death of the radiation engineers. Before Han Feng could say anything, Luna continued, "Report to Captain Han. The radiation circle left by the radiation engineers will disappear in 21 minutes." Bad news came one after another. Han Feng opened his mouth, but found that he could not say anything. Facing a group of zombies that were too large to be estimated, his defense line was lost one after another. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng said, "Luna, recover the 10 sentry guns without ammunition. Build another 20 sentry guns." At this moment, Han Feng knew that it was no longer useful to summon radiation engineers. The zombies were about to appear in front of him, and the distance was too close. If he continued to let the radiation engineers build a defense line, it was very likely to hurt his own people by mistake. After all, nuclear radiation has no eyes. Report to Captain Han. The price of recycling sentry guns will be discounted by 50%. You will get 25,000 gold coins for recycling 10 sentry guns. In addition, it will cost 100,000 gold coins to build 20 sentry guns. Please confirm. Confirm recycling. Confirm construction. 2 consecutive confirmations came out of Han Feng's mouth. Okay, Captain Han. 10 sentry guns have been recycled. 20 sentry guns are being built. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng ordered Luna. Let the grizzly tank find a suitable position and aim at the 4th level zombies and fire. The zombies approached the range of about 3 kilometers, which was exactly the attack distance of the grizzly tank. At this distance, Han Feng could already see the figure of the front zombie. Okay, Captain Han. The grizzly tank is on its way to the position. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng turned his head and looked at the distant level 4 zombie. Thinking, aren't you tough? Then let the 1-star grizzly tank try. Let's see if you are tough. Or my tank gun is tough. Bang! Not far away. The grizzly tank, which had been ready for battle, fired. The recoil of the tank gun blew up a cloud of dust. And Han Feng, who was dozens of meters away, felt a shock. Chapter 261, Under the Zombie Frenzy. A ball of fire flashed from the muzzle of the grizzly tank, and a tank gun was fired instantly. Han Feng stared at the tank gun with his eyes, and activated his speed superpower. In Han Feng's sight, the high-speed tank gun became slow. A few seconds later, the shell hit the chest of the 4th level zombie accurately, letting the grizzly tank fight the 4th level zombie. Han Feng was a blind cat catching a dead mouse, because the muscles of the 4th level zombie are very developed. The result is inconvenience in movement. As a slow-moving target, the grizzly tank will definitely hit the target every time. If the grizzly tank is really allowed to fight zombies of other levels, not to mention wasting shells, it is still unknown whether it can hit them. An extremely cruel scene emerged, and the 4th level zombie seemed to be torn apart by a huge force. The upper body and lower body were separated, and the legs were still standing in place, but the shoulders and head had been thrown several meters into the air. Seeing this, Han Feng couldn't help but think of the scene of sniping and snatching watermelons. It was flying everywhere. It was exploding, due to the inertia of the grizzly tank shells. After penetrating the 4th level zombie, the shells did not stop, but only slowed down. After passing through the body of the 4th level zombie, the shells continued to smash backwards, and finally exploded more than 50 meters behind the 4th level zombie. In this range of about 50 meters, I don't know how many zombies were killed. In the explosion range of the tank gun, who knows how many zombies were killed? Boom! When the sound of the tank gun exploded came back, Han Feng was awakened and closed his slightly open mouth. Bang! Before he could say anything admiring, the 2nd shell of the grizzly tank was fired. 3 kilometers away, a level 4 zombie gloriously received the box lunch. Luna! Quick! Summon the grizzly tank. Seeing the grizzly tank's combat power exploded, Han Feng subconsciously exclaimed, Report to Captain Han. The gold coins required to summon the grizzly tank are 8,000. Please. Confirm. Confirm. Summon a grizzly. No. Summon 3. Summon 3 grizzly tanks. Han Feng shouted excitedly with excitement. Among these zombies, the most headache for Han Feng is the level 4 zombies. Whether it is Tanya or the Terminator Ghost, it is too difficult to kill one. But now it is different. After seeing the power of the grizzly tank, the problem of the level 4 zombies is solved. Report to Captain Han. The gold coins required to summon 3 grizzly tanks are 24,000. Please confirm. Confirm. Summon. Okay. Captain Han. The grizzly tanks are being summoned, and each summoning time is 40 minutes. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng took a deep breath, thinking that 40 minutes, although it is a bit long, it can be delayed as much as possible. Bang! Thinking of this, the 3rd tank gun of the grizzly tank was fired. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. In the distance, the zombies entered the cordon of the machine gun bunker. Hearing the firing of the machine gun bunker, Han Feng said, Luna, let the American soldiers board the saber-tooth armored vehicles. Drive to the front line. Use the machine gun bunker as a cover, and carry out a mobile attack. Okay. Captain Han. The order was issued, and 80 American soldiers were drawn from various battalions and boarded 10 saber-tooth armored vehicles, ready to be transported to the front line for combat. 10 saber-tooth armored vehicles, each with 8 shooting holes, combined with the off-road performance of the machine gun bunker and the saber-tooth armored vehicles. 10 neat grinders are about to appear. Soon, the 10 armored vehicles left in a cloud of dust. Looking at the taillights of the armored vehicle, Han Feng continued to issue the next order, Luna, let all the mobilized soldiers in the zinc mine go to collect the rocket launchers. The rich people will be the ammunition carriers. Okay, Captain Han. Following Han Feng's order, all 200 mobilized soldiers of the 5th Battalion gathered at the equipment warehouse to collect the rocket launchers. Move the rocket launchers and ammunition here. I think they will come here soon. As he spoke, Han Feng calculated 50,000 rounds of ammunition from the machine gun bunker and nearly 20,000 bullets from the American soldiers could not solve these zombies. When they lose the support of subsequent ammunition, the zombies will arrive here sooner or later. Standing on the hillside, Han Feng saw the zombies moving like a tide. This is no longer a zombie riot. It's a zombie frenzy, Han Feng muttered, his brain working rapidly, trying to find the root cause of the problem and a solution. After thinking for dozens of seconds, Han Feng finally said, Luna, always pay attention to the different zombies in the zombie group. I always suspect that there are higher-level zombies among them. Okay, Captain Han. I will pay attention. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng saw 10 saber-toothed tiger armored vehicles rushing into the battlefield. Wandering at the forefront of the battlefield, 10 saber-toothed tiger armored vehicles began to shoot. There were 80 American soldiers in the car. Each of them was a 1-star soldier. But even so, in the face of the extremely low kill rate, the zombies only lost part of the front row. And behind them, there were countless zombies coming up. From the beginning of the battle to now, Han Feng basically didn't feel nervous. Soon, a thick layer of rockets and bazookas piled up around Han Feng. And behind him, there were many mobilized soldiers running back and forth, delivering more rockets. Bang! Not far away, the Grizzly tank fired the 6th tank gun. His sight followed the tank gun. And this time, Han Feng saw an incredible scene. The tank gun passed through the body of the level 4 zombie, but did not continue to fly backwards as usual. Instead, it seemed to be intercepted by something. Boom! The next second, the tank gun exploded behind the body of the level 4 zombie. Seeing the fire of the explosion, Han Feng frowned, thinking, am I wrong? Suddenly, Luna followed up with a report. Report to Captain Han. The system detected an abnormality on the battlefield. I saw it too. Is it the tank gun just now? Han Feng immediately became alert when he heard Luna say this and asked back. Yes, Captain Han. According to the trajectory detected by the system in real time, the Grizzly tank shell was forcibly intercepted. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's eyes locked onto that area, trying to see something clearly. After a few seconds, Han Feng said in annoyance, No. There is too much dust. I can't see anything. That's right. Due to the bombardment of tank shells, the area was gray at this time. In addition, the distance was too far, so Han Feng couldn't see anything. Frowning, Han Feng immediately ordered, Grizzly tank, fire another round at the place just now. Then, Han Feng said to Luna, connect the vision. Quick! Okay, Captain Han. Bang! At the moment when the Grizzly tank fired the 7th round, Han Feng's vision connection with the frontline soldiers was completed. Opening his eyes, Han Feng turned his head to look at the area that had just been bombed, his eyes wide open for fear of missing any details. 1 second later, the tank shells came whistling. Boom! Just like before, the shells of the Grizzly tank were intercepted in midair by an unknown object. Even the explosions were in midair, unlike the previous shells, which exploded after touching the ground. Luna, what is that? Who intercepted the shells? Han Feng didn't ask the first question until a few seconds after the explosion, since all this happened in a flash, and Han Feng's speed superpower could not be activated on soldiers. Han Feng saw nothing except the shells that exploded in midair. Report to Captain Han. The shells were intercepted by zombies. After a pause, in Han Feng's shocked expression, Luna continued, report to Captain Han. The previous scene has been saved by the system. Do you want to watch the replay? Look! 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 Han Feng uttered 3 looks in a row. Okay, Captain Han. The replay is about to start. Please disconnect the vision connection. Disconnect the vision connection. As soon as the disconnection command was issued, Han Feng's sight immediately returned to the main body. Closing his eyes, Han Feng saw the previous scene in front of him. Boom! In the replay, the tank gun exploded, but Han Feng still didn't see anything strange. Luna slowed down the video at twice the speed. Okay, Captain Han. Boom! The tank gun exploded again. But even at twice the speed, Han Feng still didn't see how the tank gun was intercepted. Luna slowed down the video at 8 times the speed. No. Slowed down the video at 10 times the speed. Okay. Captain Han. Slowed down the video at 10 times the speed. This is close to Han Feng's speed superpower. In the 10 times slowed down, Han Feng saw the tank gun slowly flying in the air. Holding his breath, Han Feng stared and tried to find something unusual. The tank gun flew slowly. And when the shell flew close to that area, Han Feng finally saw the culprit. A zombie that looked like a second-level zombie slowly jumped up and punched the tank gun. The shells triggered the explosive fuse and exploded slowly in midair. At the same time, the zombie hugged his arms to protect his head and slowly squatted down. Boom! After the tank gun exploded, a ball of fire emerged from the zombie's head and disappeared in an instant. Luna, this. After watching the replay, Han Feng was shocked and speechless. Even if it was not hit directly by the tank shell, but the shock wave generated by the explosion can't affect it. Report to Captain Han. The explosion of the Grizzly tank shell does not actually produce much power. In comparison, it can be said that this shell is second only to the power of the high explosive grenade after the explosion. That's too outrageous. That's... Han Feng thought of the defense of the 4th level zombie, which can also perfectly defend against the shock wave of the high explosive grenade. Is this a 5th level zombie? Looking at the zombies on the screen, Han Feng said to himself. Luna, mark it. Okay, Captain Han. After speaking, Han Feng exited the system, searched in his mind, and said to Tanya, Tanya, it's up to you. Kill it with C4 explosives. Then, Han Feng continued to add, Luna, show Tanya the video of the 5th level zombie. Okay, Captain Han. Yes, my commander. Chapter 262, Defend the Zinc Mine to the Death. Tanya received the order and walked out of the war preparation crowd. She walked to the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, opened the door and entered it. With the roar of the multi-purpose infantry vehicle engine, Tanya went to the front line. Luna, connect the vision. Han Feng, who wanted to see how Tanya killed the level 5 zombies, issued a vision connection command again. Okay, Captain Han. Following Han Feng's wishes, Luna connected the vision to the American soldiers on the front line. A few minutes later, in the sight of the American soldiers, Tanya rushed to a place 100 meters behind the front line to park. After getting off the car, Tanya watched the battle situation for a while, and remained silent, as if confirming the target with Luna. The next moment, Tanya ran to the front line at full speed. 2 seconds later, Tanya rushed into the battlefield with 2 fists clenched. Finding the level 5 zombie, Tanya took the lead in launching an attack. The left hand feinted, but the right fist followed closely. The unprepared level 5 zombie was hit. But the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Tanya's punch hit the level 5 zombie, just like hitting a steel plate. Captain Han, this guy's body defense is much higher than that of the level 4 zombie. During the battle, Tanya reported the situation of the level 5 zombie to Han Feng. Be careful, Han Feng said, worrying about Tanya. Without replying to Han Feng, Tanya took out 2 pearl grenades from her waist. With a flash, Tanya approached the level 5 zombie, hung 2 pearl grenades on it, pulled out the safety, and flew back. Boom! The pearl grenade exploded, but its explosive power was far less than that of the high explosive grenade, so it did not cause any damage to the level 5 zombie. Even if there were some scratches, the injured parts of the level 5 zombie would recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. This time, Tanya was only testing the defense of the level 5 zombie and collecting some data. Standing a few meters in front of the level 5 zombie, Tanya finally got serious, slowly taking out the C4 plastic explosive from her waist. Tanya raised the corner of her mouth and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next moment, Tanya appeared in front of the level 5 zombie. She put the C4 plastic explosive in her hand on the chest of the level 5 zombie, and then flashed away. While running backwards, Tanya shouted, "Avoid! Avoid! Avoid! Boom! Boom! Boom!" Before Tanya finished speaking, the C4 plastic explosive suddenly exploded. A huge shockwave swept around. But fortunately Tanya leaned over and flew down a second ago and was not hurt, because Tanya had issued a warning in advance. All the saber-tooth armored vehicles stayed away from the explosion point and were not harmed. But the machine gun bunker that cannot be moved still suffered some minor injuries. How is it? Did you kill it? Getting up from the ground, Tanya patted the dust on her body and asked Han Feng proudly. What's wrong? After waiting for a while without seeing Han Feng's reply, Tanya was a little confused. Han Feng hesitated and said, Luna. Show Tanya the replay. Tanya nodded, quickly avoided the war zone, got into the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, and closed her eyes. The screen showed that after Tanya attached C4 to the chest of the level 5 zombie, the level 5 zombie pulled the explosives on his chest at a very fast speed. The first time, the level 5 zombie did not pull the C4 explosives off because the fixing point was extremely firm. But the second time, the level 5 zombie actually pulled off the C4 explosives with skin and flesh. After pulling off the explosives, the level 5 zombie threw it away and turned to hide behind 2 level 4 zombies. Boom! The C4 explosives on the screen exploded. And then the screen began to dim. The end. Tanya? Tanya? The screen ended for more than a few seconds. But Han Feng could not hear Tanya's reply. So he could only repeat Tanya's name. Captain Han. Hearing Tanya's reply, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief and asked, Tanya, besides C4 explosives, do you have any other way to kill it? No more. No more. This was the first time Han Feng heard Tanya admit defeat. Well, I can't break its defense. Even the sniper rifle can't. How could it be? How could it be? Han Feng was a little upset because he couldn't believe Tanya's words. Sniper rifles are ineffective against it. Tank guns are ineffective against it. Now the only C4 explosives are gone. Could it be that there is really no way to kill the level 5 zombies? Just when Han Feng was on the verge of despair and had no tricks, Tanya said, maybe the Terminator has a way to kill it with a chance. Okay. Come back first. After hearing Tanya's advice, Han Feng ordered her to return. Report to Captain Han. The level 5 zombies have evacuated the front line and are moving to the rear. Suddenly, Luna's report sounded in Han Feng's mind. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng felt a deep sense of frustration. Report to Captain Han. The ammunition in the machine gun bunker is insufficient, and the remaining ammunition will run out in 1 minute. Luna had just finished the previous sentence and immediately reported another bad news. Let the American soldiers on the front line prepare grenades. Drop them at close range. Han Feng said immediately after receiving the news. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, 10 saber-tooth armored vehicles threw 80 grenades into the battlefield like scattering seeds. Boom! 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 A series of explosions were heard. Then, Han Feng ordered again, all American soldiers on the front line. Prepare high-explosive grenades. Quick! While there was still ammunition in the machine gun bunker, Han Feng continued, throw. As soon as the voice fell, 80 high-explosive grenades were thrown at the zombies not far away. Boom! Boom! The violent explosion caused a chain reaction. A series of explosions formed a real air wall. The superposition of high-explosive grenades is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Within a short distance, the shock waves of several high-explosive grenades mixed together and intensified. The shock waves swept everything within the attack range. Wherever it went, there were fragments. Even the level 4 zombies were pulled and torn apart by the force coming from several directions. The chain explosion lasted for more than 10 seconds. When the last high-explosive grenade exploded, dust had filled the entire front battlefield. Luna, how long will it take for the machine gun bunker's ammunition to run out? Han Feng asked Luna after hearing the roar behind the fog. Report to Captain Han. There are 13 seconds left before the machine gun bunker's ammunition runs out. Holding his cold fists, Han Feng counted down silently in his heart. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Duh. Ka. When the last machine gun bunker stopped firing, Han Feng immediately issued an order, second line of defense. All mobilized soldiers in the machine gun bunker withdraw. Pedal immediately. When the mobilized soldiers came out of the machine gun bunker one by one, the saber-tooth armored vehicles that had been waiting for a long time were already in place. Squeezing into the saber-tooth armored vehicle, Han Feng immediately ordered, Red Alert soldiers on the front line. Prepare to burn Molotov cocktails. Throw. Whoosh. Whoosh. 90 Molotov cocktails were thrown out by the Red Alert soldiers along the front line, forming a flame belt that was more than 5 kilometers long. Everyone retreat. Seeing the flames burning in the distance, Han Feng knew that the second wave of blocking battles was over. From midnight to now, in 4 or 5 rounds of blocking battles, Han Feng's side didn't know how many zombies were killed. I don't know how much precious ammunition was consumed. Looking at the still bustling and endless zombie group, Han Feng gritted his teeth and asked, Luna, how many zombies are there? Why does it feel like there are more and more zombies the more I kill? Report to Captain Han. According to the current density and area of zombies, according to the preliminary estimate of the system, there are at least 300,000 zombies. Hiss. After listening to Luna's words, Han Feng's heart was as cold as falling into an ice cellar. Taking a breath, Han Feng asked again, then how many zombies have we killed in these few waves of battles? Report to Captain Han. According to the preliminary calculation of the system, from early morning to now, the total number of zombies killed is about 184,000. Fuck. Hearing these numbers, Han Feng grabbed his hair, bent over and cursed, and then shouted angrily, damn! Nearly 500,000 zombies. 500,000. Did they transfer all the zombies in the whole city? While shouting, Han Feng was calculating in his mind. About 500,000 zombies. And there are still 300,000. In other words, after fighting for a long time, less than 2/5 of the zombies have been eliminated. Straightening up, Han Feng looked at the approaching zombies and shouted loudly, brothers, it's time to fight side by side. Defend the zinc mine to the death. Defend the zinc mine to the death. The first wave of responses to Han Feng were nearly 300 combat-type Red Alert soldiers. Defend the zinc mine to the death. The second wave of responses to Han Feng were Brother Wang and the team members around him. Defend the zinc mine to the death. The third wave of responses to Han Feng were all the armed militiamen around him. Defend the zinc mine to the death. Defend the zinc mine to the death. Defend. The slogans grew louder and louder. Every time a slogan sounded, it bound everyone's beliefs tighter. Now, everyone knows that this battle is inevitable, and there is no escape. Only a desperate battle. Can there be hope of survival? Listening to the slogans resounding through the sky, Han Feng ordered Luna, Luna, place the sentry guns that have been built 1 kilometer in front of the zinc mine. 1 every 200 meters. Yes. Captain Han. Following Han Feng's order, Luna placed 5 sentry guns on the new front line, and once again stretched out a 1.4 kilometer defense line. After the deployment, the 10 armored vehicles that returned from the front line have returned to the camp. According to Luna's prediction, in 10 minutes, the zombies will appear 1 kilometer in front of the zinc mine. Boom, boom. Looking at the zombies crossing the flame belt, Han Feng heard the roar of the engine behind him and looked back. It was the newly summoned Grizzly tank. Without hesitation, Han Feng directly ordered all Grizzly tanks attack the level 4 zombies. Chapter 263, Personal Expedition. 2 Grizzlies were stationed on the battlefield and began to calibrate the tank gun barrels. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots killed 2 level 4 zombies several kilometers away. This attack made Han Feng discover the problem of the lack of attack power of the 0-star Grizzly's tank, compared with the 1-star Grizzly's tank gun that can penetrate the level 4 zombie and fly 50 meters. The 0-star Grizzly's tank gun can only blow up the body of the level 4 zombie. Although the level 4 zombie was killed, the difference between the two forces is particularly obvious. Han Feng didn't take it seriously. For the first and second level zombies, ordinary bullets are their death warrants. The level 3 zombies are a little more difficult to deal with. But as his side becomes stronger, there are many people who can kill the level 3 zombies. The level 4 zombies were a bit of a headache. But fortunately, the Grizzly tank solved this problem in a targeted manner. Bang! Bang! Thinking of this, the 2 Grizzly tanks fired their tank guns again, 1 kilometer away. At this position, Han Feng could already clearly see the zombies. The tall bodies of the level 4 zombies stood out in the zombie pile, providing a good aiming environment for the Grizzly tanks. At this time, Han Feng was troubled by the level 5 zombies. According to Luna's report, the level 5 zombies were hidden in the zombie tide, and their appearance and body were no different from the level 2 zombies. The only way to quickly distinguish the level 5 zombies from the level 2 zombies was to look at their eyes. However, it is too far-fetched to think of seeing the eyes of every zombie among 300,000 zombies. Helplessly, Han Feng could only fight and watch, thinking that there would always be a moment when the level 5 zombies would be caught. At the same time, Han Feng was also afraid that the level 5 zombies would sneak away, but this was not something Han Feng could control. Looking at the zombie army that was now unstoppable, Han Feng frowned and said, "Luna, summon 100 mobilized soldiers. Quickly! I need them." "Okay, Captain Han. Summon 100 mobilized soldiers. 10,000 gold coins are needed. Please confirm." "Confirm." After a pause, Han Feng gritted his teeth and continued, "Luna, let the combat laboratory produce 100 level 1 beast serums." "Okay, Captain Han. The cost of one level 1 wild beast serum is 1,000 gold coins. And 100 level 1 wild beast serums require a total of 100,000 gold coins. Please confirm." "Confirm." "Okay, Captain Han. The cost of one level 1 wild beast serum is being produced. Please wait. Each newly summoned mobilized soldier will receive a wild beast potion." After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng added, "Okay, Captain Han. I got it." "Huh?" After giving the instructions, Han Feng took a deep breath, thinking of 100 level 1 wild beasts. They can tear a bloody path. As time passed, the zombie group stepped into the cordon of the third line of defense. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. In an instant, 5 sentry guns fired at the same time. Hearing the firing sound from the front, Han Feng looked back, looking at the 2 dazed Grizzlies tanks. Han Feng smiled bitterly and said, "I was wondering why there was no movement. It turns out that the tank guns have run out of fire. Luna, collect the tank shells on the ground." Looking at the shells on the ground, Han Feng said casually, "Okay, Captain Han." After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng continued to stare at the thick armor of the Grizzlies tank. After thinking for a few seconds, Han Feng seemed to have made a decision and said, "Luna, let the Grizzlies tank go to the front line. Let him use his own armor to crush the zombies." Based on his understanding of the Red Alert game, Han Feng knew that the Grizzly tank had the function of crushing enemy unarmored soldiers. In the real world, a Grizzly tank weighing 28 tons rushed into the crowd, which was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, especially when the zombies were so dense. If there was any doubt, it was that the level 3 and level 4 zombies would make trouble. But then again, no matter how strong the level 3 zombies were, Han Feng didn't believe that they could tear open the armor of the Grizzly tank with their bare hands. Besides, the level 4 zombies were just muscular at best. If the Grizzly tank was moving at full speed in the zombie group, the speed would be at least 60 miles per hour. As long as he didn't touch this bad luck, the level 4 zombies couldn't touch the Grizzly tank even if they ran their legs off. The only thing left to worry about is, will the level 5 zombies stop the Grizzly tanks? And then tear them apart with bare hands? How fast are the level 5 zombies? How strong are their defenses? How strong are their destructive power? Without knowing the detailed information about the level 5 zombies' abilities, Han Feng struggled with this for a long time. But in the end, Han Feng decided to take a gamble. If the Grizzly tanks were unfortunately sacrificed, he could also collect all the data of the level 5 zombies and find their location. "Okay, Captain Han. The Grizzly tanks are about to go to the battlefield." After Luna responded to Han Feng, the Grizzly tanks began to move. Buzz, boom, the tank tracks turned, and 2 Grizzly tanks came down from the position, began to increase the throttle, and rushed towards the zombies 1 kilometer away. "Luna, tell them to avoid the position of the level 4 zombies as much as possible. Mainly crush the level 1 and level 2 zombies," Han Feng instructed as he watched the tanks go by. "Okay, Captain Han." In less than 2 minutes, the 2 Grizzlies arrived at a distance of 1 kilometer. The Grizzlies' tanks rushed into the zombie group after passing through the defense line of the sentry guns. The zombies in the front row that were hit first suffered the most. They were directly lifted up by inertia. They flew to a height of several meters and then fell down hard. The zombie group was invaded by foreign objects, and the level 3 zombies reacted first, approaching the 2 Grizzlies' tanks one after another, and then jumped on them. The level 3 zombies that jumped on the tanks grabbed the bulges of the armor with their claws and tore them apart with all their might. At this time, a funny scene appeared. The 3rd level zombies held the Grizzly tank. Their legs kept exerting force, and their bodies rose and fell, just like a spirited young man dancing on the spot. But Han Feng couldn't laugh. but was extremely nervous, seeing several third-level zombies on the grizzly tank struggling to destroy it. Han Feng couldn't help but ask Luna, "Luna, how is the grizzly tank?" "Report to Captain Han. The outer armor of the grizzly tank was scratched, and the damage rate was 0.8%. "Huh?" After a heavy sigh of relief, Han Feng said nonchalantly, "I thought it was a big damage, but it turned out to be just a little paint scratch." Woo! Woo! Suddenly, a strange and piercing sound rang out. Woo! Woo! The first strange sound, like a horn, caused the fourth-level zombies and the third-level zombies to roar to the sky one after another. When the roar began, the zombies stopped moving forward. But after the roar lasted for several seconds, the zombies started the charge mode. At this time, both the first-level zombies and the fourth-level zombies were rushing in frantically. This scene shocked Han Feng. In fact, Han Feng had thought of such a result when the roar began. But when he really saw such a galloping scene, his heart skipped a beat. "Mobilize all soldiers. Prepare the rocket launchers." Han Feng made a prompt decision and gave the order directly. After saying that, Han Feng contacted Luna in his mind and said, "Luna, how are the mobilized soldiers and the wild beast serum being summoned?" "Report to Captain Han. 100 mobilized soldiers and 100 genetic first-level wild beast serums have been manufactured, and one is equipped for each newly summoned mobilized soldier." "Okay. Let them come behind me. Be on standby at any time." "Okay, Captain Han." As he spoke, the zombies rushed forward a long way. They didn't care about the sentry guns firing around them, nor the two grizzlies tanks that were still running rampant. They just wanted to rush over. Looking at the zombies running towards him, Han Feng adjusted the distance and squeezed out 2 words from his teeth. "Fire!" Swoosh! Swoosh! 200 rocket launchers pulled the trigger at the same time. The sound of the rocket tail alone was enough to deafen the ears. Boom! Boom boom boom! Dents and countless explosions exploded from the zombies. Staring at the zombie frenzy, Han Feng shouted without looking back, "Brothers, wait for the soldiers around you to fire the first shot. Then you can do it." After shouting this, Han Feng didn't care what others said, and directly gave instructions in his mind, asking the 100 mobilized soldiers behind him to follow him. In a blink of an eye, Han Feng led the 100 mobilized soldiers down the hillside with great momentum. On the way to the charge, Han Feng ordered the 100 soldiers, "Everyone, take off the grenade ring. Throw it into the air." After receiving Han Feng's order, the mobilized soldiers on the charge took out their grenades without hesitation, pulled the rings and threw them over their heads. Han Feng didn't even look back, and used his telekinesis to directly activate the hundreds of grenades in the air, and then shouted, "Telekinesis, activate." In an instant, hundreds of grenades were wrapped in a light blue halo, and then quickly dispersed and dived towards the zombie group not far away. Boom! Boom boom boom! This grenade attack was like a carpet bombing by a bomber. Hundreds of square meters were plowed. Incendiary bottles. Throw! Han Feng gave another order as he got closer and closer to the zombies. Just like before, hundreds of incendiary bottles, with the rings pulled, were thrown into the air. Telekinesis. With a roar, Han Feng controlled the incendiary bottles to fly quickly above the zombies, keeping them suspended close to the ground. Bang! 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 After a few seconds, hundreds of incendiary bottles exploded in unison. The people standing on the hillside in the distance saw a rain of fire after a flash of light, pouring down from the sky. Roar! Roar! The zombies who were drenched by the rain of fire all roared at the top of their lungs. All mobilized soldiers, stand still and shoot. When the bullets are used up, inject the wild beast potion on the spot. When they were still more than 100 meters away from the zombies, Han Feng issued the last order. Duh. The sound of AK-47 firing and sentry gun firing mixed together. Every breath of air Han Feng took was a mixture of blood and gun smoke. It was this stimulant that made Han Feng's eyes red. With a heart full of rage, Han Feng jumped into the tide of corpses alone. Chapter 264, The Enemy at the Gate. This battle lasted from night to day, from 25 kilometers to the front. Now, Han Feng has reached a point where he can no longer retreat. If he retreats any further, the zinc mine will be occupied by zombies. The settlements and construction sites that followed will also be unable to escape unscathed. The moment he rushed into the zombie tide, Han Feng's long-suppressed anger was vented. The speed superpower and telekinesis superpower were released at the same time, and Han Feng kept moving and jumping. Han Feng looked down on low-level zombies, and he couldn't kill high-level zombies quickly. Therefore, Han Feng's main target was set as level 3 zombies. With his legs swinging at high speed, Han Feng would quickly approach and imprison a level 3 zombie whenever he saw one. With the help of speed, Han Feng didn't need to do anything else. He just had to hold the head of the imprisoned level 3 zombie with both hands and run for 1 second. The huge inertia was suddenly applied to the neck of the level 3 zombie, and this huge force would easily break its spine. Some level 3 zombies' necks could not withstand such a test and were directly torn apart. However, the force was mutual. Every time Han Feng held the head of a level 3 zombie with both hands and ran fast, his arms would be pulled by inertia. Although Han Feng was prepared and mobilized his muscles to coordinate, he could not stop repeating again and again. When Han Feng killed the 27th level 3 zombie, his arms began to tremble. The pain and weakness in his arms told Han Feng that he could not go on. In desperation, Han Feng had to jump out of the zombie group. What caught Han Feng off guard was that he had just jumped out and his body had not yet landed on the ground. And he saw countless big guys running towards him with a howl. They were the 100 mobilized soldiers who had been injected with the first-level wild beast serum. Boom, boom, boom. Countless first-level wild beasts ran past him, and the shaking ground made Han Feng, who had just landed, a little unstable. After finally standing firm, before he had time to look back, a zombie's arm flew past Han Feng's ear, splashing Han Feng's face with blood. Looking back, Han Feng saw the scene of street fighting. 100 level 1 orcs were frantically tearing at the zombies blocking the road in front of him. Lifting the level 1 zombie with 2 hands, the orc roared, tore off its limbs, and threw it away. All the fighting methods were based on the mind, without any routines or moves. Such a group of ferocious beasts quickly attracted the attention of the level 3 and 4 zombies, and gradually approached this side. Since the orcs were much larger than the level 3 zombies, the level 3 zombies that arrived first jumped on the orcs, trying to stab them with their claws. But the defense of the orcs was not for show. The full-strength attack of the level 3 zombies could only penetrate half of the palm, and could not go any further. Instead, the orcs who felt pain clamped the muscles at the injured position, making it impossible for the level 3 zombies to pull out their hands. In the eyes of the orcs, the level 3 zombies that lost their speed advantage were no different from the level 1 and level 2 zombies. Grab it and tear it into pieces. Seeing that the orcs were able to deal with the level 3 zombies with ease, Han Feng didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief before he saw the level 4 zombies rushing towards him with great force. Roar! The level 4 zombie beat his chest with a violent look on his face. When rushing towards the orcs, he didn't care about the small zombies at his feet, and countless zombies were accidentally killed. Roar! Roar! The orcs were not to be outdone, and roared back, throwing the corpse of the zombie in his hand, and ran towards the level 4 zombie. Looking at the two approaching, Han Feng suddenly remembered the data of the first-level orcs. According to the system simulated battle, 6 orcs are needed to defeat the 4th-level zombie. In a hurry, Han Feng hurriedly said to Luna, "Luna, let the orcs fight 6 against 1. Don't fight alone." "Okay, Captain Han." After the order was issued, the orcs around the 4th-level zombie were obviously stunned, as if they understood Han Feng's instructions. The next second, several orcs dropped the zombies in their hands, shook their heads, and ran towards the 4th-level zombie together. Bang! Behind him, the 3rd grizzly tank was summoned and fired the first shell. Startled by the sound of the cannon, Han Feng subconsciously turned back. When his sight returned to the battlefield, Han Feng found that 7 or 8 wild orcs were besieging a level 4 zombie. Now, the zombies closest to the zinc mine were temporarily intercepted, but the zombies at both ends of the battle line continued to approach the zinc mine. As a last resort, Han Feng could only go back to continue organizing the overall situation. Turning around and running towards the zinc mine behind him, Han Feng only felt that his face was sticky, because the blood from the zombie's arm was not wiped off. Raising his hand, Han Feng wanted to wipe his face, but unexpectedly, "Ah!" a heart-wrenching cry of pain came. "Luna! As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, Luna explained directly, "Report to Captain Han. Your arms have been dislocated." Hiss. Han Feng took a breath and clenched his teeth. He did not stop and directly activated his super speed to run towards the zinc mine. After all, now was not the time to be pretentious. As soon as he entered the mine, Tanya ran directly to Han Feng and grabbed Han Feng's arms. Crack! Crack! Before Han Feng could see Tanya's movements clearly, he heard a sound of bones rubbing from his shoulders. Okay. Connected. Ah! It hurts. Cold sweat instantly flowed from Han Feng's temples. With tears in his eyes, Han Feng said tremblingly, Too fragile. Too fragile. Killing a zombie. I almost lost my arms. Duh. Han Feng hadn't straightened up yet, but he heard the clear sound of gunfire. Raising his head, Han Feng looked at the firing point in confusion, and wondered why the gunfire was so close to him. But when Han Feng saw that it was the machine gun bunkers around the zinc mine that were firing, his eyes gradually widened. They attacked so quickly? Han Feng exclaimed, cursing himself in his heart for underestimating the speed of the zombies' charge. When he was blocking the zombies head-on, the zombies on both sides of the zinc mine took the opportunity to sneak attack. Swoosh! 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 Hundreds of rocket tails passed by his ears. I don't know how many waves of rocket attacks this is. Duh. Han Feng was about to say something when the American soldiers on guard at the zinc mine opened fire. Hearing the gunshots beside him, Han Feng knew. These zombies have approached within 150 meters of the zinc mine. Everyone! Fire! Han Feng shouted, pointing at the zombies not far away. Duh. In fact, Han Feng didn't need to speak. As soon as Brother Wang saw the American soldiers shooting, he immediately followed. For a while, the dense gunfire was like the midnight of the new year. The extremely dense firepower network rushed towards the zombies, and everyone was pulling the trigger. At this distance, no one aimed, because there was no need. The zombies were like ripe wheat, being harvested in waves, and falling in waves. The fierce and dense firepower network made it impossible for the fast-moving third-level zombies to pass through. But for safety reasons, Han Feng still ordered to summon 10 snipers again. However, Han Feng knew, let alone 10 snipers, 20 more would be useless. Too many. Looking at the endless swarm of zombies, Han Feng murmured a few words. Luna, have all the sentry guns been built? At the moment, Han Feng urgently needs land-licking weapons, like sentry guns. Report to Captain Han. 9 sentry guns have been built now, and there are 11 left to be built. The next sentry gun will be completed in 28 seconds. Okay. Put all the newly built sentry guns around the zinc mine. Okay. Captain Han, continuing to frown and stare at the battle nearby. Han Feng's eyes were suddenly attracted by a sudden burst of fire. Turning his eyes to look at the flames flying 100 meters away, Han Feng asked in confusion, Luna, what is this? Report to Captain Han. It's Lucia, the fire superpower. Luna had just finished speaking when the flames 100 meters away suddenly exploded, and the heat wave dispersed the zombies around him, revealing Lucia's true body. Wow! Great! Looking at Lucia, whose whole body was covered with flames, and whose every move was a fire attribute attack, Han Feng shouted in shock. 100 meters away, Lucia seemed to hear Han Feng's exclamation. He slowly turned his head, looked in Han Feng's direction, and waved his hand gently. The next second, Lucia retracted his arm and punched the zombies that were coming back. Puff! Boom! The heat wave erupted instantly, and the hot attack lifted up many zombies. Han Feng scratched his head, and he really couldn't think of why Lucia's attack also had the characteristics of explosion. Luna, how high is Lucia's temperature now? Feeling the gusts of hot wind blowing, Han Feng asked Luna. Report to Captain Han. Lucia's temperature is as high as 800 degrees Celsius at this time. When he attacks, the temperature can reach a maximum of about 1,100 degrees Celsius. After listening to Luna, Han Feng was speechless. Swoosh! Huh? Suddenly, a sound of breaking wind whistled past the confused Han Feng. Then, a gust of wind brought up some sand and soil, almost squinting Han Feng's eyes. Oh my god! What the hell passed by? Han Feng narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the black shadow. Before he could see who it was, Wei Yun's voice came from behind. Xiaopeng! Xiaopeng! Come back! Ah! It was Xiaopeng who just passed by. Looking at Wei Yun, who was running closer, Han Feng said in disbelief. Brother Han, hurry up and catch Xiao Peng back. Wei Yan pointed in the direction of Wei Peng with one hand, and held Hu Hu with the other hand, jumping anxiously. It's bad. Isn't this causing more trouble? Han Feng said, punching his fist, and called Tanya. Let's go. Quick. At the same time, Han Feng ordered in his mind, Luna, borrow the sabers of 10 American soldiers. Quick. Okay. Captain Han. After Luna said that, the 10 American soldiers closest to Han Feng stopped firing, untied their sabers, and threw them towards Han Feng. At the same time, the telekinesis hooked the saber flying in the air, and Han Feng took Tanya with him without looking back, and ran in the direction of Wei Peng. Chapter 265, Fighting Level 5 Zombies, Part 1. 10 sabers revolved around Han Feng and Tanya, just like the moon revolving around the earth. The distance of 100 meters was reached in an instant. Hanging behind Wei Peng, Han Feng accelerated as much as he could, but he could not catch up with the bloodthirsty Wei Peng. In the crowded zombie frenzy, Wei Peng only held a saber. While running at high speed, the sharp blade cut through the throats of zombies one after another. Among them, there were also level 3 zombies. Xiao Peng, come back. Fuck. Are you deaf? I told you to come back. Wei Peng, I'm talking to you. No matter how fast he accelerated, he could not catch up with Wei Peng. Han Feng, who was getting more and more angry, cursed. But even Han Feng's roar could not stop Wei Peng, who was in a killing spree. Tanya, bring him back. After shouting several times without success, Han Feng directly ordered Tanya. After receiving the order, Tanya did not speak. After dashing out of the circle of sabers, she began to speed up and approach Wei Peng. Feeling the danger approaching from behind, Wei Peng also began to speed up. However, Tanya was more skilled and finally succeeded in catching Wei Peng. Han Feng had been hanging behind the two of them. When Wei Peng was caught, Han Feng followed closely, protecting Wei Peng on the ground. Han Feng and Tanya quickly cleared the zombies around and cleared a small area. When the three of them found a place to stay, Han Feng's mind power suddenly rose. 10 suspended sabers interspersed and flew at a very fast speed. As the speed of the sabers became faster and faster, from the outside world's point of view, Han Feng and the other two were wrapped in a translucent black and silver protective cover. All the zombies who wanted to get close to Han Feng were cut into pieces. Go! Go! Gritting his teeth, Han Feng shouted with a sullen voice. I won't go! I won't go! Behind Han Feng, Wei Peng struggled hard, wanting to stay here and kill the zombies. But he was restricted by Tanya's grabbing hand, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. With a paw sound, Han Feng slapped Wei Peng on the head and said, You little brat. Why are you getting involved? Do you know that your sister is crying now? Then I won't leave either. Why can they all go to the battlefield? Why can't I go? Because you are Wei Peng. I promised your sister that no matter what the situation, I will protect you. I don't care. I don't care. I will. Bang. Tanya raised her hand and knife fell, slapping Wei Peng on the back of the neck. Immediately afterwards, Wei Peng rolled his eyes and his body instantly went limp. Not wanting to listen to Wei Peng's noise, Han Feng directly signaled Tanya in his mind to shut up. But I didn't expect Tanya's method to be so simple and rough. Holding on the telekinetic power, Han Feng and the other two quickly retreated back to the zinc mine. Seeing the unconscious Wei Peng return safely, Wei Yan couldn't stop thanking him. After handing Wei Peng to Lu Rui, Han Feng's body swayed and he almost fell down. At the same time, the 10 sabers suspended around him fell one after another, making a ding-dong sound on the ground. Brother Han, Xiao Peng is fine, but... Supporting the limp Wei Peng, Lu Rui smiled bitterly, and then said, Gui Yongqing is also missing. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng stood up, and then said coldly, Gui can be invisible. As long as he is not a fool, there will be no problem. Turning around, Han Feng looked at Wei Yun and said, Since Xiao Peng is fine, you can take him back. Remember? Halfway through his words, Han Feng suddenly stopped talking, because he saw Hu Hu looking at the zombies with a stupid face. Fuck. Pa. After swearing, Han Feng slapped his head with a palm. After all the calculations, Wei Yun, who was so anxious, actually brought Hu Hu out. Hu Hu, who already had a great trauma from zombies, now saw so many zombies. His. Seeing Han Feng's appearance, Wei Yun frowned in confusion at first, and then reacted. Looking at the stupid Hu Hu in his arms, Wei Yun quickly freed his hands and covered Hu Hu's eyes. No need to cover it. I see it. Let me see it. What surprised everyone was that Hu Hu actually expressed her thoughts clearly. Luna. Check Hu Hu. Is she having problems again? Okay. Captain Han. The system is checking. Luna just finished the previous sentence and continued, report to Captain Han. The system detected that Hu Hu's brain waves are completely normal. There is nothing unusual. Hearing Luna's report, Han Feng did not relax, but became more worried. Because Hu Hu now looks completely different from a little girl, and has a few more inexplicable feelings. Xiao Han. I can't stand it anymore. When Han Feng was at a loss, Brother Wang, who was not far away, suddenly called out to him. TSK. Looking back at Hu Hu, Han Feng had to withdraw. When he came to the zinc mine, Han Feng saw that the zombies were less than 50 meters away from the ground under his feet. Without hesitation, Han Feng directly gave the order, Luna, build a wall. Completely block the zombies' way forward. Report to Captain Han. According to the system calculation, in order to intercept the zombies, a 7-kilometer wall needs to be built, which requires a total of 7,000 gold coins. Build. Okay. Captain Han. Dong 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 dong. As soon as Luna finished speaking, the sound of the wall landing sounded. In an instant, a 7-kilometer long wall was built. It successfully blocked the middle area between the zinc mine and the zombies. Bang! With a loud bang, the 4th grizzly tank summoned by Han Feng fired the first tank gun. Looking back at the zombie tide, 3 grizzly tanks were roaming in it. The 15 sentry guns and 10 machine gun bunkers were full of zombies, and some defensive weapons had turned off because they had no ammunition. Turning around, Han Feng found that many people were holding magazines to load ammunition, and the firepower network was no longer as good as before. The battle situation began to fall to the other side. Luna, what is the probability of zombies attacking here? Looking at the despairing number of zombies, Han Feng took out a cigarette, lit it, and began to ask such a depressing question. Report to Captain Han. According to the system simulation calculation. Okay. Stop talking. Hearing Luna's hesitant tone, Han Feng took a deep puff of cigarette. He had the answer in his mind. Holding the cigarette in his mouth, Han Feng walked back to Wei Yunhu. Now, the person he is most worried about is this young girl. I'm sorry. Big brother really tried his best. Squatting down, Han Feng held Hu Hu's small shoulders and said with a smile, looking at Han Feng in front of him. Hu Hu didn't speak, still pale and dull. If we can find a level 5 zombie and kill it, we might be able to turn the tables. Suddenly, Tanya, who was standing behind Han Feng, said calmly, No. Hearing Tanya's resolute tone, Han Feng knew what she wanted to do. Are you kidding? There are at least 200,000 zombies now, and the system has been monitoring the battlefield. But no trace of a level 5 zombie has been found so far. It's hard to say whether Tanya can find it if she rushes into the zombie group alone. Even if she can find a level 5 zombie, if she can't kill it, she will get herself involved. What else can we do? Run away? Don't forget, you melted all the small vehicles. There's no way back. Grabbing Han Feng's shoulders, Tanya lifted him up. Standing up, Tanya held Han Feng's shoulders with both hands and continued, Give me a chance. I will find it out. I don't believe I can't kill it. Even if I can't kill it, I can. Then I will go. Shaking off Tanya's hand, Han Feng stepped back and interrupted, I have telekinesis. Do you have it? While Tanya didn't speak, Han Feng continued, I have telekinesis. I can imprison it. If I had C4 at that time, it would definitely be dead. I really regret it. Why didn't I go at that time? You are our highest ranking commander. If you go, shut up. Suddenly, Han Feng shouted. Then, Han Feng straightened his body, looked at Tanya and said, Tanya, listen to my orders. Snap. Tanya raised her right hand to salute, and her body instantly straightened. I order you. Protect the zinc mine. I delegate my power to you without reservation. You organize the soldiers and guard the zinc mine together. This is an order. Yes. Captain Han. Looking at Tanya, Han Feng said word by word, No. No. Mistakes? Yes. Captain Holland. This time, Tanya used up all her strength to answer, until she trembled. Okay. I'm leaving. After saying this lightly, Han Feng turned around. And at the same time, he thought of Luna in his mind and said, Luna, give me 10 high explosive grenades. I just don't believe. I can't kill it. Okay. Captain Han. It will come out. Fox, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said something shocking. Huh? Huh? This sentence made everyone confused. Even Han Feng's steps to leave stopped because of this. Fox? What did you say just now? Standing in place, Han Feng looked at Fox and asked. I said? After slowly spitting out these 2 words, Fox raised his right hand, pointed in a direction, and said, It's coming. Looking in the direction pointed by Fox, Han Feng really saw that among the zombies, there was a zombie running towards here in a different way of charging. Report to Captain Han. A level 5 zombie has been found. Instantly, in Han Feng's mind, Luna also reported, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Before Han Feng could say anything, Tanya shouted and rushed towards the level 5 zombie in an instant, climbing over the wall with one hand. Tanya fell into the zombie group and attacked the level 5 zombie. Lucia! Lucia! Come and help! While attacking the level 5 zombie, Tanya shouted to Lucia, who was not far away from her. Hearing Tanya's call, Lucia responded. After quickly dealing with the zombies in front of him, Lucia ran towards Tanya with big strides. Tanya held a special Black Vulture pistol in each hand and fired 14 shots in a row, hitting the head of the level 5 zombie. But even a special pistol with powerful firepower still cannot cause fatal injuries to a level 5 zombie. Chapter 266, Fighting Against Level 5 Zombies. When the last shell was ejected from the rifling, Tanya put away her 2 guns. Tanya looked at the level 5 zombies approaching with a calm look, as if she had known that bullets would not work against them. When the 2 sides approached within 10 meters, Tanya changed her pace and the direction of attack. Going behind the level 5 zombie, Tanya quickly attacked, holding its head with both arms, and then turned her upper body violently, trying to break its neck. Hard enough. Tanya's sneak attack did not cause any damage to the level 5 zombie. At the same time, Han Feng heard Tanya's cheers in his mind. Releasing her arms, Tanya bounced a few times, distanced herself, and did not make any follow-up attacks. While cleaning up the low-level zombies around her, Tanya explained, Captain Han, this guy is really strong. Bullets and shells can't break his defense. And we can't capture him. Be careful. We don't know the details about him. After hearing this, Tanya nodded. At this time, a voice came from far away. I'm coming. As soon as the voice fell, a flame surged across the air. It was Lucia. Boom! The flame landed right on the level 5 zombie. After contacting the level 5 zombie, the flame exploded directly. A few seconds later, when the fire dissipated, Han Feng saw that there was no zombie within a few meters around the level 5 zombie. The level 5 zombie stood in place, slowly turned around, and looked at Tanya and Lucia, who gathered together more than 10 meters away. However, Lucia was wearing flame armor at this time, so he did not really come into contact with Tanya, and the 2 were separated by a short safe distance. Facing the 2, the level 5 zombie first narrowed its eyes, and then the corners of its mouth slightly tilted upwards. It was laughing. This scene shocked Han Feng. In Han Feng's initial cognition, zombies were all unintelligent beings. Even if he later recognized that high-level zombies had intelligence, he did not think they could have emotions. But this zombie is actually laughing? Really laughing. If the zombie's sinister eyes are instinctive, then this smile shows that it has emotions. In an instant, a huge question echoed in Han Feng's heart. But the battle situation did not leave Han Feng time to solve the mystery. On the battlefield, the flames on Lucia's body suddenly surged. Stay away from me. Guard me. With a loud shout, Lucia put his hands forward and charged towards the level 5 zombie. Perhaps sensing Lucia's rapidly rising temperature, Tanya cleared the surrounding zombies while making further distance. Fire escape. Fire dragon flame. With a loud shout, Lucia suddenly punched the level 5 zombie. A long line of fire crossed the distance between the 2 in the blink of an eye, and it was getting more and more intense. The line of fire surged from Lucia's fist, only as thick as a wrist. But when the line of fire reached the level 5 zombie, It became as big as a basin. Clenching his fist, Han Feng held his breath, staring at the level 5 zombie, thinking that if it could withstand the damage of the tank gun, could the flame break its defense? What if the level 5 zombie moved very fast like the level 3 zombie and couldn't be hit? What if the flame couldn't burn it to death? A series of questions were answered in the next second. Boom! Whoosh whoosh! Boom! Continuously, the flames rushed to the level 5 zombies, making a whirring sound. At the same time, they also exploded one after another. At first, the level 5 zombie took a small step back, but then it slowly withstood the line of fire and began to run towards Lu Zhi along the flames. The scene in front of him scared Han Feng. Tanya reacted immediately and wanted to support and intercept. But the two are now covered in flames. The temperature is as high as more than 1,000 degrees Celsius, watering on the edge of the flames. Tanya is helpless. Lu Zhi! Stop! Run! Run! Seeing this, Han Feng shouted loudly. Unfortunately, I don't know if the flames blocked the view or the sound of the flames disturbed Han Feng's shouting. Lu Zhi still stood there, motionless, and continued to output. Lu Zhi! Stop! Run! Tanya shouted as close to Lu Zhi as possible despite the high temperature. What? What's going on? The flames roared. But Lu Zhi still didn't hear. Run! Run! Oh oh! At the last second, Lu Zhi finally heard the content of the shouting. But Lu Zhi was a step slower after all. After the flame stopped, the level 5 zombie had already arrived in front of Lu Zhi. It was obviously too late to run. Ha. The level 5 zombie raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. After a sneer, he punched Lu Zhi in the chest. In a flash, Lu Zhi crossed his arms, blocked the fist of the level 5 zombie, and shouted, "Fire escape! Flame shield!" Who? She. A round flame shield emitting strong light and high temperature appeared between the two as if it were real, firmly blocking the attack range of the level 5 zombie. Hiss! Looking at the fist of the level 5 zombie, Han Feng and Tanya took a breath of cold air at the same time. The level 5 zombie ignored the flame shield in front of him, grinned, and punched out. Bang! The fist hit the shield, and the flame shield was obviously shaken. But it did not break. Defended? Defended? Staring at the shaking flame shield, Han Feng said in disbelief. But the next moment, pop! A clear and loud sound of breaking was heard. The flame shield shattered. The shattered flame shield scattered into countless tiny pieces, which scattered around. Although the flame shield blocked the first attack of the level 5 zombie, it did not offset all the power. With the remaining momentum, the fist of the level 5 zombie continued to hit Lu Zhi. Bang! The next second, the fist touched Lu Zhi's arms. Crack! Crack! Several sounds of bones breaking suddenly rang out. Then Lu Zhi's arm showed strange twists. Bang! Finally, the fist of the level 5 zombie finally hit Lu Zhi's chest. Ugh! As soon as the first sound was uttered, Lu Zhi flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Bang! After flying for more than 10 meters, Lu Zhi's body hit the ground. But it still failed to stop his body from continuing to retreat. Boom boom boom. In the field, Lu Zhi drew a trench from shallow to deep. During this period, the flame armor on Lu Zhi's body gradually extinguished. After plowing a gully of 6 or 7 meters, Lu Zhi finally stopped. Chasing behind Lu Zhi, Tanya saw Lu Zhi, who was naked and covered in wounds, 50 centimeters below the ground. Holding Lu Zhi's hand, Tanya wanted to pull him up, but he couldn't stand such a pull because his arms were comminuted. Helplessly, Tanya could only give up this method. Luna! Check Lu Zhi. How is he? Standing on the edge of the zinc mine, Han Feng looked at Lu Zhi, who looked like a puddle of mud, and asked anxiously. Okay, Captain Han. According to the preliminary detection of the system, Lu Zhi's bones are comminuted. Major organs are ruptured, bleeding. The skull is shattered, and there are dozens of bone fragments in the heart. Hearing Luna's words here, Han Feng interrupted and asked, how long can he live? Report to Captain Han. According to the system simulation, Lu Zhi still has 1 minute and 47 seconds to live. Tanya, no matter what method you use, bring Lu Zhi back. Quick! Han Feng immediately contacted Tanya when Luna was halfway through speaking. Then, Han Feng said to Luna, Luna, Let the combat laboratory make the recovery potion as quickly as possible. Quick! Report to Captain Han. The combat laboratory is making gene rapid recovery medicine. Confirmed. Confirmed. Quick! Okay. Captain Han. The gene rapid recovery potion is being made. Please wait. After speaking, Han Feng watched Tanya carrying Luge on her back, quickly shuttled through the zombies and rushed back. Take a deep breath. Han Feng forced himself to suppress the panic in his heart, crossed the wall, and brought Luge back with Tanya. Back at the zinc mine, Han Feng put Luge on the ground. At the same time, an American soldier ran over with a small medicine box. Thank you. Han Feng took the medicine box, thanked him, and quickly opened it, taking out the gene rapid recovery potion. Han Feng stabbed Luge directly, and then gently pushed. After all the potions were injected into Luge's body, Han Feng looked at Luge, whose whole body was twisted, and asked, Luna, what about now? How are you now? Report to the Han team. The gene rapid recovery potion has taken effect, and the estimated recovery time is 12 hours. Please place Luge properly and wait patiently. Who? Panting, Han Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Tanya, go find a tent and cover him. Don't let him catch a cold. Looking back at Luge on the ground, Han Feng told Tanya. Okay. After answering, Tanya turned around to find a suitable tent. Turning around, Han Feng looked at the level 5 zombie climbing the wall not far away, and said coldly, this time, it's my turn. Suddenly, the level 5 zombie raised his head, looked at Han Feng, and smiled strangely, then nodded, clenching his fists. Han Feng wondered in surprise. How could the level 5 zombie hear his muttering so quietly? And there were sounds of firing all around him. Luna! 10 high-explosive grenades, Han Feng said to Luna in his mind, as he ran towards the level 5 zombie. At the same time, Han Feng did not forget the 10 sabers on the ground. Okay. Captain Han. As soon as the words fell, 10 American soldiers around him took off the high-explosive grenades on their chests and threw them at Han Feng. With his telekinesis rising, Han Feng quickened his pace by activating the high-explosive grenades in the air. Everyone says you are thick-skinned. Let me try. With his eyes wide open, Han Feng waved his hand. 10 sabers in the air were like sharp arrows from a bow. They quickly stabbed at the level 5 zombie. Swish. 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 10 sabers cut through the air, making a sharp whistle. Break it for me. Break it. Han Feng roared before the blade was about to touch the skin of the level 5 zombie. Chapter 267, Fighting the Level 5 Zombie Part 2. Ding! 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 A series of dense, crisp sounds came from the level 5 zombie. The 10 sabers seemed to hit a steel plate, and returned in vain. It can't be said that it was completely useless, at least under such a collision. The level 5 zombie's body trembled and swayed left and right on the wall. Good. Han Feng took back the saber and surrounded him. After a happy sound instead of anger, he continued, awesome. Try this again. As soon as the voice fell, 10 high-explosive grenades flew rapidly towards the level 5 zombie. In midair, Han Feng used his mind to pull the rings of these grenades. Bang! 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 10 grenades hit the level 5 zombie's body one by one. The level 5 zombie who reacted began to struggle, trying to get rid of these black iron lumps. Just as he grabbed one and threw it away, it immediately crashed into his arms again. Are you kidding? These high-explosive grenades are all controlled by Han Feng's thoughts. They are not like C4 that needs to be glued. Even if they are thrown away, they can return again, like a maggot attached to the bone. When all 10 high-explosive grenades were attached to the level 5 zombie's body, Han Feng's mind force pushed violently. The level 5 zombie raised his head and fell backwards, landing outside the wall. Boom! Boom! A huge ball of fire flashed behind the wall. The deafening explosion echoed in the mountains for a long time, refusing to dissipate. At the same time, the air wave of the shock wave formed a small mushroom cloud. Since one of the characteristics of the wall is that it will not be blown up, the people inside the wall were not harmed. This is also the reason why Han Feng dared to detonate 10 high-explosive grenades so close to the zinc mine. But on the other side of the wall, the situation was different. The shock wave was like a hurricane, sweeping everything within the explosion range, wherever it went. There were broken arms and corpses. The poor level 4 zombie was still struggling to smash the wall before the explosion. After the explosion, there was not even a complete piece of the body. Ghost. Enter attack mode. Always be ready. A few seconds after the explosion, Han Feng's frown did not relax, because he did not sense the substantial increase in gold coins, which meant that the level 5 zombie was not dead. It was still alive. After receiving Han Feng's order, 2 red lights flashed behind the Terminator Ghost's cool sunglasses. Then, the Terminator ran towards Han Feng and took an attacking stance. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Holding his breath, Han Feng stared at the wall where the level 5 zombie had just appeared. Time passed by second, until more than 10 seconds later, Han Feng still could not see the level 5 zombie, who, exhaling the air in his lungs. Han Feng asked Luna, "Luna, is the level 5 zombie crippled by the explosion? Why hasn't it come up yet? It's been so long." Roar, who knew that Han Feng had just asked half of his question. The level 5 zombie jumped up, standing on the wall, beating his chest and roaring. Seeing the blood-soaked level 5 zombie, Han Feng choked up and shouted, "Fuck!" Roar! Roar! Looking at the roaring level 5 zombie, Han Feng knew it was hurt. It was really angry. After the roar, the level 5 zombie stood still, looking at Han Feng, who was dozens of meters away under the wall, then squatted down with both legs, and suddenly exerted force, pounced on Han Feng. "Come on!" Looking at the dive of the level 5 zombie, Han Feng shouted, "Telekinesis! Freeze it for me!" The level 5 zombie's body was instantly frozen in midair, unable to move forward. "Now!" Han Feng shouted without looking back, staring at the level 5 zombie, who, buzz, 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 behind him. The Terminator, who had been prepared for a long time, pulled the trigger of the Gatling gun. In an instant, the 6 barrels of the Gatling gun spun rapidly, until afterimages appeared, accompanied by the flames. Bullets poured out crazily. The flames continued, and the muzzle of the Gatling gun seemed to be on fire. Ring, ring, ring. Under the Gatling gun, at the feet of the Terminator, the ejected shells slid down like a rainstorm, very smoothly. Ding, ding, ding. Hundreds of bullets focused on the level 5 zombie frozen in midair, although it was now covered in blood. These bullets still couldn't break its defense. Every bullet that hit the level 5 zombie would spark for a moment. Then, the warped warhead fell to the ground. Ugh! Roar! In midair, the level 5 zombie struggled hard. His shaking hands slowly clenched into fists. He also made an awkward sound from his mouth. On the other hand, Han Feng. Hum. Hum. Ugh. It was almost a mumbling from Han Feng's mouth, coupled with a pale face. This time, it was the first time that Han Feng had insufficient mental power since injecting the Energy 7 potion. How long has it been? 5 or 6 seconds at most. Han Feng only felt that his mental power was like a broken bucket, and the water in the bucket was gushing out crazily. Ugh! Seeing the almost ineffective attack of the Gatling gun, Han Feng was anxious. He opened his mouth and shouted, spraying some blood foam, and then shouted, "Telekinesis! Start!" After Han Feng finished shouting, the sabers floating beside him began to spin rapidly, and then rushed towards the level 5 zombie. Ding 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 ding! The fierce cutting began. Dang dang! After a few seconds, the handles of the 10 sabers fell to the ground. The blades had been worn away. Looking at the broken sabers on the ground, Han Feng suddenly grinned and said, "Hard enough." Bang! After saying these 2 words, Han Feng knelt on the ground. Even when he knelt on the ground, Han Feng still stood straight, staring at the level 5 zombie. Bang! Bang! The clenched teeth began to break, and blood slowly flowed from the corners of Han Feng's mouth. The telekinesis was still being released, firmly fixing the level 5 zombie in the air, making it unable to move. Looking closely at Han Feng's temple, several blood vessels were throbbing. The blue veins on his neck were clearly visible. 2 seconds later, Han Feng's pale cheeks began to turn red. Blood slowly seeped out of the corners of his eyes. Ugh! It's really fatal. Shaking his upper body, Han Feng's mental power was exhausted. Bang! Bang! The Terminator fired all the bullets, and the Gatling gun made a muffled sound when it fell to the ground. At the same time, Han Feng finally couldn't hold on. The telekinesis was cut off. Without the restraint of telekinesis, the level 5 zombie fell from the sky. Because the level 5 zombie was not ready for landing, it also made a muffled sound. After landing, the level 5 zombie quickly got up from the ground. Before he could stand firmly, he ran towards Han Feng, and at the same time stretched out a hand to grab Han Feng's head. Han Feng, who was kneeling on the ground, looked at the claws getting closer and closer, and did not take any action, because his eyes had long been wandering and blurred. When the level 5 zombie was less than 1 meter away from Han Feng, the corners of its dry mouth curled up again. It had absolute confidence that at this distance, killing Han Feng was as easy as turning your hand. Dong dong dong. Bang! At the critical moment, the Terminator Ghost arrived, punched the level 5 zombie in the face, saved Han Feng from the danger at the moment. After being hit in the face by the huge force, the level 5 zombie flew backwards and rushed to the wall behind him. With a bang, the level 5 zombie slammed into the wall. It was covered in blood and left a human-shaped blood mark on the wall. The next moment after hitting the wall, the level 5 zombie bounced back. Before he opened his eyes, he felt a big hand grabbing his face. Then, the big hand pushed back. Bang! The back of his head was in intimate contact with the wall again. There was a heart-pounding muffled sound. Bang! 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 For several times in a row, the Terminator stuck the head of the level 5 zombie and rammed it against the wall frantically. Fortunately, the wall is a wall. If it were made of other materials, it would have been penetrated long ago. Even if it was replaced with a steel wall, it would definitely leave a deep hole. Roar! After being humiliated and hit so many times, the level 5 zombie roared, opened his mouth and bit forward fiercely. At the same time, he slightly turned his body and supported the wall behind him with his right hand, not wanting to be hit again. It's a pity that the level 5 zombie used the wrong moves. Biting people? Haha. Why bite the Terminator made of titanium steel? The Terminator whose right hand was bitten did not even change his expression, and still had a cold, stinky face. At the same time, the Terminator's attack tactics remained unchanged, and he continued to hold the level 5 zombie's head and hit the wall. Bang! Stuck on the wall. The level 5 zombie was so angry that he trembled. Turning around, waving his arms, the level 5 zombie forcibly opened the Terminator's right hand that was holding his face. Before he could make the next counterattack, the Terminator's left fist had arrived and hit the level 5 zombie's chest. Bang! Because the level 5 zombie's back was pressed against the wall, the force of this punch was completely unloaded. It was all absorbed by the chest. Buzz! After the Terminator's punch, the whole wall shook violently. You can imagine how powerful this punch is. The level 5 zombie stared blankly at his fist on his chest, then raised his head and looked at the Terminator in front of him. The Terminator looked at the level 5 zombie's face with some confusion, then lowered his head to look at his fist. He really couldn't understand why the enemy in front of him was still alive after his full-strength attack. However, the electronic components in the Terminator's head could not systematically analyze the battle situation. He only knew that the enemy was not dead, so he had to continue attacking. Retracting his left fist, the Terminator prepared to continue attacking. But the level 5 zombie did not intend to continue to be beaten. Pulling away from his original position, the level 5 zombie dodged the Terminator's second punch. Seeing that the attack missed, the Terminator straightened up mechanically and turned to face the level 5 zombie. The level 5 zombie, who had been preparing for a long time, was waiting for this moment. Bang! A sudden punch. The Terminator had no time to react and was hit in the lower abdomen. Rip! Swish! The leather jacket on the Terminator was instantly shattered. Even the clothes on his back were shattered and stretched. Huh? Then, the 2-meter-tall, 1.2-ton Terminator suddenly flew backwards. The scene was just like the level 5 zombie flying backwards dozens of seconds ago. Chapter 268, Helpless. The level 5 zombie didn't give the Terminator a chance to breathe, and directly kicked the ground with his legs and rushed towards the ghost. Bang! Bang! The Terminator's terrifying weight hit the ground, making a heart-pounding muffled sound. Bang! Bang! Riding on the ghost, the level 5 zombie opened his bows left and right, punching down one after another. And at this time, Han Feng on the side still remained in a kneeling position without moving, with his hands tightly covering his head. The veins of his 2 hands were throbbing, and his 10 fingers were clasping his head hard, as if he would not stop until his 10 fingers were stuck into his head. Heh. One after another. Han Feng whispered softly. If you didn't listen carefully, you wouldn't notice it at all. On the other hand, Han Feng's face was distorted due to the severe pain in his brain. The pain caused by the exhaustion of mental power this time was far more severe than any previous time. It hurt so much that he couldn't roll around. And it hurt so much that he couldn't shout. 1 minute ago, Han Feng only imprisoned the 5th level zombie for 13 seconds. And in these short 13 seconds, Han Feng felt like he was imprisoning a train sprinting at full speed. Lu. The intense pain made Han Feng's mind a mess. Luna. Han Feng, who was shaking constantly, finally called out Luna's name. Team, from exhaustion, recovered. Hearing these language fragments coming from his mind, Han Feng was unable to form effective information. But it doesn't matter. Han Feng's real purpose is not here. Strongly, remind, panting. Han Feng continued, strongly remind, awaken. Although the brain cannot think, Han Feng knows that the only way to relieve the severe pain in the brain is to let the system start an emergency strong reminder. Maybe the stimulation of the body will relieve some. It was just that Han Feng took 5 or 6 seconds to say these 3 short words. Luna understood Han Feng's meaning, agreed to turn on the emergency strong reminder, and started the countdown. Okay, 8, 7. When the countdown ended, the strong current began to stimulate every cell in Han Feng's body. Feeling the current flowing through his body, Han Feng could no longer hold back and cried out. At this time, Han Feng was like a fish that had just landed, twisting and struggling wildly. It was in sharp contrast to the silent stillness just now. However, compared with the pain in the head, this little pain in the body could be endured. After the first emergency strong reminder, Han Feng lay on the ground and closed his eyes. Luna, again. At this time, Han Feng could clearly express his thoughts. Okay, Captain Han. The emergency strong reminder is starting. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. With his face against the lus, Han Feng slowly closed his eyes and waited. Just like the last time, Han Feng burst into a heart-wrenching howl again. 10 seconds later, lying on his back on the ground, Han Feng looked at the sky and laughed, slowly propping up his body. Han Feng stood up unsteadily. His face was pale. His nose and eyes were bleeding. His hair was messy, and his clothes were disheveled. Just looking at his face, Han Feng looked more like a demon than a demon. At this time, Han Feng's brain was still in pain, but he could barely hold on with his willpower. After 2 consecutive strong reminders, Han Feng's mind became much clearer. However, the strong reminder was like adrenaline to the body, which could not restore mental strength and could only keep Han Feng alive for a short period of time. After the strong reminder was effective, Han Feng might fall into a greater crisis. But compared to the crisis of zombies, his own danger was not so important. If zombies invaded the zinc mine in large numbers, he couldn't escape either. The force was turned, and Han Feng looked at the ghost and the level 5 zombie fighting on the side. Bang bang. Bang. The 2 were on the ground, punching and kicking, fighting hard. There were no moves, no routines. Under such a close-range punch, no one could dodge. On the chest of the level 5 zombie, Han Feng saw a shocking dent. Its left leg was also extremely twisted. Obviously, this is a unique special effect of comminuted fracture. But the Terminator is not much better. The whole body, without the decoration of bionic tissue. The Terminator ghost once again fought in the form of a skeleton. One of his calves had been torn off and thrown aside. The spine was also bent by the level 5 zombie. But the most serious was the Terminator's head. The skull, made of hard titanium steel, had a fist-sized dent. Upon closer inspection, there were several cracks in the deepest part of the dent, faintly revealing the electronic components inside. The 2 red lights in the Terminator's eyes had gone out. Roar! With blood in his mouth, the level 5 zombie roared in anger and helplessness. The melee had lasted for more than 2 minutes. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't smash the iron lump in front of him. After the roar, the level 5 zombie pulled out his hands and then raised them above his head. He interlocked his fingers, hugged his hands, and formed a big hammer head to smash the Terminator under him. Bang! Buzz! Under the huge force, the earth trembled. This scene scared Han Feng, because the place where the level 5 zombie just hit was the chest of the Terminator, which needed the most protection. Inside was the core part of the Terminator. It was also the source of the Terminator's power, 2 hydrogen batteries. The Terminator was hit in the vitals, and the remaining red light in the pupil suddenly went out, and then lit up again. After a successful attack, the level 5 zombie raised his hand and prepared for the next hammer attack. Watching the level 5 zombie's movements, Han Feng quickly shouted, "Hey!" Then, Han Feng forced his telekinetic superpower to open. He pushed the level 5 zombie hard. Ah! At the moment when the level 5 zombie was pushed away, Han Feng's brain hurt again. At the same time, his body was out of control, and he fell backwards with his head tilted back. Bang! Lying on the ground, Han Feng closed his eyes and endured it. He thought that now was not the time to recover from the injury. "Luna, how's the ghost?" Holding the corner of his clothes tightly, Han Feng took the lead in caring about the Terminator. "Report to Captain Han. The Terminator's Taigang bones are seriously damaged, and the core components are seriously damaged. Damn. Luna. Urgent strong reminder. Quick." Han Feng cursed secretly, and felt that the world in front of him was becoming more and more unreal. Now is not the time to faint, and he must cheer himself up again. "Report to Captain Han. You can't. Don't talk nonsense. This is an order. Quick." "Okay, Captain Han." After hesitating for a second, Luna directly turned on the strong reminder without even counting the countdown time. "Ah!" Accompanied by screams. Han Feng struggled again, like a carb jump. 10 seconds later, Han Feng knelt on one knee and ordered, "Burn the incendiary bottle. Burn the incendiary bottle. Burn the incendiary bottle." After 3 incendiary bottles, several mobilized soldiers came running. Raising his head, Han Feng saw a level 5 zombie 3 meters away. At this time, the level 5 zombie was struggling to crawl towards him, while the Terminator fell to the ground and grabbed the level 5 zombie with one hand. He used his own weight to drag it so that it could not get close to him. Otherwise, within the 10 seconds of the strong reminder, the level 5 zombie would definitely take Han Feng's life. Turning his eyes, Han Feng watched the remaining leg of the Terminator twitching back and forth, trying to stand up. Unfortunately, both the spine and the remaining leg were twisted. The Terminator can't stand up anymore. Roar! Roar! The level 5 zombie had red eyes, and dug the ground with both hands, plowing out 2 deep furrows. But no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't drag the Terminator. The Terminator used one arm to pull the level 5 zombie back. When the distance was enough, the other hand also came into play. In this way, the Terminator wrapped his arms around the level 5 zombie and held it firmly in his arms. Seeing this scene, Han Feng thought it was bad. "I called so many incendiary bottles here for the purpose of throwing them all at once. Lucia, who was at 1000 degrees, couldn't do anything to it. And I didn't believe that the incendiary bottles that instantly reached 3000 degrees wouldn't burn it to death. But now it is tied to the ghost. If several incendiary bottles are thrown down, what will the ghost do?" In order to find out whether burning the Molotov cocktail would hurt innocent people, Han Feng asked Luna, "Luna, what is the highest temperature that the ghost can withstand?" "Report to Captain Han. The melting point of the ghost is 1668 degrees Celsius. If it exceeds this temperature, the ghost will be destroyed." Gritting his teeth, Han Feng was in an extreme struggle. According to the current situation, the ghost will definitely not be able to beat the level 5 zombies. Even if it is delayed for a long time, it will inevitably end up as scrap metal. But let him kill the Terminator with his own hands. "Oh my god! This time it's up to you." The situation was urgent, and Han Feng had no choice but to think of other ways. In desperation, Han Feng shouted. Then, Han Feng closed his eyes and ordered, "Luna. Remote control. Target, ghost." "Okay, Captain Han." In the picture in his mind, Han Feng turned into a Terminator. "Leave the incendiary bottle and carry me away. The farther the better." The second order was issued, and 4 or 5 mobilized soldiers took off the incendiary bottles and threw them at the feet of the Terminator, then carried Han Feng on their backs and left the original position. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng was ready to act. The Terminator ghost exerted force with his left arm, loosened his right arm, and reached for the incendiary bottle at his feet. Grabbing the incendiary bottle, Ghost exerted force with his right fist, crushed the bottle, and smeared the sticky burning substance in his hand on the depression on the chest of the level 5 zombie. Then, the Terminator grabbed another incendiary bottle, just like before. After crushing it, he continued to smear the burning material, until the last incendiary bottle was left at his feet. Good luck. In the distance, when Han Feng finished this blessing, the Terminator bit open the pull ring of the incendiary bottle. Taking advantage of the delay of the incendiary bottle's explosion, the Terminator pressed the incendiary bottle on the face of the level 5 zombie. Feeling the foreign object on his face, the level 5 zombie opened his mouth and bit the incendiary bottle. Unfortunately, the delay was over. Boom! Whoosh! Chapter 269, Coma. The incendiary bottle suddenly exploded, and a flash of light suddenly flashed. Then, in Han Feng's sight, the world fell into darkness. Luna, what happened to the ghost? Han Feng asked anxiously, feeling the blindness of the Terminator at the same time. Report to Captain Han. The ghost's photosensitive components are damaged, and the high temperature burned the electronic components in its head. So, hearing this, Han Feng interrupted with a trembling voice and asked, is the ghost sacrificed? Report to Captain Han. The damage rate of the ghost's important components has reached 100%, and the damage rate of the core components has reached 91%. Can it still be fixed? Not sure. Asked here. Han Feng pursed his lips and silently exited the visual connection. Opening his eyes, Han Feng looked at the level 5 zombie that was still struggling in the flames dozens of meters away. However, this struggle was just a twitch at the last moment, which did not mean that it could still stand up. What method can be used to effectively kill it? Gritting his teeth, Han Feng supported himself with his arms and slowly stood up with the help of the mobilized soldiers, prepared to go forward to finish the job. As soon as he stood up, Han Feng's body stopped, because he sensed that the gold coins suddenly surged by 10,000. Luna, is the level 5 zombie dead? Report to Captain Han. Yes, the level 5 zombie is dead. After getting the exact answer, Han Feng looked at the fire again. At this time, the fire was only burning quietly, without a trace of life or movement. Without hesitation, Han Feng quickly ordered, put out the fire. Save the ghost. Quick! The surrounding red alert soldiers took the order and ran to the water to put out the fire. Water pouring, earth covering, sand covering, fire extinguisher spraying. After a few minutes, after trying everything, the fire was finally put out by everyone. Keep pouring water to cool it down. Quick! Han Feng anxiously reached out to touch the metal skeleton of the ghost, but unexpectedly got a blood blister. Han Feng, unwilling to wait any longer, continued to give orders to keep the water flushing to achieve the effect of cooling down. After a few minutes, when the temperature dropped to a tolerable range, Han Feng reached out to pull the Terminator. Unfortunately, Han Feng's strength was too weak to pull the Terminator out. Help! Pull him out! The power of one person is insignificant, and Han Feng summoned dozens of red alert soldiers around him. With the concerted efforts of everyone, the Terminator was finally pulled out. Along with the Terminator, there came out the corpse of the level 5 zombie in his arms. Wiped the sweat from his forehead, Han Feng looked at the two burnt black corpses on the ground, frowned, and didn't know what he was thinking. A few seconds later, Han Feng said, Luna, transport the ghost to the construction plant. I don't care what method these engineers use. The Terminator must be repaired, even if its functions are limited in the future, or there are any sequelae. I will accept it. Okay, Captain Han. Let the engineers try it. Luna answered Han Feng's words without giving any guarantee. Just giving it a try. Also, start the combat laboratory. Study this damn level 5 zombie for me. I want to know its weaknesses. Han Feng pointed at the corpse of the level 5 zombie and spat. Okay, Captain Han. The combat laboratory research project has been started. Project name, level 5 zombie. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng did not speak again, but watched everyone move the bodies of the Terminator and the inseparable level 5 zombies to the car. Watching the car leave, Han Feng stumbled and almost fell. In the previous battle, Han Feng had a belief in his heart. That is, to kill the level 5 zombie. But when the level 5 zombie was really dead, Han Feng suddenly relaxed. and his body immediately had problems. Han Feng stabilized his shaking body and shook his head, thinking that although the level 5 zombie was dead, the battle was still going on. Now, it's not time to fall down. Standing up, Han Feng walked back to the battle line at the edge of the zinc mine. As soon as he got close to the edge of the battlefield, Han Feng saw Tanya, who was also sitting on the ground with disheveled hair, among the fighting crowd. Level 5 zombies are dead, Han Feng said, holding Tanya's shoulders. Tanya didn't say anything, but nodded with dull eyes. After a few seconds, Tanya said, I can't fight anymore. I'm too tired. Han Feng was about to say something, but was interrupted by the mobilized soldiers, who suddenly ran over and said, Report to Captain Han. All rockets have been launched. Please give instructions. After receiving this news, Han Feng immediately asked Luna, all the rockets have been fired? Yes, Captain Han. Hearing the news was true, Han Feng frowned and asked, what about the 100 wild orcs on the battlefield? All killed. Do the soldiers have enough ammunition? All sold out. What about the ammunition in the equipment warehouse? Didn't they all come here? Use it. Report to Captain Han. The grenades, explosives, rockets, etc. in the equipment warehouse are all sold out. There are still a lot of bullets, but the loading speed can't keep up with the firing speed, and it's seriously behind. Hearing this, Han Feng took a breath. In a hurry, his brain began to hurt again. Then, what about the defensive weapons? Han Feng continued to ask while enduring the pain. Report to Captain Han. The sentry guns have been deployed, but the ammunition has been used up. After hearing the news that the ammunition was all gone, Han Feng was so anxious that his brain's defense line completely collapsed. The severe pain came like a tide, not giving Han Feng a chance to breathe. Bang! Bang! Kneeling on the ground, hammering the ground with both fists, Han Feng wanted to relieve the pain in this way. He wanted to stand up and preside over the battle. But this self-mutilation method was completely useless. Luna! Zombies, how many more? Han Feng closed his eyes, and was already out of breath. Report to Captain Han. Based on the degree of death, conservatively, about 100,000. Han Feng barely heard the approximate value from the intermittent answers in his mind. Strong reminder. Even with his eyes closed, Han Feng could still see the dizzy scene. Helpless, Han Feng still wanted to stimulate himself with an emergency strong reminder. Captain Han. Absolutely, the system prohibits. At this time, Han Feng didn't care what Luna said, and couldn't hear what she said clearly. He just wanted to electricity with all his heart. Mumbling muttered from Han Feng's mouth, Strong, quick! Okay, Han. Buzz. Brother Han. In the moment before his consciousness faded, Han Feng did not feel any pain. He only heard a buzzing sound in his brain, followed by the shouts of Wei Yun, or Wei Peng and Lu Rui. Consciousness finally fell silent. Han Feng fainted. After fighting for almost a day, Han Feng finally fell down. Time continued to pass, and the zombies' attack would not stop because of Han Feng's coma. When Han Feng could no longer issue orders, Tanya assumed part of the command, and the follow-up of this battle continued until late at night. The zinc mine workers paid a heavy price for their sacrifices, but finally won. After an unknown amount of time, Han Feng, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes. The first thing that caught his eye was Wei Yun holding a cotton swab. At this time, she was wiping Han Feng's lips with a cotton swab soaked in water to prevent his lips from chapped. Brother Han? Are you awake? How do you feel? Han Feng listened to Wei Yun's questions and did not answer, but looked around with a puzzled look. As he had just woken up, Han Feng's mind was full of questions. Where was I? Why was I in bed? What happened? Why was Wei Yun sitting by the bed and wiping my mouth? For dozens of seconds, Han Feng kept frowning and kept looking around and at Wei Yun, trying hard to recall what happened before. Seeing Han Feng frowning and looking around in panic, Wei Yun was terrified. In Wei Yun's mind, he wondered if Han Feng's brain was broken, lost his memory, or collapsed because of the shock? Or he wouldn't be crazy? Covering his mouth, Wei Yun didn't know what to say or do. He could only blink and stare at Han Feng. Han Feng hesitated for a few words, and seemed to recall something. Fuck. Suddenly, Han Feng, who was lying on the bed, remembered everything before he fainted, and screamed. Then he lifted the quilt, and was about to get off the ground and run out. Next, something Han Feng could never have imagined happened. Han Feng, who was covered in white, fell off the bed and faced the ground. After struggling for a while, Han Feng propped himself up. But he saw from the corner of his eye that there was nothing on his body. Fuck! Han Feng exclaimed for the second time, and hurriedly pulled off the quilt on the bed and put it on himself. I didn't see anything. Your clothes were taken off by Wei Peng. The dirty blood was washed by Lu Rui. You were too dirty at the time. Seeing Han Feng in a panic, Wei Yun quickly covered his eyes and explained in a panic. Without time to worry about himself, Han Feng subconsciously asked, "Where are the zombies?" "They're all dead?" "It's okay." Wei Yun was extremely embarrassed and answered loudly, trying to cover up his extremely embarrassing psychology. "Go out first. I'll call you later." Hearing that the zombie crisis was resolved, Han Feng covered himself tightly with a quilt and issued an eviction order. Oh. After answering subconsciously, Wei Yun ran out of the tent with a red face. "Luna, what's the situation? How long have I been unconscious?" After Wei Yun left, Han Feng got up and put on his clothes, and asked Luna at the same time. "Report to Captain Han. You have been unconscious for 37 hours. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng converted it in his mind. 1.5 days. "Where are the zombies?" Han Feng asked without pause. The zombies were almost completely wiped out. The remaining hundreds of zombies were far away from the zinc mine, so they did not pursue us. "What happened after I fell into a coma?" "Report to Captain Han. After you fell into a coma, Tanya temporarily took charge of the battle for you. 1 hour and 47 minutes after you fell into a coma, the battlefield was lost, and a large number of level 3 zombies broke into the zinc mine. When the level 3 zombies were killed, the level 4 zombies led the lower level zombies to break into the defense line. 3 hours after you fell into a coma, Tanya was seriously injured. In addition to the long battle, Tanya was exhausted and fell into a coma." Chapter 270, Wounds After Waking Up. Hearing Luna's report, Han Feng closed his eyes in despair. He could guess with his toes that Zinc Mine had lost its powerful forces, including himself, Tanya, and Terminator. In the case of insufficient ammunition supply, facing 100,000 zombies. "Captain Han, the battle footage at that time has been retained by the system. May I ask?" Luna was halfway through her speech when Han Feng sat down and said softly, "Look. Okay. Captain Han, the footage is being prepared. Please wait." After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng closed his eyes and waited quietly. Boom. Boom. Da-da-da. Da-da. As soon as the scene started, the battle in the zinc mine was extremely fierce. Based on the actions of the viewer, Han Feng easily guessed that this was Tanya. "Sister, don't stop me. I'm going." Amid the sound of gunfire, Han Feng vaguely heard Wei Ping shout, "I didn't hit him lightly last time," Tanya muttered, and then ran towards Wei Ping through the crowd. After knocking Wei Peng unconscious again and bringing him back, Tanya ordered Wei Yun to evacuate here with Hu Hu and others and wait at the construction plant. Without time to listen to Wei Yun's answer, Tanya turned around and continued to fight. At this time, the scene began to fast forward. The third-level zombies jumped down the wall one by one, rushing towards the soldiers and militiamen who were shooting. After finally clearing out the third-level zombies, the fourth-level zombies took the opportunity to climb over the wall with the low-level zombies. Instantly, the zinc mine was full of fireworks. Blood dyed the land red. Cries and cries for help were heard. In this battle, all those who were injured or killed by zombies, except for the red alert soldiers, will mutate into new zombies. They will get up from the ground, join the ranks of the zombie army, and attack the teammates who just fought side by side. Many people can't stand such stimulation, which makes them unable to shoot at their former comrades. And for a while, the zombies speed up their encroachment. Han Feng watched while Luna explained. When the screen played to 2 hours and 50 minutes, the screen began to shake and tremble. This was a sign of Tanya's exhaustion. Although Tanya was the undisputed king of combat power, she was still immortal after all. 4 or 5 hours of continuous high-intensity fighting had already exhausted all her physical strength. Without eating a single grain of rice or drinking a single drop of water, Tanya relied on one breath to hold on. 2 minutes before the screen stopped, Tanya fought hard against a level 4 zombie. But Tanya, who was weak, could no longer avoid the hammer of the level 4 zombie. Even though she subconsciously took a defensive posture, Tanya still spurted out a mouthful of blood. And then, the screen was dark. The next second, the screen lit up. From the perspective, it was a sniper hiding in the distance. Grizzly tank. Change your attack targets now. Mainly hit the legs of the level 4 zombies. They have strong upper body strength. But their legs are weak. Remember? You only need to break their legs. Be fast. Don't let them knock you over. All 3-star soldiers. Hold the battlefield and try to hold it as long as possible. All 1-star soldiers. Try to collect weapons. Let the militia around you reload for you. Remember? Your kill rate is higher than theirs. You must defend the zinc mine. All heavily armed soldiers. After running out of bullets, look for cold weapons. Go find level 1 and 2 zombies to fight. You have light armor on you. And low-level zombies can't hurt you. Remember? Don't bother with level 4 zombies. All police dogs. Bark around the zombies. They have no leader now. And the sound will disturb them. Try to disperse them. All. Move. Quick. 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 A series of commands came out of the sniper's mouth. From the tone, it was Simon. Han Feng was unconscious. And the battlefield command was transferred to Tanya. Tanya was unconscious. And the battlefield command was transferred to Simon. When Simon took over the battlefield, it was the time when casualties were the most tragic. This fight lasted from dusk to late at night, until 4 Grizzlies tanks turned over and lay on the battlefield outside the wall, until all the ammunition was in urgent need and there was nothing left to use, until even the 3-star soldiers started fighting, until the heavily armed soldiers collapsed due to exhaustion, until the police dogs kept barking. Their vocal cords tore, and blood spit out from their mouths. Under the dark night, the ghosts and monsters were finally eliminated. On the charred battlefield, tens of thousands of corpses were scattered. When the last zombie in the zinc mine fell, the people holding machetes began to look around. Their eyes were full of crazy killing intent. It was also fortunate that the searchlight was prepared the night before. Otherwise, in such an environment where you can't see me clearly and I can't see you clearly, it is easy to cause accidental injuries. In the zinc mine, that was as bright as day. People wandered around. It was not until several minutes later that they confirmed that their side had won. Dang dang dang. People knelt and cried, letting go of their cold weapons. But no one spoke. The screen dimmed again, and all the videos were played. Report to Captain Han. In this battle, the Red Alert soldiers killed a total of about 270,000 first-level zombies, about 80,000 second-level zombies, about 8,000 third-level zombies, about 2,000 fourth-level zombies, and 1 fifth-level zombie. The rest of the zombies were killed by the militia in the zinc mine. In this battle, a total of 1,132,004 gold coins were rewarded. 1,302,004 gold coins. Han Feng, who was distracted, repeated the number Luna said at the end. There was no trace of joy. Yes, Captain Han. Now you have 1.36 million gold coins. After this battle, how many troops do we have left? Han Feng interrupted Luna and asked. Report to Captain Han. Our losses are 4 Grizzlies are scrapped. The mobilized soldiers suffered heavy losses. And now there are only 57 people left. There are 30 American soldiers left. And all snipers survived, totaling 36 people. There are 3 heavy soldiers left. 2 police dogs left. All radiation engineers were killed. The Terminator Ghost is now under repair. And Tanya is in a coma. That is to say, of my 6 battalions, now there is only 1 battalion left. Han Feng asked, covering his chest with trembling lips. Yes, Captain Han. What about Brother Wang? How many casualties did they suffer? How many casualties did the survivors suffer? Report to Captain Han. There are only 2 people left in Brother Wang's domination team. Wang Man and Kong Xiang. The casualties of the survivors exceeded 60%. There are less than 7,000 survivors. As he listened, 2 tears flowed from Han Feng's eyes. Ah! Han Feng looked up to the sky and opened his mouth. But he made a very small cry. But the blue veins in his neck kept throbbing. Han Feng tried his best to lower his voice. And he almost roared silently. It's not accurate to call it roaring. It should be the expression of extreme self-blame and guilt. A few minutes later, Han Feng lowered his head. He felt exhausted, as if all the strength in his body had been drained away. After slowly putting on his clothes, Han Feng staggered to the door. But he didn't have the courage to lift the curtain. He was afraid of seeing the charred land outside the curtain. And even more afraid of the survivors. Knowing that he was ashamed, Han Feng hesitated for a long time with his shaking hands. Brother Han? Brother Han? Are you okay? Do you need me to come in? Outside the door, Wei Yun heard Han Feng's self-blaming cry. Just as he was struggling to decide whether to go in, he heard no more movement in the house. Wei Yun, who was getting more and more anxious, spoke in a low voice and asked, "No need." As soon as the voice fell, a hand reached out and lifted the door curtain. And then Han Feng walked out. Brother Han, you? Looking at Han Feng with red eyes and tears, Wei Yun was speechless and didn't know what to say. Han Feng took a few steps, looked at the sunset, and then looked down at the charred land around him. The corners of his mouth twitched constantly, but he never spoke. You must be hungry after sleeping for so long? I'll go cook. What do you want to eat? Gently pulling Han Feng's sleeve, Wei Yun spoke on the side, trying to ease Han Feng's mood. No, I can't eat. Waving his hand, Han Feng walked away with a shaky step. Seeing Han Feng so haggard, Wei Yun didn't say anything, just followed him to support him. Fearing that he would fall down due to the stimulation, Han Feng's attention silently entered the system, found Tanya's location, and then walked slowly. A few minutes later, Han Feng came to Tanya's bedside. Looking at Tanya, who was still pale, Han Feng contacted Luna in his mind. Luna, make a recovery potion. Okay, Captain Han. Perhaps sensing the grief in Han Feng's heart, Luna did not ask a confirmation question. Less than a minute later, the quick recovery potion arrived. After injecting Tanya, Han Feng walked out of the tent. How is the ghost? Has it recovered? Looking at the last sunset, Han Feng asked. Report to Captain Han. The Terminator ghost is seriously damaged and is still under emergency repair. As for whether it can be repaired, unknown. Is there any material missing? Or is the technology limited? It's the material. Make it. Let the combat laboratory make the material, no matter how expensive it is. Okay, Captain Han. The problem of Terminator materials has been solved, and the ghost's awakening is just around the corner. After injecting the recovery potion, it is only a matter of time for Tanya to recover. Got two good news. Now, Luna. Has the research report on the 5th level zombie come out? Captain Han. The research report on level 5 zombies has come out. Okay. Report the contents to me now. After a pause, Han Feng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He continued, I want to know its weaknesses. If I'm lucky enough to meet it next time, I must kill it. Okay. Captain Han. According to the research report on level 5 zombies issued by the combat laboratory, the defense of level 5 zombies is 9.8 times that of level 4 zombies, and the strength is 11 times that of level 4 zombies. All the values are about 10 times that of level 4 zombies. Right? Except for the speed, which is similar to that of level 2 zombies. The rest of the values are about 10 times that of level 4 zombies. What about the weakness? Han Feng, who had a general understanding of the various values, wanted to know where the weakness was. Report to Captain Han. During this day, the combat laboratory used various weapons and toxins to find the weakness. And finally, what is it? Tell me, Han Feng asked impatiently. Report to Captain Han. It's electricity. Electricity? Chapter 271, Magnetic Infantry. That's right, Captain Han. It's electricity. Why? Frowning, Han Feng thought. After research in the combat laboratory, it was found that the skin and muscles of level 5 zombies have amazing defensive power, but they are also extremely conductive. For this reason, the combat laboratory has conducted in-depth research on this topic. The research concluded that electric current can easily pass through the skin, muscles, and other tissues of level 5 zombies and reach its fragile vital organs. Of course, vital organs include its brain. So, Han Feng slowly stared and ordered in a trembling voice, Quick! Summon the magnetic infantry. That's right. The first soldier Han Feng thought of with electric attribute attack was the magnetic infantry. Report to Captain Han. It takes 1,500 gold coins to summon the magnetic infantry. Please confirm. 1,500 gold coins? Cheap. Confirm. Summon one. Okay. Captain Han. The magnetic infantry is being summoned. Please wait. While waiting for the magnetic infantry, Han Feng took out a cigarette. After lighting it, Han Feng turned to Wei Yun and said, "You go back first. I'll be alone. You have a good rest. I'll find you tomorrow. I'm worried about you." "No. Don't worry." Looking at Wei Yun, Han Feng smiled. Well, if you have something on your mind, remember to tell me," Wei Yun said jokingly, walked away, and looked back every 3 steps, looking at Han Feng reluctantly. After dozens of seconds, Han Feng watched Wei Yun leave, and then asked Luna in his mind, "Are the construction plant and the residents okay?" Report to Captain Han. The zombies did not break through the zinc mine, so the construction plant and the residents are intact. "Oh, that's good." As soon as Han Feng finished his response, he heard a heavy sound of footsteps coming from behind the tent. Dong, 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 dong. With excitement, Han Feng looked in the direction of the footsteps. A few seconds later, a soldier wearing heavy armor and holding a huge glove walked towards him. Report to Captain Han. Magnetic Infantryman 0001 reports to you. A muffled voice came from behind the huge metal cover. "Oh my god! Oh my god!" Han Feng walked around this metal lump and exclaimed. At this time, Han Feng regretted why he didn't summon the magnetic infantry earlier. However, not summoning the magnetic infantry is also a habit of Han Feng in playing games. That is, the magnetic infantry has a short attack distance, and its attack power is not strong. Even if he is summoned, he is just working for the magnetic coil. It is better to summon an American soldier than to fight the enemy in the battlefield. In the game, a magnetic infantryman is expensive. Han Feng always feels that he is a bit useless. So in reality, Han Feng easily forgets him. If Luna hadn't said today that level 5 zombies are afraid of electricity, Han Feng might not have remembered that he hadn't summoned such a soldier yet. Hello, Mr. Magnetic Storm. Looking at the magnetic infantryman, Han Feng didn't know how to address him for a while, so he suddenly called him silly. After looking at the magnetic infantryman again, Han Feng said, "Introduce yourself." The huge mask of the magnetic infantry lifted up, revealing the protected head inside. "Oh my god! Your mask can actually be opened?" Seeing the mask open, Han Feng felt that his worldview was refreshed, because he had never seen such a scene in the game. "Yes, Captain Han. My mask can be opened." The magnetic infantry answered in a proper manner. But this time, the voice was much clearer. "Well, not bad. Let's start the introduction." "Yes, Captain Han." After responding, the magnetic infantry raised the huge fist glove on his right hand and said, "My main weapon is this portable Tesla coil, with a maximum output power of 2,000 volts. Oh my goodness. 2,000 volts. Han Feng subconsciously interrupted the magnetic infantryman when he said this, and then reached out to touch the large weapon. Touching the silver-white weapon, a cold metallic feeling came. The main body of the weapon starts from a dozen centimeters in front of the magnetic infantryman's palm and ends at his elbow. The hole is like a barrel, wrapping his arm. From the side, it seems that there are many wires wrapped in the weapon. In short, it looks very powerful. While touching it, Han Feng quietly asked Luna, "Luna, 2,000 volts. Is it high? If you want to electrocute someone, how many volts do you need?" "Captain Han, how should I put it? 2,000 volts is a very high voltage. The human body can withstand a voltage limit of 36 volts. Theoretically, 36 volts is the lethal dose for the human body. But this varies from person to person, so maybe not so much is needed." After giving Han Feng a literacy, Han Feng remained silent for a long time, thinking. It turns out that 36 volts can kill people, so these 2,000 volts are indeed very high. "Okay." Continue to introduce. Raising his head and looking at the magnetic infantry, Han Feng continued. "Okay, Captain Han." Putting down his right hand, the magnetic infantry pointed to his metal armor and said, "This set of thundercloud combat armor, with additional grounding metal sticks, lightning rods and two-way power supply interfaces, is heavy armor. Its characteristic is to resist rolling over, and no vehicle can run over me. At the same time, This suit of armor also provides me with insulation properties, immune to all electrical attacks. There is also a thick sponge lining inside, which is cold-proof, collision-proof, and also has insulation properties. Looking at the armor, Han Feng nodded slightly, thinking that this protection is really in place. Holding the deadly voltage in his hand, the insulation suit must be done to the extreme. Secondary weapon, none. Equipped with a burning bottle. From the time I was summoned, my equipment will be refreshed after 24 hours. After the magnetic infantry finished speaking, he stood at attention. Finished? Yes. Finished. Looking at the magnetic infantry, Han Feng added, then you're special. What is the electric coil? Portable Tesla coil. The magnetic infantry corrected in time. Oh! How many times can the Tesla coil attack? It won't run out of power after one charge. Right. Captain Han. You don't have to worry about this. My armor has an interface. If it runs out of power, I will find a place to charge it in time. After a pause, the magnetic infantry continued. This portable Tesla coil in my hand will release appropriate current according to the enemy's situation every time it attacks. And it is not always in a high voltage release state. The battery inside can hold a voltage of 5,000 volts. Theoretically, these batteries can support me to output at full power 2 to 3 times. Oh, so that's how it is. Looking at this big guy, Han Feng nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, Han Feng asked abruptly, you just said you can charge, right? Yes. Yes? Then can you supply power? Before asking this question, Han Feng suddenly thought that in the game, he could supply power to the magnetic storm coil. So what about in reality? Can you supply power to the zinc mine through attack? Yes. Oh yeah. The magnetic storm infantry's brief word made Han Feng instantly delighted. Those excavators in the zinc mine. The equipment for opening the mountain. This time there is salvation. Without hesitation, Han Feng directly ordered Luna, go find the engineers, and ask them to calculate how much electricity is needed to start these excavators in the zinc mine. Is one magnetic infantryman enough to power it? Quick! Okay, Captain Han. Luna responded and started to deal with it. Han Feng's eyes were always fixed on the magnetic infantry. And then he realized that this was a baby. He immediately applauded, great, great. If I had known that you had this function earlier, I would have called you out first. Han Feng's praise made the magnetic infantryman not know what to say. Not long. About a few minutes later, Luna sent back a message, report to Captain Han. According to the engineer's calculations, to start these excavators, 200 to 300 liters of diesel are needed a day. As for the amount of electricity, at least 6 magnetic infantrymen are needed to provide continuous power. Okay. Luna, summon 18 magnetic infantrymen. No. Summon 40 magnetic infantrymen. Half of the magnetic infantrymen will take turns to power the zinc mine excavators, and the remaining half of the magnetic infantrymen will power the rest of the zinc mine. It is too wasteful to always burn diesel to generate electricity. Now Han Feng has millions of gold coins, so there is no need to hesitate about this small amount of money. Besides, Han Feng has long wanted to find something to replace the diesel generator for power supply. Although I have a lot of diesel now, I don't know how to produce it myself. If I use 1 ton less, I will lose 1 ton. Okay, Captain Han. It will cost 60,000 gold coins to summon 40 magnetic infantrymen. Please confirm. Confirm. Summon them. After speaking, Han Feng remembered something and continued, by the way, Luna, ask a few engineers to come back and deal with the problem of circuit connection. Starting tomorrow, the excavator will work 24 hours a day. Try to get the zinc out as soon as possible. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng looked at the magnetic infantryman and said, okay. You go back and rest now. Luna will notify you tomorrow. Okay, Captain Han. I'll leave first. Nodding, Han Feng looked at the back of the magnetic infantryman and watched him leave. Something unexpected happened to the magnetic infantryman. He could never have imagined that he was summoned and was used as a mobile power bank. Watching the magnetic infantryman leave, Han Feng frowned, thinking that this battle had seriously damaged his vitality, and the organization of 6 battalions was reduced to 1 battalion. After thinking for a while, Han Feng said, Luna, how many 3-star soldiers do we have now? Report to Captain Han. We now have 21 3-star American soldiers and 33 3-star mobilized soldiers. Chapter 272, Recovery. After learning the number of 3-star soldiers, Han Feng muttered, "There are already more than 50 3-star soldiers. Captain Han, do you want to review all the 3-star soldiers now?" Luna guessed Han Feng's thoughts and asked first. "No. No." Waving his hand, Han Feng thought for a while and said, "How about this? Pick all these 3-star soldiers and form a special operations team. As for the name, let's call it the Rangers." Han Feng saved trouble and directly abbreviated the special operations team to the Rangers. "Okay, Captain Han. Let the Rangers be stationed around Wei Yun and others to strictly protect their safety. At the same time, they are also a trump card in my hand." After a pause, Han Feng continued, "If there are 3-star soldiers in the future, transfer them directly to the Rangers. I really don't want to move them unless it is absolutely necessary." When saying this, Han Feng remembered the importance of a 3-star soldier in the game, in the early stage of the game. Even now, they are all treasures. "Okay, Captain Han. All the Rangers, a total of 51 soldiers, are now stationed around Wei Yun and others. Do you have any other instructions? Don't they have a captain yet?" When asked by Wei Yun, Han Feng remembered that there had not been a 3-star sniper among the captains. "Yes, Captain Han. That's easy. Let Wayne be the captain of the Rangers for the time being." "Okay, Captain Han." After finalizing the Rangers with Luna, Han Feng realized that there were a large number of zombie bodies in the zinc mine. Scanning the bodies on the ground, Han Feng frowned, thinking that it was still summer and the temperature was high. If we don't deal with it, what if there is an epidemic? Since we have to deal with and transport these bodies, Han Feng first thought of the manpower problem, and then ordered Luna, "Summon the Red Alert soldiers to complete the establishment of 6 formations. Report to Captain Han. In order to complete the establishment of 6 battalions, we need to summon American soldiers. Confirm. Summon." Hearing Luna's opening words, Han Feng knew what she was going to say next, and directly said to confirm. "Okay, Captain Han. Red Alert soldiers are being summoned. Please wait." Tens of thousands of gold coins disappeared, and seeing the summoning progress bar start, Han Feng instructed again, "Luna, wait a while. When everyone is together, let all the people from the 6 battalions come here. Move all these bodies out, and find an open space to pile them up." "Okay, Captain Han." As he spoke, Han Feng looked at the wall not far ahead and continued, "Luna, sell the wall. It's blocking the road. Report to Captain Han. We will collect the gold coins from the wall to offset 50% of the original price of the wall." Confirmed. Sold. "Okay, Captain Han." As soon as Luna finished speaking, the wall disappeared instantly. Looking around again, Han Feng's eyes began to be lonely. Without the cover of the wall, Han Feng saw a larger area of corpses. Among these corpses, there were zombies. There were also militiamen and Red Alert soldiers. "Luna, where is Brother Wang?" Suddenly, Han Feng remembered that there were only 2 people left in the domination team, and he felt bitter for a while. Although it was already midnight, Han Feng still wanted to go and take a look. "Report to Captain Han. Wang Man's position has been marked on the radar for you." After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng walked in the direction indicated by the radar in his mind. 10 minutes later, Han Feng arrived at the residence. Unlike what he imagined, the residence at this time was brightly lit but without any sound. "I was wondering why the zinc mine was so deserted. It turns out that it's all here." Han Feng muttered softly and walked into the building made of colored steel plates. As soon as he entered the building, a pungent smell of fireworks hit him in the face. Upon closer inspection, the air was actually a little smoky. Han Feng probably guessed the reason and walked quickly to the location where Brother Wang was. Pushing open the door, Han Feng saw Wang Man, who was wearing a white cloth and kneeling on a white mat. He was throwing ghost money into the brazier in front of him. And beside him was Kong Xiang, who was dressed in the same way. "You?" As soon as Han Feng spoke, Kong Xiang turned his head. Han Feng saw deep sorrow in Kong Xiang's eyes. But the moment he saw himself, his eyes became much clearer. "Brother Han? You're here." After Kong Xiang finished speaking, Brother Wang paused his movements, slowly turned his head, looked at Han Feng and said, "Xiao Han, you're awake." "Yeah. I. Looking at Wang Man with red eyes, Han Feng was speechless and stood there for a while. not knowing what to say. Suddenly, Wang Man, who was kneeling on the ground, straightened his chest and said loudly with great dignity, "The domination team has been shaky since I took over, and its members have fallen apart. It is because of my lack of virtue and incompetence. But fortunately, with the help of Han Feng, we have today's glory. But the zombies invaded my home and killed my compatriots. In times of crisis, there is no coward in the domination team." Looking around, they are all heroes. While speaking, Wang Man stood up. Standing up straight, he kept saying, "The domination team. A total of 78 members. 76 died on the battlefield. There are only 2 people left, Wang Man and Kong Xiang. Since not all of them died, the domination team is still alive in this world. Brothers of the domination team, farewell. In the next life, we are still brothers." After saying this, Wang Man picked up the wine bottle on the table beside him. He pulled off the bottle cap with a bang and poured it directly onto the ground. After the wine was finished, Wang Man turned around and looked at Han Feng and said, "Captain Han, light 3 incense sticks." Looking at the 2-tier marks on Wang Man's face, Han Feng nodded. Since there were no incense sticks or candles, Han Feng took out cigarettes from his pocket. After taking out 3 cigarettes and lighting them, he placed them on the table. "Brothers in the underworld, I, Han Feng, will seek justice for you. Zombies. One day I will eliminate them all. I will avenge you." Definitely. Han Feng used unprecedented determination in this short sentence. And the other meaning behind this sentence refers to the group of people who created zombies. They also have to make amends for this world. After burning incense, when Han Feng turned around, he saw that the corridor that was originally empty was now full of people. They stared at Han Feng silently, with hope in their eyes. "Brothers, it's my incompetence that caused..." "Captain Han, don't say that. If it weren't for you, we would have died in the radiation long ago." "Yes, Captain Han, you led us to escape hundreds of kilometers. We are really grateful. Life will get better. I believe in Captain Han. We will definitely make this land no longer suffer." Everyone spoke one after another, expressing their thoughts and hopes for the future. In this way, Han Feng stayed in the building for an hour and a half to communicate with everyone. When everyone returned to their bedrooms to rest, Wang Man accompanied Han Feng downstairs. Xiao Han. Among these survivors, there are very few young and middle-aged people. The rest are basically some women. Children, old and young. Wang Man stopped talking halfway. "I know. Take your time." Han Feng heard the doubts in Wang Man's heart and just said that he knew. "I'll go back first. It's getting late. Brother Wang, you should go to bed early." After saying goodbye to Wang Man, Han Feng walked towards the zinc mine alone. As soon as he entered the zinc mine, Han Feng saw a different scene. The scene of corpses everywhere disappeared, replaced by busy red alert soldiers. Among the red alert soldiers, Han Feng saw a familiar figure. It was Tanya. "Are you awake? How do you feel?" Han Feng greeted Tanya when he came to her side. From her complexion, she should have recovered. "Well, I feel good," Tanya said after smiling at each other. "Report to Captain Han. The ghost has been repaired." Just when Han Feng was about to say something, Luna in his mind reported first. "Really? Ha ha. My ghost has also been resurrected. Ha ha." Seeing the powerful fighting forces around him recovering one after another, Han Feng's face, which had not smiled for a long time, was now full of brilliance. After laughing for a while, Han Feng ordered, "Luna, let the ghost come over quickly. There are many corpses of level 4 zombies here. He is strong, and only he can lift these big guys." "Okay, Captain Han." Feeling the joy in Han Feng's heart, Luna's reply was also much easier. After a while, the multi-purpose infantry vehicle drove over. It stopped in front of Han Feng, and the Terminator opened the door and got out. When he saw Han Feng, the Terminator said lightly, "I'm back." Hearing this classic saying, Han Feng was excited and tears filled his eyes. Once upon a time, Han Feng had made the worst plan. "Come on, let's start then." Turning his head, Han Feng said excitedly. At the same time, Han Feng strode towards the zombie corpses in the zinc mine and began to move them. A few hours later, when the sky was bright, there was no corpse in the zinc mine. Looking at the pile of corpses, Han Feng gently ordered 20 incendiary bottles, ready to be dropped. "Throw." Whoosh! As soon as the order was issued, 20 incendiary bottles flew towards the corpse mountain with the sound of the wind. Boom! Boom whoosh whoosh. With several dull explosions, the incendiary bottles emitted a violent flash. Then, the scorching temperature rushed towards him. When he opened his eyes, Han Feng saw that the corpse mountain had become a volcano. Sizzle. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of burning and grilling continued. After dozens of seconds, a burnt smell of grilled meat came, causing Han Feng to feel nauseous. Looking at the burning volcano, Han Feng frowned and whispered, "How many of the corpses of 500,000 zombies have been burned? Whether there are 1,000 is unknown. What can I do? Forget it, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Take your time. Anyway, there's plenty of time." The next second, Han Feng answered his own question. "Everyone, keep working." Turning around, Han Feng began to lead the Red Alert soldiers in another direction to continue clearing the bodies on the ground. Chapter 273, Survival or Destruction. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, there was a rumbling sound in the air. Standing up from carrying the corpse, Han Feng looked at the source of the noise. "Report to Captain Han. It's the sound of the mining machine operating," Luna explained, sensing Han Feng's doubts. "The noise is quite loud," Han Feng muttered, and continued his movements. Ding dang dang. Suddenly, while carrying the corpse of the Red Alert soldier, a grenade rolled out of the corpse's arms. Looking at the grenade on the ground, Han Feng frowned and thought for a while, saying, "Luna, send some soldiers away and let them collect the weapons on the ground." "Okay, Captain Han." After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng was still frowning and thinking. After a few seconds, Han Feng slowly straightened up, turned around and looked around, wondering what he was thinking. Taking out his cell phone, Han Feng saw that the current date was September 18th, 2030. 3 months. The zombie outbreak has been 3 months, Han Feng muttered, staring at the cell phone screen with no signal. At the same time, Han Feng thought that October was coming soon, and he was in the north of China, and the temperature would drop in autumn. Don't think that the weather is still warm now. It might suddenly get cold at any time. In order to prevent the temperature from dropping in advance, Han Feng thought for a while and ordered, "Luna, collect the leather coats of the fallen conscripts. If the temperature drops, we will be prepared." After Han Feng finished speaking, Luna continued, "Report to Captain Han. We have cold-proof cotton coats and down jackets in our supplies. Do we still need to collect the clothes of the fallen conscripts?" "Collect? Of course. Although these leather coats are a bit tattered, they can be worn after mending them even if they can't be worn. It's good to have a quilt as a cushion when winter comes." Speaking of this, Han Feng suddenly thought of another thing and asked, "Luna, do we have quilts in our supplies?" Reporting to Captain Han, "There are quilts, but only 100 or so. There are nearly 7,000 survivors living in the settlement, and quilts are in short supply. Look, I'm telling you," Han Feng said proudly. "Collect these leather jackets, wash off the blood stains, and then cut them up and sew them into quilts and other cold-resistant items. If you see a relatively intact leather jacket, wash it and keep it to wear." "Okay, Captain Han." "Oh, right." Just as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng thought of something else and said, "I see that the American soldiers who died in the battle still have bulletproof vests on them. So collect them as well. Keep the ones that can be worn. And if they are really rotten, see what can be done. At worst, can we use the tattered bulletproof vests to build a sentry post for protection?" "Okay, Captain Han. I'll go and issue the notice now." Luna finished speaking, and Han Feng nodded with satisfaction, thinking that it would be a pity to throw these things away. It would be better to use the waste. After giving these instructions, Han Feng continued to move the bodies. When the survivors had breakfast, they saw the Red Alert soldiers led by Han Feng busy outside the zinc mine, and they also consciously joined in, collecting and burning the bodies together. This took a whole day. Although they did not go out to collect supplies today, the bodies within a few kilometers around the zinc mine were burned, and the Red Alert soldiers' incendiary bottles were all emptied for this. At the same time, good news came from the zinc mine. Today, the mining volume of new raw stones has reached 2,000 tons. This speed is much faster than manual mining, and according to the engineer's report, the zinc content of the raw stones inside the zinc mine is much higher than that of the raw stones outside. This means that the output of zinc will gradually increase. After working all day, Han Feng, who was limp in bed, thought before going to bed that if you survive a disaster, you will have good fortune in the future. The next day, Han Feng got up early. After washing up, he went downstairs. As soon as he came out of the color steel house, Han Feng stopped and looked up at the sky. At this time, there was no sunshine in the sky, and thin dark clouds covered the earth. According to visual observation, it should be raining soon. Looking at the dark clouds, Han Feng was still very happy. I don't know if it's because of the zombie virus or the climate in the north. There was very little rain this year. It was not until more than 3 months after the zombie outbreak that we saw this dark cloud. Luna, when will it rain? Suddenly, Han Feng thought of a super red alert system living in his mind. The weather forecast should be very accurate. Right. Report to Captain Han. According to the preliminary calculation of the system, it will rain in 38 minutes. Rainfall, light rain turns to moderate rain. The rain lasted for 4 hours and 20 minutes, and is expected to stop around 12:30 today. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng grinned, looking at the scorched and smelly land. This rain is really timely rain. Since it's raining, there's basically nothing to do this morning. Turning back, Han Feng went straight to Wei Yun, Wei Peng and the others, ready to have a good time after breakfast. While playing games with Hu Hu, Han Feng struggled for a long time and finally asked, Hu Hu, how did you know the monster would come? This question has been lingering in Han Feng's heart. He didn't dare to ask, but wanted to know. He was afraid that Hu Hu would think of something and be stimulated. But seeing that Hu Hu was in a good mood these days, Han Feng asked with courage. When Hu Hu heard this question, he was obviously stunned. Seeing Hu Hu's expression, Han Feng broke out in a cold sweat. At the same time, he secretly cursed himself for talking about something else. He stared at Hu Hu nervously. And finally, after a few seconds, Hu Hu's expression gradually eased and said, I just felt scared. In fact, I didn't know that there was a monster coming. Han Feng didn't say anything, but continued to look at Hu Hu. This fear is the same as the fear I had in the classroom. Before the monster came, I seemed to hear the monsters cry while eating. And then this fear has not subsided. Hu Hu said word by word, counting on his fingers. After listening, Han Feng narrowed his eyes and contacted Luna thoughtfully. Luna. Hu Hu, is she a superpower? She couldn't have heard the zombies' cries 30 miles away. Then how did she know that the zombies would explode that day? Report to Captain Han. The system has been following up and detecting Hu Hu's brain waves. Unfortunately, Hu Hu is not a superpower. But according to what Hu Hu said, it should be that Hu Hu and the zombies have been living together for a long time. And there may be some connection between the two. Or Hu Hu has a natural sixth sense for zombies. But these are just guesses, not data. Oh, okay. Han Feng changed the subject and continued to play games with Hu Hu after responding to Luna. Leisure time always passes quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was already noon. Looking at the clear sky outside, Han Feng stood up and prepared to go out to collect steel. Because a few hours ago, Luna informed him that the steel in the construction plant was about to be consumed. If the steel was not replenished, it might affect the manufacturing process of the Allied base vehicle. 1st and 2nd Battalion, bring the equipment and all the semi-trailers. Let's get ready and set off immediately. Brother Han? Are you going to leave just after the rain stops? Looking at Han Feng walking out, Wei Yun stood up and asked, Well, we killed a lot of zombies in the city the day before yesterday. Even if there are still some in the city, they won't cause any trouble. Take advantage of this period of time to collect some supplies. Then, be careful. I know I may be back a little late today. Remember to save dinner for me. Han Feng hurriedly said this, walked out of the color steel house, and walked towards the assembled 1st and 2nd Battalions. On the way to the city, Han Feng leaned against the window of the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, thinking about another thing. Level 5 zombies. Level 5 zombies. Although his eyes were looking at the scenery along the way, Han Feng's mind was always thinking about the smiling face of the level 5 zombie and the ha sound coming from its mouth. Luna, what is the IQ of level 5 zombies? Han Feng asked Luna in his mind without changing his gaze. Report to Captain Han. The IQ of level 5 zombies is much higher than that of zombies below it. Hearing what Luna said, Han Feng asked again, have level 5 zombies evolved emotions? Report to Captain Han. Except for level 1 zombies. Zombies of other levels have emotions. they will have an instinctive reaction of anger. Oh, that's not what I'm talking about. After struggling for a while, Han Feng organized the words in his mind and continued. What I'm talking about is that the intelligence of zombies is not increasing level by level. Then, in the end, will their IQ exceed that of humans? After asking the previous question, Han Feng thought of another point and continued to ask. The evolution of zombies is proceeding at a speed visible to the naked eye. What form will they eventually evolve into? Will they replace humans? After a pause, Han Feng asked the ultimate question. Zombies. Are they the evolution of humans? Or the decline of humans? Zombies may surpass humans in IQ when they evolve to the end. In terms of physical fitness and defense, they are also far superior to humans, as long as zombies are given a certain amount of time. At this point, Han Feng retracted his gaze, looked at the floor and kept silent. Report to Captain Han. What you said is basically impossible. Because zombies have no reproductive system. The only way they can spread their population is to infect normal humans. Once all humans in the world enter the zombie era, they will also face the end. And they still exist. What if they evolve a reproductive system? Suddenly, Han Feng, who had been silent, interrupted Luna's speech and continued. Even if they can't evolve a reproductive system, they have enough wisdom. What if some of them think of keeping humans in captivity? Collect the remaining humans and keep them. Wait for newborns. And then infect? At this point, Han Feng gradually widened his eyes. Because this is not impossible. Survival or destruction, this eternal philosophical question instantly appeared in Han Feng's mind. Humans created zombies. If there is no interference by force, 10 years, 100 years later, will humans be better? Or worse? Chapter 274, All-Out Construction. Rumble. Ugh. Due to the uneven road surface, the multi-purpose armored vehicle bumped. Waked up by the sudden movement, Han Feng cried out, feeling the cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Han Feng trembled and took out a cigarette. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Han Feng calmed down a lot. What am I thinking? Looking at the white smoke floating from the cigarette butt, Han Feng thought self-reproachfully. Just now. For a moment, Han Feng actually felt that becoming a zombie and accepting evolution was not undesirable. What's the difference between this and traitors and traitors? Han Feng clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Rubbing his hair, Han Feng put aside the distractions in his mind. At the same time, his worries slowly rose in his heart. After thinking for a moment, Han Feng asked Luna, Luna, tell me about the evolution from level 1 zombie to level 5 zombie. Remember to be brief. Okay, Captain Han. After responding, Luna began to explain. Level 1 zombie. No intelligence. Controlled by instinct. Sensitive to sound and blood. Characteristics, enhanced strength. Level 2 zombie. Evolved low-level intelligence. But still controlled by instinct. Characteristics, enhanced strength. Level 3 zombie. Wisdom is further advanced. But the mind is single. Can escape from instinct for a short time. Characteristics, fast speed. Level 4 zombies. Intelligence degenerates, but the body increases exponentially. Characteristics, strength. Extremely strong defense. Level 5 zombies. IQ increases exponentially. The body returns to normal human size. Seemingly no different, but contains powerful energy. Characteristics, strength. Defense. Highest IQ form, temporary. After listening to Luna's description of the evolution of zombies, Han Feng felt that this was more like a conspiracy. They are trying to evolve. And every time they evolve, they are trying to evolve in a certain direction, and abandon the drawbacks of evolving errors. Until the most perfect form. What level is the mother? Level 6? Or higher? Han Feng muttered, narrowing his eyes. Luna. Simulate and calculate. See what a level 6 zombie would look like? Since a level 5 zombie can speak some simple pronunciations, can a level 6 zombie speak and communicate normally? Han Feng decided to learn about unknown dangers in advance. Report to Captain Han. There is too little research data, and the bodies of level 5 zombies are not complete. Because of the high temperature, a lot of body data about level 5 zombies has been lost. As for level 6 zombies, the combat laboratory cannot simulate them. So it is impossible to get what a level 6 zombie should look like. And evolution is uncertain and has unknowns. Luna hesitated as she spoke, and Han Feng pursed his lips and did not speak. While smoking, Han Feng's brain kept guessing. What is the relationship between zombies and the mother? Will the mother be the leader of all zombies? If the mother is caught, will there be a way to deal with zombies? Luna. Simulate and calculate, huh? Taking a deep breath, Han Feng continued. What will the battle between zombies and humans be like in the end? Okay, Captain Han. The system is simulating and calculating the final outcome of zombies and humans. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng threw the cigarette, but out of the car window, and lit another one. In Han Feng's heart, he was afraid that Luna would say that the system could not calculate. But he was more afraid that the system could calculate. Will the fate of mankind really be calculated? What if zombies eventually win the world's dominance? What if? Report to Captain Han. The system is out of memory, and cannot calculate all the endings. Suddenly, when Han Feng was feeling uneasy, Luna gave an unprecedented answer. Insufficient memory. Such a powerful system. There will be times when there is insufficient memory. Is it that the result cannot be calculated? Han Feng asked with a questioning tone. Report to Captain Han. It's not that the result cannot be calculated, but that all the results cannot be calculated. Currently, the system has calculated a total of 8,6024 endings. But this is far from all the endings. Any small detail may affect the direction of the entire event. What is the general result? Did humans win? Hearing that the system calculated so many endings, Han Feng asked excitedly without paying attention to other matters. Humans. Just after saying 2 words, Luna's tone slowly paused. A few seconds later, Luna said, only 3 victories. What? More than 8,000 calculations. How? Humans only won 3 victories? Did they calculate it wrong? Hearing the results reported by Luna, Han Feng exploded. Is it possible that all the efforts we put in are just ridiculous persistence? With the support of the Red Alert system, and the unity of more than 7,000 people led by Brother Wang, how could humans keep failing? Captain Han, this is the data obtained when the parameters of the matrix are unknown and not arranged in the battle. What? You said that the matrix was not included in the calculation? Yes, Captain Han. Looking at the clear sky, Han Feng's eyes were filled with despair. A few minutes later, Han Feng asked softly, then, what about me? What about me? After so many calculations, what will be my ending? You can keep yourself safe. Suddenly, Luna said something shocking. Why? Han Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Since he could survive, it meant that there was at least a way. The crack generator can block all detections, and any perception cannot detect things in the crack. Even if zombies enter the period, they will be cut off from each other. How to build it? Hearing about the crack generator, Han Feng suddenly understood. It is a shield that cannot be detected by any high technology. In the game, any of our forces entering the area will never retain their vision for more than 3 seconds as long as they die. Report to Captain Han. Please unlock the physical building's barracks, air command, and combat laboratory. And then you can build the crack generator. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng threw the cigarette but out of the window. Although he didn't say anything, his thoughts gradually became clear. For a moment, a big chess game unfolded in Han Feng's mind. I am the last leader of mankind, because I have high technology that is unattainable in the world. I am the last shelter of mankind, because I have all the detailed data of all zombies, except the mother body. And the current obstacle is not the lack of gold coins or the lack of personnel, but insufficient construction resources. In this case, Luna, full speed ahead. With a firm gaze pointing forward, Han Feng decided to build the Allied base vehicle at the fastest speed, at all costs. And the zinc mine is the position he will defend. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, the convoy suddenly accelerated and rushed to the city. 2 hours later, Han Feng and his team arrived. The city was full of dead silence. Compared with the previous period, there were fewer wandering zombies. It seemed that the last war had caused a sharp drop in the number of zombies here. Without any nonsense, the convoy entered the building materials city without stopping and began to search for various steel materials. During the 1 hour of loading and unloading, nothing happened. 3 hours later, 800 tons of steel were successfully transported back to the construction plant. Back to the periphery of the zinc mine, Han Feng saw the busy crowd in the sunset. 1 kilometer outside the zinc mine, Han Feng saw 4 big guys grizzly tanks facing up. Since we have cleared up here, Let's rescue you. Looking at the tanks overturned by the 4th level zombies, Han Feng ordered Simon, take your team and drive all the saber-tooth armored vehicles over. Remember to bring the traction cable and an engineer. Received, Captain Han. After Simon responded, Han Feng stood there waiting. A few minutes later, 10 saber-tooth armored vehicles stopped in front of Han Feng. Simon, the grizzly tanks are in your hands. You find a way to turn them over, Han Feng said, pointing to the grizzly tanks in front of him. Okay, Captain Han. Leave it to me. After Simon finished speaking, he began to assign tasks. The person in charge of traction hung the traction belt, and the person in charge of correction kept calibrating the traction direction. Buzz, buzz, boom, boom. 10 saber-tooth armored vehicles, accompanied by the roar of several engines, finally turned over the first grizzly tank. Good, you've worked hard. With a compliment, Han Feng turned to look at the engineer behind him and pointed to the multi-purpose infantry lane. It's up to you now. Okay, Captain Han. After responding, the engineer sat in the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. As the multi-purpose infantry vehicle was transformed, the huge mechanical arm began to approach the grizzly tank that was on the verge of being scrapped. Hiss, hiss, the mechanical arm cast in the air, and flashes of light are heard. The twisted barrel slowly straightens. The sunken armor slowly recovers, and the cracks slowly close. In less than 2 minutes, a brand new grizzly tank appears in front of Han Feng with the rush of the maintenance vehicle. 20 minutes later, 4 grizzly tanks are reborn. Luna, summon 2 grizzly tanks. 6 battalions, 1 for each team. Smiling eyes look at the 4 tanks lined up in front of him, and the feeling of steel and majesty hits the soul. Report to Captain Han. The price of summoning 2 grizzly tanks is 16,000 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. Summon. Okay, Captain Han. The summoning time for each vehicle is 40 minutes. Please wait. Sensing that the summoning progress bar has started to work, Han Feng began to issue instructions to withdraw the team. Back to the zinc mine, Han Feng parked the car and went upstairs. It was dinner time, and Han Feng grabbed a stool and sat at the dining table, looking at the 4 or 5 meat dishes on the table. Han Feng smiled and said, our life is quite luxurious. All meat dishes today. It will be meat dishes in the future because all the vegetables have been eaten. Who explained first, while fiddling with the bowls and chopsticks. Have you eaten all the dishes? Han Feng asked Wei Yun while picking up the dishes. Pooh! Pooh! What is this? Who knows? Han Feng spit out the meat on the chopsticks as soon as it entered his mouth. The embarrassed expression foreshadowed that this dish was extremely unpalatable. Chapter 275, Midnight Training. Ahaha, sorry. Brother Han. Seeing Han Feng's exaggerated expression, Wei Yun covered his mouth and laughed. After laughing, Wei Yun explained to Han Feng, who had a dark face, Brother Han, this is the first time I use canned meat to cook. What you just ate was pork with preserved vegetables. After Wei Yun finished speaking, Han Feng looked down at the black dish in front of him, and his brows gradually became weird. Where's the dish? Wasn't there still some in the morning? Han Feng pouted and put down his chopsticks and cried, what did I do wrong? You have to eat this to punish me? Brother-in-law, the zombie outbreak has been going on for more than 3 months. What vegetables do you think can last for 3 months without going bad? Holding a spoon, Wei Peng, like Han Feng, also had a worried look on his face. Oh, that's right. After listening to Wei Peng, Han Feng's brows gradually relaxed. But the next second, Han Feng looked up at everyone and said, that's not right. What about the vegetables this morning? It's been 3 months. Aren't you kidding me? At this time, Lu Rui put down his chopsticks, patted Han Feng on the shoulder and explained, you silly boy. You only know how to run outside every day. You don't care about anything. The vegetables during this period were all planted by Wei Yun alone. But the new vegetables are not yet mature. After explaining, Lu Rui continued, do you know? Every time you are at the table, vegetables are served. Because there are not many vegetables, we have to save money and eat bread and biscuits for a long time. Alas, among the meals of us, you and Hu have the best, and you are still not satisfied. Looking at Lu Rui with a teasing face, Han Feng wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, forget it. It's okay, Brother Han. Just bear with it for a few days. When the vegetables are grown, tell me what you want to eat, and I will cook it for you. As for this period of time, Wei Yun hesitated at the end. Seeing this, Han Feng immediately took over and said, "It's okay anyway. The vegetables can grow, just wait a few days." What Han Feng didn't expect was that Wei Yun's face became even uglier after hearing this sentence, which was meant to comfort him. What happened? Looking at Wei Yun, Han Feng shrank his neck and asked in a low voice. The vegetables grow too slowly. Compared with summer, the speed is much slower. I'm worried. What if the vegetables don't grow in winter? After Wei Yun finished speaking, everyone began to frown and ponder. What Wei Yun said was not unreasonable. Vegetables are seasonal vegetables. Once winter comes, no one knows the greenhouse planting technology. Won't it take half a year to eat vegetables? I can save the seeds and plant them when the weather warms up. But how can people bear not having vegetables for the whole winter? Eating bread every day will definitely cause problems after a long time. I will find a way to solve this problem. Let's eat first. At the critical moment, Han Feng spoke. Everyone looked at Han Feng and smiled. Yes, with Han Feng as the backbone, it seems that all problems are not problems. Hi! Everyone is there. Suddenly, Lu Zhi's voice came from outside the door. Flame King Lu Zhi walked in and saw Han Feng, and said with surprise, "Hey Captain Han! You are there too." Lu Zhi greeted him, and grabbed a stool, and sat at the dining table. Without being polite, he picked up the bowl and chopsticks and started eating. Watching Lu Zhi eating the food on the plate, Han Feng and the others stared at him in disbelief. What's wrong with you? Why don't you eat? At this time, Lu Zhi also found the problem with the food in his mouth, and the half sentence was frozen in his mouth. Without the second half of the sentence, ugh, ugh, he vomited for more than 10 seconds, until tears flowed from Lu Zhi's mouth, nose and eyes, and then he stopped. With red eyes, Lu Zhi raised his head and rinsed his mouth with water. Feeling better, he looked at Wei Yun and said, "Beautiful sister, it's not that canned food can't be heated for cooking. But don't burn it. It's okay to have a burnt taste in your mouth. But it's all crumbly." While accusing Wei Yun, Lu Zhi stood up and walked to the kitchen. Tens of seconds later, Lu Zhi came out holding several cans, looked at everyone and said, "I'll cook dinner tonight, so you can also, taste my cooking." Everyone smiled awkwardly but politely, indicating that Lu Zhi could start. Holding several cans of meat, Lu Zhi sat back in his seat, then picked one and opened it. Then, Lu Zhi's hands began to heat up. He used his hands as a stove to heat the food. After a few seconds, the steaming canned meat was ready. Putting the can on the table, Lu Zhi said, "Make I ko-ro please taste." After a pause, Lu Zhi turned to look at Wei Yun and said, "Sister, just throw the can into boiling water to heat it up. No need to fry it." Oh, I know. I will pay attention next time." Smelling the fragrance of the canned meat, Wei Yun nodded. 5 spiced hairtail is ready. Beef stewed with beans is ready. Pork sausage can is ready. In less than a minute, 4 or 5 cans were heated up, and everyone finally had a special dinner. After dinner, Han Feng asked Lu Zhi to go out for a smoke and a walk. "Where have you been during this time? I thought you and the airport were dead together," Han Feng asked Lu Zhi casually, holding a cigarette in his mouth. "Hey, I'm just afraid that I'm too weak to be in your eyes," Lu Zhi joked, and continued, "I have been secretly training myself during this time, thinking that I will come to you when I become powerful one day. I didn't expect that a battle a few days ago would expose myself in advance, haha." Looking at Lu Zhi, who was still wearing beach clothes and was extremely casual, Han Feng asked, "Train yourself? Have you been training yourself during this time?" "Yes. I am training my fire control ability." What happened?" Looking at Han Feng's serious expression, Lu Zhi took a step back and his face became nervous. Wei Peng is the same. He is also training his superpowers. "Don't you know? Superpowers can be trained?" Han Feng did not answer Lu Zhi's question, but asked another question, and his face became even stranger. Yes, boss. Don't you really know?" At this time, Lu Zhi, who had never seen Han Feng's expression like this, was almost scared to tears. He felt that Han Feng would suddenly jump up and beat him to death in the next second. He guessed right. Han Feng was extremely angry. But what he didn't know was that Han Feng was angry at himself. Angry that he didn't know that superpowers can be trained. How to train? What's the method? Driven by emotions, Han Feng ignored Lu Zhi's state. He just wanted to know the method quickly and become stronger. In this way, he could protect the people he protected. Continue to use superpowers to do things you can't do until you are exhausted, until you can no longer use superpowers, and then speak slowly. I can't remember it so fast. Listening to Luja's non-stop words, Han Feng finally reacted. Seeing Han Feng's apologetic face, Luja finally felt relieved and continued to explain. The way to exercise is to keep using superpowers until you are exhausted. For example, I will keep changing the various forms of flames until I collapse. For example, Wei Peng will continue to accelerate until he can't stand up. After Luja finished speaking, Han Feng whispered, I was wondering how you became so strong. I remember that you had a hard time blocking a bullet before, but I didn't expect you to block a blow from a level 5 zombie. After speaking, Han Feng thought of Wei Peng again. It seems that every time he saw Wei Peng activate his speed superpower, he ran faster than the last time he saw him. I thought this was the result of the self-development of superpowers, but I didn't expect this was the result of self-training. Han Feng dropped his cigarette butt and stomped it out, then took out his phone to check the time. It's 10 o'clock, it's getting late, let's go home and have a rest. Having said this in a hurry, Han Feng turned and walked towards the color steel room. Luja, who was following behind Han Feng, smiled secretly, thinking that Han Feng, who was so powerful, didn't even know that superpowers could be trained. Looking at his appearance, he would definitely not sleep when he went back. Haha, Luja was right. And Han Feng, who returned to his bedroom, began to sit on the bed, thinking about how to train his superpowers. Looking at the bed, Han Feng thought, lift the bed 100 times? No. It feels a bit silly. Looking at the water cup, he thought, condensing water in the air into a water dragon? Forget it. It doesn't consume much mental energy. How about using telekinesis to stop the sprint of the grizzly tank? But as soon as he thought of this trick, Han Feng immediately shook his head. A few days ago, blocking the approach of the level 5 zombies was no less than stopping a train from moving at full speed. That feeling was too painful. Is there a softer and sustainable method? Taking out a cigarette and lighting it, Han Feng came to the window, looking outside, thinking hard. Got it. Suddenly, Han Feng thought of a way. After talking to himself, he turned and went out, downstairs, and ran outside. While running, Han Feng contacted Luna and said, Luna, call the Terminator Ghost over quick. Okay, Captain Han. The ghost is on its way to you. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng was already standing downstairs, smoking a cigarette butt. Han Feng looked around, waiting for the ghost to come. After a while, the Terminator came with dull footsteps. Seeing the ghost, Han Feng threw down his cigarette butt and stomped it out, while giving instructions in his mind. Ghost, run towards me. I will stop you with my mind in a while. You have to do your best. As soon as Han Feng's instructions were issued, the Terminator changed from walking to running and ran towards Han Feng. Telekinesis. Immobilize. Han Feng stared at the Terminator with his eyes and whispered. Then his telekinesis superpower was activated. Han Feng underestimated the enemy, and a small amount of telekinesis was ignored by the Terminator. Although it slowed down his speed, it did not completely immobilize him. Under the recoil of mental power, Han Feng uttered a soft sigh. Chapter 276, I can't fall. You're pretty strong. Han Feng's mouth curled up slightly, but his expression became serious. Telekinesis. Stay. Staring at the ghost more than 10 meters away, Han Feng increased his telekinesis output. A large amount of telekinesis swept out, going straight to the Terminator. In an instant, the Terminator's footsteps paused, but the next second, the Terminator broke out from it and continued to run towards Han Feng. But the speed slowed down again. As for the frustration just now, it seemed as if the Terminator was inadvertently attacked. Han Feng pursed his lips, a little surprised. According to the data, the weight of the Terminator is 1.2 tons. Logically, he can lift this weight. But why is it so difficult to stop it? Report to Captain Han. The weight of a level 5 zombie is about 150 kilograms. Luna said, perhaps sensing the doubts in Han Feng's mind. No wonder. A level 5 zombie weighs only about 300 pounds. But the impact force is so strong. From this point of view, it is understandable that the Terminator, which is several times heavier than it, cannot control him. After figuring this out, Han Feng put away his playful thoughts and began to take it seriously. Telekinesis. Fix it. When this sentence came out of Han Feng's mouth for the third time, Han Feng had already used all his strength. Buzz. The telekinesis was almost real, instantly solidifying the Terminator and the air around it. If it were someone else, they would die of lack of oxygen in less than a minute. But the Terminator was different. He did not rely on air to survive, which was why Han Feng chose him instead of Tanya. Swish. Swish. This time, the Terminator's pace was obviously restrained. While fighting against Han Feng, the mechanical joints inside the Terminator began to make a hissing sound. Luna. Look. He's been fixed. Fixed. Looking at the Terminator, who was having difficulty moving, Han Feng's old face turned red, and he called Luna excitedly. Swish. 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 What Han Feng didn't expect was that the Terminator also had reservations. He only heard the harsh friction of metal under the bionic skin. And the ghost changed from walking to running again, rushing towards Han Feng. Damn! Frightened by the ghost's fierce reaction, Han Feng subconsciously cursed and lost consciousness in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. When Han Feng lost consciousness, the power of the telekinesis confinement also decreased. Taking this opportunity, the Terminator took a big step and ran over. Telekinesis. Stop! Unfortunately, Han Feng, who reacted, still didn't have time to stop the Terminator's steps. Looking at the ghost so close, Han Feng knew he had lost. If the Terminator is an enemy, he will punch in the next second. His body can't withstand his blow. In an instant, Han Feng's eyes were hazy, and he looked at the Terminator in front of him as if he saw a level 5 zombie. Yes, the ghost who could fight a level 5 zombie for several minutes without being defeated was a weakened version of a level 5 zombie at this time. If he couldn't even subdue him, how could he protect the people around him? Ghost! Come again! Han Feng shouted softly, turning around and running a distance of 20 meters. Come! Run over here! Han Feng gave the order, and the Terminator raised his legs again and ran towards Han Feng. Telekinesis. Hold it. This time, Han Feng used all his strength right from the start. He let his mental power pour out like a river bursting its banks. He had only one thought in his mind. That is, to die and stop the Terminator. Ugh! Swish. 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 Both sides were competing. One trying to stop, the other trying to move forward. Ugh! With a full release of telekinesis, the Terminator was successfully held in place for 7 seconds. 7 seconds later, Han Feng watched the Terminator slowly approach, and he no longer had the momentum he had before, and could no longer stop the Terminator. When the ghost stood in front of Han Feng for the second time, Han Feng's face turned pale. He understood that he had lost again. Sitting on the ground, Han Feng took out a cigarette to rest, and after lighting it, he asked Luna, Luna, I stopped the level 5 zombie for 13 seconds that day. Why can't I stop the Terminator this time? Faced with Han Feng's question, Luna did not answer directly, but turned around and said, Report to Captain Han. The forward momentum of the ghost today is less than 50% of that of the level 5 zombie at that time. In other words, if it were a level 5 zombie, you might not be able to stop it for 3 seconds now. Hearing Luna's irrelevant answer, Han Feng was silent. Is it not time for me to fight desperately? Han Feng thought to himself after exhaling a puff of smoke. Okay, let's do it again. Han Feng stood up and said, shaking off half a cigarette. After walking 20 meters away, Han Feng turned around and faced the Terminator. This time, he did not give orders immediately, but imagined in his mind. Close your eyes. Imagine that the Terminator is a level 5 zombie. And imagine that behind you, who you can't see, are Wei Yun, Wei Peng, Hu, Brother Wang and 7,000 survivors. And you are the last line of defense in front of them. If you can't stop the level 5 zombies in front of you, then the Wei Yun, Wei Peng, Hu and many survivors behind you will die. As the emotions come in, Han Feng's originally calm breathing begins to become heavy. The muscles and blood vessels of the whole body begin to become tense. Opening his eyes, Han Feng's eyes become sharp. The whites of his pupils slowly turn from white to light red. Come! With a loud shout, Han Feng gave the Terminator a charge order. Boom, boom, boom. With heavy and firm steps, the Terminator ghost began the third charge. Telekinesis. Fix it for me. Han Feng waved his right hand, pointed at the Terminator and shouted, "Buzz!" The powerful telekinesis surged out instantly. The air vibrated, making a slight buzzing sound, and instantly fixed the Terminator that was rushing forward. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the Terminator's body moved again. Hum. A slight hum came out of Han Feng's mouth, like a murmur. At this moment, Han Feng clearly felt his powerlessness. Behind him is Hu Hu, behind him is Wei Yun, behind him is Wei Peng. Han Feng kept repeating it like a spell. At the same time, he also enlarged this fantasy scene in his mind. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Han Feng tried, he could not stop the Terminator's pace. Although the ghost's forward speed was very slow at this time, it would not take a minute for him to stand in front of Han Feng again. "Luna, play the battle scene of the level 5 zombies." Suddenly, Han Feng shouted this sentence while holding his breath. The clever Luna saw Han Feng's intention and directly replayed the scene of the level 5 zombies rushing down the wall and being frozen in midair in Han Feng's mind. Han Feng closed his eyes, and the ugly, evil face of the level 5 zombie instantly appeared in front of him. Under the influence of emotions, Han Feng seemed to hear the sound of ha echoing in his ears. Ah! Seeing this scene, Han Feng desperately squeezed his mental power, released the mental power confinement with all his strength. As time passed, Han Feng's mental power became less and less. Soon, the remaining mental power in his mind became dry. "Captain Han, you have imprisoned you. Shut up." Immersed in the illusion, Han Feng became hysterical. No one could disturb him, nor could anyone take him out. Ahem. Han Feng pursed his lips and coughed lightly, feeling the warmth at the corner of his mouth. Han Feng knew that his nose was bleeding again, but Han Feng didn't care. Now he only knew to stop this level 5 zombie. Finally, Han Feng's mental power began to run out and overdraw. Zheng! Ah! The brain began to ache, from mild to unbearable. A buzzing sound began to appear in his ears. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng still refused to give up. At this moment, he hated himself so much for being so weak. If he had been stronger at that time, there wouldn't have been so many casualties. If he could kill the level 5 zombie by himself, then the previous battle would have been much easier. Little did he know, obsession began to grow in Han Feng's heart. Ah! Han Feng was caught in the situation. He was risking his life in a suicidal attack. Even though he was so short of mental power, Han Feng still increased his telekinesis output. At this time, the telekinesis not only imprisoned, but also increased the squeezing force. "Captain Han! Captain Han! Please immediately. Shut up." Han Feng's face was grim, interrupting Luna's reminder for the second time. Captain Han is in mental confusion, and the system is now forced to intervene. The emergency strong reminder will be activated in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. Since Han Feng had told Luna earlier that once he fell into a coma or a state of mental confusion, he would activate the emergency strong reminder. At this time, Luna began to use this privilege. 3, 2, 1. Hiss. Hiss. A strong electric current swept through Han Feng's body. The emergency strong reminder tried to pull Han Feng back to reality in this way. At the same time, Luna also canceled the picture in Han Feng's mind and stopped playing it. Ugh. Fuck. Han Feng cursed while his body was hard against the electric shock of the emergency strong reminder. But he still refused to withdraw the output of telekinesis, even though there was no picture of a level 5 zombie in his mind. Han Feng relied on his imagination to create a same zombie and continued to compete with it. The first emergency strong reminder failed, and the second emergency strong reminder is about to be activated. The countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7. Buzz. Hiss. The countdown ends, and the second wave of emergency strong reminders arrives. This time, Han Feng was shocked and trembled all over, with goosebumps all over his body. I can't fall down. I can't fall down. I can't fall down. Outside, Han Feng trembled violently, and 2 bloody tears flowed from his eyes. But he clearly uttered the words "I can't fall down." The second emergency strong reminder failed. The third emergency strong reminder is about to be activated. At this time, Luna's tone was distressed. Chapter 277, Looting. 3, 2, 1. Buzz. Zizizi. The third countdown ended, and the emergency strong reminder increased the current again. Ugh! Boom! Hit by the current, Han Feng kneeled down involuntarily. But even when he knelt on the ground, Han Feng still held his body, and continued to face the non-existent enemy in front of him. The third emergency strong reminder failed. After a few seconds, Luna reported desperately. After 3 emergency strong reminders, Luna no longer has the right to activate the strong reminder. This means Han Feng can only continue to fall into his own world and fight against the non-existent level 5 zombies. Blood slowly flowed out of Han Feng's mouth. This was Han Feng biting his gums and holding on. Sensing Han Feng's blood mixed with saliva flowing out, Luna was extremely anxious. She could never have imagined that Han Feng, who was not usually strong, could hold on for so long. The Red Alert system is only an auxiliary tool, not an emotional counseling system. Now that Han Feng is like this, the system cannot provide effective help. And because of Han Feng's obsession and resistance, the system cannot force Han Feng to faint. Luna was so anxious that she jumped up and down. If she was not imprisoned by the system, she would probably jump out of Han Feng's brain and forcibly interfere with Han Feng. Hey! Got it! Suddenly, Luna thought of something and shouted excitedly. Then, Luna began to forcefully play the tampered images in Han Feng's mind. In Han Feng's view, the level 5 zombie imprisoned by him instantly became broken into pieces. Died suddenly. In the illusion, the smelly and sticky blood of the level 5 zombie splashed all over him. And Han Feng finally smiled. Save. 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 Han Feng said save 3 times in a row. Tears in his eyes. Congratulations to Team Han for successfully killing the level 5 zombie. Congratulations to Team Han for successfully protecting the zinc mine. Congratulations to Team Han for successfully resisting the zombie attack. Sensing Han Feng's withdrawal of telekinesis, Luna spoke in time to comfort him. After hearing this, Han Feng did not speak and continued to smile happily, with his face covered in blood. This smile was full of special meaning. Slowly opening his eyes, Han Feng first saw the Terminator more than 10 meters away. At this time, the Terminator's metal skeleton was fully exposed, and almost all bionic tissues were torn apart by telekinesis. The Gatling gun barrel in the ghost's hand was twisted into a twisted shape and gathered together. Obviously, the Gatling gun should be useless. Looking around, Han Feng saw that the metal skeleton of the Terminator had also been twisted and broken to varying degrees in some places. Under the pressure and tearing of telekinesis, the figure of the Terminator ghost was somewhat distorted. Even standing there was an inexplicable awkwardness. What's wrong with the ghost? Han Feng had just come out of the illusion and forgot what happened before. Before Luna could explain, Han Feng turned his neck and saw Wei Yun, Wei Peng and others beside him, and then shouted, "Why did you come out? Go back. Danger!" Zheng! A strong tinnitus suddenly broke out in both ears. At the same time, the brain began to become chaotic, and the severe pain seemed to crush Han Feng's brain tissue. Luna! Just after saying 3 words, Han Feng lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Swoosh! Just as this handsome face was about to touch the ground, a black shadow rushed over in an instant, bringing a gust of wind. Wei Peng arrived in time and supported Han Feng. Wei Peng looked at Han Feng, whose face was covered in blood, and was so scared that he didn't know what to say. Xiao Peng, what happened to Brother Han? Seeing Han Feng fainted, Wei Yun was anxious, swinging his legs that were somewhat uncontrollable. He asked Wei Peng anxiously. Captain Han is just mentally exhausted. He can recover as long as he rests. Don't worry. Before Wei Peng could speak, the Terminator ghost on the side took the lead in explaining. Attracted by the sound, Wei Yun looked at the talking skeleton in front of him. Fortunately, he had seen the real body of the ghost on the battlefield before. Otherwise, in the middle of the night, it might really scare everyone. In the mood of worrying about Han Feng's physical condition, Wei Yun temporarily blocked the fear and asked the metal skeleton, "What's wrong with Brother Han? Why? Why is it like this?" Captain Han is training his superpowers, and because of mental confusion, his mental power is exhausted. Just rest and you can recover. No need to worry. Terminator Ghost still explained it again in the same tone as before. After listening to Ghost, Wei Peng turned his head and looked at Luja beside him. His eyes gradually narrowed. Haha, Captain Han is fine, it's fine, while laughing. Lu Zhi retreated behind Lu Rui and Gui Yongxing to hide his figure. You said it's fine. Responding to the Terminator, Wei Yun turned to look at Wei Peng and said, Xiao Peng, you help Brother Han back and let him have a good rest. I know, Sister Wei Peng said, called Lu Rui. And 2 or 3 people worked together to carry Han Feng towards the color steel house. The next morning, Han Feng, who was lying on the bed, woke up and slowly opened his eyes. Upon closer inspection, Han Feng's eyes were filled with tiny red bloodshot, which was the residual phenomenon of overexertion last night. Standing up, Han Feng gently held his forehead with his hand and contacted Luna in his mind. Luna, I still feel a little headache. Are you okay? Captain Han, as long as you take good care of yourself, you will be fine. That's good. Hearing Luna say that everything was fine, Han Feng's heart was finally put down. After a few seconds, Han Feng said, Luna, call Wei Yun and the others over. Okay, Captain Han. In response, Luna contacted the nearest red alert soldier to pass on the message. 2 minutes later, when Han Feng was washing up, Wei Yun and his group came. As soon as he saw Han Feng, Wei Yun said with concern, Brother Han, are you okay? What happened to you last night? Washing his face, Han Feng did not answer Wei Yun's question directly, but asked back, why did you come downstairs last night instead of sleeping well? You called me. Lu Rui spoke first. I called you down? Han Feng was confused by Lu Rui's answer. Yes, I was ready to go to bed at midnight last night. I didn't expect to hear you yelling downstairs, humming and ahing. Wei Yun was so scared that he knocked on the door everywhere and asked us to go downstairs with him to take a look. After Lu Rui finished speaking, Wei Peng continued, yes, brother-in-law, I saw it clearly from upstairs at that time. You shouted at the ghost. I thought you were practicing your voice, but I didn't expect that you were getting more and more abnormal. After listening to them, Han Feng curled his lips, smiled awkwardly, and said nothing. Take out the mobile phone under the pillow. Han Feng saw that the time was about 10 o'clock in the morning. Oh, I have something to do today. Hurry up and eat. After a hasty sentence, Han Feng rushed out. Too embarrassing. This was the first thought in Han Feng's mind. I wanted to quietly train my telekinesis, but I didn't expect to cause such a big commotion. Recalling last night, the Terminator almost made me crippled. When he thought of this, Han Feng asked casually, Luna, is Ghost okay? Reporting to Captain Han, Ghost has been refreshed and all damage has been restored. Well, that's good. Hearing Luna's words, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Arriving at the dining table, Han Feng saw that today's breakfast was instant noodles. After eating hurriedly, Han Feng came to Wei Yun and said, I'm going to the city today and find a supermarket to see if I can find something to eat. Then you must be careful. Yesterday. Oh, I know, don't worry. Han Feng waved his hand to say goodbye, then turned and walked out of the color steel house. On the way, Han Feng ordered all members of the 1st and 2nd battalions, except for the tanks, follow me. Remember to bring the semi-trailer O, and bring 2 magnetic infantrymen, to prevent level 5 zombies. A few minutes later, 2 battalions, about 100 people gathered. With an order, the convoy drove towards the city. 2.5 hours later, the convoy arrived at the building materials street. This time, Han Feng only let 9 semi-trailers transport steel, and the remaining 1 went to the large supermarket to see if they could bring something back. When the convoy arrived at the large supermarket according to the navigation, Han Feng got off the car first. Looking at the entrance of the supermarket, Han Feng remembered a time when a level 3 zombie could make him anxious. After finding a few short steel bars from the car, Han Feng ordered Ghost, Magnetic Infantry, follow me in. The rest of you, stand guard at the door. Yes, Captain Han. Enter. The looting officially begins. Holding the steel bars, Han Feng raised his legs and headed into the supermarket. With a powerful Terminator and Magnetic Infantry, Han Feng has absolute confidence. As long as there are no level 5 zombies in the supermarket, it will be like walking on flat ground, and there will be no danger at all. Entering the interior of the supermarket, it was dark, but with the sunlight outside the window, Han Feng could vaguely see that the goods inside were complete, and the extent of the looting was far less tragic than imagined. Be alert. Seeing this, Han Feng knew there might be high-level zombies in this supermarket. So these goods were preserved. Exactly. This is what Han Feng hoped for. Roar! Roar! Several roars suddenly came out of the originally quiet supermarket. Hearing this sound, Han Feng knew that it was a level 3 zombie. Telekinesis. Start. The 3 plain words came out of Han Feng's mouth. And at the same time, 10 short steel bars in his hand floated around him. Roar! The level 3 zombie roared again. And then countless zombies poured out from all directions. Be careful. Don't damage the goods. Watching the zombies attacking, Han Feng spoke with ease. Telekinesis. Start. Han Feng shouted in a low voice. Swoosh. Whoosh whoosh. 10 steel bars instantly accelerated in the air. They pierced the zombies. The rough steel bars had greater wind resistance than the saber, so the sound of breaking the wind was a bit dull. But it did not affect its powerful attack power. Chapter 278, Exclusive Weapons. Puff. 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 The sound of steel bars piercing the flesh continued. The greasy sound and the fishy smell in the air made people feel sick. Frowning, Han Feng controlled the steel bars to attack while scanning the supermarket, trying to find a level 3 zombie. Swoosh. Roar. A few seconds later, behind Han Feng, a level 3 zombie jumped out from behind the shelf and rushed towards Han Feng with a roar. Hearing the movement behind him, Han Feng did not turn around. Instead, he mobilized 5 steel bars to stop the level 3 zombie. Puff. Puff. 4 or 5 dull piercing sounds sounded, and Han Feng knew the level 3 zombie had won the bid. Turning back, Han Feng stared at the struggling level 3 zombie in midair. As Han Feng's telekinetic control of the steel bars continued, the 5 steel bars played a supporting role inside the level 3 zombie's body, preventing the level 3 zombie from falling to the ground. Telekinesis. Collapse. Han Feng narrowed his eyes and said these 3 words in his heart. The next moment, the 5 steel bars pulled in 5 different directions inside the level 3 zombie's body. Tear. Under the huge force, the body of the level 3 zombie was torn and collapsed. The sticky blood splashed down, and Han Feng took a small step back to avoid the flying blood clots. Looking at the broken body pieces, Han Feng's face was neither sad nor happy. After staring for only 2 seconds, Han Feng shifted his gaze and continued to search for the rest of the high-level zombies. During the search, Han Feng did not slack off on the use of steel bars. In addition to Han Feng's mental attacks, the Terminator and the magnetic infantry were also slaughtering. The magnetic infantry relied on heavy armor and was not afraid of the various attacks of the zombies. During the opening and closing, bursts of electric current came out from the Tesla electric coils on their arms. To put it bluntly, zombies are also transformed from humans, and humans can conduct electricity. In the relatively closed environment of the supermarket and the relatively crowded environment of zombies, electrical attacks have an advantage. Blue arcs were shot out, and when a zombie was hit, a group of zombies would dance collectively. The smell of burning came in waves, combined with the fishy smell. It's amazing. On the other hand, the Terminator Ghost. His attack showed masculine power. In order to punch more easily, Ghost removed the Gatling gun that was in the way and rushed into the zombie group alone. Bang! Crack! Every punch of the Terminator would make the sound of broken bones. With a body of iron and a terrifying self-weight, Ghost played with the momentum of a single man blocking the pass and 10,000 men unable to open it. Retracting his gaze, Han Feng's mouth corners were frivolous. Even in the midst of the zombie tide, there was no panic. There is only one level 3 zombie? It shouldn't be, didn't I hear a lot just now? Where did they go? Han Feng teased while exploring. Roar! 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 As if they were cooperating with Han Feng. In just a few seconds, 5 level 3 zombies appeared from different directions. On the ceiling, behind the shelves, on the second floor, the positions of the level 3 zombies blocked all the angles for Han Feng to retreat. Haha, just the 5 of you. You really think highly of me. After saying this indifferently, Han Feng took a step forward. He ran straight to the level 3 zombie closest to him. Thinking back to the time, Han Feng went into the zombie frenzy alone and killed dozens of level 3 zombies. In contrast, these 5 zombies in the supermarket are simply low-level copies. Swoosh! Swoosh! The figure shuttled around the supermarket, and within a few seconds, Han Feng fell back to where he was, as if Han Feng hadn't moved at all. After sensing that the gold coins had increased by 15,000 in an instant, Han Feng lowered his head and smiled, muttering to himself, "It's really nice to pick up this little money." Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the second floor of the supermarket. Judging from the noise, it should be a level 4 zombie. Looking up in the direction of the sound, Han Feng muttered, "Hey, the real boss is here." After that, Han Feng turned over and bounced several times, entering the second floor. When he landed, Han Feng saw the level 4 zombie beating his chest and stamping his feet. No nonsense. Han Feng's telekinesis suddenly rose and directly hooked the 10 steel bars downstairs. Who? 10 steel bars rushed up from downstairs one by one, stabbing directly at the level 4 zombie. Staring with his eyes, Han Feng increased the drive of telekinesis, trying to kill with one blow. Puff puff puff. Puff puff. 10 steel bars pierced the target. But a level 4 zombie is still a level 4 zombie after all. The 10 steel bars were stuck by the muscles of the level 4 zombie when they penetrated halfway, and could not move forward any further. Good. Hard enough. Han Feng was not angry but happy. Then he narrowed his eyes, and his mental power surged out. Driven by mental power, the 10 steel bars turned into electric drills. They actually rotated on the body of the level 4 zombie, and the momentum was getting faster and faster. Squeak! 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 When the steel bars rotated to a certain speed, they actually made a squeaking sound. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. 5 seconds later, under the high-speed rotation of the drill, the steel bars began to penetrate slowly. At the edge of the 4th level zombie's breach, streams of tissue that had been ground into fine meat flowed out with the blood. Roar! Roar! The 4th level zombie also felt something strange. It tried, but no matter how it tightened its muscles, it could not stop the steel bars from penetrating deeper. The extremely angry 4th level zombie roared several times and tried to rush towards Han Feng. But the 10 steel bars in front of him became the biggest obstacle. Look! You? Die! Or die! Ah! Staring at the 4th level zombie, Han Feng roared word by word. Buzz! Squeak! Continue to increase the output of telekinesis until 10 steel bars are successfully inserted into the body of the 4th level zombie. I'm sorry. You're gone then. The next second after the steel bar entered his body, Han Feng retracted his telekinesis and smiled at the 4th level zombie with an apology. Roar! Feeling the resistance disappear, the 4th level zombie roared again. Despite the pain in his body, he rushed towards Han Feng. The short distance of more than 10 meters was slowly shortened, and a fierce look broke out on the face of the 4th level zombie. Telekinesis, collapse. These 3 words came out of Han Feng's mouth like a spell. Then, the telekinesis was activated, triggering the steel bars in the body of the 4th level zombie. In an instant, the 4th level zombie's feet left the ground, just like the 3rd level zombie just now. Heh! The skin of the 4th level zombie was hard enough. Even if Han Feng turned on the maximum power output, he still couldn't tear its body apart. Bang! Die! With a roar, Han Feng desperately increased the output of telekinesis. At the same time, Han Feng also divided a part of his telekinesis to imprison the zombies around him so that they could not get close to him. The reason why Han Feng tried so hard was to kill the 4th level zombie by himself. Prove that he has become stronger. Bang! Finally, after 3 seconds, the first steel bar broke out of the body, bringing out a large piece of flesh and blood. Bang! Bang! Immediately afterwards, the 2nd and 3rd steel bars also rushed out. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng's telekinesis continued unabated. On the other hand, the level 4 zombie was on the verge of death. Holding his last breath, Han Feng was still holding on. Bang! Bang bang bang! Finally, after crushing the spine of the level 4 zombie, the remaining steel bars rushed out one by one. Pursing his lips, Han Feng felt a warm sensation around his mouth. Bright blood flowed from Han Feng's nostrils again. Hee hee. Looking at the level 4 zombie lying on the ground, motionless, Han Feng grinned. The blood rushed into his mouth, making Han Feng look a little hideous. Combined with his ecstatic expression and the surrounding zombies, Han Feng looked like a devil who had walked out of the 9 nether hell. It's done! It's done! Ha ha! A burst of cheers came from the second floor of the supermarket. Then, Han Feng turned over and jumped down from the second floor, and rolled a few times to relieve the impact. The telekinesis once again triggered the steel bars, and 10 iron bars rushed down from the sky, killing everyone. 10 minutes later, under the unremitting slaughter of Han Feng and his 4 people, there was no whole zombie in the supermarket. When the supermarket fell into silence, Han Feng found a clean place to sit on the ground. After taking out a cigarette and lighting it, Han Feng looked at the Terminator and said, "Ghost, just walk around and see if there are any zombies left." Turning his eyes, Han Feng looked at the 2 magnetic infantrymen and added, "You 2 should also go in different directions." "Yes, Captain Han." The 3 took the order, replied, and turned around to start wandering. "Simon, bring everyone in." Wipe the blood from his nose. Han Feng connected Simon in his mind and ordered. More than 10 seconds later, 2 teams, more than 100 people rushed into the supermarket. Don't leave anything edible or useful. After a little thought, Han Feng looked up at Simon in front of him and said, "Okay, Captain Han." Everyone took the order and began to disperse to different areas of the supermarket to find all available supplies. Han Feng, on the other hand, sat on the ground alone. He kept turning a short steel bar in his hand to check. An hour later, several cigarette butts were scattered around Han Feng's feet. Report to Captain Han. The semi-trailer is fully loaded. In his mind, Luna's voice reported that the truck was fully loaded. Throwing down the steel bar in his hand, Han Feng asked back, "Have all the goods in the supermarket been moved?" Report to Captain Han. "No. There are still 63% of the goods in the supermarket that have not been moved." After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng asked again, "Are there any vegetables?" "No." "What about fruits?" "No." "What about the meat?" "No." "Okay. I know." Standing up and patting his butt. Everything was as expected. As he walked out, Han Feng gave instructions. "Okay, let's withdraw. Come back tomorrow." "Yes, Captain Han." Boarding the multi-purpose infantry vehicle back to the city, Han Feng did not say a word from beginning to end on the way back. He frowned as if he had been thinking about something. 2.5 hours later, the convoy arrived at the construction plant first. In the construction plant, Han Feng looked at the busy engineers, pursed his lips, and walked towards an engineer as if he had made up his mind. Patting the engineer on the shoulder, Han Feng asked, "I want to build a weapon. I wonder if you can help." "Weapon?" The engineer looked at Han Feng and said in a puzzled tone, "Sorry, Captain Han. I can't help you with guns and artillery." Chapter 279, Silver Shuttle and Silver Wings. Seeing the engineer shirking his responsibilities, Han Feng hurriedly explained, "No, it's not what you think. The weapon I want is not a gun." "But..." Han Feng scratched his head and began to organize his words. Extending his index fingers, Han Feng pointed at a distance of about 10 centimeters and said, "This long, hard metal, and then both ends should be pointed. About the thickness of a finger? Or a thin blade? Make 10 for me." The more the engineer listened, the more confused he became, and his brows furrowed more and more. Pouting, the engineer looked embarrassed. He really couldn't imagine what Han Feng was talking about. "Like a saber. I feel that a thinner one can penetrate the enemy more easily. It's best to use the material of a saber. I think a saber is quite hard." Han Feng looked at the imagined weapon between his fingers, and continued to explain, completely ignoring the engineer's collapse. "Captain Han. Sorry. I interrupt." Suddenly, the engineer reached out to hold Han Feng's hand, and then said, "The appearance of a saber?" "Yes." "The material of a saber?" "Yes." "Then, why don't you remove the handle of the saber and use the saber blade directly, so that you can save the production?" The expression froze on Han Feng's face. The scene was indescribably awkward. After a few seconds, Han Feng pulled out the engineer's hand and continued to explain, "Maybe I haven't made it clear. What I want is a metal blade of this length, or a stick with 2 pointed ends." This time, the engineer was even more upset. Even his eyes looking at Han Feng were full of black lines. Just as the two were arguing, Luna's voice sounded in Han Feng's mind in time. "Captain Han, how about this? You imagine the shape of the weapon you want in your mind, and then I'll ask the combat laboratory to issue a production standard table. Okay? You should have said this method earlier. Damn. It's so laborious." Han Feng curled his lips and cursed. then began to close his eyes and imagine in his mind. When Han Feng imagined the two forms of weapons, Luna gave some suggestions. Reporting to Captain Han, I suggest you make 10 of each depending on the situation. Okay. By the way, Captain Han, based on the scene of your fight in the supermarket this afternoon, I suggest you make one end of the cylindrical weapon into a sharp shape, which is conducive to sprinting. Add a circle of screw-like threads to the tip of the other end, which is conducive to the kinetic energy of penetration during rotation. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Just do as you said. Hearing this reasonable suggestion, Han Feng immediately decided to adopt it. Any other suggestions? Han Feng continued to ask excitedly. Reporting to Captain Han, I suggest choosing tungsten steel as the material for making weapons. Tungsten steel? Han Feng, who had never heard of this professional term, frowned and repeated in confusion. Yes, Captain Han. It is tungsten steel. Tungsten is one of the hardest metals in the world. Using this metal as raw material, coupled with the special craftsmanship of engineers, the weapons made are 21 times harder than sabers. Do we have this material? Hearing this material, Han Feng asked angrily. Captain Han. No. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng closed his eyes and thought desperately. Isn't this just teasing me? You told me there is no tungsten after all this talk. But you can ask the combat laboratory to make it. The price is 2,000 gold coins per ton. And tungsten is also a necessary material for making allied base vehicles. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng instantly opened his two shining eyes and said immediately, Make. Captain Han. It takes 2,000 gold coins to make tungsten. Please. Confirm. Han Feng answered anxiously before Luna could finish. Okay. Captain Han. Tungsten is being made. Please wait. The next second, Luna continued, report to Captain Han. Tungsten is finished. Please give instructions. Pull it over. Make the weapon now. Han Feng straightened his clothes and gave the order. Report to Captain Han. Tungsten is already here, and is preparing to make weapons now. Please wait. How long will it take? Report to Captain Han. It will take about 20 minutes to make 20 custom weapons. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng took out a cigarette with excitement and began to wait. Report to Captain Han. The custom weapons are finished. 23 minutes later, good news finally came to Han Feng's mind. The custom weapon was ready. Bring it here quickly. At this time, Han Feng was like a child waiting for his favorite toy, smiling very happily. However, what was about to be released was not a toy, but a terrifying weapon. Not long after, an engineer came running with a small box. Report to Captain Han. Your weapon. While speaking, the engineer handed over the box. After taking the box, Han Feng thanked him and asked him to continue building the base vehicle. Squatting on the ground, Han Feng carefully placed the box on the ground, and then opened it. As soon as the lid of the box was opened, the first thing that caught the eye was the silver-white color that blinded the eyes. 20 tungsten steel weapons were quietly arranged, accepting Han Feng's inspection. With a gentle drag of telekinesis, Han Feng took out one of each of the two forms of weapons. The thin blade, as thin as a wing, was about 1 finger wide and about 10 centimeters long, shaped like a feather, and the blades on both sides were sharpened. Han Feng's telekinesis slowly turned this feather, and the sharp cold light emerged like a substance. Han Feng smiled with satisfaction, gently pulled off a hair, and then blew it towards the blade. The hair flying towards the blade was cut off as soon as it touched it. There was no resistance at all. Blowing the knife cuts hair. What a sharp knife! Han Feng exclaimed, thinking, want to give this set of knives a resounding name. What should I call it? After struggling for a while, Han Feng slapped his thigh and said, Silver Wings. Take the enemy's head in the midst of thousands of troops. Decide the victory thousands of miles away. How about calling it Silver Wings? Okay, Captain Han. From now on, this set of knife-shaped weapons will be called Silver Wings. Whisper. Han Feng pushed with his telekinesis, and the silver wings flew out instantly. When it passed through the air, it made a whistling sound. Who in the world can take this move? At this time, Han Feng actually had an illusion that if he used silver wings, I'm afraid that the ghost made of titanium steel would have to admit defeat. It sounds good, hee. It sounds good. After saying this, Han Feng turned his eyes and looked at another stick-shaped weapon. It is as thick as an index finger and about 10 centimeters long. The sharp corners at both ends give off a sharp sense of gold, especially the end with threads, which gives people a kind of impact that nothing in the world can stop. What should I name it? Staring at the weapon in front of him, Han Feng was in a dilemma. After struggling for a while, Han Feng's brows relaxed and said, since the blade is called Silver Wing, then this stick. Why not call it Silver Stick? Luna, how about calling it Silver Stick? Let's not talk about it. Captain Han. Silver Stick. Lewd. Hiss. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng took a breath and found something wrong. Continuing to frown, Han Feng fell into deep thought. Silver. Silver. What's the name? After thinking for a long time, Han Feng really had no words in his mind. Captain Han. How about calling it Silver Shuttle? It just so happens that its shape is similar to a shuttle. Silver Shuttle? Han Feng raised his eyebrows, as if thinking about the feasibility of this name. After a pause, Han Feng said, forget it, I don't have any good name here for the time being. So let's call it Silver Shuttle for now. Okay. Captain Han. This set of stick-shaped weapons will be called Silver Shuttle from now on. Swoosh. Clang. Just like before. Han Feng pushed with telekinesis, and the Silver Shuttle soared into the sky, dancing and shuttling between heaven and earth, making a clanging sound as it passed through the air. Telekinesis. Start. Silver wings. Silver shuttles. These are the weapons that Han Feng should have. Ha ha ha. He raised his hands, and 20 customized weapons flew around Han Feng. After laughing a few times, Han Feng put his hands down and found a new problem. The silver wings are so sharp, and the silver shuttles are so sharp. Where should I put them? Put them in my pocket. Won't it tear my pants? Luna. Encountering a dilemma, Han Feng asked Luna, trying to find a solution. Report to Captain Han. The combat laboratory has already thought of the placement of weapons. Please look inside the box. As soon as Han Feng started asking, Luna spoke up with a solution. Following Luna's instructions, Han Feng looked down into the box. I saw a circle of black leather belts around the box, which I didn't notice when I was excited just now. Taking out the belt, Han Feng looked at it and murmured, this is. Report to Captain Han. This is a storage belt for customized weapons. It can be used as an ordinary belt at ordinary times. There are only 20 small places inside to place these weapons. As Luna spoke, Han Feng took off the original belt around his waist and put on the new belt. Captain Han. The silver shuttles are placed on both sides of your waist. 5 on each side, which will not affect your normal activities or your use. The silver wings were placed in front of and behind the belt, and needed to be moved with telekinesis when in use. Humane. Thumbs up. Han Feng praised Luna for her attentiveness, and then used telekinesis to move the 20 customized weapons back to the cage. Swish. 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 After putting the silver shuttle and silver wings in his waist one by one, Han Feng tried to move his body and found no obstacles. Touching the belt, Han Feng whispered, tomorrow, I will use the blood of the 4th level zombies to sacrifice the sword for you. Chapter 280. Meeting the Special Forces again. Returning to the zinc mine with a semi-trailer carrying supplies, Han Feng pointed to a large warehouse not far away and said, Simon, take the people to unload the goods. Okay, Captain Han. After watching Simon leave, Han Feng turned and went upstairs. After dinner, Han Feng walked downstairs alone, touching the exclusive weapon on his waist. Han Feng's mouth corners unconsciously rose a few points. Telekinesis. Start. Walking to a remote place where no one was around, Han Feng couldn't help but summon the silver shuttle silver wings. 20 flashing with cold light kept shuttling around Han Feng. Using telekinesis, Han Feng arranged a group of attack formations for them. Swoosh. Clang. Howl. The silver shuttle and silver wing attacked from points to lines in the air, and then from lines to surfaces. For a while, the whistling sound was louder. Han Feng became more and more excited as he played, and the flying speed of the silver shuttle and silver wing became faster and faster. In less than 5 minutes, Han Feng felt a slight pain in his brain. Rubbing his temple with his right hand, Han Feng slowed down the flying speed of the silver shuttle and silver wing, and asked Luna, Luna, do I have any sequelae? Why do I feel a little headache? Report to Captain Han. This is a sign of insufficient mental power. which is a normal phenomenon, not a sequelae. Huh? Insufficient mental power? What Han Feng didn't expect was that Luna actually gave an answer that he couldn't accept no matter what. Impossible? My mental power has increased greatly now, and it is much stronger than before. How can it be consumed so quickly just by controlling such a small thing to fly back and forth? In the spirit of asking questions when you don't understand, Han Feng asked the doubts in his heart. Captain Han, the mental power consumed by controlling objects is faster than that consumed by imprisonment. In addition, there are more silver shuttles and silver wings, so this situation will occur. Before Han Feng could speak, Luna continued to report, according to the system's real-time monitoring and calculation. With your current mental power reserves, it is best to control the number of customized weapons to less than 10, so as to ensure that the mental power consumption in normal combat is not too fast. Within 10? Han Feng pouted, still unable to believe it. Yes, Captain Han. Using 10 customized weapons, you can easily continue to fight for more than 10 minutes. What if you use them all? 5 minutes is the limit. After listening to Luna, Han Feng chuckled and said, haha, impossible, didn't I just play for 5 minutes? But I still have a lot of mental power left. Just now you were just familiar with the use. Not a real battle. Luna's words choked Han Feng's follow-up. Yes, if there were level 4 zombies in front of him just now, could he still be as relaxed as he is now? Frowning and thinking, Han Feng picked up the silver shuttle and silver wings with both hands, and said to himself, we will know the answer tomorrow. The next morning, Han Feng was so excited that he didn't rest well all night. With dark circles under his eyes, Han Feng got up excitedly because today was the first day that Silver Shuttle Silver Wing officially debuted. After a hurried breakfast, Han Feng summoned the 3rd and 4th squadrons to set off with him. 2.5 hours later, the convoy arrived at the building materials street again. Captain of the 3rd and 4th squadrons, you are in charge here now after the order was issued. Han Feng added, Ghost and a magnetic infantryman will set off with me. The other magnetic infantryman will stay here to prevent level 5 zombies. After that, Han Feng randomly found a saber-tooth armored vehicle and got in. Because the multi-purpose infantry vehicle does not have enough seats and cannot carry 3 people. Boom! With a step on the accelerator, the saber-tooth armored vehicle sped out. Han Feng randomly found a direction to drive, and halfway through, he gave instructions to Luna. Luna turned on the radar scan. Han Feng knew that the radar would scan out the supply boxes, and where the supply boxes appeared, there were often dangers. This was exactly the place Han Feng wanted to brush the copy and test the silver shuttle and silver wings. Report to Captain Han. The radar scans the surrounding 5 kilometers, and it requires 100 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm, turn on the scan. Okay. Captain Han. The radar is scanning the surrounding 5 kilometers. Please wait. After a second or two, Luna continued, report to Captain Han. The radar scan is complete. Are there any supply boxes? Han Feng asked excitedly after hearing the radar scan was finished. Report to Team Han. No supply boxes were found. Oh. It's okay. Maybe we haven't found it yet. Han Feng muttered softly, stepped on the accelerator harder, and the saber-tooth armored vehicle rushed away again. Luna turned on the radar scan. After driving 5 kilometers, Han Feng gave instructions. Report to Team Han. Radar scan. Confirm the scan. Quick. Okay. Team Han. The radar is scanning. Are there any supply boxes? Han Feng asked first, not waiting for Luna to finish. Report to Captain Han. No supply boxes were found. Pursing his lips, Han Feng continued to fly without stopping. Luna. Scan. Confirm. Okay. Captain Han. Are there any supply boxes? Report to Captain Han. No supply boxes were found. TSK TSK. Han Feng made a TSK sound, wondering when his luck became so good. He couldn't even see a high-level zombie. Could it be that the killing of 500,000 zombies some time ago made the high-level zombies in this city extinct? While continuing to speed up, Han Feng felt a little anxious, seeing that more than half an hour had passed. Plus it took more than half an hour to go back to the building materials street. If we can't find any high-level zombies, wouldn't this trip today be in vain? Next time, if there are no high-level zombies, we will go back. Han Feng muttered to himself, and then pursed his lips and stopped talking. Luna. Radar scan. Confirm. The armored vehicle drove forward for another 5 kilometers. And Han Feng issued a scanning command. Okay. Captain Han. Radar. Are there any supply boxes? Han Feng took a deep breath and asked with a tight breath. He knew this was the last chance to look for it. If he couldn't find any high-level zombies, he should go back because he didn't have enough time. Report to the Han team. The radar scan found 2 supply boxes. Yeah. 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 Han Feng said 3 times in a row. And he excitedly punched the air. God will not let those who work hard fail. Finally. I found the dangerous place. Luna navigation quick. Quick. Quick, Han Feng shouted while turning the car around. Time is running out. We must make a quick decision. Okay. Han team. The navigation is turned on. Turn right at the intersection ahead. With Luna's prompt, Han Feng drove a distance of 3.4 kilometers. According to the radar display, the 2 supply boxes are about 1 kilometer in front of the car. Duh. As he got closer to the supply box, Han Feng heard bursts of gunfire. At first, Han Feng thought he had misheard. But now, as he got closer to the supply box, the gunfire became clearer and clearer. Luna, what's going on? Are there any survivors? Han Feng asked Luna with a frown. Report to the Han team. There are 134 human life forms ahead. Showing a gathering. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's frown became even tighter. While accelerating, Han Feng suddenly remembered the equipment warehouse. Damn. How come there is an equipment warehouse at such a distance? How long has China been preparing? After muttering, Han Feng turned his head to look at the Terminator and the magnetic infantry in the carriage and said, be careful later. The existence that can make more than 100 survivors take up arms to deal with it is probably not simple. A few minutes later, Han Feng parked the car in a hidden corner 200 meters away from the battle site. After issuing the order to walk, Han Feng touched his belt and quietly got off the car. As the distance to the sound of firing got closer and closer, Han Feng's doubts became stronger and stronger. Because all Han Feng heard was the sound of firing in a neat manner. Not the kind of chaotic fighting. And what's even more strange is, in addition to firing, this group of people couldn't hear a single panicked roar. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Han Feng crouched and accelerated. Tens of seconds later, the answer was revealed in front of Han Feng. Staring, Han Feng was stunned. 3 triangle porridge. Han Feng muttered in a daze. It's the special forces. Fuck. Han Feng, who woke up, immediately lay on the ground and cursed. He lay down not because he was afraid, but because Han Feng knew where there are special forces from other countries. Maybe the Matrix also exists here. Not daring to be careless, Han Feng immediately ordered the magnetic infantry and the Terminator to stop and lie down. Slowly raising his head, Han Feng watched the battle intently under the cover of the bushes. More than 100 special forces were divided into several teams, distributed in front of a department store, and their firepower kept suppressing the zombies pouring out. At their feet, dozens of bodies were lying. Judging from their clothes, they were their comrades. At this time, Han Feng was puzzled. According to the radar, there was only 1 supply box in this department store, and the other one was in another building 1 kilometer away. What's going on? Could it be the mother body is 1 kilometer away? Before coming, Han Feng thought the battle line was 1 kilometer long, but he didn't expect this scene. Judging from the direction and distribution of their attack, they didn't seem to know the situation of the other building. Holding his breath, Han Feng decided to watch the fire from the other side of the river. He didn't intend to participate in it. It's just right. Let's see what they are going to do. Luna, summon the police dog. Han Feng's eyes turned, and he thought of his own soldiers in the building materials street 20 kilometers away. In order to pass the message, Han Feng could only urgently summon a police dog. Report to Captain Han. It takes 500 gold coins to summon a police dog. Please confirm. Confirmed. When the police dog comes out later, be quiet. Don't let them find it. Okay. Captain Han. The police dog is being summoned. Please wait. After dozens of seconds, a police dog quietly appeared behind Han Feng. Feeling something hitting his back, Han Feng turned around and found that it was the police dog touching him with its nose. Chapter 281, A Trial. Touching the head of the police dog, Han Feng began to look for paper and pen. Patting his trouser pocket, Han Feng was stunned for a moment, and found that he had no paper or pen at all. Looking at the Terminator and the magnetic infantry behind him, Han Feng shook his head, thinking that they definitely didn't have any either. TSK. Got it. Han Feng thought of a way, with a tisk-tisk sound. Han Feng took out a cigarette, pulled out the wrapping paper inside, and then used his telekinesis to quietly draw out a silver shuttle. Using the sharp corner of the silver shuttle, Han Feng wrote on the paper. Of course, the silver shuttle is not a pen, so it is impossible to write ink. But the sharp corners will leave traces when they scratch the cigarette box. Han Feng wrote a sentence. You go first after finishing the job. Han Feng wanted to write, you retreat first. But after thinking about it, he found that the word retreat has too many strokes, and he forgot how to write it. I can't believe. Silver Shuttle's first attack was on the cigarette box paper foo. After writing, Han Feng blew on the cigarette box paper, blew away the paper scraps on it, and said to the police dog, take it and go to the building materials street. You can give it to anyone, go quickly. Patting the police dog's butt, Han Feng watched the police dog leave. At the same time, Han Feng added to Luna, open a navigation for it, and tell it the location. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng turned around and continued to observe the battle not far away. Duh. Bang. Suddenly, a different sound was mixed in with the sound of the regular machine guns firing, and Han Feng was very familiar with this sound. It was a sniper rifle. It's bad, Han Feng muttered to himself, and a sense of danger suddenly rose in his heart. This feeling of being on the back made Han Feng break out in a cold sweat. Everyone pay attention. The other side has. Bang! Before Han Feng finished speaking, the sniper rifle fired again. When Han Feng turned around to warn the two people behind him, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his temple. Almost subconsciously, Han Feng used his telekinesis to condense a wall of air around his head. Sure enough, a sniper bullet spun towards his head. Fortunately, the sniper bullet was blocked by the wall of telekinesis. Feeling the bullet, Han Feng instantly activated telekinesis to control objects. All his mental power went to wrap the bullet. Gritting his teeth, these two words came out of Han Feng's mouth. Ding ding ding. After a few seconds, the sniper bullet in front of him fell from the air, making a ding-ding sound. Bang! Swoosh! The sniper rifle fired the third bullet, but Han Feng dodged it by activating his speed superpower. You are the only one who can attack from a distance. Right? Looking at the direction where the sniper bullet came from, Han Feng narrowed his eyes and shouted, telekinesis. Start. Swish. A silver wing flew out from Han Feng's waist and hovered in front of him. Luna, report the location. Han Feng didn't care to look at the radar at this time, and asked Luna directly. As long as the sniper is within the radar range, even if he hides in the ground, Luna can see through it at a glance. And no sniper in the world can snipe from 5 kilometers away. Even a one-star sniper can't do it. Report to Captain Han. There are 4 enemy snipers. One at 11 o'clock in your direction, 134 meters away, and at a height. Bang! Bang! Before Luna finished speaking, 2 sniper rifles fired. But the 2 sniper bullets were not fired at Han Feng, but at the Terminator and the magnetic infantry. Because Han Feng's flash just now was out of the sniper's scope, they couldn't find Han Feng himself for a while. So they could only shoot and kill the Terminator and the magnetic infantry. Ding! Ding! The sniper bullet successfully hit the Terminator and the magnetic infantry, but the Terminator was hardcore, and the magnetic infantry was wearing heavy armor. These 2 bullets were almost ineffective against them. During the gap between the enemy snipers' attack, Han Feng already knew the positions of the 4 of them. Silver Wing. Let me see how powerful you are, Han Feng said softly, and activated his telekinesis to take out 3 more silver wings from his waist. Go! With a loud shout, Han Feng wrapped the 4 silver wings with his telekinesis and made them fly out. Whisper, whisper. The silver wings cut through the air, making a sharp whistle, and flew in 4 directions. 3 seconds later, the 4 silver wings flashed with cold light and appeared in front of Han Feng again. And there was no trace of blood on the smooth blade. And the 4 snipers who were the target had their heads and bodies separated. Duh. Because of the sniper's previous information, some special forces rushed to Han Feng's previous position with guns and started shooting. Ghost. Magnetic infantry. You hold on for a while, Han Feng said casually while panting. The screen turned to Han Feng. At this time, Han Feng was sitting on the ground. His face was pale, and 2 strings of blood flowed from his nostrils. This was a manifestation of lack of mental strength. Although Han Feng only used 4 customized weapons, the positions of the 4 snipers were too far away, and Han Feng had to increase his telekinesis to control objects in order to allow Silver Wing to arrive. Closing his eyes, Han Feng adjusted himself leisurely. Anyway, he had a ghost with him, and they couldn't hit him with a gun. Buzz! Whoosh whoosh! More than 10 meters away, Han Feng squatted in the bushes and heard the sound of Gatling guns firing. Luna, connect the vision. Target, ghost. Han Feng ordered after closing his eyes in advance. Okay, Captain Han. The vision connection is connecting. Target, ghost. Report to Captain Han. The vision connection is complete. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng opened his eyes, and the picture had changed to the Terminator's perspective. Then with these eyes, Han Feng saw a mess in front of him. The ground was full of fragmented corpses. Under the fierce attack of Gatling, no one could stand or lie on the ground intact. In 15 seconds, Gatling used up 1,000 bullets. The resulting battle situation was that all the other members were destroyed. Fortunately, the other side stood together, which saved the Terminator a lot of trouble. They never thought that they would meet someone who was unkillable until they died. And they never thought that they would face the attack of Gatling. When the last Special Forces member of the enemy fell to the ground, the scene fell into silence. Well, not really. There were also the roars of zombies in the department store. After opening his eyes, Han Feng felt that his mental strength had recovered slightly. As long as he didn't use it desperately, fighting would be no problem standing up. Han Feng patted the dirt on his butt, and then raised his legs and walked towards the department store. Oh my! When he saw the Terminator, Han Feng subconsciously exclaimed. The ghost's back was fine. No damage could be seen. But the front, there was almost no good meat. The tattered clothes and pieces of meat hanging on his body made Han Feng feel nauseous. TSK. Looking at the ghost like this, Han Feng thought for a while and said, Magnetic infantry. You, help him. Yes. Captain Han. The magnetic infantry responded. Step forward and grab the ghost's back. Pulling hard. Plop. The whole back was pulled down and hit the ground with a dull sound. And the ghost once again showed his true body. I still like you like this, staring at the metal skeleton. Han Feng laughed bitterly. Roar! Roar! While Han Feng was chatting, a series of rough roars came from the department store. Ouch, I almost forgot about the main thing. There are also supply boxes, Han Feng reacted and said. Bent down to pick up 2 automatic rifles that he couldn't name from the ground, and took out several magazines and grenades. In order to give his mental power more time to recover, Han Feng had to use weapons such as guns and cannons. Ready holding 2 guns, Han Feng first raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Then his face tightened and stared at the entrance and exit of the department store. Duh. Seeing the first zombie rushing out, Han Feng pulled the trigger without hesitation. Behind Han Feng, the Terminator had already unloaded the Gatling gun without bullets. The portable Tesla coil on the right arm of the magnetic infantry flashed blue arcs, ready to attack at any time. Ka. The first automatic rifle ran out of bullets. After dropping the gun without bullets, Han Feng held the other automatic rifle with both hands and continued to shoot. Ka. Seeing that the gun in his hand had run out of bullets, Han Feng removed the empty magazine and quickly replaced it with another one. As time went on, more and more zombies rushed out. Soon, it was out of control. Yes, it was suppressed by more than 100 Special Forces soldiers who opened fire together before. Now Han Feng was alone. So of course, the situation was greatly reduced. Ghost, you help too. Don't just watch. Han Feng continued to fire, and the recoil made his hands more and more numb. When he saw the 2 old men behind him watching the show, Han Feng was furious. Magnetic infantry. He didn't say you. Right? You too. Forget it. Just watch. Han Feng saw that the magnetic infantry had an electric coil on his right hand and a heavy glove on his left hand. Even if he was asked to pick up the gun, his index finger couldn't get into the trigger. So he stopped talking halfway through his disdain. Duh. The Terminator picked up the gun on the ground and started shooting mechanically. Not to mention, although the Terminator made of titanium steel shoots very slowly. Every bullet will hit the zombie's head. The hit rate is almost 100%. And I need 4 or 5 bullets to kill a zombie. In comparison, I am really inferior. Duh. Boom! Han Feng saw that the zombies were on the verge of losing control. Then took out 2 grenades, pulled the rings, and threw them at the entrance of the department store. This battle lasted for several minutes, until several broken automatic rifles were scattered at Han Feng's feet. I should have brought Tanya with me earlier. AC-4. Directly blow up this building. Take the supply box and run. How cool. Han Feng fired numbly. His heart was filled with endless regret. Chapter 282. The Weird Department Store. While firing to stop the zombies from pouring out, Han Feng felt the recovery of his mental power. He had been struggling whether to let Silverwing join the battle now. If Silverwing appeared, it would probably take only a few seconds to kill the zombies in front of him. But the supply box is on the 2nd floor of the department store. And this building has 5 floors. There are countless zombies on the 1st floor alone. And the 2nd floor and higher. I don't know what the situation is. And another supply box is 1 kilometer away. Once the mental power is exhausted, it is unknown whether the Terminator and the magnetic infantry can hold on. Han Feng took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. At the same time, he was also deciding on the best solution. Luna, how long have we been here? Han Feng asked Luna in his mind while changing the magazine. Report to Captain Han. Up to now, we have stayed for a total of 13 minutes and 28 seconds. Duh. Listening to Luna's report, Han Feng pursed his lips, as if he was making the last struggle. He had been in the department store for nearly 15 minutes, even if the time the special forces stayed before was counted as 15 minutes. It would add up to half an hour. For so long, there was no movement on the other side, and although there were roars in the department store, there were no roars from the 3rd level and 4th level zombies. Is it a conspiracy? Is it a trajectory? Or am I overthinking? The next second, Han Feng's eyes widened, and he shouted, "Telekinesis! Start!" In the end, Han Feng decided to take the first blood as quickly as possible. Whisper, whisper. 10 silver wings responded. While making sharp and short whistles, they rotated towards the zombies. Swish, swish, swish. The extremely sharp silver wings shuttled through the zombies without any sense of frustration. Han Feng controlled the 10 silver wings and kept them flying at the height of the zombies' necks. 3 seconds later, a large group of zombies in front of Han Feng suddenly separated their bodies without any signs. Oh my god! It's up to you! Han Feng growled when he saw a clearing in front of him. Then he activated his super speed ability and headed towards the department store. Swoosh! As soon as he entered the department store, Han Feng rushed directly to the stairs. Although the building was extremely dark, Han Feng still relied on the route obtained by the radar scan to sneak quickly and steadily. In less than 2 seconds, Han Feng successfully climbed to the 2nd floor. With him, there were 10 silver wings surrounding him. As soon as he reached the 2nd floor, Han Feng suddenly stopped his fast pace. This, Han Feng muttered unconsciously. And in front of him was a scene he could never have imagined. The entire 2nd floor. There was no one. No. There was no corpse. Who? Looking at the empty environment, Han Feng kept panting. With a nervous mood, Han Feng kept scanning here. With his telekinesis, Han Feng controlled the 10 silver wings to shuttle through it. Behind the shelves, under the bar, in the ceiling compartment, behind the load-bearing columns, behind the load-bearing walls. Everything that he could not see was the attack of the silver wings. After a few seconds, the 10 silver wings returned to Han Feng. During this period, Silverwing did not kill any zombies. This means the entire 2nd floor is really empty. Wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Han Feng turned his eyes and stared at the equally dark staircase leading to the 3rd floor. Silence, except for the roar of the zombies downstairs and the firing of the Terminator ghost. There is no more discordant sound. Tap, tap. Holding his breath and concentrating, Han Feng raised his legs and slowly walked towards the direction of the supply box. It took Han Feng 2 minutes to walk the short 20 meters. After passing through several shops, Han Feng came to a locked door. Looking at the 3 words on the door, Manager's office. The supply box is inside, and inside is the area that is judged as dangerous by the system. Han Feng tightened his lips, and did not dare to relax his vigilance. Maybe there is a level 5 zombie behind the door. Continuing to hold his breath, Han Feng listened to the sound behind the door with all his strength. Dong dong. Dong dong. After listening for a long time, only Han Feng's heart became. And behind the door, it was surprisingly quiet. Silver wings, Han Feng said softly. At the critical moment, the silver wings had to be the advanced troops. Pop! 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 10 silver wings rushed towards the wooden door together, and passed through it almost without any hindrance. Although Han Feng couldn't see Silver Wing now, his telekinetic perception was still there. Controlling Silver Wing, Han Feng made it shuttle freely in the room. The room behind the door was already small, and with the 10 killing weapons constantly cutting, with such a dense fighting style. Not to mention zombies, even a shrimp can't exist intact. It lasted for more than 7 seconds, until Han Feng felt a little lack of mental power. And then he stopped. Standing outside the door, Han Feng took a deep breath. Then he instantly raised his right leg and kicked forward fiercely. At the same time, Han Feng activated his superpowers again and ran backwards. Bang! The wooden door shattered. Han Feng also withdrew more than 10 meters away from a safe distance. Lying on the ground, Han Feng stared at the room. Silence. 3 seconds later, Han Feng was sure there was really nothing in the room. I'm such a coward, Han Feng laughed at himself. Stood up from the ground, scratched the back of his head, and walked towards the room. Entering the room, Han Feng saw the mess on the floor. The mop handle was broken into hundreds of pieces. The mop bucket was broken into hundreds of pieces. The box paper was rotten like paper scraps. And the sticky liquid with a familiar smell was all over the floor. Asking this question, Han Feng whispered, shampoo? Shower gel? The next second, Han Feng reacted and exclaimed, Hack Manager's office. Damn, this is not a small warehouse. It's the cleaner's lounge. It's really impressive. Han Feng, who was completely relieved, kicked away the garbage blocking his way. Squatting down, Han Feng pulled out a silver suitcase from the garbage. Looking at the suitcase, the smile on Han Feng's face gradually solidified. It seems that it is probably gold coins. Han Feng put his hand on the box and whispered, Open it. Ding. A crisp sound rang out, and the suitcase opened. Then, a symbol of money dollar slowly rose into the air and gradually dimmed. Congratulations to the Han team for obtaining the gold coin supply box, 10,000 gold coins. When Han Feng was looking at the sign in the air, Luna's congratulations came. Oh, hee. It really solved my urgent need. Han Feng stood up and clapped his hands. Self-deprecatingly. Now I am worth 1.45 million. It would be better to give me a Terminator instead of this supply box opportunity. Let's go, this trip is in vain, Han Feng muttered to himself, and walked out of the manager's office, wondering what the other supply box would be. Looking back at the empty second floor, Han Feng shook his head. When I have time, I will think about why this happened. Duh. When I came to the stairs, the gunshots downstairs continued. Walking downstairs, Han Feng's mind rose up. 10 silver wings immediately started to attack. Howl! Howl! Whoosh! Whoosh! For a moment, the entire first floor of the department store was flashing with dazzling cold light. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, took out one and lit it. When Han Feng walked to the door with a cigarette in his mouth, 10 silver wings had quietly followed him. Behind him, there was a sheer hell. The broken arms and debris of zombies were everywhere, and the roars that were noisy before also returned to silence. Standing at the door of the department store while smoking a cigarette, Han Feng began to think about what to do next. Should I go find another supply box now? Or go home and call brothers? Now my mental strength is less than half of the past. Or even less. Although the Terminator Ghost was not damaged, the powerful Gatling gun was already a gun stand. Magnetic infantry? If there were no level 5 zombies, he wouldn't be of much use. If he couldn't win and had to run, he would definitely become a drag in heavy armor. Go home and call for help. Bring more people next time? No way. We finally got here, and next time we come, maybe this weird department store will do something weird again. After thinking it over, Han Feng decided to take the risk. The worst case scenario is encountering a level 5 zombie, but with magnetic infantry, it shouldn't be a problem. The second worst situation is that the building 1 kilometer away is full of zombies. But the Terminator is strong and not afraid of level 4 zombies. With his own silver shuttle and silver wings, he can turn on his speed superpower and grab the supply box and run. He will never fight. Well, that's it. After sorting out his thoughts, Han Feng threw away his cigarette and stomped it out, then walked towards the saber-toothed armored vehicle. Walking on the road, Han Feng thought for a while and said, "Luna, summon 5 snipers. Anyway, the armored vehicle can seat 8 people. But now only 3 people are sitting. 5 empty positions are just enough for snipers for long-range support. If you want to steal the supply box, long-range support is essential. If you have a sniper on your side half an hour ago, then it will be easier to deal with these special forces. Report to Captain Han. Summoning 5 snipers requires 12,500 gold coins. Please confirm." "Confirmed. Summon him." "Okay, Captain Han." After talking to Luna, Han Feng got into the armored vehicle and waited quietly. By the way, he could also recover some mental strength a few minutes later. When the last sniper got into the armored vehicle, Han Feng sat up and started the vehicle. Oh my god! Han Feng felt something was wrong when he stepped on the accelerator just now. Damn it! Hit my wheel. How uncultured. Fuck. Han Feng cursed while slapping the steering wheel. It turned out that the first shot fired by the Special Forces sniper hit the tire of the saber-toothed armored vehicle. According to their thinking, they might want to cut off Han Feng's retreat. Chapter 283, The Zombie's Trick. But even so, Han Feng did not change his mind. He drove the limping armored vehicle all the way to the location of another supply box. When the armored vehicle was halfway, Han Feng turned around and said to the 5 snipers in the car, "Okay, you get off here and find a sniper point by yourself. If a fight occurs, I allow you to decide to shoot on your own." "Yes, Captain Han." "Yes, Captain Han." "Yes." The 5 snipers took the order, then jumped off the armored vehicle one by one and began to sneak, heading to the sniper points they selected. After watching the snipers go away, Han Feng did not rush to drive. Instead, he turned around, took out a cigarette and lit it, waiting for the snipers to arrive while continuing to recover his mental strength. Report to Captain Han. I have arrived at the sniper point. In less than a minute, the first sniper sent back the information that he was in position. Report to Captain Han. I have also arrived at the sniper point. In the next 3 minutes, 5 snipers successively sent back the information of arrival. Okay, I know. After a brief reply, Han Feng threw the cigarette butt out of the car window, then lightly stepped on the accelerator and continued to drive towards the supply box. It took Han Feng more than 5 minutes to drive a distance of 500 meters. During this period, Han Feng kept observing the surroundings, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Fortunately, nothing happened before arriving at the building where the supply box was located. Opening the car door, Han Feng got out first to watch. Then came the Terminator Ghost. And then the Magnetic Infantry. This is a movie theater near the business district. The movie posters hanging on the wall are a bit decayed, but you can vaguely see the faces of the stars on the screen. The door of the movie theater is covered with layers of posters, making it impossible to see what is going on inside. There is no one around. No zombies, only the rustling sound of the breeze dragging the fallen leaves. Quiet. Yes. Quiet. That was Han Feng's first feeling. There was no shuffling sound of zombies walking, nor any zombie roars. Hey! Suddenly, Han Feng, who was standing downstairs, yelled. He wanted to use this to determine if there were any zombies in the building. The Terminator Ghost did not move and did not react to the sudden shouts around him. But the heavy armor of the magnetic infantry suddenly trembled. Obviously, he was scared. It was also fortunate that the magnetic infantry was summoned by Han Feng. If it was Lu Rui, he would probably have summoned Han Feng with one punch. However, Han Feng's attention was all on the cinema at this time, so he was unaware of what was happening behind him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds later, Han Feng was dumbfounded. The air was as quiet as ever, as if the previous roar was just for self-entertainment. Hey, strange. What's going on? Scratching his head, Han Feng was at a loss. After thinking for a long time, Han Feng said, Luna. Vision connection. Target, Ghost. That's right. Han Feng decided to let the Terminator be the pioneer and go into the cinema to explore, relying on the hardness of the titanium steel skeleton. Even if it enters the zombie's trap, it can at least last for a while. Okay, Captain Han. The vision connection is connecting. Target, Ghost. Please wait. While Luna was talking, Han Feng closed his eyes. 2 seconds later, Luna continued, report to Captain Han. The vision connection has been completed. Hearing the instructions, Han Feng opened his eyes. The sight has been replaced by the Terminator. Tap. Tap. According to Han Feng's instructions, the Terminator raised his legs and walked towards the stairs in front of the cinema. Huh? Han Feng took a deep breath, and his clenched fists were full of sweat. From the outside, this cinema is not small. There should be at least a dozen screening rooms. Each screening room can be filled with about 150 zombies, plus the lobby and the second floor. If it is really a conspiracy of zombies, there are at least more than 2,000 zombies in the cinema. When the Terminator stood in front of the closed door of the cinema, Han Feng hesitated. Go back? Or continue? Cold sweat flowed down Han Feng's temples. After hesitating and struggling for a few seconds, Han Feng gritted his teeth and said, damn baby bird up to the sky. Do it. As soon as the voice fell, the Terminator raised his hand and punched the glass door of the cinema. Bang! Crash! In an instant, the whole glass shattered. It became a pile of shards. Sniper! Everyone alert! Before the glass fell completely, Han Feng subconsciously ordered, roar! Suddenly, in the cinema, a zombie roared. Judging from the noise, it should be a level 4 zombie. Damn it! As expected, Han Feng, who felt that he was tricked, cursed and rushed towards the Terminator Ghost. Telekinesis. Start. On the way to the attack, Han Feng's telekinesis suddenly rose, hooking out 10 silver wings and letting them surround him. Roar! Roar! In the cinema, the roars of the zombies became louder and louder. This time, I have poked the hornet's nest. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng waved his right hand and continued, silver wings. Howl! Howl! 10 silver wings came out in full force and rushed into the cinema in a high-speed rotating flying posture. Suddenly, a bloody storm was set off in the cinema. Countless zombies became living targets of the silver wings. Dang! Dang! Ding! When the silver wing shuttled, it accidentally hit a level 4 zombie. Even the silver wing made of the strongest tungsten steel was somewhat weak when it encountered the defense of the level 4 zombie, making a clanging sound. Ghost! Enter attack mode. 1 level 4 zombie is for you. Rushing to the door of the cinema, Han Feng saw 3 level 4 zombies in the hall. Time was running out. Han Feng turned to the Ghost. The Terminator received the order, and his posture instantly entered the attack mode, then quickly unloaded the Gatling gun, and began to stride towards a level 4 zombie. Magnetic infantry. Come! When the Ghost attacked, Han Feng ordered the magnetic infantry in his mind, and at the same time, he approached another level 4 zombie. Dang dang. Ding! As they got closer and closer to the level 4 zombie, Han Feng summoned 5 silver wings to attack it. But, the result didn't seem ideal. The silver wings stopped after they were inserted 6 or 7 centimeters into the body of the level 4 zombie. Caught by the muscles of the level 4 zombie, Han Feng could hardly get the silver wings to move forward. In addition, the silver wings had a special structure and couldn't rotate like steel bars. In desperation, Han Feng had to pull the silver back and then shouted, Silver Shuttle. Every profession has its own specialty. When dealing with level 4 zombies, the Silver Shuttle is much more effective than the silver wings. At the same time, the removed silver wings also returned to Han Feng's belt. There was no other way. In order to fight a protracted war, Han Feng had to save every bit of his mental power. According to the system's prediction, using 10 customized weapons is within the limit of what he can bear. Zheng! In the air, the silver shuttle that attacked for the first time made a golden sound, as if celebrating its first attack. Go! Han Feng pointed his sword at the level 4 zombie in front of him and shouted. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the air, the threaded ends of the 5 silver shuttles shot at various parts of the body of the level 4 zombie. Swish! 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 Like large bullets, the 5 silver shuttles were all nailed to the body of the level 4 zombie. Buzz! Then, the silver shuttle began to spin wildly. Roar! Roar! The level 4 zombie struggled desperately, grabbing the two silver shuttles with both hands, trying to pull them out of the body. But how could a level 4 zombie catch the silver shuttles that rotate at high speed? In less than 2 seconds, all 5 silver shuttles drilled in. From the outside, there were only 5 blood holes on the level 4 zombie. Then you're done, Han Feng said with a chuckle. Roar! Roar! The 5 silver shuttles destroyed the level 4 zombie's body crazily, and the roar of the victim was getting lower and lower. Slowly, the level 4 zombie knelt down. Then he lay down. Then, 10,000 gold coins were credited. You're not tough either, Han Feng said stubbornly. Little did he know that his face had already turned pale, and blood was slowly flowing out of his nostrils. After controlling the 5 silver shuttles to rush out, Han Feng turned around and began to scan the battlefield. Among them, the battle on the Terminator Ghost side has not yet ended. But victory is only a matter of time. With the assistance of the other 5 silver wings to clear the field, the Terminator can better exert its own strength and will not be disturbed. On the other hand, the magnetic infantry. The heavy armor is already convex and concave. But at his feet, there is a 4th level zombie with green smoke. Dead? Dead now? Looking at the motionless 4th level zombie, Han Feng was shocked. This is a 4th level zombie with thick skin and flesh. This is too easy. Right? Haha, I didn't expect your electric circle to be so. Suddenly, Han Feng was stunned while speaking. The magnetic infantry fell backwards on its back. With a bang, the heavy armor hit the ground hard. Luna! Luna! What happened to the magnetic infantry? Turning on the speed superpower, Han Feng rushed towards the magnetic infantry, while asking Luna in his mind. Report to Captain Han. The important organs in the magnetic infantry were shattered by the huge hammer, and the degree of damage to the body exceeded 69%. The estimated remaining lifetime is no more than 10 minutes. Pharmacy! Recovery potion! Quick! Without any hesitation, Han Feng gave the order directly. Report to Captain Han. Make Jean fast recovery. Confirm. Do it for me. Han Feng interrupted Luna before she could finish. Okay. Captain Han. Jean fast recovery potion is being made. Please wait. Holding the magnetic infantry, feeling the heavy armor in his arms, Han Feng's hands trembled slightly. Magnetic infantry? Magnetic infantry? Han Feng shouted loudly to the magnetic infantry. But the magnetic infantry lying on the ground had no response and fainted. Turning around, Han Feng looked at the Terminator. At this time, the Terminator Ghost also saw the battle and walked towards Han Feng. Ghost, take off his electric ring. Quick! Han Feng ordered, pointing at the right arm of the magnetic infantry, because he would be injected with a recovery potion later. The magnetic infantry could not take off this armor by himself, facing heavy armor. Even the 4th level zombies could not break it. So Han Feng had no choice. Therefore, he could only rely on the Terminator. Chapter 284, Horror Cinema. When the Terminator arrived at Han Feng's side, the Gene Quick Recovery Potion had already appeared in his hand. In order to facilitate the Terminator Ghost, Han Feng took the potion on his own initiative. At the same time, he stood up to make room for him, and stood aside to watch. The Terminator knelt on one knee on the ground, holding the magnetic infantryman's shoulder with his left hand, and holding the portable Tesla coil with the other hand, gently pulling. Bang! Bang! Hiss! The connection point of the heavy armor broke, making a sharp metal scraping sound. Next, with a burst of sparks and lightning, the magnetic infantryman's weapon was successfully unloaded. The right arm of the magnetic infantryman, who lost his weapon, still had some insulation lining and sponge lining, although the skin was not exposed. This little bit of material was not a problem for Han Feng. Boom! The Terminator threw the Tesla coil in his hand to the ground, then stood up and waited for the next order. Ghost, enter combat mode. Attack the target yourself. Han Feng walked forward and reissued the attack order. After receiving the order, the red lights in the Terminator's eyes lit up, and then turned around and rushed into the zombies. Han Feng ran to the side of the magnetic infantryman and crouched down. Using telekinesis, he pulled out a silver wing. Swish! The sharp edge of the silver wing gently scratched the right arm of the magnetic infantry, cutting open the clothes. It will be fine soon. It will be fine soon. Han Feng took out the recovery potion while muttering. While injecting, Han Feng asked Luna in his mind, Luna, how long will it take for him to recover? Report to the Han team. The preliminary estimated time is 1 hour and 36 minutes. Huh? After listening to Luna, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that as long as Luna can give a specific recovery time, it means that the magnetic infantry will not die. It takes 1,500 gold coins to summon a magnetic infantry, and it takes 20,000 gold coins to make a gene-fast recovery potion. In order to save the magnetic infantry, Han Feng spent 13 times the price. This is not stupid, but Han Feng would rather spend unjust money than let anyone around him fall. Standing up, Han Feng stared at the magnetic infantry lying on the ground. Telekinesis. Start. After gritting his teeth and saying these 3 words, the magnetic infantry slowly rose into the air and floated in front of Han Feng. Then, Han Feng supported the magnetic infantry and slowly moved towards the armored vehicle outside the cinema. In order to avoid himself from falling into mental exhaustion, Han Feng had to take back 7 customized weapons. Now on the battlefield, only 3 silver wings are killing zombies, and the speed is not as fast as before. Without most of the silver wings killing, the zombies suddenly lost pressure and rushed out. The Terminator alone could not stop these desperate zombies. Some of the zombies that rushed out of the defense line beside the Terminator also attacked Han Feng. There was no choice. Han Feng had to take back the 3 silver wings to deal with these small fish and shrimps. At the same time, he prayed that the Terminator could hold on for a while, and prayed that there would be no more level 4 zombies. Speeding up his pace, Han Feng staggered towards the saber-tooth armored vehicle. It was only a distance of more than 10 meters. But Han Feng gritted his teeth and held on for 2 minutes before he reached it. Who? After successfully sending the magnetic infantry into the cabin, Han Feng held the door and gasped. At this time, Han Feng felt his eyes go dark from time to time. Whether it was because of lack of physical strength or mental exhaustion, his footsteps also seemed to be falling. Ding dang dang. Suddenly, a silver wing fell to the ground in midair, making a series of crisp sounds, and the other 2 were also about to fall to the ground. However, Han Feng seemed to be unaware of it and had no intention of looking back, because his eyes had begun to have a blurred meaning. His mental strength was about to run out. Bang! Bang! In the distance, 3 sniper rifles fired at the same time. They sniped and killed the 3 level 3 zombies behind Han Feng who were preparing to attack. The danger was lifted. Awakened by the piercing gunshots, Han Feng turned his head in horror and looked at dozens of zombies running towards him. Roar! 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 The zombies' roars became more and more excited. Telekinesis. Start. In a hurry, Han Feng used telekinesis to hook the 3 silver wings on the ground. Howl! The 3 silver wings disappeared in the blink of an eye. And the next second, the zombies in front of him were separated from their heads and fell to the ground. Bang! Han Feng closed the door of the armored vehicle, then raised his leg to step over the zombies on the ground and walked towards the stairs. Han Feng's 2 nostrils, like leaking water pipes, dripped on his clothes, the ground, and his shoes. Although his eyes were exhausted, his eyes still showed a resolute look, because Han Feng knew the ghost was still inside. Tap tap. As he climbed higher and higher, Han Feng saw the scene in the cinema. At this time, the number of zombies in the cinema hall had obviously decreased. There were less than 50 zombies fighting the Terminator. Seeing this, Han Feng found a clean place. After kicking away the broken glass, he sat on the ground, thinking that at this position, even if a level 3 zombie suddenly rushed out, the sniper in the distance could provide support in the first time. Not to mention the silver wings protecting him. Han Feng recovered his mental strength as soon as he got some free time. The silver wing was put into Han Feng's belt. He only kept one in his hand for emergency. Since Han Feng sat still and didn't make any sound, the zombies naturally ignored him. A few minutes later, all the zombies in the cinema hall were killed. The Terminator kept an offensive posture, turning its head constantly, scanning the surroundings. More than 10 seconds later, the Terminator ghost changed its posture, stood upright in place, and released the offensive mode. Seeing this scene, Han Feng couldn't believe it, because the Terminator could scan the zombies behind the wall. But at this time, he automatically released the offensive mode, which means that there is no danger in this cinema. After getting up doubtfully, Han Feng walked into the cinema. Smelling the disgusting smell of blood, Han Feng quickly took out a cigarette and lit one. trying to cover up the unpleasant smell. Ghost. Start the follow-up protection mode. Follow me. Walking in front. Han Feng casually ordered. The two walked into the dark depths of the cinema. Take out your mobile phone. Han Feng turned on the flashlight. And in an instant, the originally extremely dark environment had a hint of light. Ghost. Remember to scan here at any time. If you find a zombie, switch to attack mode immediately. Walking in front. Han Feng, who was still a little worried, said, Okay, Captain Han. The cold mechanical voice came out of the ghost's mouth, which made Han Feng feel a little awkward. According to the location of the supply box shown on the radar, Han Feng approached slowly and cautiously. At the end of the dark passage, Han Feng turned left. Fuck. Suddenly, Han Feng was shocked by the scene in front of him. In an environment where the whole city was without electricity, there was a ray of light coming from the number 8 screening room. Could it be someone was showing a movie? Isn't this nonsense? What's even more bizarre is that the location of the supply box is right in the number 8 screening room. Stayed where he was. Han Feng held his mobile phone in one hand and held the silver wing in the other. Gulp. With a mouthful of saliva, Han Feng looked at the Terminator beside him. The ghost still maintained the follow-up protection mode, and the head was constantly scanning the surroundings. This situation means that there are no zombies and dangers within the warning range. Seeing this, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He mustered up his courage and walked towards the number 8 cinema. Ding! Suddenly, the light at the door of the number 8 cinema disappeared, and at the same time, the sound of power failure sounded. Han Feng stood still again. A layer of cold sweat instantly appeared. Damn! What's going on? Han Feng's voice was trembling a little when he said this. At this time, in the dark environment, the only light source is the mobile phone in Han Feng's hand. Under the rendering of this halo, Han Feng felt extremely terrified when he saw the red light spots emitted by the ghost's eyes. Pursing his lips, Han Feng had to move forward with courage. Fortunately, the number 8 screening room was not far away from him, only about 10 meters away. When Han Feng walked into the number 8 screening room with a flashlight, the real horror and suspense had just begun. On the ground in front of the big curtain of the number 8 screening room, 3 heads were neatly placed in the middle, and the supply box was in front of the head in the middle. Duh. The sound of teeth colliding came. Han Feng was really scared by the scene in front of him. Ghost. Terminator. Go and get the supply box. Han Feng didn't dare to move, so he could only ask the Terminator to do it for him. But as soon as he said the word ghost, Han Feng shuddered. Then he changed his words to Terminator. After receiving the order, the Terminator ghost walked forward and picked up the supply box on the ground. Seeing that he had succeeded, Han Feng didn't dare to stay any longer and said directly, Retreat. On the way back, Han Feng held the Terminator tightly and didn't care about the sticky substance on the metal frame. When he saw the sun again, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and then thought to himself, I would rather be exhausted and faint, and I would rather have a splitting headache. I don't want to experience this terrifying haunted house again. Walking to the armored vehicle, Han Feng didn't ask what the supply box in the Terminator's hand was, and hurriedly started the vehicle. After picking up 5 snipers, Han Feng rushed to home without stopping. 3 hours later, near dusk, Han Feng finally returned to the zinc mine with a car full of people. At this time, after 3 hours of recuperation, Han Feng's complexion has improved a lot. As soon as he got off the car, Han Feng clamored to take a shower. There was no way. He didn't want to wait a minute longer with mucus all over his body. After taking a shower, Han Feng ate the meal that Wei Yun had reserved for him alone. And in his mind, he began to think about all the bizarre things he encountered today. Chapter 285. Looking for clues. First, why would the special forces gather and fight in front of the department store? Who are they fighting? Zombies? Impossible. There are zombies everywhere in the city. Why did they choose the department store? Could it be that the special forces are chasing someone? Or, what led them here? Secondly, why are there only zombies on the first floor of the department store, but not upstairs? This is not in line with common sense. Frowning, Han Feng was puzzled. The more bizarre thing is yet to come. What's going on with the cinema? In the cinema, the highest level of zombies is level 4 zombies. And there are 3 of them. You know, The intelligence of level 4 zombies is not well developed. If they are said to be cooperating, Han Feng will be the first to jump out and say he doesn't believe it. Secondly, Han Feng once shouted in front of the cinema, but didn't find anything unusual. If it is said that these 3 level 4 zombies are well managed, Han Feng is still the first to disbelieve it. After eliminating all impossible factors, the last answer is left. Even if it is bizarre, it is very likely to be the correct answer. That is, there are higher level zombies in the department store or the cinema. Level 5 zombies? Thinking of this, Han Feng couldn't help but put down his bowl and chopsticks, staring straight ahead, mumbling absent-mindedly. But then, Han Feng suddenly shook his head again, denying his previous guess. It's definitely not a level 5 zombie. After saying this firmly, Han Feng thought, whether in a department store or a movie theater, he is isolated and helpless. Even if there are fewer zombies in the city, the 3 of them can't contend with it. Moreover, the level 5 zombies don't know the strength of the magnetic infantry, nor do they know their own weaknesses, relying on their extremely strong defense. If I were a level 5 zombie, I would definitely take action. Then TSK. Thinking of this, Han Feng felt a chill on his back. Is it a level 6 zombie? Squinting his eyes, Han Feng felt that it was unlikely. After all, a level 5 zombie had just appeared 4 days ago, and it stands to reason that the evolution of zombies should not be so fast. His Matrix. Finally, Han Feng suddenly thought of this answer. It is also the only final result that can explain these bizarre things. Luna, play the footage of the 8th screening room. In a hurry, Han Feng stood up and ordered without eating the leftovers in the bowl. Okay, Captain Han. The video of the 8th screening room of the cinema will be played soon. Please wait. Closing his eyes, Han Feng saw the scene in the cinema this afternoon. The inner corridor of the screening room, the big screen in the theater, and the 3 heads under the screen. Luna stopped for a moment. In reality, Han Feng gently raised his right hand and said, Okay, Captain Han. Looking at the frozen picture, Han Feng thought for a few seconds and then said, Luna, zoom in on the head. Okay, Captain Han. The picture has been zoomed in. As the picture zoomed in, 3 heads with European faces appeared. They are from the Special Forces. Looking at the clear picture, Han Feng gritted his teeth and said, all the answers echoed Han Feng's guess, and also confirmed the suspicion that the high-level zombies controlled the situation. Bang! Sitting back on the stool, Han Feng's eyes were a little dazed. Closing his eyes gently, Han Feng constructed the cause of the incident in his mind. The Matrix killed several Special Forces officers and cut off their heads. In order to pursue the Matrix, the Special Forces chased to the department store. In order to obstruct the Special Forces, the Matrix called all the zombies in the building to gather on the first floor, and he quietly sneaked out to the cinema 1 kilometer away. Maybe the Matrix knew that he had a grudge with the Special Forces, so the Matrix did not hurt him. Thinking of this, Han Feng opened his eyes. All this made sense. Ghost, bring the supply box over. Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it. Then he remembered to open the box. Less than a minute later, the Terminator Ghost came in with a small box. Taking the small supply box, Han Feng observed it. This is a small wooden box. Square, like a jewelry box. But what puzzled Han Feng was that this supply box seemed to have no opening. Each side looked the same, making it impossible to tell up, down, left, and right. Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded, because Han Feng saw traces of graffiti on a corner of the small box. Nervous face, Han Feng stared at the smiling expression. This, pointing at the small wooden box with his right hand. Han Feng looked at the Terminator Ghost, and then looked back at the small wooden box. He went back and forth several times, not knowing what to say. This familiar pattern made Han Feng think of the mysterious girl. Once upon a time, in the night bar, there was also such a smiling expression on the supply box she handed to him. Could she be the mother? Frowning deeply, Han Feng really didn't want to believe this was true. After thinking for a few seconds, Han Feng shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out, he just put it aside. Let's see what's in the supply box first. Luna, open the supply box. Putting his hand on the supply box, Han Feng spoke. Ding. The same crisp sound as before sounded. But this time, no sign was seen in the air. After waiting for a few seconds, the air was still silent. Luna, what's going on? Looking at the empty supply box, Han Feng asked puzzledly. Reporting to Captain Han. Unfortunately, this is an empty box. Luna explained with an apologetic voice. Empty box? Nothing? Yes, Captain Han. I'm sorry. At this point, Han Feng closed his eyes in despair. He would never have thought that he would fight to death, kill zombies and hurt magnetic infantry, and go through the haunted house, just to get an empty box? Why is it an empty box? Han Feng screamed to the sky, really puzzled. Even in the Red Alert game, there is no such thing as an empty box? How come in the real world there are empty supply boxes? Reporting to Team Han, there is a 3% chance that the supply box will be in this situation. In her mind, Luna felt Han Feng's desperation and added in time. Turning his head back, Han Feng casually put the empty box of the supply box on the table and said dejectedly, Forget it, just treat it as an adventure. After that, Han Feng looked around, then walked out of the color steel house, ready to breathe some fresh air. Walking in the zinc mine, Han Feng's mind was full of what happened today. After hesitating again and again, Han Feng decided to go to the department store and the cinema tomorrow. Maybe he was in a hurry to go home at that time and missed some clues. At the same time, Han Feng also fell into deep regret, thinking why didn't he leave a survivor of the special forces? With the great god Tanya here, she will definitely be able to find out something. Alas, with a self-blaming sigh, Han Feng threw down the cigarette butt and stamped it out. The next day, Han Feng, who had been tortured by his worries all night, got up with dark circles under his eyes. After breakfast, Han Feng took the 1st and 2nd Brigades to prepare for departure. It is worth mentioning that Han Feng also brought Tanya, the Terminator, and the spy with him for this operation. After saying goodbye to Wei Yun and the others, Han Feng gave an order. The mighty convoy began to move towards the city. 2.5 hours later, the convoy arrived at the department store. Everyone on alert. Snipers, find your own sniping points, Han Feng said as he looked around after getting off the car. Dang 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 dang. Hundreds of Red Alert soldiers moved quickly to occupy the surrounding traffic fortresses. Tanya, Ghost, you two follow me. Seeing that the cordon was set up, Han Feng stepped forward, called out to the two and rushed into the department store first. Telekinesis. Start. With a light shout, 10 silver wings flew out and surrounded Han Feng and the other two. Going up to the 2nd floor, the environment here was the same as yesterday. As quiet as ever. James, come up for a moment. Standing at the stairs, Han Feng looked down and called the spy James. Okay. Captain Han got it. James responded and went up to the 2nd floor in 2 steps. Ghost, you protect James. You two go upstairs together. I think there should be no danger upstairs. After thinking for a while, Han Feng continued, James, use your lifelong learning. Find clues about this building, no matter what it is. I want to listen. Okay. Seeing Han Feng's serious expression, James put away his playful expression and showed a gentleman's smile. Watching the two go upstairs, Han Feng calmed his inner tension, then turned to look at Tanya behind him and said, Yesterday, the special forces of another country fought downstairs in this building. I think there must be something here that can attract them. Huh? You mean Sanjiazu and the others? Tanya smiled meaningfully when she heard it. Well, when you got off the car just now, didn't you see the bodies on the ground? No. You were so anxious. Who would have time to look at those? Tanya asked after laughing. I just looked at this floor. There is nothing special. Maybe it's upstairs. After saying that, Tanya left Han Feng and walked upstairs by herself. Following Tanya, Han Feng came to the 3rd floor. Like the 2nd floor, it was also quiet. It seems that, as he thought, all the zombies in the whole building have been gathered at the bottom floor. On this floor, Han Feng did not see James and Ghost, which meant they had already gone up to the 4th floor. After a quick search, Han Feng and the others continued to climb the stairs without finding anything. Captain Han, don't look at the 4th and 5th floors. Just go to the 6th floor. Suddenly, Han Feng, who was climbing the stairs, received a notice from the spy James. Okay. Han Feng responded and quickly went upstairs. After arriving at the 6th floor with Tanya, James stood at the stairs and pointed to a window and said, "There are no clues in this building. I followed this set of footprints all the way upstairs until I saw this." Following the direction James pointed, Han Feng saw an open window and footprints extending under the window. Chapter 286, Stubborn. A breeze blew in through the open window, making Han Feng feel a little cool. Coming to the window, Han Feng leaned over and looked down. There was no trace of blood at a height of tens of meters. Obviously, the mother should have left without any damage. Turning back, Han Feng squatted on the ground and began to study the footprints. According to visual estimation, this is probably a footprint of 36 to 37 yards. According to the landing point and size of the footprint, it should be a woman. While slowly getting up, Han Feng said to Luna, "Luna, explore these footprints and keep a record." "Okay, Captain Han." Luna had just responded when Han Feng continued. "Luna, among the known people who fits this size, report to Captain Han. In the system identification database, the people who fit this size are Wei Yun and Lin Lan." As soon as Luna said this, Han Feng's pupil shrank to the size of a needle tip. Yes, and Lin Lan. How could he forget her? Once upon a time, Lin Lan was the most powerful fighter in this team. Whether it was grappling, fighting, shooting, etc., it was no problem. But for some unknown reason, Lin Lan became like this. Han Feng, who was in deep thought, looked at the footprints at his feet again, and his face became a little embarrassed. Could it be Lin Lan is controlled by the Matrix? Thinking of this, Han Feng closed his eyes in pain, because he really couldn't imagine the scene of himself and Lin Lan facing each other with swords. Nor could he accept the disaster of his former comrade becoming tomorrow's enemy. After a few seconds, Han Feng, who had sorted out his emotions, raised his legs and walked downstairs, and said at the same time, "Let's go! Go to the next place." With a large force, Han Feng and his party came to the cinema yesterday. "Everyone get off the car and be alert." As before, Han Feng ordered the red alert soldiers to clear the scene. After opening the car door and getting out of the car, Han Feng then ordered Tanya, "Ghost, James, follow me." In order to enter the cinema today, Han Feng specially prepared several flashlights. Entering the dark corridor of the cinema again, Han Feng took a deep breath. After dispelling most of the fear, Han Feng raised his legs and stepped in. Walking into the number 8 screening room, Han Feng looked at the 3 heads in front of the screen. "James, Tanya, you two search for clues. Ghost stays with me." After saying that, Han Feng squatted down and gently turned one of the heads. Even though this person is dead, Han Feng can still feel the masculine aura of a soldier from his face. Looking closely at the face, Han Feng found a problem, that is, this person's face is calm, and it seems that he was not frightened before his death. Looking down, Han Feng saw a smooth cut on the man's neck. Putting down the flashlight, Han Feng reached out and touched the edge of the wound. Then said to himself, "It looks like the damage caused by Silver Wing." After observing, Han Feng picked up the other 2. Like the previous one, there was no other new discovery. Helplessly, Han Feng put down his head and picked up the flashlight. When he was about to get up, he saw James and Tanya walking towards him together. "Did you find anything?" Looking at the 2 people getting closer and closer, Han Feng asked subconsciously. But what surprised Han Feng was that James and Tanya actually passed him by and walked past him, without even looking at him. Frowning slightly, Han Feng realized that they must have discovered something. James walked in front and reached out to grab the curtain. Tear! A piece of the curtain was torn off. What Han Feng didn't expect was that a letter fell out from the inner layer of the curtain. The telekinesis suddenly rose, hooking the letter, and before it fell to the ground, it turned and flew into Han Feng's hands. With extreme surprise, Han Feng opened the letter. "Look up." Han Feng almost threw away the letter in his hand with just 3 short words. This weird feeling is really suffocating. Seeing that Han Feng didn't move, Tanya took the letter, took a look at it, and looked up. "What is that?" Tanya asked in confusion, tilting her head. At this time, Han Feng, who had paused for a few seconds, also looked up and saw a small box. This is a small rectangular wooden box, similar in shape to the box for necklaces. In the middle of the box, there is a thin line traction. suspended above everyone's head. Without hesitation, Han Feng directly hooked a silver wing to cut the rope. The next second, the traction rope was cut, and the small box fell down. Reaching out to catch it, Han Feng opened it. But unexpectedly, an injection was lying safely inside. Energy 7. Han Feng and James said the identity of this thing in unison. Energy 7? This time, Tanya, who had never seen this injection, made a puzzled sound. Han Feng's eyes lit up, and he kept looking at the medicine in his hand, and said to Luna, "Explain it to Tanya." After a pause, Han Feng continued, "Luna, if I inject Energy 7 again, will it become stronger?" After a few seconds, Luna replied to Tanya and said, "Report to Captain Han. According to the system simulation calculation, the efficacy of Energy 7 medicine will be reduced by 25% to 50% if it is injected again. Okay. Let the combat laboratory remove the toxicity." After listening to Luna, Han Feng decided on the spot and injected again. Before Luna spoke, Han Feng had prepared for the worst-case scenario. Even if the energy potion can reach 10% of its effect, it must be injected. I didn't expect such a surprise. The effect can reach such a high level. Okay, Captain Han. The combat laboratory is removing the GS virus residue in the Energy 7 potion. The estimated time is 5 minutes. Please wait. Han Feng nodded after hearing this and said nothing more. Holding the letter paper and the small box in his hand, he began to wander around. 5 minutes later. Report to Captain Han. The GS virus residue in the Energy 7 potion has been cleared. When the time came, Luna reported, "Tanya, help me intracardiac injection." After hearing this, Han Feng directly took out the Energy 7, handed it to Tanya beside him, and told him how to inject it. "Lie down." Taking Energy 7, Tanya said lightly. A few seconds later, the long needle tip was inserted into Han Feng's chest. Instantly, the warm and comfortable feeling in his heart rose again. Han Feng knew that the heart-wrenching pain was about to come, so he ordered in advance, "Everyone be alert. Always pay attention. If zombies attack, don't fight unless necessary." "Yes, Captain Han." "Yes, Captain Han." "Yes, Captain Han." Replies rang in his mind one after another. And Tanya and the Terminator ghost beside him also turned their backs to Han Feng, watching the surroundings vigilantly, eliminating all possible dangers. Tens of seconds later. Ah! Suddenly, Han Feng covered his chest and curled up like a shrimp. "It hurts. It hurts. It hurts." Han Feng rolled on the ground frantically with his fists clenched, and at the same time expressed his feelings at the moment. Soon, Han Feng's sweat soaked his shirt. His facial features were twisted together, and his flushed cheeks looked a little swollen. At this time, in the cinema, except for Han Feng screaming, there was no other movement. 2 minutes later, Han Feng, who was limp on the ground, moved his fingers gently, with half-closed eyes. Han Feng, as if he had just been fished out of the water, said, "Alive, alive, alive." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Feng closed his eyes and passed out. The last injection was much more painful than this time. The reason why Han Feng was able to hold on was because he was in the enemy camp at that time, and he had to stay awake even if he had to force himself. But this time, he was at a relatively stable place, with no worries. He chose to have a good sleep. Da-da, da-da-da, da-da. Boom, boom. Han Feng, who was lying on the ground, was awakened by the fierce gunfire and grenade sounds. He suddenly opened his eyes. Han Feng sat up suddenly and looked around in horror. What's going on? How did it open? While saying this, Han Feng thought to himself that there were many defensive weapons around the zinc mine. Why did these gunshots feel so close? Report to Captain Han. Zombies are attacking. Luna's brief 8 words explained the current situation. At this time, Han Feng was much more sober, and then he realized that he was in a movie theater. Oh! Oh my! Why don't you go home? Han Feng slammed his right fist on the ground and slapped his forehead with his left palm. Han Feng shouted, "Report to Captain Han. Red Alert soldiers are not allowed to make decisions without clear orders." As Han Feng stood up, Luna explained, "Stubborn, stubborn, stubborn," Han Feng muttered as he ran outside. Suddenly, Han Feng found that only the Terminator ghost was following him. So he turned around and asked, "Where is Tanya?" "Captain Han. Tanya has gone outside to lead the battle." Luna answered before the Terminator could speak. Nodding, Han Feng said something else. Running outside, Han Feng saw a large number of zombies rushing over. And the sky at this time also turned as dark as ink. "How long have I slept? Why is it dark?" Seeing this, Han Feng asked in annoyance. "Captain Han, you have been unconscious for 8 hours." Without taking out his phone, Han Feng asked directly, "What time is it now?" "Captain Han, the time is now 10:11 p.m. "Damn." Han Feng cursed softly, staring at the zombies and said, "Telekinesis. Start." Howl. Clang. Instantly, 10 silver wings and 10 silver shuttles soared into the sky, flying straight towards the zombies. After injecting the second dose of Energy 7, Han Feng didn't know how strong he was now, nor whether his mental strength could last for 5 minutes. But facing a large number of zombies, Han Feng had to deal with them as quickly as possible. Then escape. "Luna, how are the casualties of the Red Alert soldiers?" Han Feng asked Luna while operating the silver shuttle and silver wings. "Report to Captain Han. There are no casualties on our side." "Huh?" After listening to Luna, Han Feng thought thankfully that he woke up quickly. Chapter 287. Difficult to distinguish friend from foe. Around the cinema, there are zombies territory. Red Alert's defensive weapons cannot be built here because they are too far away from the temporary base. If there is another zombie craze, this number of people will definitely not be able to handle it. Han Feng fought back the zombies while looking into the distance, wondering how many zombies would follow. Unfortunately, under the cover and protection of the night, Han Feng could not see the border. At this time, Han Feng was not worried about these endless low-level zombies, but the appearance of level 5 zombies. You know, there are only 100 Red Alert soldiers around him. If the ammunition cannot be replenished, the battle will eventually reverse. Even if it is unrealistic to summon Red Alert soldiers now, because the vehicles coming here are limited. Even if a large number of Red Alert soldiers are really summoned, they cannot be brought back safely. Thinking of this, Han Feng increased the output of his thoughts. In an instant, the silver shuttle and silver wings once again turned into cold rays, flying among the zombies. Han Feng got anxious. While trying to break through, Han Feng kept scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes were attracted by one place. It was a fire extinguisher. When he saw the small fire extinguisher, Han Feng did not hesitate, and ran over and kicked it. Bang! The fragile iron sheet could not withstand the power of Han Feng's kick, and after a muffled sound, a large pit was concave inward. Reaching out and pulling open the iron door, Han Feng's mouth curled up. Sure enough, there was a fire axe inside. But the only drawback was that there was only one fire axe in the fire cabinet. Without time to think, Han Feng picked up the fire axe and rushed into the zombie group. When passing by the Terminator Ghost at the entrance of the cinema, Han Feng saw that he only used his body to kill the zombies, and the Gatling on his right arm was like a decoration. "Ghost, don't hold it back. Fire!" Han Feng hurriedly threw down a sentence and jumped into the zombie group. Buzz! Buzz! After receiving the instruction, Ghost pressed the trigger of the Gatling. In an instant, 6 barrels burst into fierce flames. Under the fierce attack of the Gatling gun, coupled with the shuttle of the silver shuttle and silver wing, zombies on the opposite side fell down in large numbers, like ripe wheat being harvested by a harvester. In another direction, Han Feng, holding a fire axe, fought hard to kill the zombies in front of him. With the activation of both telekinesis and speed, Han Feng's figure was still quite comfortable, and there was no sign of lack of mental power. After dozens of seconds, the Terminator Ghost used up all the bullets and returned to the hand-to-hand attack mode again. Hearing the Gatling gun shut down, Han Feng contacted Tanya in his mind and said, "Tanya, organize the soldiers to use grenades." After killing a level 3 zombie, Han Feng added, "Tanya, use a few incendiary bottles to illuminate the surroundings. Remember, let the soldiers avoid the flash." Received. Han Feng gave the 2 orders and instantly received Tanya's reply. Boom! Boom! A few seconds later, violent explosions were heard around the battlefield. Among these explosions, there were also some incendiary bottles. After the flash, 6 or 7 places were lit up with fire, which temporarily lit up the dark night. At this time, Most of the Red Alert soldiers had run out of ammunition. The only ones who could continue the battle were Han Feng, Ghost and Tanya. In order to avoid unnecessary losses, Han Feng could only let the soldiers without ammunition return to the armored vehicle and wait. However, the soldiers on the vehicle were not idle either. Instead, they drove at full speed into the zombies in the distance and carried out a crushing massacre. Anyway, the outer wall of the saber-tooth armored vehicle is hard, and its own weight is as high as more than 10 tons. As long as you don't seek death to touch the 4th level zombies, there is basically no opponent. 5 minutes later, when the zombies around the cinema were almost cleared, Han Feng ran to the armored vehicle closest to him, and then ordered, "Everyone, get on the bike. Prepare to evacuate." Buzz! The armored vehicles in the distance received the order and turned their heads. 4 or 5 armored vehicles drove side by side on the road, forming a steel wall, and Han Feng drove into the front row, with his eyes wide open. Han Feng tried his best to search for threats within his sight. Of course, this threat only refers to the 4th level zombies. Under the control of telekinesis, the Silver Wing swept across the front of the convoy, mainly cleaning up some 3rd level zombies waiting for an opportunity. And the Silver Shuttle was dormant above the armored vehicle, ready to defend and assassinate the 4th level zombies at any time. Fortunately, after more than 20 minutes of escape, Han Feng's convoy did not encounter 4th level zombies. After leaving the city, Han Feng instantly collapsed on the seat. Finally out, staring at the ceiling in the car, Han Feng sighed. Then, he asked Luna, "Luna, what are our casualties?" Reporting to the Han team, no one on our side was killed. The most seriously injured is the Terminator Ghost, whose bionic tissue damage rate has reached 50%. After listening to Luna, Han Feng was relieved this time. After all, it is rare to escape from the jaws of death without damage. The convoy is now far away from the city, and it is expected to return to the zinc mine in less than 2 hours. On the way back, Han Feng closed his eyes and carefully felt the mental power in his mind. "Luna, I feel that I still have a lot of mental power." After a few seconds, feeling the strong mental power, Han Feng couldn't help but ask Luna, "Captain Han, according to the system's calculation, you still have 37% of your mental power left." "So much?" After getting the data, Han Feng suddenly opened his eyes and asked in disbelief, "You know, in the battle that lasted for 7 or 8 minutes just now, I used all my customized weapons, and even the speed superpower was superimposed. If it were me before, just using all my customized weapons would take 5 minutes. Thinking about it, Han Feng smiled foolishly. "What if you encounter a level 5 zombie? Will I easily blow it up?" "Ha ha ha. Captain Han, with your current strength, it is not enough to kill a level 5 zombie." Hearing Han Feng's crazy talk, Luna couldn't help but remind him, "It's okay, it's not a big problem." Immersed in the joy of power, Han Feng automatically shielded Luna's report. 1 hour and 50 minutes later, Han Feng and his party arrived at the zinc mine. As soon as he entered the mine, Han Feng saw Wei Yun, Wei Peng and others welcoming him at the door. "Tanya, take them back to rest first." Raising his hand to signal to stop the car, Han Feng instructed as he opened the door and got out of the car. "Okay." After responding, Tanya left Han Feng and led the 1st and 2nd battalions back to the station. When the convoy left, Lu Rui was the first to walk towards Han Feng and asked with a cheeky smile, "Boy, where did you go to have fun with so many people in the middle of the night?" "Fatty, a dog can't spit out ivory." Pointing at Lu Rui, Han Feng said with an exaggerated expression, "Do you know that I was almost made into dumplings today? If I hadn't run fast, I wouldn't have been able to come back." "Still laughing? Still laughing?" Seeing Lu Rui winking, Han Feng reached out and hit him a few times. After playing with Lu Rui for a few times, Han Feng straightened his clothes, then walked to Wei Yun and said, I'm a little hungry. Accompany me for a midnight snack?" "Yeah." Nodding, Wei Yun agreed softly and turned to walk towards the color steel room. Han Feng, who was following behind, thought he would have to wait for a long time, but he didn't expect that the dishes on the table were still warm. "Brother-in-law, I heated up these dishes several times for you." Wei Peng, who was also following behind Wei Yun, gently touched Han Feng and said, looking at Wei Yun who was still serving rice. Han Feng suddenly felt an inexplicable touch in his heart. After eating supper, it was already 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. After saying hello, Han Feng walked into the bedroom, took a quick shower, and then lay on the bed, thinking about Lin Lan. According to the encounters with the Special Forces these times, it seems that each of their teams has an Energy 7 potion. Combined with the remarks of the commander of the 1st Special Forces, there are at least 4 other Special Forces in China. I solved one of them yesterday, that is. There are 3 left now. Thinking of this, Han Feng narrowed his eyes and said to himself, if I can collect the remaining potions and inject them all into my body. Shaking his head, Han Feng frowned again. Let's not talk about the energy potion first. What is the purpose of Lin Lan giving me such an important thing? Suddenly, Han Feng remembered what Lin Lan had said to him. I'm really disappointed that I didn't see your change. If you continue like this, you really don't deserve it. Disappointed, unworthy. Repeating Lin Lan's words that day, Han Feng was thoughtful. Sitting up slowly, Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it. Looking at his hands, Han Feng said to himself, do I meet Lin Lan's definition of strong now? Then, Han Feng continued, if it does, why does Lin Lan still give me the potion? If it doesn't, what does she want me to do? Then, there was silence for dozens of seconds, because Luna didn't know how to answer Han Feng's questions. After smoking, Han Feng put out the cigarette, lying on the bed, slowly fell asleep. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Han Feng was awakened by the alarm, because he had slept for a long time yesterday. Han Feng, who had only slept for less than 4 hours, was very energetic. After washing up, Han Feng walked towards the restaurant. During the meal, Han Feng asked Luna, Luna, how much steel do we need? Captain Han, we still need 1,800 tons of steel to build the Allied base vehicle. How long will it take to gather them? Captain Han, about 3 days. So fast? Han Feng couldn't believe it when Luna told him the time. 10 semi-trailers, each carrying 80 tons of steel, can definitely be gathered in 3 days. Okay. Call the 3rd and 4th teams to assemble. Putting down the bowl and chopsticks, Han Feng continued, these few days, we not only need to find steel, we must also try to collect the rest of the materials. Okay. Captain Han. After the exchange, Han Feng wiped his mouth. After saying goodbye to Wei Yun and the others, he stood up and walked out. Chapter 288, Cargo Transportation Plan. After taking all the semi-trailer trucks and seeing that the 3rd and 4th teams had assembled, Han Feng gave an order, everyone, let's go! Buzz. Stepping on the accelerator, the team headed towards the city again. It took another 2.5 hours for the team to arrive at the building materials street. After parking the car this time, Han Feng led the team into the store. After walking around the store, Han Feng instructed, load all the materials that can be used. While talking, Han Feng carefully thought about the details of building the base vehicle. After a while, Han Feng asked Luna, Luna, explore the building materials street and see what materials are here. After a pause, Han Feng said, by the way, let's see what's not here. Okay. Captain Han. After responding to Han Feng, Luna started the detection. A minute later, the detection results came out. Report to Captain Han. In the building materials street, steel, copper, lithium, aluminum, titanium, and other materials all meet the construction needs of the Allied base vehicles. But vanadium, germanium, scandium yttrium, lanthanum, cerium, neodymium, and other materials are not available here. All rare metals and materials. Right? Yes. Captain Han. After listening to Luna, Han Feng took out a cigarette, lit one and said, if the combat laboratory is asked to replenish these materials, how many gold coins will it cost? Report to Captain Han. The combat laboratory needs to produce about 50 tons of rare materials and 50 tons of materials that have not yet been collected. The manufacturing price of each ton is 2,000 gold coins, which will cost about 200,000. Cough. Cough. Before Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's breathing became disordered, and the choking smoke was inhaled back into his lungs, causing Han Feng to cough. In his eye sockets, due to the stimulation, the tear glands began to secrete tears. This made Han Feng look pitiful. How much? 200,000? After a few seconds, Han Feng patted his chest and asked with red eyes, no way. You won't really take 200,000 gold coins from me, brother? Report to Captain Han. The price of the combat laboratory is clearly marked. Hearing Luna's hesitant answer, Han Feng waved his hand and said, Okay. Okay, stop talking. I'll think of a way. Okay. Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng turned his attention to the system. 1629814. When he saw the number in the gold coin balance column, Han Feng hesitated. Now he has 1.6 million gold coins. A huge sum of money. Enough to pay for the production cost of 200,000. But 200,000 gold coins. Wouldn't it be nice to summon 2,000 mobilized soldiers? Even if we make American soldiers, we can still summon 400? Han Feng pursed his lips and threw down his cigarette butt and stomped it out. Then he looked up and looked around, thinking about how to save this gold coin. It's not that Han Feng is stingy, but he has his concerns. Now the Allied base vehicle has not been built yet. When it is built, will the barracks cost money? Will the power station cost money? Will the heavy factory cost money? Will the radar and combat laboratory cost money? And now the number of Red Alert soldiers is only more than 300. Far less than the number of a legion. As for tanks? Haha, there is still a long way to go from the steel torrent. It's not that Han Feng doesn't want to spend the money, but too many places need gold coins. Han Feng, who is used to being poor, knows that money must be spent on the right things. Damn, now he is in the building materials street. All kinds of metal materials are here. If there is nothing here, then, just when Han Feng was frowning, suddenly, he thought of another good place. Then he slapped his thigh and said, Hey? Got it. Luna. Navigate to the electronic city. Or a large electronic store is fine. While giving orders, Han Feng walked quickly towards the saber-tooth armored vehicle. Report to Captain Han. The location of the electronic city has been determined, and the navigation is being turned on. Please wait. But without saying much, Han Feng started the car and stepped on the accelerator. Captain Han. Turn left at the intersection ahead. According to Luna's navigation, Han Feng sped towards the destination. More than 10 minutes later, Han Feng stopped the car in front of the huge electronic city. Luna, check here to see if there are any materials we need. After saying this with a smile, Han Feng touched his smart little head and wondered how he was so smart. The lack of metal materials in the building materials street does not mean that there are no metal materials and electronic components. You know, there are all kinds of rare elements in electronic equipment. As long as the electronic equipment is melted and the required materials are extracted, a lot of gold coins can be saved. If you are lucky, you may not have to spend a single gold coin. Moreover, in this doomsday, people are frantically scrambling for rice, noodles, grain, and oil. Who would rob these useless junk metal? Okay. Captain Han. While Han Feng was complacent, Luna turned on the detection. Roar! Suddenly, a muffled roar awakened Han Feng, and at the same time gave him a jump. Damn! Level 4 zombies. Hearing that the roar of the level 4 zombies came from the electronic city, Han Feng cursed and decisively turned the car around. Now I am alone, and it is not wise to carry an unknown number of zombies. Anyway, Luna's detection can extend far, so it is better to leave first. As soon as the armored vehicle left the electronic city, Luna's report sounded in my mind. Report to Captain Han. The rare materials that can be provided in this electronic city are about 40 tons. Good. Beautiful. After pumping his fist to celebrate, Han Feng continued, Luna, find the next electronic city. Report to Captain Han. There is only this electronic city in this city. An unexpected and embarrassing situation happened to Han Feng. Han Feng muttered softly and calculated in his mind. 50 tons of rare materials plus 50 tons of uncollected materials, a total of 100 tons. Minus the 40 tons of the electronic city, there are still 60 tons left. If the combat laboratory is asked to make the remaining materials, it will cost about 120,000 gold coins. No! It's still too much. After a firm word, Han Feng asked Luna, navigate to the department store. I remember there is a shopping area for buying TVs and washing machines there. Okay, Captain Han. Under Luna's guidance, Han Feng returned to the department store for the third time. Luna, explore this place. See how much material I can save here. No. How much material I can bring. Okay, Captain Han. 1 minute later, Luna calculated the result and said, report to Captain Han. There are 10 tons of rare materials and 10 tons of uncollected materials in the department store. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng calculated that he still needed to spend 80,000 gold coins. Thinking of this, Han Feng hesitated. After dozens of seconds, Han Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. Then I will come here every day to pick up the goods in the next few days. The remaining materials that can't be found, just give them to the combat laboratory." "Okay, Captain Han." "Sure." After receiving the reply, Han Feng turned the car around and returned to the building materials street. In this hour, he saved nearly 120,000 gold coins. Han Feng was still very happy about this. Looking at the busy mobilized soldiers, Han Feng was full of hope for the future. 2 hours later, 10 semi-trailers were fully loaded. Taking out his mobile phone, Han Feng saw that the current time was 1:30 p.m. Putting the phone back, Han Feng ordered Luna, "Prepare to return. Let's come again tomorrow." "Okay, Captain Han." After speaking, the convoy started, slowly accelerated, and drove towards the zinc mine. When they returned to the construction plant, it was about 4 p.m. After watching the semi-trailer trucks enter the construction plant, Han Feng led the team back to the zinc mine. After parking the car in front of the color steel house, Han Feng said hello to Wei Yun and the others, then went into the bedroom alone and began to plan the next hauling goods plan. Based on the zombie craze some time ago and the understanding of urban zombies in recent days, Han Feng roughly analyzed the situation of zombies in this city. First of all, the level 5 zombies that he was more afraid of were basically extinct. Among the remaining zombies, level 4 zombies were rarely seen. Although they existed, the number would not be large. Moreover, he now had a weapon like the silver shuttle that was specifically designed to kill level 4 zombies. Even if he encountered them head-on, it would only take a few minutes to kill them. The remaining zombies were easy to deal with, as they were just level 3 zombies that moved faster. To deal with level 3 zombies, ordinary soldiers could defend all around with their backs together to cut off the attack path of level 3 zombies. And he and Tanya could crush them without any pressure. Not to mention the Terminator Ghost. Although he was not fast, his defense was not something that a mere level 3 zombie could break. Besides, there were snipers on the commanding heights, who were the natural killers of level 3 zombies. The remaining level 1 and 2 zombies, such small fish and shrimps, could be swept away by a large area with a silver wing. After thinking through these points, Han Feng made a series of plans, waiting to be implemented tomorrow. Dang dang dang. Suddenly, there was a knock on Han Feng's bedroom door. "Brother Han? Did you not eat lunch?" It was Wei Yun's voice. Yes, Han Feng, who originally didn't feel anything, felt his stomach empty after being asked by Wei Yun. After laughing, Han Feng got up from the bed and went to open the door for Wei Yun. As soon as he opened the door, Wei Yun said, "Brother Han, I see you have been in for more than an hour. I wanted to wait for you to come out and ask you. I didn't expect it to be so long. So, I came up to ask. See if you have eaten? As soon as you see me. You ask me if I've eaten? You've almost made me fat." After saying this with a smile, Han Feng walked out of the bedroom, closed the door and said, "Eat, I'm just hungry." "Okay, you go to the restaurant and wait. I'll go heat up your food." As soon as the voice fell, Wei Yun turned and walked towards the kitchen. Because of Han Feng, today's dinner was moved forward to 5:30. Han Feng, who hadn't been free for a long time, can finally enjoy this short time. After dinner, Han Feng chatted with everyone for a while, and then went to Brother Wang's place, and also played cards with Kong Xiang and others for a while. Chapter 289, Mudslide. Around 5 in the morning of the next day. Boom! Boom! Ah! Awakened by the thunder, Han Feng suddenly sat up from the bed. In the dim room, Han Feng looked around in fear until he was sure there was no danger. Rubbing his face with both hands, Han Feng was no longer sleepy at this time. After waking up, Han Feng contacted Luna in his mind and said, "Luna, is it raining?" "Report to Captain Han." "Yes. Today's weather is heavy rain turning into moderate rain. And the wind force is level 4. Responding to Han Feng, Luna reported today's weather conditions. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng got up from the bed, walked to the window, and opened the curtains. Hua la la. Hu la la. Looking at the crackling rain outside, Han Feng was stunned. Since Han Feng is located in the north, The number of rains throughout the year is pitifully small, especially such heavy rain. It's been a long time since I encountered such heavy rain. Staring at the gray sky, Han Feng suddenly felt very comfortable. After watching for a while, Han Feng ordered Luna, "Strengthen patrols today. Let the grizzly tanks and armored vehicles go around the mine. If zombies attack, we can respond in time." "Okay, Captain Han." After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng walked back to the bed. He took out a cigarette and lit it, smoking while listening to the sound of rain. "It's raining today, so I can't go anywhere," Han Feng muttered to himself, thinking about what he could do in the mine today. As he thought about it, Han Feng felt sleepy again, so he simply put out the cigarette and took a nap before lying down. Han Feng specifically told Luna, "By the way, Luna, tell Wei Yun you don't need to call me for breakfast today, just say I'm not hungry." "Okay, Captain Han. I got it." After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng closed his eyes and fell asleep. When Han Feng woke up again, it was already past 11 o'clock in the afternoon. "Oh my god! What a sleep!" Putting down the phone, Han Feng rubbed his forehead, then got out of bed to wash up. While washing up, Han Feng could still hear the dense rain outside. "I thought that today's rain must have been held back for a long time." "Luna, what happened this morning?" Putting down the towel, Han Feng was more concerned about whether the zombies had sneak attacks in this weather. "Report to Captain Han. Everything is normal at each post. There is no abnormality." "That's good. Let the soldiers on duty continue to be alert." "Okay, Captain Han." After talking to Luna, Han Feng went downstairs to the restaurant, just in time for today's lunch. In the dim room, eating hot canned food made everyone feel an inexplicable emotion. Very comfortable and at ease. After lunch, Wei Yun, Wei Peng and Gui Yongxing cleaned up in the kitchen. Han Feng, Lu Rui, and Lu Zhi smoked and watched the rain. The heavy rain lasted until 1 p.m. and then turned into moderate rain. Looking at the lake in the low-lying area downstairs, Han Feng frowned and asked Luna, "Luna, when will the rain stop? The first floor is almost flooded." "Report to Captain Han. The system predicts that it will turn into light rain in 3 hours. The rain will continue until the evening." "Oh my god! It can rain for a whole day?" "Yes, Captain Han. To be exact, it's 17 hours. After saying that, Han Feng looked worried. He thought it was too abnormal. This is not the South. How can a rain last so long? And the rainfall is so huge. It doesn't fit the climate of the North at all. Alas, aren't there many abnormal things this year? Shaking his head, Han Feng laughed at himself and went back to the bedroom. To be honest, Han Feng, who has been busy all the time, suddenly took a day off and didn't know what he could do. This boring state lasted until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Emergency report. Emergency report. According to the system detection, there is a risk of landslide on the north side of the mine. The probability of occurrence is 46%. Emergency report. Emergency report. According to the system detection, there is a risk of landslide on the north side of the mine. The probability of occurrence is 46%. Emergency report. Emergency report. According to. After 4 o'clock, Han Feng's drowsy head suddenly heard Luna's 3 consecutive emergency warnings. Ejected to get up, Han Feng asked while putting on his shoes, "Landslide? What impact will it have on us if it happens?" "Report to Captain Han. The construction plant is at the foot of the mountain in the north of the mine, and the temporary residence of the survivors is not far from the construction plant. Once a landslide occurs, it will trigger a mudslide. The construction plant is bound to suffer. And secondly, the survivors' residence will not be spared. But in terms of the degree of damage, the survivors' temporary residence will be less severe." Listening to Luna's report and prediction, Han Feng quickened his pace downstairs. In the rain, Han Feng rushed outside and ran to the multi-purpose infantry vehicle parked downstairs. After getting into the car, Han Feng started the vehicle and drove towards the construction plant. Good. Because the rain softened the soil road, the multi-purpose infantry vehicle was like drunk, swaying on the muddy road. It took Han Feng 10 minutes to reach the construction plant instead of the original 5-minute journey. After parking the car at the entrance of the construction plant, Han Feng casually held a piece of clothing on his head and got out of the car. Standing in the rain, Han Feng looked at the mountain where a landslide might occur. Feeling the cold rain, Han Feng gritted his teeth and asked, "Luna, What is the probability of a landslide now? Report to Captain Han. The probability of a landslide has increased from 46% to 52%. The probability has increased by 6% so quickly? Han Feng asked in disbelief. And then continued, let the system predict it. How can we stop it? Report to Captain Han. Landslides can only be prevented. In a situation like this. I'm sorry. The system does not have any effective measures to prevent landslides. Damn. After hearing what Luna said, Han Feng threw the clothes that protected his head from the rain to the ground. After yelling, he became even more panicked. Luna, let the system calculate. If a landslide really occurs, what will happen to the construction plant? What will happen to the temporary residence of the survivors? While asking this question, Han Feng kept praying in his heart, hoping that this was a small landslide, instead of the imagined torrent. After a few seconds, the system finished calculating, and Luna reported, report to Captain Han. Once a landslide occurs, the avalanche-like mudslide will be destructive enough to destroy the entire construction plant. And the temporary residence of the survivors will also be razed to the ground. In the rain, Han Feng closed his eyes in despair. When a disaster occurs, people can run. But how can a construction plant run without legs? The construction materials that were collected with great difficulty were destroyed just like that. Opening his eyes, Han Feng let the rain hit him randomly. Stayed still. His eyes were fixed on the mountain. At this time, the signal tower and electric poles on the mountain had tilted slightly. Gurgle. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Han Feng's clenched fists became colder and colder. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, several muffled sounds of breaking came from the air. Even Han Feng, who was standing on the ground, could clearly feel a slight tremor. It's over. It's over. Han Feng kept repeating these 3 words, and at the same time contacted Luna in his mind, asking Luna to send red alert soldiers to guide the survivors to evacuate the temporary residence. With his teeth clenched, Han Feng kept thinking, struggling between the idea of running and staying, until Han Feng saw the wall surrounding the construction plant. Han Feng's eyes lit up. Yes. Slapping his thigh, Han Feng contacted Luna and said, Luna, build a wall where the mountain is fragile and broken. Han Feng thought, as long as the wall is built, the foundation below it will be compacted by the system. In this way, it can effectively avoid the occurrence of disasters. And the price of 1 gold coin per meter is really good value for money. Report to Captain Han. The wall cannot be built in the mountain. Unexpectedly, Luna actually reported that it could not be built. Why? Is it more than 5 kilometers away from the temporary base? Scratching his head, Han Feng was a little puzzled. The distance was obviously not far. Report to Captain Han. It's not because of the distance, but because the mountain structure is unstable and the wall cannot be built. Damn. Han Feng cursed inwardly. He wanted to find a loophole in the system, but he didn't expect. Okay. Han Feng pursed his lips and continued, Luna, calculate the route of the landslide. Build a wall within the buildable range. Be sure to block the mudslide and debris flow from the landslide. Report to Captain Han. The route of landslides, mudslides and other flows has been simulated and calculated. The coverage length is about 6 kilometers, which is the highest level of natural disasters. Among them, build. Han Feng interrupted and shouted before Luna finished speaking. Okay, Captain Han. We need gold coins to build a 6-kilometer wall. Build. Okay, Captain Han. The wall is under construction. Please wait. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. In the rain, a series of muffled sounds from the construction of the wall came from far to near, and then from near to far. Report to Captain Han. The 6-kilometer wall has been built. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng asked, Luna, can this wall stop the mudslide? Report to Captain Han. No. Hearing this, Han Feng immediately said, continue to build. After a pause, Han Feng added, 50 meters behind the first wall. Build another 6-kilometer wall. Confirmed. Okay. Captain Han. The wall is being built. Please wait. Luna. What about now? Han Feng repeated the question when the second wall was completed. Report to Captain Han. No. Build a third wall. 50 meters behind the second wall. Another wall. Pointing at the foot of the mountain. Han Feng said angrily, 1 wall can't stop you. Then build 10. 100. 1,000. Bang! Boom boom boom! Hua hua! As soon as Han Feng's roar fell, a fierce roar suddenly broke out in the mountain. Then, the mountain seemed to be taking off clothes, and a large area of the mountain began to fall off. Mudslide. Coming. Chapter 290, Boulder Crisis. The mud was mixed with rocks of different sizes, trees and other objects that swept down and came towards us. If the zombie frenzy made people feel scared, at least there was still a chance to fight. But facing this natural disaster, Han Feng felt powerless. Rumble. The whole earth began to tremble, like an earthquake. And in the mountains, it seemed as if hundreds of trains whistled at the same time. Luna. 10 walls. Han Feng tried his best to stabilize his trembling body, and pointed to the direction of the mudslide and continued, every 50 meters. No. Build a wall every 25 meters. Okay. Captain Han. The wall is being built. Please wait. After that, 10 walls appeared instantly, blocking the mountain and the construction plant, the temporary residence of the survivors. A total of 13 walls. Each wall is 6 kilometers long, and the price is the evaporation of nearly 80,000 gold coins. Looking at the densely packed walls that are like speed bumps, the stone in Han Feng's heart fell a little. Luna. Now, can you block the impact of the mudslide? Report to Captain Han. There is a certain probability of blocking. After listening, Han Feng was silent. Luna did not give an accurate probability, but only said that there is a certain probability. In other words, the probability is very low. At this point, even if Han Feng still wanted to build a wall, it was unrealistic, because the distance from the foot of the mountain to the construction plant was not far. There was really no place to build a speed bump. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng stood in the rain, thinking that he still had telekinesis to use. And he was the last speed bump. Report to Team Han. The mudslide is about to hit the first line of defense. Estimated time, 1 minute later. 50 seconds. 30 seconds. Looking at the landslide that collapsed half of the mountain, Han Feng kept taking deep breaths and adjusted his body to the most suitable state for outputting telekinesis. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. Boom boom boom. The countdown ended, and the mudslide closely contacted the first wall. I saw several huge rocks slamming into the wall. Just one encounter. The first wall was smashed into several large holes. Fuck. Seeing this scene, Han Feng was shocked. I didn't expect that the wall with a single square meter of maximum defense of 5 tank guns could not even withstand 1 second. Just sacrificed like this? Report to Team Han. The mudslide is about to hit the second line of defense. This time, Luna did not give an exact time in the report, because as soon as she finished speaking, the mudslide had already touched the second wall. Boom! Rumble! The boulder continued to move with unabated force, crushing the second wall. Such a defense couldn't even slow it down a bit. Gurgle. Seeing the second wall sacrificed, Han Feng swallowed his saliva and rubbed his eyes subconsciously. Rumble. At this time, Han Feng, who had just put down his hand, watched the boulder easily crush the third line of defense, and felt the vibration under his feet getting stronger and stronger. Can I really stop such a boulder? In a trance, Han Feng lost all confidence in himself. It's a pity that the boulder will not change its attack route because of Han Feng's mood. 4 or 5 round rocks collided with each other and continued to rush towards the construction plant. The 4th, 5th, 6th, until these boulders broke through the 6th wall. The speed began to slow down. But at this speed, breaking through all the walls is still easy. Suddenly, Han Feng understood what Luna meant by there is a certain probability of blocking a few minutes ago. Looking at the unstoppable rocks, Han Feng's face twitched a few times. But the wall is not useless. Except for these 4 or 5 boulders that can't be blocked. Most of the other small stones, flowing mud, and tree trunks are blocked. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng stared at the rolling boulder, letting the rain drip without blinking. Soon, the 8th line of defense was crushed. It was only a matter of time before the remaining 4 walls were destroyed. Han Feng estimated that the 4 boulders were less than 150 meters away from him. At this distance, it should not be too mentally exhausting to use telekinesis. Turning his head to look at the construction plant behind him, Han Feng smiled gently. Today, I will protect you no matter what. Moving his lips, Han Feng's voice was so low that only he could hear it. Turning back, Han Feng looked at the boulder that was about to roll over, and whispered, "Want to go over? Then roll over my body. Telekinesis. Open it for me." With his tiger eyes wide open, Han Feng's veins popped out all over his body. When he finished speaking this sentence word by word, the 10 silver shuttles on Han Feng's waist cut through his shirt and soared into the sky. Zheng Bu! Zheng! Zheng! The silver shuttles flying between heaven and earth made bursts of golden sounds. This golden sound shattered the raindrops around them. Under the control of telekinesis, Han Feng pointed his sword at the 4 boulders in front of him and said, "Break it for me." Swoosh! Swoosh! The 10 silver shuttles split into 2 and swooped down from the sky. They pierced 2 of the boulders. Ding ding ding! Ding ding! Buzz! After the threaded ends of the 5 silver shuttles pierced into the boulders, they began to spin wildly. At the point of contact between the 2, the surface of the boulder began to fall off. Chunks of gravel flew and scattered. Bang! 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 At this time, the 4 boulders had already destroyed the 11th wall. Ugh! Ah! Shatter! With red eyes, Han Feng roared, and then burst out his mental power. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, 2 muffled sounds came. The 2 boulders drilled by the silver shuttle broke from the middle. The boulders lost their shape advantage and finally stopped at the 12th line of defense. But, bang! Bang! There are still 2 prototype boulders that crushed the 12th line of defense, rolling towards the last wall. And the attack continued. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, Han Feng's ears caught the sound of running. Following the direction of the sound, Han Feng saw that the person coming was Tanya. Tanya ran on the last wall, rushing quickly towards the direction of the boulder. When the distance between the 2 was less than 50 meters, Tanya waved her right hand. A black object shot towards the boulder. Throwing out the black object, Tanya jumped off the wall. After rolling several times in the mud to relieve the impact, Tanya quickly approached the wall and shouted to Han Feng, "Avoid." Fuck. At this time, Han Feng knew what Tanya had thrown over. It was C4. After yelling, Han Feng quickly lay on the ground and dug his head down as hard as he could. He didn't care about the cold rain and the dirty mud on the ground. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the explosion was deafening. Debris was splashed everywhere. After the explosion, Han Feng didn't have time to think too much and got up directly from the ground. Because there was still one last boulder to deal with. But fortunately, the shockwave just now caused the boulder's rolling route to deviate a little. Although it was also rolling towards the construction plant. At least it was not right in the middle. Silver shuttle. Give it to me. Bang. It seemed like there was no time. Before Han Feng finished shouting start, the boulder had already destroyed the last line of defense. Looking at the boulder rolling towards him 30 meters away, Han Feng almost bit his teeth. Without hesitation, Han Feng moved more than 10 meters away, avoiding the boulder's path, and shouted, "Start!" The telekinesis swept out instantly, rolling towards the huge boulder. Buzz! The boulder, which was several meters high, was restrained in an instant, and its speed suddenly dropped. But the next second, the boulder began to exert force, continued to roll towards the construction plant. Cough! Crack! Suddenly, Han Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood. The muddy water under his feet was dyed red. Then, blood oozed from Han Feng's eyes. His nostrils were more like an open faucet, and the blood from his nose was no longer dripping. It was more like a river. Waterfall. Humph. Ugh. A series of mumblings came out of Han Feng's mouth, and with the blue veins exposed and mixed with blood all over his body, he was like an evil god rushing out of the 9 nether hell. Han Feng felt that what he intercepted was no longer a train moving at full speed, but a plane that was falling and diving. In the first moment of contact with the boulder while being imprisoned by telekinesis, Han Feng felt that his whole body was hammered by the 4th level zombies. In addition to the pain in his brain, even breathing was endless torture. But there was a construction plant in front of the boulder. Han Feng didn't want to be destroyed like this. Stop! Stop! Like a madman, Han Feng's body trembled violently, and he shouted wildly at the boulder more than 10 meters in front of him. At this time, Han Feng wanted to call back the silver shuttle to help, but just to restrain the boulder. His mental power was not enough, and he couldn't spare more mental power to hook the silver shuttle. Rolling his eyes, Han Feng felt that he was almost at his limit. Like being electrocuted, Han Feng foamed at the mouth, trembled violently, and slowly knelt down. How long has it been? Less than 10 seconds. Even Han Feng, who had been injected with 2 Energy 7 potions, felt that his mental power was completely drained at this time. With his hands on the ground, Han Feng felt spinning. The cheeks that were biting his teeth were sore and limp, and his saliva mixed with blood was hanging down in a thread. His trembling body was exhausted, and Han Feng, who was kneeling on the ground, was like a statue, motionless. I'm back. Suddenly, Han Feng heard the voice of the Terminator ghost. Han Feng forced his head up and narrowed his eyes. He saw the Terminator blocking the boulder with his arms. Following the Terminator's body, Han Feng saw that his legs had been nailed into the mud. His feet were no longer visible. You are really not afraid of death. Han Feng couldn't stand it anymore after whispering. Han Feng's arms that were supporting his body softened, and with a pop, his whole body fell into the mud, and Han Feng's eyes still remained half closed, and he fainted. Chapter 291, Back to Normal. Unfortunately, the situation will not be temporarily relieved because of Han Feng's coma. Instead, the boulder will become more violent due to the disappearance of the telekinesis. The Terminator's hands collapsed the moment Han Feng withdrew his telekinesis. Due to the squeezing, the bionic tissue in the palm of the Terminator was squeezed into a mud state, and then flowed down the arms along with the bionic blood. Squeak! Squeak! In less than a second, the Terminator's body made a screaming sound like grinding teeth. Then, the arms, legs, spine were all deformed and twisted. Even a body as strong as titanium steel could not withstand this boulder of more than 10 meters and hundreds of tons. Like a nail, the Terminator slowly sank down. Soon, the Terminator's calf was pressed into the ground. Bang! Suddenly, the one-star Grizzly tank 3 kilometers away fired. Swoosh! With the sound of the wind, the tank gun warhead rushed straight to the last boulder. Bang! Boom! The boulder was accurately hit by the tank gun. At the impact point, large pieces of rubble broke and fell off. But the remaining half of the boulder was crushed more than before due to the momentum of the shell. Bang! Bang bang! In less than 2 seconds, the Terminator's 2 arms made crisp cracking sounds. Without the support of his arms, the Terminator could only use his head to support the boulder. At the same time, he used his legs to stand firmly under the boulder. Bang! Bang! At this time, the other 2 Grizzlies also entered the attack range. In conjunction with the previous 1-star Grizzlies, 3 shells were fired at the same time. Bang bang bang! The 3 shells landed at 3 points on the boulder. With just one encounter, the boulder instantly broke into pieces, differentiated into hundreds of pieces of rubble of different sizes. It was no longer a spherical boulder, and lost its weight and size advantages. It finally turned into a small hill and stopped moving forward. The Terminator was buried under this hill. The rain continued to wash the earth. Han Feng was still unconscious in the same position as before. As for what happened around him after he fell unconscious, Han Feng was unaware. Tap tap. Coming in the rain, Tanya picked up Han Feng on the ground. She dragged him to the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, and then went home. After an unknown amount of time, Han Feng, who was lying on the bed, uttered a mumbling sound, and then opened his eyes hazily. Looking at the ceiling, Han Feng felt sore and weak all over. His head also felt empty, with occasional stabbing pains. Ahem. After coughing softly, Han Feng heard footsteps. A few seconds later, Wei Yan entered the room from the door. Brother Han, you finally woke up. After saying that, Wei Yan covered his mouth and cried. Ah? Why are you crying? With a hoarse voice, Han Feng took his hand out of the quilt, but unexpectedly shook off the towel on his forehead when he turned over. Hot? Picking up the towel from the pillow, Han Feng wondered. Why put a hot towel on my forehead? Holding the towel, Han Feng's eyes were hazy. It wasn't until 2 seconds later that he reacted and realized whether he had a fever. While thinking, Han Feng put the back of his hand on his forehead. Oh my god! Han Feng cursed softly when he felt the burning on the back of his hand. Before he could say anything, he saw Wei Yan coming over quickly, pulling out the towel in his hand, and then throwing it into the basin next to the bed to wash. While washing, Wei Yun said, Brother Han, you have been in a coma for 2 days and 2 nights. During the period when you were in a coma, your high fever went down for a while, and then rose again. At this time, Han Feng wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. Fuck. Mudslide. Suddenly, Han Feng suddenly remembered what he had experienced before he fell into a coma. After shouting, Han Feng struggled to get up from the bed. But unexpectedly his steps were unstable, and he almost fell down. Wei Yun hurriedly supported Han Feng and explained, It's okay, Brother Han. Be careful. It's okay, Han Feng asked, looking at Wei Yun who was close at hand. Yes, it's okay. Except that you are unconscious, and have a high fever. Huh? Relaxed? Han Feng exhaled, and slowly sat back on the bed. Luna, am I sick? While Wei Yun was washing the towel, Han Feng asked Luna in his mind. Report to Captain Han. Yes. Due to the double blow of your lack of mental strength and physical overdraft, and being in the rain for a long time. So, give me a quick recovery potion. Han Feng interrupted Luna halfway through. In order to get better quickly, Han Feng didn't care about the 20,000 gold coins. But, Luna's next answer made Han Feng dumbfounded. Report to Captain Han. The Gene Quick Recovery Potion is used to repair the injured parts of human tissue, and it does not have the effect of curing diseases and restoring health. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng also figured out some meanings. Yes, the function of the Quick Recovery Potion is not to cure diseases. If it can be used for treatment, then there will be no zombie virus in the world. Alas, Han Feng sighed after being rejected. Hearing Han Feng sigh, Wei Yun turned around and asked, What's wrong? Brother Han? Are you feeling uncomfortable? No, nothing. Han Feng laughed and lay down again, looking at the ceiling, blinking his eyes, wondering what he was thinking. Luna, how is the Terminator ghost? Han Feng asked, recalling the second before he fainted. Report to Captain Han. The core components of the Terminator ghost are not damaged. He refreshed his status a day ago. Oh, that's good. Just after responding to Luna, Han Feng saw Wei Yun holding a towel folded into a long strip and placing it on his forehead. Lie down first. I'll go down and get you some medicine. After speaking to Han Feng, Wei Yun turned and went downstairs. By the way, Luna, have we been to the city these 2 days? Han Feng attached great importance to the collection of construction materials. Report to Captain Han. The soldiers have been to the city to collect materials these 2 days. They are all led by Tanya, and the organization is the same as before, with 2 battalions following together. After listening to Luna, Han Feng remembered that she had told him a few days ago that the main materials would be collected in the near future, and then asked, So, the main materials for building the base vehicle have been collected? Yes, and the construction progress of the Allied base vehicle has been completed by 35%. The remaining unfinished construction is expected to take about 2 months. Huh? After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. 1/3 of it has been completed. After exclaiming, Han Feng thought about it carefully. From the beginning of the construction of the base vehicle to now, it has been about a month. No wonder. Yes, Captain Han. After the electronic products in the city are recycled and rare metals are extracted, the construction of the base vehicle can be faster. Brother Han, the medicine is here, take it quickly. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Wei Yun's voice sounded. Looking at Wei Yun who was panting and holding the medicine, Han Feng propped himself up, took the cup of water, and took it obediently. Brother Han, are you hungry? Seeing Han Feng drink the medicine, Wei Yun took down the water cup and asked. No, I don't feel anything. I haven't eaten for 2 days. After a pause, Wei Yun continued, maybe you just woke up. Let's do this. When you are hungry, call me. Forget it, I will go to cook porridge now, so that you don't have to wait when you are hungry. After Wei Yun finished speaking, he hurried out the door without waiting for Han Feng to speak. Looking at Wei Yun's back as he left, Han Feng smiled. Turning his head, Han Feng looked out the window. It was pitch black. Luna, what time is it now? Han Feng looked at the sky and asked Luna in his mind. Captain Han, the current time is 11:50 p.m. Oh my god, it's so late. Wei Yun doesn't want to rest. Following Han Feng's question, Luna explained, Captain Han, during the time you were unconscious, Wei Yun has been by your side. When she was sleepy, she would lie on the bed and take a nap. As long as you make a slight movement, she will wake up. Listening to Luda's story, Han Feng's heart was instantly wrapped in a warm current. Although it's a bit sensational, but I'm really moved lying on the bed. Han Feng touched his head and smiled foolishly. A few minutes later, maybe it was because of the illness or the effect of the medicine, Han Feng felt sleepy. Closing his eyes, Han Feng fell asleep quickly. The next morning, boy, I heard you woke up last night? Hey, don't talk. Hush. Brother Han is still asleep. It's okay, he has been sleeping for several days. That won't work. He is still sick and has a fever. What's wrong? Has the fever lasted so long? Hey! Brother Han seems to have subsided. Hearing the chattering conversation between Wei Yun and Lu Rui, Han Feng, who was awakened, opened his eyes. The first thing that caught his eye was Wei Yun's hand on his forehead, and Lu Rui's fat face in the corner of his eye. Luna, check my body and see if I'm well. Han Feng didn't say hello to the two, but asked Luna first in his mind. Captain Han, your body is basically normal. Just a little bit high in temperature, but it won't affect your activities. After listening to Luna, Han Feng jumped up and shouted, Yohu! Ah! Seeing Han Feng's intense reaction, Wei Yun took a step back in fright. Lu Rui wasn't any better. He almost peed himself. They couldn't be blamed for this. Seeing Han Feng paralyzed in the last second, they never thought that he would move like an epilepsy in the next second. I want to give everyone a surprise. Hee. Seeing this, Han Feng froze in place, ready to play dumb to get away with it. Lu Rui stood up straight with gritted teeth, his body showing an offensive posture. It seems he wants to avenge the scare he just got. Chapter 292, Everything is ready. After a hot breakfast, Han Feng felt his body recovering and decided to lead the team himself today to move materials to the city. The team traveling with Han Feng today is the first and second teams, Tanya and the Terminator Ghost. Before setting off, Han Feng also took an extra coat. Maybe because of the rain in the past few days, the temperature is several degrees lower than usual. On the way, in order to confirm the destination, Han Feng asked Luna, where have we been collecting materials these days? Report to Captain Han. Tanya has been collecting materials in the building materials street and department stores these days. After a pause, Luna added, the materials in the building materials street have been collected. The remaining rare materials can only be found in the department store and Electronic City 1. Well, let's go to Electronic City today. After listening to Luna's report, Han Feng immediately determined the destination. As for the department store, there are more daily necessities and fewer electrical appliances than in the Electronic City. In order to collect construction materials quickly, Han Feng decided to take risks. Okay, Captain Han. After the exchange, Han Feng concentrated on appreciating the scenery along the way and stopped talking. About 3 hours later, Han Feng and his party arrived at the Electronic City. As before, Han Feng ordered the 1st and 2nd battalions to be responsible for the vigilance of the surrounding area as soon as he got off the car, and he took Tanya and the Terminator Ghost into the Electronic City. Han Feng knew that there were level 4 zombies in the Electronic City, but he was not sure whether there were level 5 zombies. Walking carefully in the dark building, Han Feng held his breath and listened quietly to the sounds around him. Surrounded by 10 silver shuttles and 10 silver wings, he was always on guard against possible dangers in all directions. However, Han Feng had the Terminator by his side, and even in a dark environment, the Terminator could scan the powerful threats around him. Taking this opportunity, Han Feng turned his head and asked softly, Ghost, scan the surroundings to see if there are any level 5 zombies. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, the Terminator stood still. Then, 2 small red dots flashed behind the Terminator's cool sunglasses. Next, the Terminator kept scanning the surroundings. After a few seconds, the Terminator replied, Report to Captain Han. No powerful level 5 zombies were found in this building. After listening to the Terminator, Han Feng closed his eyes, covered his face with his hands, and said in pain, Oh my! Just when Tanya was puzzled. Roar! Roar! In the darkness, the roar of zombies came from the entire floor. That's right. What made Han Feng regret was that he didn't tell the Terminator in advance to keep his voice down. In an extremely quiet environment, speaking at a normal volume is no different from shouting with a loudspeaker. This makes the zombies, who are already extremely sensitive to sound, roar instinctively when they hear the thunder around them. Then, one roar after another, one wave higher than the other, until the roar of the 4th level zombies appeared. It's careless standing there. Han Feng laughed at himself. Turning his eyes, Han Feng found a hidden place and went in. And then said, Luna. Vision connection. Target, Terminator Ghost. Okay. Captain Han. The vision connection is connecting. Target, Terminator Ghost. Please wait. When he opened his eyes again, Han Feng's perspective had switched to the Terminators. Tanya. Cover my body. Fight within a radius of 10 meters with me as the origin. After giving Tanya a protection order, Han Feng said again, Ghost. Enter combat mode. Scanning cannot stop for a second from now on. Yes. Captain Han. Okay, sir. The two received the order and started their mission. With the Terminator's night vision goggles function, Han Feng, who was hiding under the table, raised the corner of his mouth and whispered, Telekinesis. Start. Swoosh. 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 20 customized weapons shuttled through the relatively closed space, attacking zombies one after another. Even behind the wall, Han Feng could see everything clearly. The silver shuttle relied on its hard body and the rotation of the thread to easily penetrate the walls and kill the zombies behind the wall. What made Han Feng laugh and cry was, in just a few seconds, Tanya sat on the table above his head and began to daze. Because there were no living zombies within a range of more than 10 meters around Han Feng. Helplessly, Han Feng could only change the order from a few seconds ago and let Tanya move and attack freely. The zombies in the electronic city, both in quantity and quality, were much weaker than Han Feng had expected. In addition to the low-level zombies, there were less than 20 level 3 and 4 zombies. This battle lasted for several minutes and ended with Han Feng's victory. After releasing the visual connection, Han Feng crawled out from under the table, patted the dust on his head, and ordered Luna, call an engineer over. Report to Team Han. There is no engineer among the accompanying personnel. Then summon one out. Confirm after speaking. Han Feng paused and continued, by the way, let all the mobilized soldiers come in and look for diesel generators first. I think such a large electronic city should have diesel generators. Right? Okay. Captain Han. The engineer is being summoned. Please wait. The mobilized soldiers are gathering, and they will enter the electronic city in about 40 seconds. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng casually found a chair and pulled it over to sit down. He also took out a cigarette and lit it, smoking while waiting for the light. Halfway through the cigarette, Luna in his mind reported, report to Captain Han. 3 diesel generators were found, but no diesel was found in the electronic city. After listening to Luna's words, Han Feng stood up, thought for a few seconds and said, let's do this. Find a bottle. Go to the semi-trailer truck to get some diesel. And light up here first. Okay. Captain Han. 5 minutes later. Ding 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 ding. With 3 generators working together, the light bulbs in the electronic city lit up one by one. Perhaps due to the unstable voltage, the lights flickered. Coupled with the mess and smelly blood on the ground, the sense of déjà vu of a horror movie rushed straight over. Frowning, Han Feng strolled in the electronic city. After a while, 40 mobilized soldiers entered in neat steps. As soon as they came in, they began to carry various electronic products. Looking at the busy people behind him, Han Feng went up to the 2nd floor. Wow, Han Feng exclaimed as he went up to the 2nd floor, because he saw that the entire 2nd floor was a computer specialty area. Desktop computers, laptops, tablets, everything is available. Ha ha ha. Han Feng laughed wildly, like a poor man who fell into a pile of money. Engineer! Engineer! Come on! Han Feng hurriedly urged the engineer while walking quickly in the computer specialty area. Tens of seconds later, the engineer carrying a toolbox trotted up and came to Han Feng and asked, Captain Han. I'm here. What's up? As soon as he saw the engineer, Han Feng immediately said, please help me find the highest configuration parts here. Assemble a strongest computer. Excuse me, Captain Han. Do you want it for work? Or daily use? The engineer took out a small notebook and asked Han Feng with a pen. For games. Han Feng said after hesitating for a long time. Okay. I got it. After writing and drawing a few strokes on the notebook. The engineer nodded. Then, the engineer began to wander around the huge second floor, looking for various assembly parts. At this time, Han Feng was not idle either. Like the engineer, Han Feng also wandered here. But, Han Feng was looking for various game discs. Red alert. Red alert. Red alert. Holding a large box of genuine game discs. Han Feng kept searching with both hands, trying to find the red alert game disc. Wow! Found it. God pays off. Holding a box of red alert games, Han Feng smiled like a child, carefully found a clean corner, put down the game disc, and began to look for other games he liked to play. An hour later, Han Feng carried a bag full of various games. After finding the busy engineer, Han Feng asked, "Is the assembly finished?" The engineer wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "It's almost done. Captain Han, the laptop has been configured. And now we are assembling the desktop computer. Just a little bit. It will be done in a few minutes. Don't worry. Don't worry, you take your time to assemble it." After saying that, Han Feng's face was full of smiles. And he walked downstairs, putting the bag into the saber-tooth armored vehicle. Han Feng also specially found an American soldier to let him guard this important thing. Turning back to look at this electronic city, Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it to calm his excitement. You can play Red Alert as long as you have a computer. Anyway, it's a standalone machine, and it doesn't matter whether there is an internet connection or not. After taking a deep puff of the cigarette, Han Feng continued to talk to himself. That thing is much more exciting than any cigarette. About 10 minutes later, the engineer and 2 mobilized soldiers came out with several boxes. After coming to Han Feng, the engineer said, "Captain Han, the gaming laptop you asked for is assembled. All the equipment used in it are top-notch equipment that can be found." Looking at the engineer's proud expression, Han Feng patted his shoulder and said with a moved face, "Thank you. Thank you." Putting these precious items into the armored vehicle, Han Feng can't wait. Everything is ready. I really want to play a game now. Time passed by. 2 hours later, the mobilized soldiers filled 10 semi-trailer trucks. Although each vehicle was less than 80 tons, the loading volume had reached the limit. Watching the computer, Han Feng ordered to return home. 3 hours later, it was already dusk, and Han Feng and his team rushed back to the zinc mine. Lu Rui Xiaoping. As soon as the armored vehicle stopped, Han Feng jumped down and went straight to the two of them. "Look at what good stuff I brought back." Holding the hands of the two, Han Feng dragged them into the armored vehicle. Chapter 293, Unknown Caller. Computer? When Lu Rui and Wei Peng saw the items in the car, they both made puzzled sounds. "Well, I went to the electronics city today. I got these rare things." Han Feng was full of pride when he said this. "Great, brother-in-law. I knew you loved me the most, haha." What Han Feng didn't expect was that Wei Peng rushed to the box immediately, stroking it and thanking Han Feng. That? Boy, where's mine? Let me see my computer." Before Han Feng opened his mouth to explain, Lu Rui on the side pulled the corner of Han Feng's clothes and asked with a coquettish look on his face. Han Feng pouted, feeling a little regretful. How could he forget about them? Ahem. That? The computers I brought back today are all Xiaoping's. They belong to the two of us. I'll go again tomorrow. Han Feng gritted his teeth and reluctantly said, Okay. Okay, tomorrow is tomorrow. Lu Rui perfunctorily said to Han Feng. And then said to Wei Peng, Let's go. Don't touch it. Go back and assemble it. Play. Yes. 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 Wei Peng nodded repeatedly. And before leaving, he did not forget to take away the game discs that Han Feng had worked hard to collect. Looking at the laughter of the two when they left, Han Feng almost broke his fist. One is his good brother for 4 years in college, and the other is a well-behaved and sensible younger brother. Han Feng shook his head and muttered, My biological son. My biological son. Don't be angry. During dinner, Lu Rui and Wei Peng disappeared, and Wei Yin called them several times, but they didn't come down. Han Feng, who knew everything, smiled and said nothing. As a man, he knew the fatal attraction of games. Even if there is no internet, and you can't play online games, these standalone games can produce the same effect. In order to pass time quickly, Han Feng went to bed early today. The next day, Han Feng got up early, took out 2 loaves of bread and bottled water, and went out with the 3rd and 4th teams. He left in a hurry, without saying hello to Wei Yun and the others. This time, Han Feng brought 5 engineers with him, just to assemble more computers in a limited time. This way, even if someone snatches from him, he will still have something to play with. Computers, game consoles, somatosensory games. When he came back, he had a full car full of things that Han Feng liked. During dinner, Han Feng asked the engineers to assemble 5 computers in a row in his bedroom to ensure that he could play online LAN. Since then, Han Feng always invites a few friends to play classic games such as CS and Red Alert in his bedroom. 3 days later, report to Captain Han. The main materials of the Allied base vehicle have been collected. The remaining 36 tons of rare materials have not found a matching collection site. Please give instructions. After listening to Luna, Han Feng stretched and yawned as he sat up from the computer desk. Brother Han? Why don't you play anymore? Kong Xiang took off his headphones and asked. You guys play first. I'm going to take a walk after speaking. Han Feng walked out of the bedroom and said outside, 36 tons. Then let the combat laboratory build these materials. Report to Captain Han. 36 tons of rare materials. Let the combat laboratory make them. It will cost 72,000 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirmed. Okay. Captain Han. The combat laboratory is making rare materials. Please wait. Take out a cigarette and light it. Han Feng continued to ask, since the materials are complete, can the construction of the Allied base vehicle be accelerated? Yes. Captain Han. The construction time of the Allied base vehicle will be shortened after the key materials are completed. When can it be built? The remaining construction time is expected to be within 1 month. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng lowered his head and thought. It has been almost 2 months since the construction of the base vehicle began. 3 months to build a base vehicle. This is the same as written in the construction instructions. Well, okay, as soon as possible. Okay, Captain Han. After talking to Luna, Han Feng found the multi-purpose infantry vehicle and began to drive aimlessly between the zinc mine, the construction plant, and the temporary residence. Looking up at the blue sky, Han Feng suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. These days, Tanya led the team to the city to collect items, and he had nothing to do. Starting tomorrow, get rid of the attraction of the game. Be yourself, Han Feng muttered to himself and decided to start training his superpowers again. But it's strange that in the past 10 days, the level 5 zombies seemed to have evaporated, and no news was heard. In order to defend against the large-scale invasion of zombies, and the invasion of level 5 zombies, Han Feng did not recycle the 40 or 50 defensive weapons around the zinc mine. Looking at the orderly spaced machine gun bunkers and sentry guns, Han Feng pondered for a moment and felt that it was necessary to keep them. Driving around, Han Feng came to the place where the mudslide passed at that time. Luna, recycle the wall that resists the mudslide. Before giving the order, Han Feng thought about the dry weather in the past few days, and the flowing mudslide had lost moisture and no longer posed a threat. Rather than burying the wall in the soil, it is more practical to cash it in. Report to Captain Han. Are the 13 6-kilometer walls confirmed to be recycled? The recycling price is discounted to half of the construction price. Confirmed to recycle. Without hesitation, Han Feng decided to recycle the wall. Okay, Captain Han. The planned inner wall has been reclaimed, and the reclaimed gold coins are 39,000. Yes. With a simple response, Han Feng turned back to the zinc mine. The next day, Han Feng changed his obsession in the past few days, got up early, and marched into the city with the 2 brigades. Although the construction materials have been met, Han Feng still has other items to collect. Seeing that the weather is getting colder and colder, Han Feng's main destination is clothing, electric heaters, and other heating equipment. Just like that, 26 days later, report to Captain Han. There are 24 hours left to build the Allied base vehicle. Standing in front of the construction plant, Han Feng heard Luna's report in his mind. Okay, I got it. It seemed like a casual response, but Han Feng couldn't wait any longer. Walking into the construction plant, Han Feng looked at the huge base vehicle. Although the appearance was determined half a month ago, every time he looked at it, he still felt extremely small. A base vehicle of nearly 10,000 tons. The length alone is nearly 100 meters. The height is nearly 60 meters. There is still one day. There is still one day. Standing next to the base vehicle, Han Feng stretched out his hand and kept stroking the dream that he thought about day and night. At the construction plant, Han Feng ordered people to set up a tent. He decided to stay here tonight, waiting for the moment when the base vehicle is born. At 10 o'clock in the evening, dingling, dingling. When Han Feng was playing the handheld game console, the mobile phone in his trouser pocket suddenly rang. Hearing the familiar ringtone, Han Feng was stunned. In a trance, he didn't even notice the death of the protagonist in the game console. Is there a signal? Slowly putting down the game console, Han Feng was a little sober and murmured, "Who called me?" Feeling the vibration from the phone, Han Feng did not take out the phone immediately, but began to recall. After all, in a world without signal for 4 or 5 months, anyone would hesitate when their phone suddenly rang. And if the world really returns to normal, what will happen to the red alert soldiers around him? What if the National Army does not accept these illegal armed forces? Lin Lan is not by his side, and no one explains to him. Thinking of this, Han Feng suddenly felt that the ringing sound was very harsh. Then, Han Feng's breathing began to accelerate. Adrenaline began to soar. The phone rang for dozens of seconds, and Han Feng trembled and slowly took it out. Looking at the phone screen, Han Feng first saw 4 words, "Unknown call." "Unknown call?" Han Feng repeated the words on the phone and looked at the signal. No signal? That's right. At this time, the signal box on the upper left corner of Han Feng's phone was still a cross. What's going on? Han Feng was completely confused after exclaiming, "With no signal, the phone can still receive calls? And under normal circumstances, the caller number should be displayed. It shouldn't be an unknown call. Damn." Holding the phone, Han Feng's heartbeat began to accelerate. It wasn't until a few seconds later that Han Feng barely pressed the call button. Putting the phone to his ear, Han Feng held his breath. Silence. No one spoke on the other side of the phone, and the sound coming from it was also silent. 5 seconds later, just when Han Feng was about to hang up the phone, a voice came from the other side of the phone. "Hello?" Gulp. Hearing a familiar female voice coming from the phone, Han Feng swallowed his saliva and didn't know what to reply for a while. At the same time, Han Feng's mind began to search frantically for the owner of this voice. "Hello, little brother." Suddenly, a playful voice came from the phone. Holding the phone, Han Feng pouted. It was the mysterious girl. "Hey, little brother. Why don't you say anything? Is your phone on silent?" After a pause, the mysterious girl continued, "I haven't heard your voice for a long time. Please say something. How did you call in?" "Ah? How did you call in?" After that, Han Feng continued to ask, "Until now, my phone shows no signal. How did you call in?" "I can call in if I want you." Listening to the mysterious girl's laughter, Han Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Although I don't know how you operate, I still want to ask. What's the matter?" "Congratulations." "Congratulations to me?" "Yes, congratulations. The base vehicle is about to be built." "What? Are you unhappy?" The mysterious girl's words really scared Han Feng. The construction plant is strictly guarded by red alert soldiers, and only she knows the construction time of the base vehicle. How did she know? Chapter 294, Zombies Send Surprises. Holding his phone, Han Feng, sitting on the camp bed, quietly looked out the window. But outside the window, there was nothing to see except the endless darkness. "Speak up, little brother. I haven't seen you for several months. Don't you miss me?" The mysterious girl's mysterious operation made Han Feng at a loss for words. "What do you mean by me?" the mysterious girl said playfully. "Last time you challenged the special forces, didn't I promise to tell you a big secret?" When the mysterious girl said this, Han Feng also remembered that after completing the mission she gave him, she seemed to have mysteriously disappeared. After that, things happened one after another, and I forgot about it. If she hadn't mentioned it on the phone today, I might have never remembered that she had made such a promise. "Oh, yes. I remember it when you said it." Han Feng was suddenly very curious about the huge secret mentioned by the mysterious girl. "Then be prepared." Hearing the mysterious girl's tone, Han Feng frowned slightly, feeling that something bad was going to happen. "But think about it carefully. What could be difficult for me around the zinc mine?" Then he responded, "Well, you tell me." I just got some news. After keeping Han Feng in suspense, the mysterious girl's next words almost scared Han Feng to death. 2 level 5 zombies are very close to you. After hearing this, Han Feng's heart skipped a beat. Then, he exerted force with his right hand. The fingertips holding the phone turned white because of the force. Actually, I don't know what they think, the mysterious girl continued in a slow tone. Maybe they know that today is your big day. Maybe they come here specially to give you a surprise. You? How did you know? After thinking for a few seconds, Han Feng asked a bland question. Of course I saw it, I'm not a zombie. How could I know their plan? Tisk. The mysterious girl's tone of not caring about the matter was fully reflected in her mouth. How far are they from me? This was the second question Han Feng asked. I don't know. But listen. Suddenly, the mysterious girl began to speak quietly. Roar! Roar! The deep roars of 2 zombies came, disturbing this quiet night. At this time, Han Feng asked Luna in his mind, Luna, check how far these 2 roars are from us. Quick! At the same time, Han Feng hurriedly stood up and asked the mysterious girl, Where are you? How come you? But Han Feng paused in the middle of his words, because there was a busy tone on the phone. The mysterious girl hung up. Fuck! Han Feng cursed and put the phone back in his pocket, then waved his right hand and opened the door curtain and walked out. Report to Captain Han. The location where the 2 zombies roared is only 500 meters away from you. Direction, 9 o'clock. After hearing this, Han Feng immediately ordered, Luna, let all red alert soldiers stand by. Enter alert status. Let all snipers always pay attention to zombies that may attack from all directions. Quick! 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 After a series of orders were issued, Han Feng also instructed, let Tanya, Ghost and all the magnetic infantry come over. As fast as possible. Hurry! Okay. Captain Han. After saying this, Han Feng was already standing outside the construction site, in the direction where the 2 level 5 zombies were attacking. With the help of the searchlight, Han Feng saw 2 figures approaching 300 or 400 meters in front of him. Gulp! Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Han Feng tried his best to calm his nervous mood. Tanya and the Terminator were protecting the safety of Wei Yun and others in the zinc mine. And the zinc mine was 3 or 4 kilometers away from the construction plant. In addition to the time it took to gather the magnetic infantry, it would take about 5 minutes to drive here. And, can I hold them alone until they come over? This is an unknown. Han Feng turned around and looked behind him. The 6th Battalion, which was responsible for guarding the construction plant, was now on alert behind Han Feng. And the sniper leader of the 6th Battalion also climbed up to the commanding heights. The base vehicle. Bang! In the silent night, the sniper crawling on the base vehicle fired the first shot without receiving Han Feng's order. The huge echo resounded in the empty valley for a long time. Unfortunately, this sniper bullet hit the level 5 zombie, only creating a spark, and did not cause any damage to it. Even the pace of the 2 level 5 zombies approaching did not change at all. Bang! Then, the second gunshot was heard. Bang! The third. Bang! Bang! After 5 bullets, the sniper paused the attack, because from beginning to end, this meaningless attack would only result in a waste of ammunition. Duh. When the 2 level 5 zombies walked into the cordon of the Red Alert soldiers, the Red Alert soldiers of the 6th Battalion launched the first wave of concentrated fire attack. In an instant, fireworks began to bloom on the bodies of the 2 level 5 zombies. The ding-dong sound could even be heard by Han Feng. Telekinesis. When 2 level 5 zombies were only 100 meters away from him, Han Feng clenched his fists and said, Start! Swoosh! 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 The first to launch the attack were the 10 silver wings. In midair, the 10 silver wings automatically divided into 2 teams, rotating the terrifying sharp blades, stabbing at the level 5 zombies. Swish! Ding ding! 5 silver wings hit the level 5 zombies, and only a few of them cut through the skin of the level 5 zombies. Most of the silver wings returned without success. But even the silver wings that could cut through the skin of the level 5 zombies only penetrated a few millimeters. They could not cause any damage to the level 5 zombies at all. Roar! Suddenly, the 2 level 5 zombies seemed to have been loosened from some kind of shackles. They all roared. It was not until this moment that Han Feng suddenly realized. No wonder I had always felt that these 2 level 5 zombies were so weird. I always felt that they were restrained by something. And they walked straight towards me. They didn't even have the slightest intention of dodging the incoming ammunition. Could it be? Is there really something controlling them? Han Feng muttered to himself as he looked at the level 5 zombies that changed from walking to running. Then, Han Feng's mind power suddenly rose. He hooked the 10 silver shuttles around him. He rode towards the 2 level 5 zombies. Zheng! 10 silver shuttles flashed in the air. They approached the level 5 zombies in an instant. Ding 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 ding. A series of golden swords colliding sounds came. Although none of the silver shuttles penetrated the level 5 zombies. With Han Feng's mental power, the 10 silver shuttles still stood steadily on the bodies of the level 5 zombies. Let me see. Is your skin still hard? With a shout, the 10 silver shuttles began to spin wildly on the 2 level 5 zombies. Trying to penetrate. The mental power began to be squeezed out. And the feeling of swelling and pain in the brain made Han Feng utter a murmur for a while. Buzz! Under the rapid rotation, the threaded end of the silver shuttle, the point where it touched the skin of the level 5 zombie, began to feel a little red. This was caused by the rapid increase in temperature. A few seconds later, the 2 level 5 zombies ran closer and closer, ignoring the silver shuttles on their bodies. Seeing that the silver shuttle was ineffective, Han Feng turned around without thinking and said, "Incineration bottle. Give it to me." Stepping back a few steps, Han Feng used his telekinesis to hook more than a dozen incineration bottles, and then activated his speed superpower. He rushed towards the level 5 zombies head-on. "I burned you to death last time. I hope you can hold on this time. Come on!" Roaring a few times, Han Feng smashed all the incineration bottles around him at the 2 level 5 zombies, leaving only 2 incineration bottles. Pop! Pop pop pop! More than a dozen incendiary bottles smashed into the hard skin of the level 5 zombies, and the sticky gelatin covered them all over. Seeing this, Han Feng smiled frivolously, then used telekinesis to pull up the mouths of the 2 incendiary bottles behind him, and then said in a second-rate voice, "Accept the judgment from hell." Whoosh! The last 2 incendiary bottles made a whirring sound as they flew towards the 2 level 5 zombies. 2 seconds later, bang! Boom! Boom! After a dazzling white light flashed, the 2 level 5 zombies successfully evolved into 2 firemen. In order to protect the silver shuttle made of titanium steel from being damaged by high temperatures, Han Feng withdrew the silver shuttle and silver wings before the 2 of them burned. Standing dozens of meters behind the 2 firemen, Han Feng felt the extremely high temperature, but he didn't dare to take it lightly. Roar! Roar! Under the burning of the incendiary bottle, the 2 level 5 zombies burst into angry roars. With his eyes fixed on the level 5 zombies, Han Feng kept praying in his heart, "Die quickly. Die quickly." Unfortunately, the level 5 zombies, who had finished roaring, were still like nothing happened and continued to run towards the construction plant. The sticky substance left on their bodies flowed along their feet, leaving fire footprints on the ground one by one. Seeing that the 2 level 5 zombies were less than 50 meters away from the construction plant, Han Feng was anxious. Telekinesis. Imprison. Fix it for me. Han Feng had never tried this before. Imprison 2 level 5 zombies at the same time. Buzz. In an instant, the air vibrated. It seemed that even the air was condensed, and the flames burning on the level 5 zombies became small at this moment. Forcing himself to release his mental power, Han Feng continued to contact Luna and said, "Where are they? Are they coming soon? Report to Captain Han. Tanya and the others are on their way, and the estimated arrival time is 40 seconds. Fuck. 40 meters per second. Too slow. Are you here to collect my body?" Gritting his teeth, Han Feng responded with one breath. Chapter 295. Snow. Bang. In an emergency, the sniper lying on the base vehicle opened fire. Bang. In the burning state, the body of the level 5 zombie that was hit paused. There was even a tendency to retreat. Buzz. At this time, Han Feng could vaguely hear the unique roar of the saber-tooth armored vehicle engine. Hold on a little longer. Buzz. Boom. Whoosh. As soon as Han Feng finished talking to himself, a fire line composed of bullets crossed the dark night and focused on a level 5 zombie. No need to guess. It was the long-range fire support of the Terminator. Turning his head slightly, Han Feng looked along the fire line and almost dropped his jaw. 10 saber-tooth armored vehicles were speeding in sight. with roars and dust mixed together. At this moment, Han Feng suddenly remembered. Just now, he ordered all the magnetic infantry to come over, and Han Feng had 40 magnetic infantry. Because the magnetic infantry were wearing heavy armor, there were not enough seats for 8 people in a saber-tooth armored vehicle, so all of them were driven over. He continued to look at the zinc mine and the temporary residence of the survivors. Sure enough, without the magnetic infantry that continuously released electric current, these two places fell into darkness because of the lack of electricity. 40 magnetic infantry, enough for you two to die many times. Han Feng straightened his chest. His mind power did not decrease, and continued to imprison the 2 level 5 zombies. Tens of seconds later, all the Gatling bullets of the Terminator were fired. At this time, the reinforcements just arrived at the door of the construction plant. Everything was just right. 10 saber-tooth armored vehicles were lined up in a row, and 40 magnetic infantrymen and Ghost Tanya quickly got off the vehicles, leaving only 10 American soldiers as drivers sitting in the driver's seat, waiting for new orders. Leave it to you, Han Feng said in a voice so small that only he could hear it, and instantly withdrew his mental power. Without the blessing of mental power, the telekinesis confinement also failed in the next moment. The 2 level 5 zombies that lost their restraints were shaken. After they stabilized their bodies, they took a look at the construction plant, raised their feet, and continued to run, holding his knees with both hands. Han Feng barely raised his head. He didn't want to miss this electric therapy feast, nor did he want to miss the death scene of the level 5 zombies. Hiss, hiss. A row of magnetic infantrymen standing outside the construction plant. The portable Tesla coils on their right arms began to flash blue arcs at the ports, and made a series of ear-piercing electric current sounds. Hiss, hiss. The closer the level 5 zombies were to the magnetic infantrymen, the stronger the sound of the magnetic infantrymen's electric current became. Finally, when there were more than 10 meters left between the two, the magnetic infantrymen opened fire. Hiss, bang bang. Hiss, bang. Dozens of powerful electric currents, like countless tentacles, surrounded the two firemen. As the voltage continued to increase, a closed spherical electric prison began to appear around the two firemen, looking at the two shining balls of light not far away. Han Feng was stunned, because he felt that every hair on his body began to float. Even though he was nearly 100 meters away, he could still smell the rust in the air. And not only could he smell it with his nose, but even in his mouth, Han Feng could taste a hint of rust. Han Feng, who had learned a little about electric current, knew that he was now in a high-voltage area. At the same time, Han Feng also desperately warned himself not to move. As long as one foot is lifted, it must not fall. Once the circuit is closed, a mere 36 volts can take his life. Not wanting to be buried with these 2 level 5 zombies, Han Feng had to stand there stupidly. Bang! Boom! Suddenly, 70 or 80 meters away, 2 level 5 zombies suddenly exploded. The intense current and the rapid shock wave actually extinguished the flames burning on their bodies. This, raising his hand and pointing to the place where the explosion just happened, Han Feng said in disbelief, "Is this the end?" In Han Feng's understanding, 2 level 5 zombies would be baked into dead bodies by high voltage. Even if they were electrocuted, they should never explode. Hee. Han Feng slowly put down his hand and laughed bitterly. But, snap! Snap! Several crisp sounds came from Han Feng's body. The battle was over, and Han Feng, who thought he was fine, accidentally touched his body with his hand. The strong static electricity was triggered, making these noises. Ah! Ah! It hurts! The more he moved, the more static electricity was released, and the more pain Han Feng felt. The more pain he felt, the more Han Feng moved, and then the more static electricity was released. Finally, after a few seconds, Han Feng forced himself to stabilize his arms, panting and half squatting on the ground. Putting his hands slowly on the ground, Han Feng silently recited 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Han Feng wanted to transmit his own voltage to the earth in this way. When the countdown ended, Han Feng's standing hair and sweat hair returned to calmness, and no longer standing guard. Luna, has the voltage in my body returned to normal? Raising his hand, Han Feng still did not dare to act rashly, and had to ask Luna's opinion first. Report to Captain Han. The voltage in your body is 3 times higher than the normal value. But don't worry. After some time, the voltage in your body will return to normal. Huh. That's good. After saying that, Han Feng stood up and walked towards the entrance of the construction plant. Oh my gosh! Terminator Ghost. When Han Feng walked in front of the magnetic infantry, Han Feng suddenly remembered that the Terminator was most afraid of electrical attacks. Just now, I was standing 100 meters away and was almost electrocuted to death. Then the ghost standing behind the magnetic infantry. Wouldn't it be? Report to Captain Han. There are silver conductive points on the Terminator Ghost's boots, which will conduct the current it carries to the ground. And the Terminator's bionic skin also has a certain insulation effect. So the Terminator is fine. Then Tanya. Report to Captain Han. Tanya also led the Red Alert soldiers to climb up the insulating wall at the first time. Han Feng chuckled. And he could see that he was the only one who was accidentally injured, but Han Feng was still very grateful. Originally, he thought he had to hold back 2 level 5 zombies for 5 minutes. But he didn't expect Tanya and the others to act so quickly. They rushed over in less than 2 minutes. Now that the fatal threat has been resolved, Han Feng's brain began to feel a little pain. But this pain, compared with the previous one, is like a steam sauna after scanning everyone. Han Feng thought for a while and ordered Tanya and Terminator Ghost. You two stay for a while. All the rest of the Tesla infantry will go to their respective posts and continue to generate electricity in turns. Go. Yes. Captain Han. After receiving the order, the 40 Tesla infantry spoke in a muffled voice. After watching the 10 saber-tooth armored vehicles leave, Han Feng led the two into the tent. Sitting on the bed, Han Feng said casually, "Don't be restrained. There is a camp bed in the corner. I can't do it anymore. I have to sleep for a while." Just like that. With Tanya's face full of black lines, Han Feng fell asleep. The next morning, Han Feng woke up from his dream. Huh? What are you doing lighting the stove? Han Feng felt a little hot after lifting the quilt. Turning around, I saw a coal-burning stove in the center of the tent emitting high temperatures. I'm afraid you'll be cold at this time. Tanya, who was sitting on another bed and playing Han Feng's handheld game console, said intently. Cold? I'm going to explode. After saying that, Han Feng turned over and got out of bed. After tidying up his clothes, he lifted the door curtain to get some fresh air. But I didn't expect. Han Feng's hand that had just lifted the door curtain was frozen in midair. And wherever he looked, there was a scene of snow. It's snowing? Putting down Han Feng's handheld game console, Tanya walked behind Han Feng and said, well, it started snowing 2 hours after you fainted. Coincidentally, it just stopped. I'll go. We can have snowball fights and build snowmen. Suddenly, Han Feng got excited. He remembered the common snow sports in the North: snowball fights and snowmen. You can have fun. It's cold. After listening to Tanya, Han Feng looked back at her. Sure enough, even in this weather, Tanya's clothes are still so cool. No wonder she's cold. Why don't you wear more? Hearing Han Feng's question, Tanya raised her hand and pointed to the brown leather coat next to the door curtain. Following Tanya's pointing, Han Feng recognized that this was a leather coat worn by a mobilized soldier. This is the cleanest leather jacket I have ever found. As she spoke, Tanya picked up the leather jacket and put it on. As expected, if a person is beautiful, she will look good in anything. Even in a bulky leather coat, Tanya can still show her looming figure. Although the size of the mobilized soldier's clothes does not fit the smaller Tanya. In Han Feng's opinion, Tanya at this time actually has a different charm. What's wrong? Sir, are you a little bit amorous? Tanya, who knows countless people, saw the look in Han Feng's eyes when he looked at her, and instantly understood what Han Feng was thinking. So she simply said, provoking, "Then you're thinking the wrong thing. I just think you look good in this kind of clothes." Ha ha. Han Feng laughed and walked out of the tent. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Because of the snow, Han Feng would hear such strange sounds under his feet every time he took a step. Squatting down, Han Feng picked up a handful of snow from the ground. The cold feeling came from his hands, making Han Feng feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Standing up and looking around, the huge Allied base vehicle was also wrapped in silver, giving the feeling of the snow mode in the game. The depth of the snow was estimated to be about 6 or 7 centimeters. Stopping to listen, Han Feng could even hear the laughter of the survivors in the distance in the silent valley. Luna, let the soldiers of the 6th Battalion come out. Put down their weapons. Let's have a snowball fight. Okay. Captain Han. Chapter 296, Allied Base Vehicle. The 6th Brigade was divided into two, with Han Feng and Tanya each leading one team. And a fierce firefight began. Ha ha. Didn't hit it, Lulu. Using his speed superpower, Han Feng dodged a snowball that Tanya was sure to hit, and then made a face and laughed. You wait. Tanya pointed at Han Feng and shouted, quickly bent down and picked up a handful of snowflakes from the ground. And on the way to Han Feng, she squeezed her hands into a snowball. La, can't hit it. Hearing Han Feng's continued provocation, the unyielding Tanya quickened her pace. Swoosh. Oh, I'm joking with you. Swoosh. Seeing Tanya's winning expression, Han Feng had no choice but to activate his super speed ability again. At this moment, in front of many red alert soldiers, two black shadows were chasing each other. The snowflakes raised behind them alone reached a height of more than 2 meters. Boom! A few seconds later, the chase ended with Tanya's victory. Humph, if you show off again, I'll bury you in the snow. Clapping her hands, Tanya turned around, handling the back of his head. Han Feng lay on the ground, his body twitched. Supporting his body, Han Feng's eyes were red. And he muttered, Did this woman put stones in the snowball? Why is it so painful? Hiss. While rubbing the back of his head, Han Feng thought, how about wrap the silver shuttle in a snowball? The next second, Han Feng shook his head. Suddenly, Han Feng's mouth curled up, and a bad idea came to his mind. Then, Han Feng squatted on the ground and didn't get up, and kept wrapping snowballs. He put one aside after wrapping it, until dozens of snowballs piled up around him. Tanya! Die! Ha ha ha! Raising his hand and pointing at Tanya, not far away, Han Feng laughed, and then imitated the characters in Naruto and said, Snow Shield. Snowball technique. In fact, he used telekinesis to move all the snowballs on the ground, and some snow. In an instant, the battlefield was covered with light snowflakes. In the fairyland-like environment, dozens of snowballs attacked Tanya at the same time, fearing that Tanya would dodge. Han Feng also deliberately took care of her momentary confinement. Duh. However, Han Feng did not expect that, at the moment of release of the confinement, Tanya actually drew out her double guns and shot at the flying snowballs. The result is conceivable. All the snowballs were shot down by bullets, and none of them hit Tanya. Hey, it's not fun at all. I don't want to play anymore. Seeing Tanya calmly retract her double guns, Han Feng said tactfully, You said you don't want to play, so don't play with a laugh. Tanya ordered, All soldiers, charge. Then, Tanya took the lead and used her 25 red alert soldiers to charge at Han Feng. Soon, this rebellion forced Han Feng into the tent, and also forced Han Feng to order the soldiers to lift the rebellion. This morning, Han Feng almost ran around the construction plant. After playing snowball fights and making snowmen, he bullied Tanya. Soon, time came to noon. Gurgle. The sound of protest from the stomach sounded, and Han Feng felt hungry. Covered with white snow, Han Feng drove Tanya back to the zinc mine to prepare for lunch. During the meal, everyone chatted happily. The topic was all about the snow today, especially Huhu, who was in a playful mood and laughed the most happily. After dinner, Han Feng stayed in the zinc mine for a nap. When he woke up again, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Taking out his mobile phone, Han Feng calculated the completion time of the base vehicle. There are still 7 hours until 10 o'clock. Han Feng muttered, put away his mobile phone, drove to the construction plant and waited. In the last 7 hours, Han Feng almost took out his mobile phone every 10 minutes or asked Luna. Always felt that time passed too slowly. At 9:30 in the evening, Han Feng casually ate 2 compressed biscuits and drank a bottle of water as dinner. After leaving the tent, Han Feng walked to the base vehicle. He stopped an engineer and asked, It's been a day, and I haven't seen any progress on the base vehicle? Why is it still not working? Report to Captain Han. The Allied base vehicle has actually been built, but it takes some time to test the performance and circuit. It will be ready in about half an hour. Oh. Okay, go and get busy. Letting the engineer go, Han Feng suddenly noticed that the 4 furnaces that were originally in the 4 corners of the construction plant were gone. How suddenly these large tools appeared. How abruptly they disappeared now. Bored, Han Feng lit a cigarette, rubbed his hands, and counted down silently. Half an hour later. Report to Captain Han. The Allied base vehicle has been built. After a pause, Luna continued, Congratulations to Captain Han. You have your own Allied base vehicle. Yes. Oh, Han Feng was very excited, waving his fist excitedly at the sky. Captain Han, please enter the base vehicle now for acceptance inspection. Ah? Luna's words confused Han Feng, because according to the known knowledge, only engineers can enter the base vehicle. Then himself. Squeak. Suddenly, the huge base vehicle opened a small door and lowered a ladder. Ding ding ding. Climbing up the ladder, Han Feng tried his best to calm his excitement. Hello, Captain Han. When Han Feng entered the base vehicle, Luna suddenly walked out from the passage inside the vehicle. You, pointing at Luna, Han Feng was sure that she was a real person, not a holographic projection. Hey, Captain Han. We finally meet after shaking hands with Han Feng elegantly. Luna continued, Now, I am the main driver of this base vehicle. You can also call me Captain. In this base vehicle, there are a total of 50 engineers, cooperating with me to do all the mobilization work. After listening to Luna, Han Feng finally realized, why didn't he see these engineers? It turned out that they all entered the base vehicle as temporary drivers. That? Captain Han asked. Seeing Han Feng hesitating, Luna reminded him, You just asked me to come up to inspect the base vehicle. And then what? Just stand here? Haha. Luna laughed softly and said, Captain Han, you can go down. Just now I asked you to come up because it was a system requirement. The commander must enter the newly built base vehicle, and then you will be scanned, authenticated, authorized, and other functions. Then let's start, Han Feng said with his arms spread out. It's over. Seeing Han Feng didn't say anything, Luna smiled and said, After you go down, you have to walk out of the wall. Remember? Don't leave your belongings inside the wall. Yeah. Then what? At this time, Han Feng nodded and agreed like a primary school student. Then you give the order to deploy the Allied base vehicle. And that's it. That's it? Yeah. That's it. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng nodded, then turned and walked out of the base vehicle. Arriving inside the wall, Han Feng turned his eyes and found that there was nothing left. When Han Feng walked out of the fence, he whispered, Deploy the Allied base vehicle. Silence. After waiting for a few seconds, Han Feng did not see the scene he had expected. Luna? I'm here. Buzz. Squeak. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as Han Feng was about to ask something, the ground suddenly shook. Then, the sound of a mechanical transformation came from the base vehicle. Then, this behemoth began to change shape. The long-awaited scene began. The base vehicle continued to extend its huge body, unfolding huge steel plates one after another, forming its own unique wall. 1 minute later, with Han Feng stunned, the base vehicle was fully deployed. No wonder we need to build a wall that can enclose 2,000 square meters. When the base vehicle was unfolded, Han Feng realized the meaning of this sentence. It turned out that the unfolded base vehicle just occupied this 2,000 square meters of land. Congratulations, Commander, for having your own exclusive base vehicle. At this time, Han Feng suddenly heard a long-lost mechanical voice in his mind. Then, the mechanical voice continued, The main base has been unfolded, and a mine has been added to the new buildings. Mine? If the mechanical voice hadn't mentioned the mine, Han Feng would have almost forgotten this main building. Please build all the buildings yourself. Commander, I wish you more and more courage. Listening to the mechanical sound, Han Feng was very excited, because he knew that as long as it was such a major moment, there would be a random lottery. Sure enough. What about the lottery? There was silence for several seconds, and Han Feng didn't hear anything else. Report to Captain Han. There is no lottery. At this time, Luna's voice sounded in his mind. No lottery? I just unfolded the base vehicle. How could there be no lottery? Sorry, Captain Han. I don't know much about this. Pursing his lips, Han Feng felt a little regretful. But the next second, Han Feng still laughed happily, because since he had this red alert system, it took him 5 months to get this base vehicle. This is a new starting point. It is also a new journey. Han Feng cheered himself up with his fists clenched. Then, Han Feng's attention entered the system and clicked on the construction page. Power station, barracks, radar, heavy factory, combat laboratory, mine. Han Feng hesitated for a moment while reciting these buildings. Luna, which one should I build first? Han Feng wanted to build any one of them, and he had no choice but to ask Luna's opinion first. Report to Captain Han. Each physical building has a corresponding additional reward. I'm not sure about the choice. Additional reward? What is it? Han Feng asked after listening to Luna. Chapter 297, Flu. Sorry, Captain Han. You can only know the specific situation after you build it. Rubbing his forehead. Han Feng hesitated and said, then follow the order. Build the power station first. Report to Captain Han. The construction cost of the physical building power station is 100,000 gold coins, and the construction time is 24 hours. Hearing this huge construction fee, Han Feng was stunned. How much? Until now, Han Feng still couldn't believe it, and suspected that he had heard it wrong. Report to Captain Han. The construction of the physical building power station requires 100,000 gold coins. After the air solidified for 3 seconds, Han Feng gritted his teeth and squeezed out a word. Build. Okay. Team Han. The physical building power station is being prepared for construction. Please ask Team Han to specify the construction location. After a pause, Luna continued, the location selected for the physical power station must not be less than 500 square meters, and the height must not be less than 100 meters. After listening, Han Feng raised his hand and began to look for a place that met Luna's requirements. After a few seconds, Han Feng pointed to an empty space next to the Allied base and said, Luna, do you think this place is okay? Report to Team Han. This area meets the construction requirements. Are you sure to build it? If confirmed, the power station will not be able to move. Okay. Build it. Okay. Captain Han. The physical building, the power station, is under construction. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng stared at the place. His eyes shone with curiosity, wondering how the power station was built. But, creaky. The expected building was not built. But all the soldiers of the 6th Battalion, each holding an ordnance shovel, came stepping on the snow. Report to Captain Han. The Red Alert soldiers must clean the foundation before construction. Oh. Okay. With a lost tone, Han Feng turned around and took out a cigarette and lit it. Hoo. A gust of wind, mixed with some broken snowflakes, blew in. It's so cold. Han Feng shivered and walked towards the tent. What Han Feng didn't expect was that the coal stove in the tent was off at this time. Without the heating equipment, the tent was even colder than outside. I don't feel it during the day. It's really cold at night. Rubbing his hands, Han Feng really felt that it's not cold when it snows, but it's cold when the snow melts. It would be great if Luja was here, Han Feng murmured while fiddling with coal. Yes, if there's a fireman by your side. You can feel the heat even in the coldest weather. As the fire lit up, the warmth slowly dispelled the cold. Han Feng yawned, took out his phone, and saw that it was already past 11 o'clock. Prying open the small window of the tent, Han Feng saw that the soldiers of the 6th Battalion were still clearing obstacles in the open space with their bare hands. Luna, it's so cold today, and the tents where the 6th Battalion sleeps have no heating equipment. Captain Han, you don't have to worry about this. After completing the cleaning mission, they will enter the Allied base to rest. After listening to Luna, Han Feng widened his eyes and asked curiously, can people still live in the base? Captain Han, there are a total of 25 driving and control positions in the Allied base. There are 100 independent lounges, restaurants, bathrooms, and other areas in the living warehouse. It can accommodate up to 200 people at the same time. No way, so many functions. In Han Feng's cognition, the base is the base. It is the most important building, the source of everything. It is not a hotel. This design is also to allow the Allied base to have the ability to protect itself, so as not to fall into a passive position when facing the enemy. Oh, that's it. Responding to Luna, Han Feng remembered the game of Red Alert. If you blow up the base, an engineer and several American soldiers will appear. I guess this is the reason. After finishing the conversation with Luna, Han Feng sat on the bed and took off his coat and shoes. looking at Tanya on the bed opposite. Han Feng said, "Go to bed early. Good night." After that, Han Feng lay down hurriedly without waiting for Tanya to reply, and covered himself with a quilt with his back to Tanya. "Good night, TSK." After a few seconds, Tanya's voice came from behind Han Feng. The next morning, Han Feng woke up from the warm quilt, feeling the warmth of the fire. Han Feng knew that Tanya must have gotten up in the middle of the night to add charcoal. Otherwise, the little charcoal last night would definitely not last until now. Lifting the quilt and turning around, Han Feng saw that Tanya's bed was empty. The neat white sheets and the quilt folded into a tofu block indicate that Tanya has been awake for some time. Glancing around, Han Feng did not find Tanya. After getting up and getting dressed, Han Feng found bottled water and washed up. Walking outside, a cold wind blew in his face. "Oh my! It's cold." Rubbing his hands, Han Feng walked towards the Allied base. Wow! Because it was too dark last night, Han Feng did not see the full picture of the base. But now, staring at this steel castle, Han Feng subconsciously opened his mouth and did not close it for a long time. "This is too big," Han Feng exclaimed in admiration at the huge mechanical arm. Several huge warehouses, and the living area tens of meters high. Turning his eyes, Han Feng saw that a prototype of a power station had been built next to the Allied base. Hiss! There was no one on the huge base. But golden light flashed. In the sound of leakage, some objects appeared out of thin air, connected and combined. Luna, who is building the power station? Han Feng approached the power station with his arms folded. After not finding any construction workers, he asked Luna in confusion. Reporting to Captain Han, "No one has built a power station." After a pause, Luna continued to explain, "Because the Allied base vehicle has been built. It provides powerful key technology. So in the future, the main buildings will be fully automated, and engineers don't need to do it themselves." "Oh." Han Feng, who didn't quite understand, asked again, "What about the materials? Where do the construction materials come from?" "No construction materials are needed." "Ah? Why?" "Because the construction materials you see are all produced by the base. And the base does not need gold coins to produce materials." After listening to Luna's explanation, Han Feng scratched the back of his head, then nodded and said nothing more. After a few seconds, Han Feng thought of Tanya and asked, "Luna, where is Tanya?" "Captain Han, Tanya and the Terminator Ghost are both in the base." "Okay, let them stay, I'll go back to eat first." As he spoke, Han Feng turned and walked towards the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. "Captain Han, there is a restaurant in the base. If you want to eat, you can come up and eat." Hearing this, Han Feng's steps slowed down. But after a few seconds, Han Feng decided to go back, thinking about telling everyone the good news that the base construction is completed. "Oh, by the way, Luna, now the base, can others be approached?" Thinking about the previous question, Han Feng asked. "Captain Han, it's okay. Can other people enter the base?" "Captain Han, it's okay. That's good, I'll go first." After confirming, Han Feng got into the multi-purpose infantry vehicle and turned around to walk towards the zinc mine. 3 minutes later, Han Feng parked the car in front of the zinc mine's color steel house. After getting off the car, Han Feng glanced around. Except for the red alert soldiers on duty, there was no one else. The empty area seemed a little lonely. Han Feng walked towards the color steel house, muttering, "We were having fun yesterday. Why is there no one today?" But when Han Feng saw everyone, his heart suddenly lifted. Wei Yun, Hu, Lu Rui. The three of them were lying in bed with a high fever. The others, wearing the leather jackets left by the dead mobilized soldiers, stood aside tightly wrapped. "Damn! What's going on?" Seeing this, Han Feng walked quickly towards the three people and turned to ask the others, "How come so many of them fell ill after just one day?" "Brother Han." Looking at the anxious Han Feng, Lu Jia stood up and wanted to say something. "Go get the medicine." Han Feng interrupted Lu Jia's speech and turned to look at everyone. "They caught a cold. Probably caught a cold." It was Gui Yongxing who spoke. After looking at Han Feng, Gui Yongxing continued, "Just now, they have taken cold medicine and antipyretic medicine. TSK. Oh, it's just a snowstorm, right?" Han Feng frowned, touching the foreheads of the three people. It was too cold last night. And the color steel house is not warm. After listening to Lucia, Han Feng retorted, where are the heating equipment? There are so many electric heaters, small suns, and electric blankets, and cotton clothes, cotton quilts, and leather clothes left by the soldiers. How can there not be enough of so many things? It's because they are not enough that the three of them got sick. How is it possible? After hearing this, Han Feng stood up and questioned. At this time, Gui Yongxing stepped forward, pulled Lucia back, and then said to Han Feng, there are so many survivors, and there are not enough quilts. The heating equipment was just right. In order to prevent the elderly and children among the survivors from getting cold, Wei Yun took the initiative to send some of the quilts here. Last night, Wei Yun and Hu Hu squeezed into one bed, and Wei Peng and Lu Rui squeezed together. Maybe the quilt was too small. After explaining, Gui Yongxing retreated. Brother-in-law? Is it brother-in-law? Suddenly, Wei Peng's voice came from downstairs. Ding 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 ding. After a burst of footsteps, Wei Peng appeared at the door panting. Where have you been? Looking at Wei Peng, whose cheeks were red from the cold, Han Feng asked. I went to deliver medicine to Kong Xiang and others. There are more people who fell ill there. After listening to Wei Peng, Han Feng looked back at the three people sleeping on the bed. After sighing, Han Feng walked out. Why are you going to brother-in-law? I'm going to go to brother Wang. After speaking, Han Feng hurried downstairs. Chapter 298, Power Station completed. Driving on the way to the temporary residence of the survivors, Han Feng asked, Luna, what went wrong? As early as 2 months ago, I told you in advance that you should try to collect heating equipment. How could it not be enough? On the way, Han Feng was a little angry. I have made so many preparations. Why is it still stretched to the limit and caught off guard in the end? Report to Captain Han. 2 months ago, during the zombie craze, a zombie with a burning body accidentally rushed into the warehouse and caught fire. Luna explained the whole story in a broken voice. How come I don't know? Why didn't you tell me? Holding the steering wheel, Han Feng was confused. He didn't know who was responsible for this accident. Was it his own fault? Or Luna's fault? Captain Han, you were in a coma at the time, so I didn't inform you of this matter immediately. Sorry. After a pause, Luna continued, after the battle, we tried to collect the leather jackets of the mobilized soldiers. In addition, Tanya's main collection of items was also heating and heat preservation equipment. I thought. And you thought these things were enough? Right. At this time, Han Feng's tone was much gentler. I'm sorry, Captain Han. I didn't do a good job of statistics. I'm very sorry. Han Feng sighed, feeling endless regret. After thinking for a while, Han Feng asked, so now, how many heating equipment do we have? Report to Captain Han. As of now, we have 128 electric heaters, 381 small sun heating stoves, 8,000 cotton clothes. I don't want to hear this. Just tell me how many people these equipment can be used for. Han Feng felt that it was too troublesome to count like this, so he asked Luna to tell him how many people they could be used for. At the same time, Han Feng was a little puzzled. He had been collecting heating equipment for so long. But why was there only so little? Report to Captain Han. The existing heating equipment is only enough for more than 4,500 people. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng pursed his lips and thought to himself, this is bad. There are more than 7,000 people in the temporary residence of the survivors alone. Not to mention the spare parts of 6 battalions and 400 to 500 Red Alert soldiers. According to the current progress of his gradual development, the heating equipment must be more than 10,000. Right? Thinking of this, Han Feng has already driven to the temporary residence of the survivors. After parking the car, Han Feng walked into the color steel house in front of him. Once inside, Han Feng felt that the temperature did not rise much. Passing by several single rooms in a row, Han Feng's individual bedrooms were empty. When Han Feng climbed up to the second floor, the truth came to light. It turned out that these survivors chose to crowd together because of the cold. In addition, the electric heater was limited, so most people carried their camp beds to their friends' bedrooms to live. Ahem. Ah ting. Coughs and sneezes rang out one after another, and they were endless. It seems that this place has also fallen. Han Feng muttered softly, and went directly to Brother Wang's bedroom. Pushing open the door, Han Feng saw Kong Xiang standing by Brother Wang's bed. And on the bed was Wang Man, who couldn't afford the fever. "Brother Han? You're here." Seeing Han Feng, Kong Xiang smiled with relief, and said at the same time, "The little son that Brother Peng sent just now is really a lifesaver." Kong Xiang turned his head to look at Wang Man on the bed, and continued, "Alas, Brother Wang is also stupid. He thought he was strong and could withstand the cold, so he gave all the heaters to others. He only kept one cotton jacket for himself. And the result was, don't say it." Holding Kong Xiang's shoulders, Han Feng pulled him out of the bedroom. After a brief inquiry, the situation here was almost as serious as Han Feng thought. But fortunately, there were enough medicines, so there was no need to worry about the use of medicines. More than 10 minutes later, Han Feng went downstairs and walked out of the color steel room. "Luna, prepare the troops. Let all the soldiers of the 1st, 2nd and 3rd battalions gather. Let's go to the city." After a pause, Han Feng continued, "Take all the semi-trailers. I don't believe it. All loaded back with 800 tons. See if it's enough." Following Han Feng's order, Luna said, "Okay, Captain Han." But Luna hesitated and said, "Report to Captain Han. Tanya has been to all the electrical appliance stores and clothing markets in the city, and she has taken everything she can." Hearing Luna say this, Han Feng slowly clenched his fists. Thinking for a moment, he said, "Then pry open the door. Go inside and get it." "Oh, right, bring 10 engineers. I'll be very useful." "Okay, Captain Han." "No problem. Just do it." Dozens of minutes later, 3 teams with 10 semi-trailers were waiting outside the zinc mine, ready to go. "Let's go!" As Han Feng issued this order, the convoy slowly started and headed towards the city. Due to the cold weather and slippery roads, it took Han Feng 4 hours to get into the city this time. When he arrived in the city, it was about 1 p.m. "Luna, find the nearest community and drive directly there." "Okay, Captain Han." In less than 10 minutes, the convoy forcibly broke the landing gear at the entrance of the community and rushed in. Pointing at a building at random, Han Feng ordered, "Sniper, scout the surroundings. Make sure you are safe. Engineers, you are responsible for opening the doors of each resident. American soldiers, you follow behind the engineers and are responsible for covering the engineers and cleaning up the zombies in the residence. Mobilized soldiers, you also follow the engineers and take charge of temporary alert and transporting supplies. All move." "Yes, Captain Han." "Yes, Captain Han." "Yes, Captain Han." Orders were issued one after another, and all Red Alert soldiers performed their duties and began to get busy. Han Feng, who was sitting in the car, was not idle either. He asked Luna to scan the surroundings with radar. It was not good luck. There were no survivors or supply boxes within the scanning range. Roar! Da-da-da. Da-da. Soon, the roars of zombies began to be heard from each building, but the dense gunfire that followed announced the end of the zombies. Taking out a cigarette and lighting it, Han Feng watched the rows of mobilized soldiers coming out of the unit door. In the arms of the mobilized soldiers, there were piles of cotton clothes, quilts, and various heating equipment. "Luna, can the combat laboratory make these heating equipment?" Exhaling a puff of smoke, Han Feng felt that such a speed of transportation was really touching. So he asked Luna casually, "Report to Captain Han. The combat laboratory cannot make heating equipment. What about cotton clothes and quilts?" "No. Alas." With a sigh, Han Feng thought that this road was blocked. Han Feng whispered, "It would be nice if the Red Alert system could make these things. Captain Han, please build the main building and unlock more functions." "Uh-huh." "Ahem." Han Feng choked on his cigarette when he heard Luna say this. "Can the Red Alert system really build heating equipment?" Han Feng repeated in disbelief. "Sorry, Captain Han. I can't answer this question before you unlock the main building." After hearing this, Han Feng clenched his fists and waved them excitedly. Based on his long experience with the Red Alert system, Han Feng knew, since the system said so, there must be a solution. "No way. Who made me decipher the nature of this system? The faster you look forward to it, the faster time will pass." In a blink of an eye, 4 hours passed. During these 4 hours, the gunfire went from being dense at the beginning to becoming less and less frequent. Until the last half hour, Han Feng did not hear a single gunshot. Looking at the mobilized soldiers, who were still busy moving outside the window, Han Feng asked, "Luna, it's been so long. And it's not fully loaded yet?" Report to the Han team. As of now, the total amount of materials loaded is about 82 tons. Only? While Luna was talking, Han Feng looked through the baffle of the semi-trailer, and saw that the things loaded inside were almost half full. Yes, Han team. Cotton items and small electrical appliances are not weighed. It looks a lot, but it's not that heavy. TSK. Han Feng continued to ask with a pout, "How many people can this stuff be used for?" "About 1,000 people." Looking up at the sky, it's almost dusk. Although it's not even 6 o'clock yet. It gets dark early in the north in winter. After hesitating for a few seconds, Han Feng gave the order, "Luna, stop moving. Pack up. We're going back." "Okay, Captain Han." 5 minutes later, all the red alert soldiers pedaled. With the roar of the engine, Han Feng's convoy started to return to the city. When Han Feng returned to the zinc mine, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Because he had eaten a few compressed biscuits on the way, Han Feng didn't feel hungry at this time. "Luna, leave enough heating equipment, and send the rest to the temporary residence of the survivors." Han Feng jumped out of the car and said casually, "Okay, Captain Han." Without responding to Luna, Han Feng went upstairs and went straight to Wei Yunhu and others. After confirming that the three were not seriously injured, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Leaving the heating equipment behind, Han Feng gave Wei Peng a few words and went downstairs. Because Han Feng had another important thing to do at this time. That is, the power station was built. After driving to the base, Han Feng saw a real power station standing next to the base before getting off the car. Congratulations to Team Han for owning a physical building. A power station. Luna's congratulations followed. "Luna, what about the additional rewards?" Han Feng remembered clearly the additional rewards Luna mentioned last night. At this time, Han Feng asked first to satisfy his curiosity. "Report to Team Han. The entity and main building you have built now will be automatically promoted to 1 star. Each building is at a full level of 3 stars. And every time there is only 1 level left, an additional reward will be added." "Oh, tell me, what is the additional reward of this power station?" After listening to Luna's babble for a long time, Han Feng was more eager to know the answer. Chapter 299, Food Crisis. Report to Captain Han. A 0-star power station can generate 100,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity per day. After upgrading to a 1-star power station, the additional reward is a 10-fold increase in electricity production. That means it produces 1 million kilowatt-hour of electricity per day? Han Feng did a quick calculation in his mind and came up with the answer. At the same time, Han Feng couldn't tell whether this additional reward was a profit or a loss. After a few seconds, Han Feng stopped worrying about this question and asked casually, "By the way, Luna, since the power station has been built, why not withdraw all the magnetic storm infantry that are generating electricity?" Report to Captain Han. Withdraw all the magnetic storm infantry. The mine and the temporary residence of the survivors will lose power supply. Han Feng was a little anxious after hearing Luna say this. Why were you in a hurry to build a power station? Wasn't it so that the survivors could use electrical appliances with stable voltage as soon as possible? After a pause, Han Feng continued, "At that time, you said that the virtual power station could not supply power to the electrical appliances in the real world. And I agreed. Now this power station is really standing there. Why can't it supply power?" Report to Captain Han. There is no underground cable connection to the temporary residence of the survivors. The power station cannot output electricity. Hi, you said it earlier. You scared me, scratching the back of his head. Han Feng laughed, trying to cover up his inner embarrassment. After a few seconds, Han Feng asked, "Underground cables? I'll go to the city to look for them tomorrow. If it doesn't work, I'll throw some out of the ground." Report to Captain Han. The Allied base can build power station accessories, and underground cables are among them. Hearing Luna say this, Han Feng couldn't help but be cautious. Then asked, "How many gold coins are needed to make underground cables?" Report to Captain Han. As long as there is enough copper, the Allied base can make cables. Copper? Yes, Captain Han. To make underground cables, 4 kilograms of copper are needed for each meter. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng narrowed his eyes and began to calculate silently in his mind. Tens of seconds later, Han Feng frowned, took out his mobile phone silently, and opened the computer service. Luna, how long is the total cable from the power station to the temporary residence of the survivors? Report to Captain Han. The power station is 3.8 kilometers away from the temporary residence of the survivors. But the underground cable needs to be 4 kilometers long to be fully extended. Oh. Han Feng responded and began to calculate to himself. 4 kilometers is 4,000 meters. 4,000 times 4 equals 16 tons. The cost of 2,000 gold coins per ton. 32,000 gold coins. Reading the amount displayed on the calculator, Han Feng felt that it was acceptable then. Han Feng gave instructions. Luna, let the combat laboratory produce 16 tons of copper. Reporting to Captain Han. The combat laboratory needs 30,000 to produce 16 tons of materials. Confirmed. Confirmed, knowing Luna's next question. Han Feng interrupted and confirmed directly. Okay. Captain Han. The copper is being produced. Please wait. Hearing this, Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it. Holding the cigarette, Han Feng focused on the system. More than 2,128,000 gold coins. Han Feng smiled softly after reading the amount in the gold coin column. This is all the savings in the past 2 or 3 months. A few minutes later, Han Feng threw down the cigarette butt and stomped it out. Luna, build a physical barracks suddenly. Han Feng said something out of the blue. Report to Captain Han. Building a physical barracks requires 200,000 gold coins. Construction time, 24 hours. TSK. Han Feng took a deep breath and said, why is it so expensive? Do you think I have a lot of gold coins? Are you ripping me off? Report to Captain Han. All summons and construction prices in the red alert system are clearly marked. There is no such thing as cheating. Please feel free to build it. Suddenly, Han Feng felt like something was stuck in his throat. Hearing what Luna meant, it was actually what he did wrong. Helplessly, Han Feng had to speak up and let Luna build the barracks. After all, they are the makers of the rules. Report to Captain Han. Please plan the location of the physical building barracks. Note, the floor area of the selected physical barracks shall not be less than 500 square meters. The building height shall not be less than 100 meters. Just over there. After hearing this, Han Feng raised his hand and pointed to the other side of the Allied base, at the symmetrical position of the power station. Okay. Captain Han. The physical building barracks is under construction. Squeak. Boom. As soon as Luna finished speaking, the Allied base not far away suddenly made an inflatable sound. Then, a huge springboard was lowered. All the Red Alert soldiers of the 6th Battalion walked down the springboard. Just like last night. Each holding a cleaning tool. Needless to say, these soldiers have to clean the building foundation first before they can build a physical barracks. After taking a look, Han Feng turned and walked towards the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. Since the base has been built, the temporary tents have also been removed by default. So tonight, Han Feng can only stay in the zinc mine. On the way home, Han Feng thought to himself, the virtual building barracks can summon soldiers anytime and anywhere, and it feels that building a physical barracks is a bit useless. But then Han Feng thought about it and realized that there were additional rewards for building physical buildings. So he was relieved. Luna, the additional reward for a 1-star power station is 10 times the power. Then is the additional reward for the barracks also 1 person's money. And 10 people come out? Or a 10% discount on the price of summoning personnel? Report to Captain Han. The additional rewards are unknown when the physical building barracks is not completed. Hearing Luna's answer again, Han Feng became more curious and continued, oh, the gold coins have been deducted. And the barracks have also started construction. What can't be said in advance? After a pause, Han Feng continued to ask, do you know? But you just don't tell me. Report to Captain Han. According to the Red Alert system corresponding code, before the physical building barracks is built, I am... Stop. Stop. Han Feng was overwhelmed when he heard Luna quoting the law. After interrupting Luna's long speech, Han Feng began to concentrate on driving, while suppressing his curiosity. Returned to the zinc mine and parked the car. Han Feng took out his mobile phone and saw that the time was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Going upstairs quietly, Han Feng found his bedroom and entered. Wei Yun is sick and can't even eat a hot canned food. Touching his gurgling stomach, Han Feng had no choice but to find a few compressed biscuits and bottled water to fill his stomach. It's not that Han Feng doesn't have the ability to heat up canned food by himself. But if he wants to go to the kitchen, he will definitely wake up Wei Yun, who is passing by. When he thought of Wei Yun dragging his sick body to worry about him, forget it, let's just eat this. Chewing the dry compressed biscuits, Han Feng gulped down a few mouthfuls of water and washed it down his esophagus. After eating and drinking enough, Han Feng went into the bathroom to take a shower, and then laid down on the bed. The next morning, ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. At 7:30 in the morning, when it was already bright, Han Feng was awakened by the alarm on his mobile phone. Reaching out to turn off the alarm, Han Feng sat up to wake up. After a quick wash, Han Feng dressed and went downstairs. At the stairs, Han Feng ran into Wei Peng, who was going upstairs. As soon as he saw Han Feng, Wei Peng said, "Brother-in-law, you got up so early today? I was just about to wake you up." Without any nonsense, Han Feng asked directly, "How is your sister? Is she better?" "Much better. It was my sister who asked me to wake you up for dinner." While talking, Wei Peng pulled Han Feng downstairs and rushed to the restaurant. "You are well? Get up and cook. Why don't you rest more? Brother Han, I have something to tell you." Han Feng saw Wei Yun, and before he finished his concerned greetings, he was interrupted by Wei Yun. "What's the matter? Tell me." Seeing Wei Yun's face pale, but her expression was extremely serious. At this time, Han Feng also felt her anxiety, so he stopped talking nonsense. Staring at Han Feng's eyes, Wei Yun said, "Brother Han, there is not enough drinking water." After 2 seconds of silence, Han Feng suddenly laughed. "Hey, I thought it was something. It's easy to deal with the lack of water. Can't we just ask them to go to the warehouse and bring a truck back?" As he spoke, Han Feng signaled to the red alert soldier beside him. "No, Brother Han. It's not as simple as you think. Not only us, but also Brother Wang and his men have no drinking water." After Wei Yun finished speaking, Han Feng was a little surprised and said, "Impossible? I remember there is a water source near our zinc mine." "Why? It's dried up?" "Brother Han, it snowed a few days ago, and the temperature dropped sharply. The stream you mentioned has been frozen for a long time." Looking at the nervous Wei Yun, Han Feng scratched his head and said, "Isn't there still bottled water? I remember when we came here, we pulled 4 or 5 full trucks of water and bread. Drink it all." Looking at Han Feng, Wei Yun slowly lowered his head and said, "Since we came here, we have been consuming supplies. Although there have been several replenishments, it can't withstand the continuous consumption of 7 or 8,000 people." Then, Han Feng was about to say something when Wei Yun interrupted him. "You're still talking about bread. Do you remember the last time you saw bread?" Hearing this, Han Feng looked down at the floor, and at the same time, he began to recall the last time he saw bread. In line with Han Feng's memories, Wei Yun added, "Bread has a short shelf life. Breads like black bread and baguettes can be preserved for a longer time, and the rest are all bad. And there are not many canned goods left. According to my visual estimation, the remaining rations can last for about 7 or 8 days. Maybe shorter." At this time, Han Feng frowned. He kept thinking about the solution. "How about this? I'll take people to the creek and dig some ice out. Turning it into water can temporarily solve the problem at hand." After saying that, Han Feng suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, such a crucial question. Why did you tell me so late?" Chapter 300, Collecting Extensively. It would have been better if Han Feng hadn't said it. As soon as he said this, Wei Yun, who already felt a little guilty, felt even more wronged. Wei Yun explained in a low voice, "I discovered this problem a few days ago. I looked for you several times, but you were not there. I finally found out that you were somewhere else. But your soldiers wouldn't let me in. Plus it snowed suddenly, and the temperature dropped. I was also sick and slept for 2 days." Hearing Wei Yun's explanation, Han Feng recalled that he had lived next to the construction plant for 2 consecutive days in order to wait for the completion of the Allied base vehicle. He had also ordered the Red Alert soldiers to strictly guard and not allow anyone to enter the vicinity of the construction plant. When he looked at Wei Yun again, he saw that her eyes were hazy and tears were about to fall. Han Feng hurried forward, held her shoulders and said, Okay, I don't mean to blame you. It's also my fault that I was impatient. And what I said just now was a bit stiff. Haha, yes, I am a brother who is usually careless and has no sense of propriety at this time. Lu Rui suddenly stood up and excused Han Feng. Are you going to dig ice? Go quickly. While Lu Rui was talking, he winked at Han Feng. Oh. Yes. I'll go first. Wei Peng. Come. Take good care of your sister. I'll be back in a while. Han Feng, who reacted, said hastily, well, I'll come back and apologize to you. Han Feng said to Wei Yun as he walked back out. As soon as he left the prefabricated steel house, Han Feng, with an embarrassed face, took out a cigarette and lit it. I hate to see girls cry the most in my life. I don't know what to do. Han Feng shook his head after muttering to himself. Sitting on the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, Han Feng ordered Luna, let the 4th and 5th battalions gather at the creek. Bring shovels and other equipment. And prepare to get ice. Okay, Captain Han. Hearing Luna's response, Han Feng suddenly narrowed his eyes, and then asked coldly, Lu. Nah. You have no water or food. Why didn't you tell me? Speak up. The heating problem has not been completely solved yet. And you told me that there is not enough drinking water and food. How many holes do we still have to fill? Luna, you are in charge of warehouse management. How can you neglect a problem that even Wei Yun can find? Speak up. Don't keep silent. Report to Captain Han. Finally, under Han Feng's bombardment of questioning, Luna explained angrily, it's the reason for the last warehouse fire. Didn't you conduct a statistics after the fire? It's freezing and snowy. What if there are really major omissions? How do you want me to solve it? Seeing that Luna didn't say anything, Han Feng took a deep breath, calmed down and said, tell me, what else do we lack and need to replenish? Report to Captain Han. Heating equipment, drinking water and food. No more. No more. After Luna finished speaking, she began to explain, sorry, Captain Han. I have been following the construction progress these days, and have not updated the storage information of the warehouse in time. I am very sorry. Just pay more attention next time. It's not a big problem. Hearing Luna's self-blaming voice, Han Feng was discouraged for a while. While talking, Han Feng had already arrived at the stream. After getting off the car, he looked at the stream, which was neither wide nor narrow, and was in a dilemma. The whole stream was frozen, and a hammer only splashed a little icicles, and the whole stream was very shallow, only about half a meter deep. It was ridiculous to want to rely on ice to get water to supply the water needs of 7,000 or 8,000 people. Even if all the ice in front of him was collected, it would not last for a few days, and due to weather conditions, the source of the upstream must have been frozen. Without the subsequent water source, breaking the ice is completely meaningless. If only the Red Alert system could build a water storage system or a water extraction system. Han Feng muttered as he stood up from the ice. After a little thought, Han Feng gave up on getting ice. Turning around and looking at the 2 battalions behind him, Han Feng ordered, go to the city. Take all the semi-trailers. Okay, Captain Han. Luna responded, and all the soldiers pedaled, then turned the car around and headed towards the city. 4 hours later, at noon, Han Feng and his team arrived in the city again. Luna scanned while walking, focusing on large supermarkets, small supermarkets, granaries, and water stations. Okay, Captain Han. Next, Luna automatically scanned and navigated the convoy to the large supermarket before arriving at the large supermarket, Han Feng specifically ordered, captains of each brigade, stop the car and find a sniper point. All American soldiers follow me into the supermarket and try to clear the zombies as quickly as possible. All mobilized soldiers, stand guard at the door and wait for my new order. Yes, Captain Han. Yes, Captain Han. The responses rang in his mind. And when they ended, Han Feng's convoy also stopped at the door of the large supermarket. Get out. Action. After the vehicle stopped steadily, Han Feng took the lead in opening the door and getting out of the driveway. Telekinesis. Start. With a whisper, 20 customized weapons flew out, rotated, and floated beside Han Feng. Relying on his abundant mental power, Han Feng was skilled and bold, and took the lead in entering the supermarket. The dim environment was the same as the last time he came. Through the glass windows on all 4 sides, Han Feng could barely distinguish the road in front of him. I should have called Ghost to come along, Han Feng said with some regret. Missing Ghost's night vision. Wall penetration ability. There was no other way. Han Feng, who did not have the perspective function, could only drive the silver lock and silver wings to explore the places that were invisible to his vision. Swoosh. Swoosh. A sharp sound of breaking wind echoed around the supermarket. To Han Feng's surprise, due to the temperature, the zombies in the supermarket moved abnormally slowly. Even if they did not attack, these low-level zombies tended to fall down by themselves. Looking at the staggering zombies, Han Feng looked up at their clothes. Since the zombie outbreak occurred in June, the temperature was very high at that time, and people were wearing short sleeves and shorts. But now, you idiots, freeze to death. Ha ha, Han Feng laughed, pointing at the thinly dressed zombies. The current temperature is only -6 or 7 degrees. But as time goes by, the temperature will definitely get lower and lower. Zombies who don't know how to keep warm will definitely be frozen into popsicles. Right? Thinking of this, Han Feng suddenly thought of another possibility. That is, when it is freezing cold, he will take a group of people to the streets. Everyone holds an iron stick in their hands and greets the zombies directly when they see them. Will the zombies be smashed into pieces? Report to Captain Han. All the zombies in the supermarket have been cleared. Please give instructions. Suddenly, an American soldier came over and reported the details, interrupting Han Feng's beautiful fantasy. Oh, you have worked hard. After responding to the American soldier in front of him, Han Feng contacted all the mobilized soldiers in his mind, and then ordered all mobilized soldiers enter the supermarket. Looking at the rows of mobilized soldiers entering, Han Feng continued to order drinking water, beef jerky, bacon, chocolate, instant noodles, canned food, compressed biscuits, etc. As long as you find that they are not spoiled and can be eaten and drunk. Don't let them go. Carry them all on the car. Yes, Captain Han. 80 mobilized soldiers responded in unison, and the huge supermarket was filled with echoes. Thank you for your hard work, Han Feng murmured, and then ordered all American soldiers, follow me. With 20 American soldiers, Han Feng went straight to the wine area. Find a frame to pack it. You took so many, and they will all break when you load them. If there is no frame, find a box. If it doesn't work, aren't there packaging bags over there? Wrap it up. Directing the American soldiers to collect the wine. Han Feng looked excited. Although Han Feng never drinks, he knows that these are good things. Can't let them go, especially in winter. Before the heating equipment is followed up, drinking a small amount of alcohol can also activate blood. At this time, the entire supermarket was filled with busy red alert soldiers. Packs of frozen drinking water were taken out and placed in semi-trailer trucks. Even sausages, sealed bags, drinks, candies, biscuits and other ready-to-eat foods that Han Feng hadn't thought of were loaded. Not to mention rice, noodles, grains, oil, sauce, vinegar and tea. This took 5 hours. Take out your phone and see that it's already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It's getting late. Even if we go back now, it will be 10 o'clock. Putting the phone back, Han Feng ordered, everyone, go home. After saying this, Han Feng suddenly remembered something and suddenly changed his words. No! Wait! Come with me, turning around and calling more than 10 red alert soldiers. Han Feng ran straight to the cigarette area. Boxes, strips, and boxes of cigarettes were taken out. At this time, there was no more cigarettes, alcohol, or food in the huge supermarket. Putting the cigarettes away by hand, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, let's go. Although the journey was delayed by another 20 minutes, Han Feng was very happy in his heart. Anyway, cigarettes and alcohol have no shelf life, so they are just there. 4 hours later, Han Feng arrived at the zinc mine in the night. After getting off the car, Han Feng felt cold and scalp numbing. Han Feng hesitated, blowing on his hands. Drive the semi-trailer to the warehouse now and unload the goods in turns. Unload as much as you can before 12 o'clock. It's too cold. You should go back early to warm up. Yes, Captain Han. Yes, Captain Han. The captain of the 45th Battalion responded. Oh, by the way, please put the cigarettes in the base for me. I'm really worried about leaving them in the warehouse. Looking at the backs of the two, Han Feng specifically instructed. Okay, Captain Han. I got it. Watching the convoy leave, Han Feng finally felt relieved. Turning around and walking into the color steel room, Han Feng thought that he would have to report the situation to Wei Yun tomorrow.